Grasping Evil Chapter 917 to Chapter 939. At this moment, the first ancestor, second ancestor, and fourth ancestor found it hard to believe. In their impression, Ning Fan was just a great tonic that was affected by the barbarian summoning technique. His cultivation base should not be high. How could the weak Ning Fan be able to fly on a flying sword in the forbidden area? Is this young man really a weak cultivator? Could it be that they have really misjudged him? Is Ning Fan not a weak cultivator at all but an immortal emperor? At this moment, Ao Xian was also shocked speechless. He had seen Ning Fan's bounty poster before. Thus, he recognized Ning Fan's identity at first glance. It's this young man who snatched the ancestral bow from old ancestor Poisonous Dragon. There's no doubt about it, old ancestor Poisonous Dragon once said that the one who snatched the ancestral bow was a weak cultivator. The only thing that we need to pay attention to is the few drops of Fu Li ancestral blood in his body. Putting the ancestral blood aside, this person is not worth mentioning. Is he really not worth mentioning? Recalling the information given by old ancestor Poisonous Dragon, Ao Xian found it ridiculous. The information was wrong. How is Ning Fan a weak cultivator? How can a weak cultivator fly on the 8th floor of the Heaven Fault Tower? Why don't you fly for me to see? Ao Xian also noticed that Ning Fan's body had a threatening baleful qi. It was the baleful qi that could only be obtained by killing immortal venerables of the past. Besides, if he was not mistaken, that baleful qi actually contained a trace of old ancestor Poisonous Dragon's death qi. Old ancestor Poisonous Dragon actually died in Ning Fan's hands. Didn't he go to look for the origin qi? Could it be that the person who snatched the patriarch's origin qi is also this person? That unlucky Poisonous Dragon wanted to take back this person's origin qi but was killed by this person instead? Ao Xian felt that he had found the truth. He was even more convinced that Ning Fan's cultivation base was unfathomable. *CC***CC** at this moment, all the 43,000 ancient coffins in the sky let out hissing sounds. Ancient corpses kept sitting up from the coffins. It was because Ning Fan had entered the 8th floor and caused a huge commotion that awakened all the ancient corpses on this floor. 43,000 rays of killing intent passed through layers of heavy rain and locked onto Ning Fan. That was the killing intent of 43,000 immortal venerables. Just by being affected by the killing intent, Venerable Miaoyan's qi was in a mess and he could barely stand steadily. Her injuries were too severe. 43,000 corpses were equivalent to 43,000 eternal immortal sovereigns. This level of power was too terrifying, and even immortal emperors would have to retreat. The murderous intent in the surroundings made her feel uneasy. She moved a little closer to Ning Fan, only then did she find a sense of security and calmed down. There are so many ancient corpses. Can he deal with it? Venerable Miaoyan was a little worried. He stole a glance at Ning Fan and bit his lips. Then, he obediently remained silent. Ao Xian and the rest were drenched in cold sweat when they saw the 40,000 ancient corpses awakening. Each of them activated their concealment techniques to the extreme, afraid of being discovered by these ancient corpses. Fortunately, none of the ancient corpses noticed their existence. The gazes of the 40,000 ancient corpses gathered on Ning Fan alone. This kid is out of luck. Being surrounded and attacked by 40,000 ancient corpses, it's a situation where he has no chance of survival. 40,000 ancient corpses are equivalent to 40 million ancient immortal sovereigns. Even if this kid really has the cultivation of an immortal emperor, he's definitely not a match for this group of ancient corpses. Even if he doesn't die, I'm afraid he'll lose a layer of skin. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to survive. When Ao Xian and the others saw the ancient corpses besieging Ning Fan, they were more or less gloating over his misfortune. So what if you can fly on a flying sword on the 8th floor? So what if you have the cultivation of an immortal sovereign? Let's see how you're going to deal with the aftermath of waking up the army of ancient corpses. Zido Immortal Cultivation Realm. Defying the tribulation to survive. I have no regrets. Life and death are all for Zido Immortal Cultivation Realm. Voices came out from the mouths of the ancient corpses subconsciously, accompanied by strange roars. More and more ancient corpses surrounded Ning Fan. Under the countless murderous intents, Ning Fan felt chills running down his spine. His heart was beating wildly uncontrollably. At this moment, he was going to face 43,000 immortal venerables all by himself. There were not so many immortal venerables in the entire 4 heavens and 9 worlds. Only in the ancient times in the Zido immortal domain could one see such an army of immortal venerables. Ning Fan had never been locked on by so many powerful killing intents before. It was inevitable that he would lose his composure. After all, his true cultivation base was not as strong as these ancient corpses. Under the targeting of these killing intents, Ning Fan found it hard to breathe. His body also became immobile. He forcefully bit the tip of his tongue and used the slight pain to regain control of his body. Then, he raised the separation and reunion sword and swung it forward. So what if there are 40,000 ancient corpses in front of him? If he is strong, so be it. The life-severing sword will only become stronger when it encounters strong opponents. As Ning Fan swung his sword, more and more sword lights appeared in front of him. When he faced the 600 ancient corpses just now, Ning Fan could produce 60,000 sword lights with a single slash. This time, he produced even more sword lights. 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays, 10,000 rays, 100,000 rays, 1 million rays. 4 million rays, 4 million rays of life-severing sword light surrounded his body. At this moment, Ning Fan gave others a feeling that he was so strong that he was invincible. The aura force of the 4 million rays of sword light had already exceeded the scope of the second step of Tao cultivation. Perhaps only the legendary third step saints could display such an aura force. Wherever the sword light passed, it formed a silent chi wave. The great Tao laws collapsed one after another. They could not withstand the power of this sword at all. The entire heaven and earth of the 8th floor trembled violently under this sword attack. All the ancient corpses that were charging at Ning Fan stopped in their tracks at this moment. They stared at Ning Fan with inexplicable fear. None of them dared to approach him. After a moment of hesitation, almost 90% of the ancient corpses chose to turn around and flee with all their might. The scene instantly became chaotic. However, there were also over 4,000 ancient corpses who gradually suppressed their fear and continued to charge at Ning Fan without any fear of death. Unfortunately, their heroic actions were like moths flying into a flame. They were just throwing their lives away in vain. Their mouths were dripping with stinky saliva. Their faces were filled with greed. In order to eat Ning Fan, they would not hesitate to pay any price. They had long lost their rationality. The Purple Dipper Immortal Realm cultivators who dominated the world when they were alive turned into ignorant corpse devils after they died. Ning Fan gently closed his eyes and let the 4 million rays of sword light pierce through the sky and slashed at the 4,000 ancient corpses. Some ancient corpses with lower cultivation bases were shredded into ashes by the sword chi before they could even get close to the 4 million rays of sword light. They did not even have the time to scream. Some ancient corpses with higher cultivation bases were lucky enough to hold on for a few breaths under the attack of the 4 million rays of sword light. In the end, they were still turned into sieves by the sword light and could not escape death. In less than 5 breaths, more than 4,000 ancient corpses had died under Ning Fan's sword. After killing all the ancient corpses that were blocking his way, Ning Fan opened his eyes. His expression was solemn as if he was sending off someone from afar. Seeing such a shocking result, venerated Miao Yen was so shocked that he could not close his mouth again. Perhaps even if the 28 ancient emperors of the 4 majestic sects joined forces, it would still be impossible for them to defeat 4,000 immortal venerated immortals, right? However, Ning Fan had won the battle with just a single strike. Could it be that his strength alone had already surpassed the combined might of the 28 ancient emperors of the 4 majestic sects? The 4 million rays of sword light swept away all the ancient corpses that were blocking their way and merged into the 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, sword light beneath Ning Fan's feet. The slightly unstable sword light instantly became much more stable. Its flying speed also became faster. Black corpse ashes continuously fell from the sky and sprinkled on the ancient bluestone path. They mixed with the rainwater and looked like mud. Ao Xian and the others only felt a chill from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It was hard to believe that there was actually someone who could kill 4,000 immortal venerated immortals with a single strike in the current Dharma-ending era. Even a quasi-saint realm expert would definitely not be able to do this. Only the legendary saints could do this. what exactly is this young man's cultivation base? Could he really be? Ao Xian and the others felt extremely shocked. The three barbarian ancestors were still able to compose themselves. After all, they were people from ancient times. They had seen some saints before when they were still alive. Thus, they quickly recovered from the shock. Ao Xian, on the other hand, found it hard to remain calm. He was an ancient immortal venerated immortal during the Dharma-ending era. He had never seen any saints before. He did not believe that there were still saints alive in the current era. He also did not believe that Ning Fan was a saint. However, how could he explain the scene in front of him? Other than a third-step saint, who else could kill 4,000 immortal venerated immortals with a single strike? Saints. During the Dharma-ending era, the fate of all sects was exhausted and their orthodoxies no longer existed. How could there still be saints alive in this world? Haven't all the saints died out? Is this young man really a saint? Just as Ao Xian's heart was filled with shock, Ning Fan's sword light whizzed past the top of his head, producing a clanging sound. The wind and rain that were stirred up blew on Ao Xian's face, making him feel extremely cold. At this moment, Ning Fan did not even look at Ao Xian. However, Ao Xian still felt an invisible pressure that seeped into his bones along with the rainwater. His heart was extremely nervous. Currently, he was too close to Ning Fan. He was afraid that Ning Fan would attack him. He was not Ning Fan's match. He definitely was not. He probably could not even escape. If Ning Fan attacks him, he believed that he would definitely die. His death would be very straightforward, just like how a mortal would kill an ant with his foot. This man has a grudge against my true dragon clan. Will he attack me? It's fake. It must be fake. It's impossible for him to be a saint. However, if he really is. If he attacks me, I will fight him to the death, but even if I fight him to the death, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death. Ao Xian's heart became more and more chaotic. His hands that were holding the Brahma demon Jian could not help but tremble slightly. Just as Ao Xian was about to face a formidable enemy, Ning Fan's sword light flew past his head in a flash. Ning Fan did not have the intention to fight him at all. Thus, Ao Xian was completely stunned. He felt a little muddle-headed. Ning Fan actually did not attack him? His life was saved. From the hands of a saint, the whistling sword light flew past the heads of the fourth ancestor, second ancestor, and first ancestor one after another. It also made the three of them extremely nervous. Even though the three barbarian ancestors were peerless figures in their previous lives, they were not feeling well at the moment. Each of them was afraid that Ning Fan would attack them. They had schemed against Ning Fan before. Naturally, they were also worried about Ning Fan's revenge. If Ning Fan attacks them, their chances of survival seemed to be close to zero with the terrifying strength that he had displayed. If he attacks us, we will fight him to the death. The three barbarian ancestors secretly made up their minds. However, their expressions showed that they did not have much confidence. They were like roosters that had lost a battle and were very dejected. However, what made them feel fortunate was that Ning Fan's sword light did not stop above their heads as well. It flew away directly. Only when Ning Fan had flown far away did they reveal a look of bewilderment. Just like that, they managed to keep their lives. Of course, Ao Xian and the others did not know that Ning Fan was not a saint at all. He was not even an immortal emperor realm expert. He was just an insignificant cultivator at the Duzhen realm. In fact, there was no need for them to be so afraid of Ning Fan. Their faces have turned pale because of you. Venerated Miao Yan's expression was complicated. She noticed the nervous expressions of Ao Xian and the others. She could also understand their feelings. It was not that Ao Xian and the others were too timid. It was Ning Fan who was too terrifying. Is that so? Ning Fan did not comment on Miao Yan's words. He did not pay attention to the expressions of Ao Xian and the others. His eyes were only fixed on the seventh ancestor. Half of the seventh ancestor's body had already merged with the stone door. At this moment, his eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. He was also shocked by Ning Fan's achievement of instantly killing 4,000 ancient corpses. However, his eyesight was better than the others. He had the eyesight of the first level of the unity of heaven and man. He could vaguely see that Ning Fan was not a saint. As for whether he was an immortal emperor or a quasi-saint, he had no idea. However, what puzzled the seventh ancestor the most was that Ning Fan's eyes were always locked on him with undisguised hostility. I don't know this person at all. Why is he so hostile towards me? The seventh ancestor could not figure it out. The seventh ancestor's true identity was the second primordial spirit of the immortal emperor who controlled fate. However, because he had been separated from his true body for countless years, he could not share his memories. If the seventh ancestor had the memories of his true body, he would probably be able to recognize that the young man with the ghost mask in front of him was the murderer who killed Si Ming. If the seventh ancestor knew that Ning Fan was now disguised as Zhao Jian, he would probably think that the reason why Ning Fan came to him was to take back the souls of those barbarians. Unfortunately, the seventh ancestor did not know where Ning Fan's hostility came from. However, Ning Fan's hostility was not concealed at all. It puzzled him and made him feel a little uneasy. This young man is probably not a saint. However, that sword of his is more important. No matter why this young man is hostile towards me, now is not the time for me to fight with him. Seeing that Ning Fan was getting closer to him and his killing intent was getting stronger, the seventh ancestor frowned. He mumbled something and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence at the stone door. The amount of power he borrowed from the barbarian god was not much. Thus, the speed at which he fused into the stone door was not fast in the first place. However, at this moment, he used a self-damaging secret technique. His chi instantly became much weaker and the speed at which he fused into the stone door became much faster. Before Ning Fan arrived, the seventh ancestor had already fused his entire body into the stone door and disappeared. Trying to leave? It's not that easy. The sword light flew past the 111 palaces and entered the gray sea of mist at the end of the ancient bluestone path. It was getting closer and closer to the stone door at the center of the sea of mist. Ning Fan stood on the tip of the sword. His long hair danced in the wind. His eyes flashed with green light as he looked at the gray sea of mist and the faintly visible ancient stone door. With his eyesight at the second level of the heavenly being realm, when he looked at the stone door, he felt like he could see through it. He could see that the seventh ancestor's body had completely fused into the stone door. His body was gradually separating from the other side of the door. One of his feet had already stepped into the entrance of the 9th floor. It was a fusion on the level of will. At this moment, the seventh ancestor had replaced the will of the stone door. He was the stone door. At this moment, injuring the stone door was equivalent to injuring the seventh ancestor. This stone door seemed to be the only entrance to the 9th floor. Besides, it seemed to be condensed from undying chi, a stone door condensed from undying chi. The defense of this door was extraordinary. Even the seventh ancestor could not break it by force. He could only use a forbidden technique to pass through the door. However, if it is a stone door condensed from undying chi, the attack of the Life Slayer sword might have a miraculous effect. After all, this sword specialized in cutting down undying beings. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He formed a few sword seals with one hand. When he was 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from the stone door, he suddenly held venerated Miao Yan's slender waist and jumped down from the sword light. The 1,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, sword light under their feet immediately let out an ear-piercing sword cry. It turned into a sharp sword shadow and slammed against the stone door. The rainstorm between heaven and earth seemed to resonate with this sword attack at this moment. Killing intent was instantly born. This sword attack contained the power of 4 million traces of the Life Slayer sword light. At this moment, all of them slashed at the stone door. It was just a simple slash, but in an instant, it caused heaven and earth to fall into the illusory moonlight. In this moonlight, everything became blurry and could not be seen clearly. Only that sword attack became incomparably clear. On the other side of the stone door, in the passage leading to the 9th floor, the seventh ancestor had already separated half of his body from the stone door. When he noticed Ning Fan's action of slashing the stone door, he could not help but reveal a mocking smile. Previously, he had underestimated the sturdiness of the stone door. After using a forbidden technique and merging with the will of the stone door, he finally saw how terrifying it was from the inside. Inside this stone door, there was an eyeball of the 9th barbarian god, old ancestor Enmo. The strength of the undying qi contained in that eyeball was far beyond the seventh ancestor's imagination. Previously, when he could not break the stone door, he thought that only immortal emperors could break it. However, after seeing that eyeball, the seventh ancestor firmly believed that even a true sage would not be able to break this door easily. Let alone Ning Fan, who had yet to attain the sage realm. This door could not be broken by force at all. The only way to enter the ninth floor was to use tricks to get past it. Hee. This stone door is much sturdier than what you imagine. Even a true sage can't. Before the seventh ancestor could finish his words, a deafening explosion suddenly resounded behind him. Before he could see what was happening, he felt a sharp pain coming from the part of his body that was not separated from the stone door in time. Countless pieces of rubble flew out from behind him. He quickly turned his head and saw the scene of the stone door collapsing and shattering. The stone door that he believed that a sage would not be able to break was directly destroyed by Ning Fan's sword. As half of the seventh ancestor's body was still fused with the stone door, when the stone door was destroyed, the seventh ancestor was also affected and suffered severe injuries. A tremendous force came from his back, causing the seventh ancestor to feel as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His mocking expression was still hanging on his face, but his body was already sent flying by the tremendous force. He coughed out blood and looked extremely miserable. His chi instantly fell into an unprecedentedly weak state. Severe injuries. He was completely and utterly gravely injured. The seventh ancestor was truly shocked and resentful. He was shocked because the destructive power of Ning Fan's sword was actually so strong. He hated Ning Fan for destroying the stone door, but he actually caused him and the stone door to be injured because of him. Who exactly is this person? He actually managed to break this door with a single sword strike. This is bad. This person's strength is even beyond my expectations. Even though he isn't a sage, he is definitely not someone I can defeat. Let's go. The seventh ancestor forcefully swallowed the sweet blood in his throat. As soon as he landed, he immediately moved forward along the passage. His speed was as fast as a ray of light, leaving behind only 7 colored afterimages. After breaking the door with a single strike, the entrance of the ninth floor was completely revealed in front of him. Ning Fan held Miao Yan in his arms and landed on the ancient path. Naturally, he saw the seventh ancestor, who was fleeing in a hurry. Ning Fan had no objection to the seventh ancestor wanting to leave. However, he had to leave the 700,000 berserker souls behind. Just as he was about to shoot the seventh ancestor with the candle bow, his expression suddenly changed. Without saying anything, he pulled venerated Miao Yan, who was beside him, and hurriedly retreated. Even with his second-level heaven realm eyesight, he could only vaguely see a ray of gray light flashing past the pile of rubble in front of him and Miao Yan. The speed of that gray light was too fast. He actually could not see what it was exactly. What's wrong? Venerated Miao Yan's beautiful face was slightly startled. She was still shocked by Ning Fan's achievement of breaking the door with a single sword strike. Before she could react, she was already pulled by Ning Fan and retreated. With her eyesight, she could not even catch the trajectory of that gray light. Compared to Ning Fan, he could at least see a ray of gray light coming towards them. 5 yin-yang swords, life-slaying sword technique. Interesting. Junior, you can actually help me. An aged voice suddenly resounded in Ning Fan's mind. When that gray light was about 1 zhang asterisk 333 m per zhang away from Ning Fan, he finally saw what it was. It was an eyeball with a dark gray pupil. The aged voice had actually come from that eyeball. A world of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, open. Little brother, come with me. Don't worry. I won't forget about your benefits. The gray eyeball suddenly shot out rays of dazzling gray light which swept across Ning Fan and Miao Yan. After the gray light swept across, Ning Fan and Miao Yan's figures were nowhere to be seen. There was also no trace of the eyeball. Where did that mysterious expert go? The seventh ancestor, who was running in the passageway of the ninth floor, was suddenly surprised. He turned his head and his eyes shone with green light. Even with his eyesight at the first level of the heaven realm, he actually could not find where Ning Fan had gone. Did he hide himself, or did he go into the middle Kiliacosm treasure? Or did he leave? Forget it. It's more important for me to go to the ninth floor and awaken the ninth barbarian god. I hope that my condition can move the ninth barbarian god and make me the host of the barbarian god's blessing. After a flash of gray light, Ning Fan appeared in a gray void. There was no land here. Instead, there were rusty copper towers floating in the void. Venerated Miao Yen was nowhere to be found. His candle bow, separation and reunion sword, Joss flame arrow, azure burning fan, 7-star lamp and other magical treasures were nowhere to be found. That mysterious eyeball was also nowhere to be found. Ning Fan gave it a try. With his current cultivation base, he could not escape from this space nor could he go into the profounding world. Was it that eyeball monster who caught him and brought him here? If it wasn't for that eyeball monster blocking his way, he would definitely be able to snatch the 700,000 barbarian souls back from the seventh ancestor with the power of the Joss flame arrow. Now, not only did he lose the chance to chase after the seventh ancestor, but he also lost venerated Miao Yen. Ning Fan activated his rain technique. His spirit sense fused with the rainwater and tried to cover the entire space with his spirit sense. However, he realized that the space was too vast and he could not see the end of it. The realm level of this place had at least reached the level of a medium-grade world. In fact, it might not even be an ordinary medium-grade world. Hee. Little brother, your rain technique isn't bad. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still too low. If your cultivation base is higher, you might be able to cover my entire sovereign void with your rain technique. The voice of the eyeball monster suddenly resounded from the depths of the boundless void. Judging from the direction of the voice, the eyeball monster was just slightly to the right of Ning Fan's current position. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. After confirming the direction of the voice, he turned into a ray of golden light and dashed towards it. He believed that as long as he follows this direction, he would be able to find that mysterious eyeball monster. Inwardly, he thought, so I have been kept into the sovereign void of a certain sovereign immortal emperor. The sovereign void was the unique ability of a sovereign immortal emperor. It was a domain-type ability. Even with Ning Fan's experience, he had only heard of its name. This was his first time seeing it with his own eyes. Hee. It's actually the piercing golden light? Little brother, your aptitude isn't bad. You've already comprehended the piercing golden light when you're just at the crossing truth realm. Unfortunately, you're only at the first death of the golden light. If you don't have someone to guide you, I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate the second death in your lifetime. How about it? Do you want me to help you cultivate the second death of the golden light? If you do me a favor, I'll give you some good fortune. What do you think? The voice of the eyeball monster resounded again. However, this time, the direction of the eyeball monster changed. Previously, its voice came from the front of Ning Fan, but this time, it came from the back. In just an instant, the eyeball monster had run from one end of the boundless void to the other. Its speed was much faster than Ning Fan's. Ning Fan halted his footsteps and remained silent. With his speed, it was probably impossible for him to catch up to that eyeball monster in this void. Most of his magic treasures had probably fallen into the hands of the eyeball monster. Venerated Miao Yen was probably in its hands as well. That eyeball monster did not say much to him. However, it more or less mentioned the word help. Perhaps that eyeball monster had brought him to this place because it wanted something from him. Senior, if you fancy those magic treasures, feel free to take them. However, please return my friend to me. Ning Fan said to the boundless void. Pooh. None of those magic treasures of yours are innate items. Only that inferior innate bow spirit is worth a look. I don't fancy your items. On the other hand, the beauty you brought with you is not bad. Hee. Even though she isn't my type, I don't mind having a taste. The eyeball monster laughed wretchedly. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. It was fine if his magic treasures were taken away, but venerated Miao Yen could not allow that wretched eyeball monster to bully him. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he was probably not a match for that eyeball monster. Without using his trump card, he certainly would not be able to leave this place. However, he still had his final trump card, which was enough to make that eyeball monster fearful. Burn! Ning Fan shouted. 3 drops of Fu Li ancestral blood and 4 drops of Mo Luo ancestral blood in his body immediately showed signs of burning. With his current mid-true crossing realm cultivation base and minor accomplishment realm of calamity blood, Sacrificing 1 drop of ancestral blood was enough for him to fight against an ancient immortal venerable. If he sacrificed 7 drops of ancestral blood, he could even fight against a peak immortal king realm expert. Burning blood? Hee hee. This won't scare me. It's just 7 drops of ancestral blood. You won't be a match for me even if you burn them. At most, you will only have the cultivation base of a peak immortal king realm temporarily. Is that so? Then what if I use burning my blood to exchange for the cultivation base of a peak immortal king realm and forcefully break the seal of this Genesis Chi and detonate it? Ning Fan waved his sleeve and an illusory mist immediately appeared in his hand. Genesis Chi. The eyeball monster immediately panicked. Genesis Chi could improve one's cultivation base and it could also be used as a weapon of mass destruction. Even though there were 30 million seals on this Genesis Chi, as long as Ning Fan sacrificed 7 drops of ancestral blood, it would definitely be enough to break all the seals instantly and use this Genesis Chi. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to withstand the destructive power of the explosion of the Genesis Chi. It was not a joke. Little brother, let's talk this out. Please don't be rash. Once the Genesis Chi explodes, the entire void space of the palm position will collapse. If that happens, I won't gain enough to make up for my loss. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk look at my stinky mouth. I was just joking with you just now. Now that I'm dead and only have 1 eyeball left, how would I have the ability to play with women? Asterisk sigh asterisk to tell you the truth, I invited you here because I need your help. How would I dare to touch your woman and offend you? She is currently recuperating at my old brother's place. She is alive and well. If you don't believe me, I can let her talk to you. Little sister, quickly say something. Don't let your husband detonate the Genesis Chi. I'm not a little sister. He's also not my husband. Venerated Miao Yan said shyly. The voice came from the end of the void space. It was full of chi and his injuries seemed to be much better than before. Little brother, quickly keep your Genesis Chi and extinguish the flames of your ancestral blood. Don't accidentally go too far. If you really ignite your blood, you'll be in big trouble. If you use up the 7 drops of ancestral blood, it won't be easy to cultivate them again. The ancestral blood of Mo Luo is fine. The bloodline of that little bastard isn't strong and isn't worth mentioning. However, the ancestral blood of the Fuli tribe is a good thing. It's really a pity to burn it. The eyeball monster laughed dryly. With a flash of gray light, it appeared in front of Ning Fan along with Miao Yan. At this moment, Miao Yan was locked in an iron cage. It was unknown what kind of magic treasure the iron cage was. The creatures that were locked inside could actually receive extremely good treatment, fellow Taoist Zhao. Are you alright? Seeing that Ning Fan was safe and sound, Miao Yan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She felt a little embarrassed when Ning Fan saw her being locked in a cage. Seeing that the eyeball monster had actually locked Miao Yan in the iron cage, Ning Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. The eyeball monster laughed dryly again and explained embarrassedly. Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand me. This iron cage is an innate grade healing magic treasure. Even though it looks a little wretched, the effect is still not bad. This inconspicuous broken cage was actually an innate grade magic treasure. However, what's the point of locking someone in a cage to treat them? Little brother, look. Your woman is very well. Not a single hair of hers is missing. Hee hee. Now, we can talk about some serious matters, right? To be honest, I have some difficulties and I need little brother's help. Let my friend out first before we talk about other matters. Ning Fan said with a frown. To be continued. Let my friend out first before we discuss other matters. Ning Fan said with a frown. Yes, quickly let me out. I don't want to stay in the cage. Venerable Wise Word's ears were slightly red. She didn't want to be a monkey in a cage and be watched by others, especially by Ning Fan. This scene was too embarrassing. Deep inside her heart, she did not want Ning Fan to see her in such a miserable state. Even though the iron cage had a remarkable healing effect, she didn't want to stay in it for even a moment longer. She tried to break the cage, only to discover helplessly that the inconspicuous, rusty cage was really a piece of connate magical equipment. She was an immortal venerable who had undergone the first tribulation of eternity, yet she was unable to blast open the cage. Ayaya. You youngsters really are troublesome. This old man has good intentions and used a connate magic treasure to treat your injuries, but you actually don't appreciate it? Fine, fine, fine. This old man will release this little girl right away. Come back, small iron cage. The eyeball monster muttered and swept out a gray light. The iron cage immediately disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where the eyeball monster had taken it. After getting out of the iron cage, venerated Miao Yan immediately flew to Ning Fan's side and stared at the eyeball monster with fear. This eyeball monster gave her an extremely dangerous feeling, even more dangerous than ordinary immortal emperors. What should we do now? We have been caught by this eyeball monster and brought here. How are we going to leave this place? Miao Yan secretly transmitted her voice to Ning Fan. After witnessing Ning Fan's terrifying strength in killing the ancient corpses, she had already regarded him as her backbone. Only Ning Fan could defeat this eyeball monster. Let's see what he wants to talk to me about first. Ning Fan's frown deepened as he replied using telepathy. The strength of the eyeball monster in front of him was unfathomable. Ning Fan was not a true sage or an immortal emperor. Thus, he did not have the competence to defeat it. At most, he would burn his ancestral blood and explode his origin chi to break the void of the palm position and escape with wisdom words immortal venerable. Ning Fan was confident that he could survive in the hands of this eyeball monster. However, the price to pay for that was too great. 7 drops of ancestral blood and a trace of origin chi. If possible, Ning Fan did not want to use up all of his trump cards just for an eyeball monster. I wonder if the Life Slayer has the lethality to kill this eyeball monster in one hit. This eyeball monster had a large amount of immortal chi flowing around it, but it seemed to have other powers besides immortal chi. Just now, when Ning Fan destroyed the stone door with his sword had also struck the eyeball monster inside the door. The stone door was destroyed, but the eyeball monster was unscathed. It seemed to be different from the ancient corpse and the stone door. It was not afraid of the Life Slayer. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. It was better for him to find out the purpose of this eyeball monster's visit first before making further plans. Hee, a young couple sure has a good relationship. Why are you whispering to each other? Let's not talk for now and follow this old man over here. I apologize for offending you just now. This old man will first give you a small gift, then we can talk business. What do you think? The eyeball cackled in a perverted manner before flying toward a certain direction. Ning Fan's face was expressionless as he followed the eyeball. He wanted to see what this eyeball monster was up to. Venerated Miao Yan, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed. His face turned even redder and he hurriedly caught up to Ning Fan. She and Ning Fan were not a young couple. Why did this eyeball monster keep talking nonsense and disturb her state of mind? It was unknown where the eyeball monster wanted to go. Along the way, copper pagodas kept flying past them. All of them were ancient pagodas that had existed for an unknown number of years. The shortest one was at least 3 floors high while the tallest one had 6 or 7 floors. These copper pagodas were old and dilapidated. At first glance, they looked like ordinary buildings without any special features. Ning Fan did not pay too much attention to these copper pagodas. On the other hand, Miao Yan's beautiful eyes were moving around thoughtfully. The copper pagodas here are somewhat similar to the Lost World Tower of the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace, very similar. Miao Yan suddenly transmitted her voice to Ning Fan. Lost World Tower? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Of course, he knew about the Lost World Tower. He could not help but recall a trace of memory. The Lost World Tower in the endless sea of the Rain World was indeed somewhat similar to the copper pagodas in front of him. However, it was only the layout of the pagodas that were similar. The copper pagodas here did not have the power to change the flow of time. Even though it was similar to the Lost World Tower, it was not the Lost World Tower after all. He recalled the time when he went to the Endless Sea to cultivate when he was young. He went to the Punlai Immortal Island in the external Endless Sea and entered the Lost World Tower. He formed his core and formed his nascent soul in the tower. After leaving the tower, he got entangled with Bei Xiaoman. This copper pagoda actually has the emblem of the Northern Heaven Dao Wang clan. Miao Yan suddenly discovered something and flew towards one of the nearby copper pagodas. Ning Fan's eyes moved slightly. The Dao Wang clan. Isn't that the clan of the ancestral emperor of the Northern Heaven? The Dao Wang technique passed down by the ancestral emperor of the Northern Heaven could restrain all puppets in the world. In the past, Ning Fan had used the Dao Wang technique to subdue puppets that were beyond his cultivation realm many times. Legend has it that the ancestral emperor of the Northern Heaven created the Dao Wang clan and his puppet technique was unparalleled in the world. According to the legends, the puppet technique of the Dao Wang clan was too dangerous. After the death of the ancestral emperor of the Northern Heaven, the Dao Wang clan was massacred by a few powerful beings of the Northern Heaven. None of the clan members survived. Ning Fan followed the direction where Miao Yan was pointing and saw a slightly different copper pagodas. The copper pagoda had 8 floors, and a huge totem was carved on the pagoda's door. It was an ancient totem with the shape of a black crescent moon. Ning Fan did not recognize this totem, but Miao Yan had seen it before. This black moon totem was the emblem of the mournful death clan. She was a celestial sovereign of the Four Fiends sect, so she knew most of the clan emblems of the major clans in the Four Heavens immortal world. The Dao Wang race had been destroyed for a long time, but it had been founded by the North Heaven ancestral emperor and had a glorious history. She naturally recognized the Dao Wang race's black moon emblem. The art of mourning death is unsolvable in this world. If you encounter the dark moon, you will perish if you go against it. That's right, this totem is the emblem of the mourning death clan. Venerable wisdom words flew to the front of the bronze pagoda, hovered in the air, and said with certainty, "I just didn't expect that this place would have the emblem of the Dao Wang clan. Is this place related to the Dao Wang clan?" Miao Yan muttered to herself. "Little girl, you have good eyesight. You actually recognize the emblem of the Dao Wang race. Do you want to know why this emblem would appear here?" When the eyeball monster saw Miao Yan running to the pagoda, it chuckled and stopped its movement. Could it be that someone from the Dao Wang race had come to this place before? Miao Yan guessed. More than that. All the bronze pagodas here were personally built by that member of the Dao Wang race. Hee. Do you want to know which member of the Dao Wang race built these bronze pagodas? That's an incredible big shot. The eyeball monster started the conversation. It was really looking forward to seeing the two of them putting on a curious expression and asking him questions. Venerable wisdom words, on the other hand, was a little curious. She followed the words of the eyeball monster and asked, "Who built these bronze pagodas?" Ning Fan, on the other hand, remained silent. His eyes were calm without any curiosity, which greatly disappointed the eyeball monster. "Young man, aren't you curious about which member of the Dao Wang race built these bronze pagodas here? This matter involves many ancient secrets. Aren't you interested?" The eyeball monster was a little disappointed with Ning Fan for failing to meet its expectations. People without curiosity were simply too boring. He did not like dealing with boring people. "I'm not interested. Whoever built the pagodas here has nothing to do with me." "How can it have nothing to do with you?" "The thing that I need your help with is related to this matter. I haven't agreed to help you yet, you will agree. You have already fallen into that old man's trap, but you still don't know it. Without my help, I'm afraid you will be in big trouble. The reason why I seek your help is also because I want to help you. We are just taking what we need from each other." The eyeball monster said meaningfully. "What do you mean by saying that I have fallen into a trap?" Ning Fan's eyes finally showed some curiosity. When the eyeball monster met, Ning Fan finally showed a curious expression. He smiled wretchedly and changed the topic, talking about the bronze pagodas here. "Young man, have you heard of the name of the Dao Wang Great Emperor?" The eyeball monster showed a look that said, "You are ignorant if you don't know." "Of course I have." Ning Fan nodded. The Dao Wang Great Emperor was the emperor title of the ancestral emperor of the Northern Heaven. He was the peerless figure who founded the Dao Wang race and created the Dao Wang technique. It was considered common knowledge among the cultivators of the Four Heavens. Ning Fan had stayed in the Eastern Heaven for many years. Of course, he knew about it. Before this person dominated the Northern Heaven immortal world, he used the Dao Wang as his emperor title. After he dominated the Northern Heaven, he was respectfully called the ancestral emperor of the Northern Heaven. What was an ancestral emperor? Only a figure who completely dominated a heaven and ruled thousands of sects and clans could be respectfully called an ancestral emperor. At the same time, the Eastern demon ancestor completely dominated the Eastern heaven and was respectfully called the ancestral emperor of the Eastern heaven. The Western heaven and the Southern heaven also had their own ancestral emperors. Young man, if I tell you that the person who built the bronze pagodas here is the lord of the Dao Wang clan, the Dao Wang great emperor, will you believe me? This emblem of the Black Moon clan was left here by him personally. The eyeball monster showed a look that said, I don't believe you won't be surprised. The ancestral emperor of the Northern heaven actually came here and built the pagodas here? Venerated Wise Words was surprised. This secret was not even recorded in the ancient scrolls of the Four Fish sect. Ning Fan was also surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Is your face paralyzed? Will it kill you to scream in surprise? The eyeball monster was enraged. He refused to believe this. He wanted to reveal more secrets. He wanted to see Ning Fan's shocked expression. Have you heard of the Lost World Palace? The eyeball monster asked Ning Fan again. Yes, I have. Do you know who the ancestor of the Lost World Palace is? The eyeball monster showed a look that said, you're lying if you say you don't know. I do. The ancestor of the Lost World Palace is the late great emperor Yin Rong. Ning Fan thought for a while and answered. Great Emperor Yin Rong, the ancestor of the Lost World Palace, was a legendary female cultivator. When she was alive, she used 10 Yin fusion pearls to dominate the Northern heaven. She even participated in the war to eliminate the Dao Wang clan. In that battle, Great Emperor Yin Rong slaughtered 7 immortal emperors of the Dao Wang clan alone. Her name immediately spread far and wide. After the death of Great Emperor Yin Rong, her magic treasure, the Yin fusion pearl, became known as the heaven-suppressing treasure of the Northern heaven immortal world due to its great power. It was as famous as the heaven-suppressing bell of the Eastern heaven immortal world. Do you know that the ancestor of the Lost World Palace, Great Emperor Yin Rong, is the daughter of the Dao Wang clan? Her abilities were passed down to her by the Dao Wang clan. The Yin fusion pearls that made her famous were personally refined by the Dao Wang clan. The Lost World Palace that she founded was even named by the Dao Wang clan herself. As for the reason why she annihilated the Dao Wang clan, it was under the order of the Dao Wang clan. The eyeball monster began to reveal some shocking information. It was really looking forward to hearing Ning Fan's surprised scream. However, it was destined to be disappointed. Ning Fan looked at the eyeball monster with a strange expression. His expression seemed to say you know too much. I don't really believe what you said is true. Venerated Miao Yan, on the other hand, wore an expression that said you're not talking nonsense, are you? This time even she was not surprised because she did not believe it. Great Emperor Yin Rong is the daughter of the ancestral emperor of the Northern heaven? Impossible. This matter was not recorded in the ancient scrolls of the Four Majestic sect at all. It can't be true. You don't believe what I said? Everything I said is true. The eyeball monster was enraged. I have drunk wine with the Dao Wang clan before. We are friends who have gone through life and death together. The more it spoke, the more ridiculous it became. I have seen the little Yin fusion girl wearing open-crotch pants. Don't even mention how tender her buttocks are. The more it spoke, the more shameless it became. Humph. Forget it if you don't believe me. Stinky brat, stinky girl, come with me. The eyeball was so angry that it turned into a rainbow and tore through the sky. Ning Fan and Miao Yan exchanged glances. Both of them saw the speechlessness in each other's eyes. This eyeball monster is a little funny, however, they still could not let their guard down when dealing with this eyeball monster. The two of them followed behind the eyeball monster at full speed. Along the way, they encountered a few other 8-storied bronze pagodas. These bronze pagodas also had the emblem of the Dao Wang clan, the Black Moon clan. However, no one knew if these clan emblems were really left behind by the ancestral emperor of the Northern heaven like what the eyeball monster said. Very soon, the eyeball monster brought Ning Fan and Miao Yan to the end of the void space. There were hundreds of towering bronze pagodas there, forming a forest of pagodas. The tallest bronze pagodas floating in other places only had 8 floors. However, the pagodas here had 9 floors, 10 floors, and even 11 and 12 floors. The bronze pagodas here were all glowing with precious light. There was also an aura of vicissitudes of time that blew against their faces. Each of the bronze pagodas here was carved with the emblem of the Dao Wang clan, the Black Moon clan. Green light flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. He could actually see the secret Dao law of time on these bronze pagodas. There are a total of 627 sealed pagodas. 407 of them have 9 floors, 133 of them have 10 floors, 78 of them have 11 floors and 9 of them have 12 floors. Let me give you a gift. I will let you enter a 9-storied sealed pagoda. The eyeball monster said in an annoyed tone. Then, it brought Ning Fan and Miao Yan to a 9-storied bronze pagoda at the periphery of the pagoda forest. There were 627 bronze pagodas in the entire pagoda forest and 606 of them were sealed. Those seals were extremely strong. Even with the eyeball monster's abilities, it would be very difficult to break them. In the long river of time, it had only broken 21 of the seals of the bronze pagodas in this place. The reason why it brought Ning Fan to this pagoda was to break the seals. The door of this bronze pagoda was not sealed. The pagoda door was half open. The interior of the pagoda was dark and it was impossible to see what was inside. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a line of divine seal characters carved on the left side of the pagoda door. The words were well written but they contained some kind of divine ability. It gave people a feeling that the words were blurry, making them unable to see what the words were. Miao Yan glanced at it. She could not see what was written at all. She only felt that the words contained an aura force that looked down on the entire world. A moment later, she felt a slight pain in her eyes. She could not bear the pressure of the words anymore and could not look at them anymore. She could not help but shift her gaze away from the words. She was extremely surprised. The person who carved these words has a cultivation base that is much higher than mine. Even if he isn't a true saint, he must be a quasi-saint who is half a foot in the 3rd step. These words were carved by the Dao Wang Great Emperor. I know that you definitely won't believe me. The eyeball monster said in an annoyed tone. At first, Ning Fan could not see the words clearly. However, as green light flashed in his eyes, he finally saw the words clearly. This pagoda has been sealed for 10 years. Come in. The eyeball monster took the lead and entered the bronze pagoda. After pondering for a while, Ning Fan also stepped into the pagoda. Miao Yan followed closely behind him. The interior of the pagoda had its own space. There were mountains and rivers. It was a small kiliacosm. The entire heaven and earth was completely isolated by the Tao of time. As the 3 of them entered the space of the pagoda, the entrance of the pagoda immediately disappeared. Little friend, just stay here for 10 years. Both of your injuries are quite serious. 10 years should be enough for you to recuperate. This is a small gift from me to little friend. Hee hee. Let's meet again 10 years later. The eyeball monster let out a wretched smile. He found a mountain with decent spiritual chi and opened up a cave dwelling. From the looks of it, he was planning to go into seclusion for a long period of time. Ning Fan was stunned at first. Then, he raised his head abruptly. Green light shot out from his eyes as if it was real. He had activated the union of heaven and man to the maximum. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the heavenly Tao of this place. At this moment, he finally realized how extraordinary this bronze pagoda was. From the moment Ning Fan stepped into the pagoda, the time in the outside world had completely stopped. Time was still flowing in the pagoda. The sun and the moon alternated and the seasons changed. But the time outside the pagoda had stopped. No matter how long Ning Fan stayed in the pagoda, the time in the outside world would still be the same as when Ning Fan stepped into the pagoda. All of a sudden, he understood what the words engraved on the door of the pagoda referred to. The inside of this bronze pagoda had been sealed for 10 years. Those who entered the pagoda could stay in the pagoda for 10 years. The time outside the pagoda would not pass. This pagoda was even more heaven-defying than the Lost World Pagoda. The Lost World Pagoda of the Lost World Palace could only change the flow of time. This pagoda, on the other hand, could directly make time stand still. The time here is actually stopped. Miao Yan discovered some clues and was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. The eyeball monster who had already opened up his cave dwelling heard Miao Yan's exclamation from afar and couldn't help but feel proud. But when he saw Ning Fan's expressionless face, he became angry again. Can't this brat be surprised for a moment? Don't you know that you will be struck by lightning if you act tough? Fellow Daoist Zhao, what should we do now? Miao Yan asked. Ning Fan was her backbone. The time here is still. Perhaps we can stay here for 10 years. Your injuries are not light. Just stay here and heal them. 10 years should be enough for you to fully recover. I have some things to ask that eyeball monster. Ning Fan's figure flashed and turned into a golden rainbow, disappearing on the spot and reappearing in the cave dwelling of the eyeball monster. Seeing Ning Fan's arrival, the eyeball monster chuckled. Hee hee. What do you think of this old man's gift for you? Your injuries are not light. Don't you want to use these 10 years to recuperate? I'm not in a hurry to recuperate. I want to know, what do you need my help with? You can tell me first, but I might not agree to help you. Ning Fan said with a frown. He had to figure out the purpose of this eyeball monster. I want you to help me kill someone. I won't lie to you. It's extremely dangerous to kill this person. Even if you and I join hands, the chance of success will not be more than 30%. You can choose not to help me, but you have already fallen into this person's trap and you don't even know it. If you didn't meet me, you will die 24 hours later. Do you believe it or not? The eyeball monster suddenly became incomparably serious. At this moment, the eyeball monster no longer looked as frivolous as before. Vaguely, it had an imposing manner that looked down on the entire world. I hope to join hands with you to kill the 9th barbarian god Yin Mo. Your body has the chi left behind by Yin Mo's blessing technique. Think about it carefully. After you entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, did you accept the reward that Yin Mo gave you? If you did, then unfortunately, I have to tell you that you have fallen into Yin Mo's trap. You are already not far from death. If you don't believe me, then carefully check your primordial spirit to see if there's anything unusual. The strange eyeball's words were so convincing that it didn't seem like it was speaking without reason. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. After he entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, he really received a reward from the elderly man with the ancient statue. The old man with the ancient statue on the 9th floor had given Ning Fan a large amount of barbarian blood, allowing him to absorb the barbarian blood and improve his grade by a lot. The elderly man with the ancient statue even invited Ning Fan to the 9th floor several times, saying that he wanted to bestow Ning Fan with the blessing of the barbarian god. Could it be that the old man with the ancient statue was the ancestor of Yin Mo that the strange eyeball had mentioned? Could it be that he had been tricked by the ancient statue old man without knowing it? He inspected his primordial spirit and found that it was sitting steadily in his dantian. Its chi was calm and there seemed to be nothing unusual about it. You won't be able to see the abnormality of your primordial spirit with just your eyes. The blessing technique of shadowy old man Mo isn't that simple. Kid, you know the Life Slayer sword technique, so you should be the successor of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos, right? In your body, there are 4 kinds of power: God, monster, demon, and tribulation. Hee hee, you actually have one more tribulation sense than Ancient Chaos. You've really surpassed your predecessors. The eyesight of the strange eyeball was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could see through all of Ning Fan's secrets. Try to see if you can make your primordial spirit leave your body. After you try, you'll know that there's something wrong with your primordial spirit, the eyeball monster said again. After hearing her words, Ning Fan nodded his head and closed his eyes. Ning Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in his dantian, opened his eyes at this moment. Ning Fan's primordial spirit tried to fly out of his physical body. To any cultivator above the divine transformation realm, it was an extremely simple task. However, what happened next shocked him greatly. His soul core was just about to fly out of his body when it was immediately obstructed by a shapeless force, and it was actually unable to fly out of his body. Hee hee, have you finally realized? Your primordial spirit can no longer leave your body. You've fallen into old man Shady Mo's trap. The barbarian blood he bestowed upon you isn't that easy to take. If you take it, you'll have to pay the price. The eyeball monster gloated. Try again. See if you can let your essence soul enter a cultivation state, said the eyeball again. Upon hearing his words, Ning Fan's primordial spirit calmed himself down and sat cross-legged inside his physical body. Then, he began to circulate his magic power. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions. With each additional revolution, he would be able to increase his magical power through cultivation. Although the increase in magic power was negligible, it was still considered an increase. However, when he reached the 46th circulation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his primordial spirit. His face turned pale and he coughed out blood. The dermic powers that he had cultivated in the previous 45 circulations had all dissipated in the 46th circulation. Continue, the eyeball said. Ning Fan took a deep breath and began to circulate his primordial spirit for the 47th circulation. After that, everything was normal. However, when he reached the 96th circulation, he coughed out blood once again. The magic power that he had obtained from cultivating previously had completely vanished. 46. 96. When you cultivate to the 156th circulation, your magic power will still dissipate. After that, it was 226 sextillion 306 quintillion 396 quadrillion 496 trillion 606 billion 726,856,996. The barbarians used 1000 as a cycle, and 1000 was a reincarnation. From 46 to 996, there were a total of 11 numbers, dividing a complete cycle into 12 parts. One reincarnation must go through 12 catastrophes. This is the barbarian race's deduction of the heavenly Tao. You have been hit by Old Man Inma's blessing technique. The so-called blessing is actually a type of curse technique. You should have heard of curse techniques before, right? The most powerful part of this type of technique is that it can kill people without leaving a trace, making it impossible to guard against. Among the mortals, there is a type of witchcraft technique. By writing down the person's birth and 8 characters on a doll and pricking it with a talisman needle, the person can be killed from 1,000 li away. This witchcraft technique is a type of curse technique. There is nothing wrong with the doll itself. However, after writing the birth and 8 characters on it, it can be connected with the person who is cursed through karma. Similarly, there is nothing wrong with the barbarian blood that Old Man Inma gave you. However, if you accept the barbarian blood, you will be connected with him through karma. The barbarian blood is the medium. If he wants to curse you, you won't be able to escape. Old Man Inma's blessing technique will trap your primordial spirit in your physical body and cause problems in the circulation of your magic power. Out of every 1000 circulations, there will be 11 circulations that will damage your body. From then on, you won't be able to improve your magic power through bitter cultivation unless you can break the blessing technique. The more the eyeball spoke, the colder Ning Fan's eyes became. He had actually fallen into someone's trap. If it wasn't for the eyeball's reminder, he probably wouldn't have noticed the abnormality of his primordial spirit being unable to leave his body so early. Is this the Old Man Inma that you mentioned? Ning Fan's consciousness returned to his physical body. He opened his eyes and pointed a finger in front of him. As he did so, a projection immediately appeared in front of him. It was the scene that he saw on the 9th floor just now. There was a gray moon, countless strange and deathly silent stone statues, and an old man who was sitting on a throne. That's right. This person is Inmo. How about it? Now, do you believe that you have fallen into his trap? Do you want to tear him apart and take revenge? Hee hee. Let's join forces with this old man and eliminate him together. What do you think? The eyeball smiled gloatingly. Senior should be able to see through my true cultivation level, right? Ning Fan did not answer but asked a question instead. Hee hee. Of course I can. The ancient god realm was at the middle stage of crossing truth, the ancient demon realm was at the early stage of human profound, and the ancient devil realm was at the first nirvana of heavenly devil. Calamity blood realm, 1-star true blood. Although I have 4 types of energy, I haven't fused them into one. It's a pity. If I could fuse them. The eyeball monster's eyeballs rolled around. No one knew what it was thinking. What's Senior's cultivation base? Ning Fan asked again. Me? I'm just a broken eyeball, what kind of cultivation do I have? But if you really want to put it in perspective, my cultivation is roughly equivalent to the 7th tribulation of an immortal emperor. The kind of ruler, the eyeball answered. What's the cultivation of ancestor Inmo? The eyeball suddenly fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, it sighed. I've been separated from him for many years, and I don't know what his cultivation level is. He can't break through the sage realm, that's for sure. But below the sage realm, I'm afraid he's invincible. At least in your dreamland, no one is his match. If 10 quasi-sages from the illusionary world were to join forces, they might be able to fight Yinma to a draw. 10 demi-saints had to join forces to fight the old man to a standstill. Ningfan's expression changed. That old man with the ancient statue was much stronger than he had imagined. Since Senior knows that my cultivation level is low, why did you still ask me to help you kill him? With my insignificant cultivation base, I'm afraid I won't be able to help Senior much. Ningfan's expression was cold. He did not like to be schemed against by others. With his vengeful personality, he would certainly retaliate if he was schemed against. However, the person who schemed against him was too strong. Old Ancestor Yinmo's strength alone was comparable to 10 quasi-sages. He did not have the ability to fight back. Sigh. Your cultivation base is indeed a little low. In his eyes, you're probably just an ant. Not to mention you, even this old man is only an ant in the eyes of old man Yinma. If we fight him head-on, even if we join forces, we will just die in vain. We have no chance of killing old Ancestor Yinmo. However, I don't intend to fight him head-on. I have a plan that can trick him. Whether this plan succeeds or not depends on your life-slaying sword technique. This is the main reason why I asked you for help. With your current state where you are under the effect of the blessing technique, if you join forces with me, you will have a 30% chance of killing Yinmo. If I help you break the blessing technique, the success rate will increase to 40%. If I can help you, I can use this sealed time pagoda to combine the 4 types of power within your body. Your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds, and your chances of success will increase to 50%. 50% chance of killing Yinmo. How about it? Do you want to join forces with me and kill him? Hee. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I can tell you clearly that if you don't help me, only death awaits you. Take this jade slip and have a look. I'm giving it to you. Take your time to read it and consider my suggestion. There's no hurry. This copper tower has been sealed for 10 years. I can wait for you here for 10 years. I'll give you 10 years to think about it. The strange eyeball scanned the area with gray light. Immediately, a gray jade slip appeared in front of Ningfan out of nowhere and flew towards him. Then, the strange eyeball took out a large pile of magic treasures and handed them to him like a magic trick. There was the candle bow, the incense fire arrow, the separation reunion sword and some other magic treasures. All of them were things that were taken away from Ningfan. Here. I'll return all of your broken copper and iron to you. Alright. You can go back and think about it slowly. I still need to go into seclusion. I won't keep you for tea. The strange eyeball activated its ability. Ningfan and his large pile of magic treasures were instantly sent out of the cave by a ray of gentle gray light. The separation reunion sword and a large pile of 12th Nirvana realm magic treasures were actually called as broken copper and iron by the strange eyeball. Ningfan smiled bitterly. This strange eyeball's standards are really too high. Just as he was about to read the jade slip that the strange eyeball gave him, he was interrupted by a noisy voice. Master! Little Bao finally sees you again. Asterisk weep asterisk Little Bao doesn't want to leave Master ever again. Candle Bao felt wronged. It wanted to throw itself into Ningfan's arms and cry. However, it was kicked away by Ningfan. Master, you are cold and heartless. How dare you kick me? Candle Bao felt even more wronged. That's too disgusting. Don't throw yourself at me. The corner of Ningfan's mouth twitched. Candle Bao was a wretched old man. He did not want to be thrown into the old man's arms. Master, I will definitely be loyal to you in the future. Please don't let that strange eyeball capture me again. It's really too scary. Candle Bao said with lingering fear. After he was captured by the strange eyeball, he was locked in a huge iron cauldron that was specially used to smelt magic treasures. He was almost smelted together with the broken copper and iron like the separation reunion sword by the strange eyeball. If a magic treasure is smelted, it could still be reforged. However, he was a bow spirit which belonged to a type of weapon spirit. If he was smelted, he would turn into ashes and nothing would be left. He was almost killed by the strange eyeball, alright? After all, he was a secondary innate realm bow spirit. He had also followed the ancestral dragon Zhuli to conquer the world. Now that he had fallen into the hands of the strange eyeball, he was almost smelted like a piece of trash. It's still better to stay by Ning Fan's side. As long as I'm obedient and don't talk nonsense, my life won't be in danger. Candlebow decided that he must be loyal to Ning Fan in the future. If he betrayed Ning Fan and got picked up by someone else to be smelted, it would be a great loss for him. How dare a mere strange eyeball try to smelt me? If I have the chance, I must trick that strange eyeball to avenge my humiliation. Candlebow thought viciously. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about Candlebow. He kept all the magic treasures on the ground and looked at the jade slip again. The jade slip recorded the introduction of the barbarian god's blessing technique. After reading it, Ning Fan's face turned pale. This barbarian god's blessing technique is really too insidious. The person who gets hit by the technique would have their primordial spirit trapped in their physical body. The circulation of their magic power would also be affected. On the 46th day, 1/11 of the person's primordial spirit would melt and turn into nutrients to nourish the physical body. On the 96th day, 1/11 of the person's primordial spirit would melt again. On the 156th day, the 226th day, the 306th day. The primordial spirit would still melt again and again until the 996th day when the primordial spirit would be completely dissolved. The complete dissolution of the primordial spirit meant that the person who got hit by the technique would die. However, the physical body of the person who got hit by the technique would be perfectly preserved. Moreover, the physical body of the person who got hit by the technique would become even stronger after absorbing the power of the primordial spirit. Moreover, the physical body of the person who got hit by the technique would be preserved perfectly. In the future, if anyone tries to possess this physical body, they would be able to perfectly merge with this physical body and control part of the power of the person who got hit by the technique. The reason why old ancestor Nmo planted the barbarian god's blessing technique on Ning Fan was obviously because he wanted to dissolve Ning Fan's primordial spirit step by step and then possess his physical body after killing him. What kind of blessing is this? The barbarian god's blessing technique was the strongest divine ability of the barbarian race. Very few people below the sage realm could break this technique. There were only two ways for Ning Fan to break this technique. The first was to possess the strength of a sage realm expert and forcefully break this technique. The second was to find someone else to help him. There were also two ways for him to find someone to help him. The first way was to find an expert who was comparable to a sage realm expert to help him disperse his cultivation base. The second way was to find an expert of the barbarian race who was at the immortal emperor realm and perform a barbaric blood sacrificial ceremony to break the barbarian god's blessing technique. Ning Fan naturally could not find a sage realm expert. Even if he could find one, he did not want to lose his cultivation base. Since he did not have the strength of a sage realm expert, he could only find an expert of the barbarian race who was at the immortal emperor realm to help him break the blessing technique. If he does not break the blessing technique, he would die completely after 996 days. In the jade slip, the eyeball shamelessly recommended himself. He was an expert of the barbarian race who was at the immortal emperor realm even though he only had one eye left. Hee. Little friend, think about it carefully. If you help me kill Nmo, I will help you break the blessing technique and even give you a good fortune. If you don't agree, I won't force you either. However, it will be too late for regrets when your primordial spirit is completely dissolved. The last sentence in the jade slip was a reminder that the eyeball left for Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly gloomy. He kept the jade slip and sat cross-legged on a huge river, trying to break the blessing technique with his own strength. For an entire month, Ning Fan had been trying to separate his primordial spirit from his physical body on the river. However, he failed time and time again. With his current cultivation base, he could not break the blessing technique. 30 days had passed and the 46th day would soon arrive. When the 46th day arrives, 1/11 of his primordial spirit would be dissolved. He could already feel that his primordial spirit was showing signs of collapsing. Either he agreed to the eyeball's request and kill old ancestor Nmo together. Or, he would wait for death. Or, he could choose to leave this place by force, leave the Nine Heavens imperial court, leave the desolate land and return to Eastern Heaven to ask for help from Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos did not have much power left. However, if he helps Ning Fan to disperse his cultivation base, he would still be able to break the blessing technique. However, Ning Fan was unwilling to disperse his cultivation base at all. Why should he disperse his cultivation base? He had painstakingly cultivated for many years and risked his life to obtain this cultivation base. Not only did it contain sweat, blood, and tears, but also the memories of his path of cultivation. This cultivation base was the only thing he could rely on to protect the people behind him. Why should he disperse his cultivation base? Why should he stay here and wait for death? At first, he thought that the old man in the stone statue did not have any evil intentions when he bestowed the barbarian blood to him. He had also checked that there were no hidden dangers in the blood. Unexpectedly, he still fell into someone else's trap. What an indefensible blessing technique, what an impressive old ancestor MO. What an impressive figure who could only be put up a fight against 10 quasi-saints. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Since you want to kill me, why can't I kill you instead? Ning Fan suddenly rose to his feet and stepped on the surging river water. Killing intent shot out from his eyes and the entire river immediately turned into a raging wolf. Venerated Miao Yen, who had already opened up her cave dwelling and was recuperating from her injuries, was slightly surprised when she sensed Ning Fan's killing intent. She did not know why Ning Fan had such a huge killing intent. However, if he needs help, she would help him. The eyeball monster was in secluded cultivation. When he suddenly sensed Ning Fan's killing intent, he smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. You're indeed the disciple of Ancient Chaos. He no longer went into seclusion. Instead, he turned into a ray of gray light and rushed out of the cave dwelling. He flew to Ning Fan's side and gave him a wretched smile. Brat, have you made up your mind? Do you want to wait for your death slowly or agree to my request? Senior, do you think I have any other choice now? I just hope that you won't go back on your words and plot against me behind my back after working with you. Ning Fan answered with a hidden meaning. He could only choose to work with the eyeball monster. However, he still had to keep his guard up against the latter. The cultivation world had always been like this. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more they liked to plot against others. Today, old ancestor MO could plot against Ning Fan. In the future, it was hard to guarantee that the eyeball monster would not do the same to Ning Fan. Working together? Sure. However, he would not lower his guard at all. Hee. Then you have to be careful. I have committed many evil deeds in my life. Stabbing people in the dark and stabbing people in the back is something I have done every day. The word evil is the best description of me. If you don't want to die in my hands, then you better keep your guard up. Let's go. I will bring you to a place and help you break the blessing technique. Then, I will give you some benefits. As soon as it finished speaking, the strange eyeball shot out a ray of gray light, disappearing on the spot along with Ning Fan. In the next instant, the two of them appeared in an extremely remote valley within the Copper Pagoda space. In the valley, there was lush vegetation. In the depths of the valley, there was a freshwater lake with a decent amount of spiritual energy. I'll help you break the blessing spell here. Kid, do you know how to set up a formation? The eyeball asked strangely. That depends on the grade of the formation. I can't set up formations that are too much higher than my cultivation base. Ning Fan answered. Forget it, I'll set up the formation myself. Do you have any Dao crystal? Give some to this old man to set up the formation. How much? Not much, just give me 100 trillion. The eyeball monster had an expression of 100 trillion Dao crystals is just a drizzle. What level of formation did you set up? 100 trillion Dao crystals in one go. I don't have that many Dao crystal. Ning Fan looked at the eyeball monster with a strange expression. After seizing old ancestor poisonous dragon's storage pouch, the number of Dao crystals he had was close to 1 trillion. His wealth was richer than most of the 10,000 ancient immortal venerables, but it was only a tenth of what he needed to set up the formation. One should know that the strongest mortal void realm formation in the Rain world only required 100 billion immortal jade to set up, which was equivalent to 20,000 Dao crystals. In the upper realm, a life immortal sect protection formation could be set up with tens of millions of Dao crystals. The sect protecting formation of the Duzhen faction would cost billions of Dao crystals. There were tens of billions of Dao crystals in the Great Sect Protecting Array, which was enough to set it up. The sect protecting formation of the Broken Thoughts faction did not exceed 1 trillion Dao crystals at most. The eyeball monster wanted 100 trillion as soon as it opened its mouth. What level of formation was it going to set up? Even a super force like the Godly Void Pavilion didn't seem to have spent so much money on their sect protection grand array. Seeing that Ning Fan was hesitant to take the money, the eyeball monster said snappily, "Brat, do you think that the blessing technique is so easy to break? That was the barbarian race's strongest possession technique. At the very least, you need to set up a saint-level array to break this technique, understand? This old man's cultivation is not enough. At most, I can only set up a corner of the saint's array pattern. Using 100 trillion Dao crystals to set up the array is already considered very little. If it was a complete saint formation, it would require hundreds of times more Dao crystals to set it up. The eyeball monster was going to set up a corner of the saint formation here." Ning Fan's eyes were slightly moved. "Brat, how many Dao crystal do you have on you? Take out all of it. If it's not enough, I'll help you make it up," the eyeball monster snapped. "Only 10 trillion. Ning Fan said with a bitter smile. "What? You only have this much? In other words, in order for this old man to help you break the blessing technique, I will help you pay 90 trillion myriad Tao crystals." The eyeball monster felt extremely pained. He really did not expect Ning Fan to be so poor. His family only had 10 trillion Dao crystals. He could not even take out 100 trillion, 10 trillion Dao crystals. Even an ordinary 10,000 ancient immortal sovereign might not have that much money. Ning Fan was really not poor. The eyeball monster's standards were too high. What a loss. If this kid didn't help this old man's 90 trillion would have gone down the drain. If I don't help this kid break the blessing spell, the success rate of the plan will only be 30% at most. I can't not help him. Sigh, the eyeball sighed and suddenly shot out a gray light towards the sky. In an instant, the Dao crystals fell like rain, crashing down on the entire valley. Combine. The eyeball monster shot out rays of gray light. Within the gray light, every trillion Dao crystals fused to form a gray Dao crystal tower. There was a total of 90 Dao crystal towers, surrounding the freshwater lake. All of Ning Fan's 10 trillion Dao crystals were given to the eyeball monster to set up the formation and turned into 10 other Dao crystal towers. This time, Ning Fan had used up all of his Dao crystals. In his storage pouch, there were only a few million Dao crystals that he had yet to use. Money could be earned or robbed again after it is used up. How could it be more important than his life? As long as he could break the blessing technique, Ning Fan would not feel distressed no matter how much money he spent. He did not feel distressed about the money, but the eyeball monster felt very distressed. He had already spent the money. If he failed to break Ning Fan's blessing technique, it would be a huge loss. "Brat, watch how I set up the formation. This is a rare opportunity to learn. There are not many people in the illusory world who have a higher cultivation base than me in the Tao of formations. In terms of the Tao of formations, even ancient chaos is much weaker than me," the eyeball monster said proudly. Ning Fan did not say anything. He just stared at the eyeball monster without blinking. It was indeed an extremely rare opportunity to observe and learn. Rays of gray light were shot out by the eyeball monster. Under the control of the gray light, 100 Dao crystal towers revolved around the lake, constantly changing their positions. The great momentum of heaven and earth was also constantly changing along with the movement of the Dao crystal towers. Gray formation marks kept appearing on the ground. Those formation marks seemed to have a life of their own as they kept wriggling. The number of formation marks increased. As they connected with each other, an incomparably obscure and profound formation diagram was gradually formed. The area of this formation diagram covered the entire valley. At the center of the formation diagram was the freshwater lake. This formation diagram had yet to be completed. Just the appearance of the formation diagram already gave Ning Fan an incomparably heavy pressure. The power of 1 trillion Dao crystals gradually merged into the formation diagram. A wave of gray aura force that seemed to be substantial immediately pressed down on the entire valley. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain on his knees. His kneecaps were about to be crushed by the aura force of this formation. Both of his legs could not stand steadily and he wanted to kneel down, that aura force was too heavy. It was as if the entire samsara of eternity was pressing on Ning Fan's shoulders. That aura force was too domineering. It was trying to make anyone who faced it submit to it. That aura force carried a trace of the aura force of a saint. Even though it was just an extremely faint trace, it had already surpassed the second step of Tao cultivation. This was just a corner of the saint formation. If it was the complete saint formation, its aura force alone would be enough to crush the current Ning Fan into meat paste. The aura force of a saint was enough to suppress the entire samsara of eternity. It was not something that Ning Fan could face now. However, he could not kneel down, even if it was a corner of the saint formation, it could not make him submit. Ning Fan endured the intense pain in his kneecaps and suddenly took a step forward. His angle was strange and tricky. After taking that step, the aura force around Ning Fan lessened by a lot. His body even emitted a faint golden light. His eyes became more resolute. He took the second step, the third step, the fourth step. Wherever he stepped, golden footprints would appear on the ground. With every step he took, the aura force of the grand formation would lessen a little. After taking 9 steps, the aura force of the grand formation was completely removed from Ning Fan's body. He had used the Eastern Demon Ancestor's prestige secret word and integrated it into his 9 heaven-treading steps to remove the aura force of the saint formation. He did not submit to the grand formation. Oh? This brat also knows the Eastern Demon Ancestor's prestige secret word? Not bad. Seeing that Ning Fan was able to withstand the aura force of the grand formation with his own strength, the strange eyeball secretly praised him. Initially, he planned to help Ning Fan resist the aura force of the grand formation. Now that he saw it, there was no need for him to do so. The grand formation has been set up. However, it still lacks some baleful chi, which is not enough to suppress the curse power of the blessing technique. Sigh. It seems like I still have to bleed a little. 100 Tao Crystal Pagodas. I need to sacrifice at least 100 remnant souls of devil cultivators to accumulate enough baleful chi. I only have 43 remnant souls left. It might not be enough. Forget it. I'll think of another way if it's not enough. The strange eyeball shot out a ray of gray light. Immediately, an illusory soul of an old man appeared at the center of the grand formation. Gu Lizi, the priest of the Gu clan of the 27th branch of the ancient barbarian world. Return to your position now. The strange eyeball rebuked. It was the remnant soul of an ancient immortal venerate. His name was Gu Lizi. He was an expert who had fallen countless years ago. The chi of the barbarian race on Gu Lizi's body was very strong. He was actually a barbarian cultivator. Moreover, the baleful chi on his body was even stronger than the current Ning Fan. He was definitely a devil lord who had killed countless people when he was alive. As the strange eyeball gave the order, Gu Lizi's remnant soul immediately flew towards one of the Tao crystal pagodas. It fused into the pagodas and dispersed. At the next moment, the baleful chi of the entire grand formation increased by a few times. The soul of an immortal venerate barbarian cultivator. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. In order to set up the formation for him, this strange eyeball had actually sacrificed the remnant soul of an immortal venerate. The remnant soul of an ancient immortal venerate was actually sacrificed by this strange eyeball like a piece of trash. Hee hee. You don't have to be so shocked, kid. I have plenty of such remnant souls. These remnant souls are all my mortal enemies. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. Today, I can use them as a sacrifice to help you break the blessing technique. The strange eyeball suppressed the pain in his heart and pretended to be calm. Although it was distressing to use the remnant soul of an expert, it was worth it to see Ning Fan's surprised expression. Hee hee. This expressionless kid has finally been subdued by me. The strange eyeball was very proud of himself. Once he was proud, he no longer felt that sacrificing the remnant soul was a big deal. After sacrificing Gu Lizi's remnant soul, the strange eyeball summoned the second remnant soul. Although it was also an ancient immortal venerate, the baleful chi of this remnant soul was obviously much stronger than Gu Lizi's. Lei Lai Kong, the elder of the Lei family of the 106th branch of the ancient barbarian world, return quickly. As the strange eyeball gave the order, Lei Liekong's remnant soul flew towards the second Dao crystal pagoda. Another immortal venerates remnant soul. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. This expressionless kid is surprised again. Haha. The strange eyeball became even more smug. Gu Xian, the cultivator of the Gu family of the 49th branch of the ancient barbarian world, returned quickly. Zhu Feng, the priest of the Wu Mountain Black Palace of the 74th branch of the ancient barbarian world, returned quickly. Zhu Yan, the rogue cultivator of the 81st branch of the ancient barbarian world, returned quickly. The remnant souls of immortal venerates were sacrificed to the Dao Crystal Pagoda without batting an eyelid. From the beginning to the end, the strange eyeball had sacrificed a total of 24 immortal venerates' remnant souls. The 25th soul is different from the previous 24 souls. Do you know what's different? The strange eyeball suddenly asked mysteriously. The 25th soul. Could it be the soul of an immortal king? Ning Fan guessed. That's right. In order to help you break the blessing technique, I even used the soul of an immortal king. Hee. I'm generous, aren't I? The strange eyeball enjoyed the surprised expression in Ning Fan's eyes with satisfaction. Then, it began to summon the next soul. Dongxi, the leader of the Eastern Earth clan of the 54th branch of the ancient barbarian world, returned quickly. As the strange eyeball's voice faded away, the soul of an old man with a human body and a snake tail slowly appeared. He flew towards the 25th Dao Crystal Pagoda with a blank expression. This person was really an immortal king. After Dongxi, more and more remnant souls of immortal kings were sacrificed by the strange eyeball. After sacrificing 16 remnant souls of immortal kings in a row, the strange eyeball's expression suddenly turned serious. He still had 3 remnant souls in his hands. He was a little reluctant to use the last 3 of them. The strange eyeball looked at the baleful chi in the grand formation and found that the amount of baleful chi was still not enough. He felt very helpless. He had no choice but to use them. Without these 3 remnant souls, he wouldn't be able to break the blessing technique. If he couldn't break the blessing technique, his chances of killing Inmo would be much lower. How could he do that? He must kill Inmo. In order to achieve this goal, he would do anything. Inmo must die. We can't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. *CK him. Use all of them. Wu clan's barbaric ancestor Usterzang, the 19th branch of the ancient barbarian world, returned quickly. As soon as his voice fell, a faint golden remnant soul appeared at the center of the grand formation and flew towards the 41st Dao Crystal Pagoda in a daze. A faint golden remnant soul. This old man named Usterzang was an immortal emperor. He was not an ordinary immortal emperor. This Usterzang was an immortal emperor who had passed the 7th tribulation of the ancient times. It's actually the soul of an immortal emperor. Ning Fan was shocked. In order to help him break the blessing technique, the strange eyeball actually sacrificed the soul of an immortal emperor. This was indeed a big deal. Moreover, Ning Fan was more concerned about where did the strange eyeball get so many remnant souls of immortal venerables, immortal kings, and even immortal emperors? Could it be that these people had been killed by the strange eyeball and their remnant souls were collected? Hee. You must be surprised now. What will surprise you is yet to come. The strange eyeball was so proud that it was about to fly to the sky. What could be more satisfying than conquering a person with facial paralysis? Humph. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Brat, I'm going to shock you so much that your teeth will fall off. Fan Shoufei, the tribulation child of the Brahma division, the 4th tribe of the great blue mortal world, returned quickly. The 42nd remnant soul was a young man wearing black monk robes. Half of his face was painted with a black totem of a heavenly dog eating the sun. This young man had a powerful chi that was not any weaker than the 7th slaying emperor. This is a peak 9 tribulation immortal emperor. Ning Fan gasped. This was the soul of an expert whose strength was not any weaker than the 7th slaying emperor. However, it was sacrificed by the strange eyeball like a piece of trash. According to the characteristics of the strange eyeball, the later the soul was placed, the more powerful it was. This was already the remnant soul of a peak immortal emperor. I wonder if there are any stronger souls behind it, hee. Scream, aren't you? Brat, hurry up and use your screams to please me. The strange eyeball looked very calm on the surface, but his heart was laughing wildly. After acting tough enough, the strange eyeball slowly summoned the 43rd soul. This was the last remnant soul he had, but it was also the strongest soul he had. The 43rd soul was an old man whose entire body was burning like flames. His body was densely covered with runes. Only his eyes were actually formed by lightning. Behind him, there was a massive shadow of a ring that emitted black light. It suddenly appeared and was as dazzling as the sun. That black shadow of the ring was actually the sacred ring of the incipient saint. This is the soul of a saint? Ning Fan's expression changed greatly. Facing the remnant soul of a saint, he could not remain calm. Silly kid, don't be so surprised. Look at yourself. Take a good look. This isn't the soul of a saint. It's just an incarnation of a saint. I don't have that kind of extravagance to get a true remnant soul of a saint for you to sacrifice. The strange eyeball said grumpily. Inwardly, he was already feeling very pleased. He knew that Ning Fan would definitely think that this was the soul of a saint foolishly, and he would certainly be shocked by it. Haha. Everything is within my expectations. The incarnation of the heavenly venerate of the lightning division, the third tribe of the great blue mortal world, old ancestor Yu Yan, quickly return to your position. As the 43rd soul returned to its position, the baleful chi of the entire grand formation turned into hundreds of blood-red dragons, stirring up the wind and clouds above the valley. In order to help Ning Fan break the blessing technique, the strange eyeball had used 1 billion Dao crystals and 43 remnant souls of experts. However, it was still not enough. This baleful chi needs to be stronger. It seems like I have no choice but to use that thing. The strange eyeball's heart ached once again. He hesitated for a long time. Finally, he took out a drop of blood that was as black as ink and dripped it into the freshwater lake. It was unknown where that drop of blood came from. As soon as it dripped into the lake, the water immediately turned as black as ink. Moreover, an undying chi that was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end rose to the sky. The baleful chi in the entire grand formation increased by a few times after this drop of blood was added. Whose blood is this? It was just a drop of blood, but the baleful chi it contained was a few times more than the baleful chi of the 43 experts combined. This is the essence blood of the primordial spirit of the undying great emperor. It inherited a trace of the undying power of the undying great emperor. Brat, I have done my best to help you. I hope you won't forget what you promised me. The strange eyeball reminded him with a hint of warning. All right. Quickly go to the bottom of the lake. I will conduct a barbarian ceremony for you to break the blessing technique. The process will be a little painful. You might even die. However, you must endure it. I won't let you die for real. The strange eyeball's expression turned serious. The next ceremony was extremely crucial. No mistakes were allowed. He had to treat it seriously. Ning Fan really wanted to ask about the identity of this strange eyeball and where did he get the remnant souls of so many experts. He could even get a drop of the essence blood of the primordial spirit of the undying great emperor. Don't ask too much. Quickly go to the bottom of the lake. The strange eyeball seemed to have noticed the doubt in Ning Fan's eyes. However, he acted like an elder and urged Ning Fan to go to the lake as soon as possible. Ning Fan remained silent for a moment before walking towards the surface of the lake. He could feel that the closer he got to the lake, the weaker the blessing technique on him became. This grand formation indeed had the power to break the blessing technique. The eyeball didn't seem to be lying to him. It's better to stay vigilant. Ning Fan's figure flashed and turned into a ray of golden light. He flew straight to the bottom of the lake. The lake water was as black as ink and as viscous as blood. There was a bone-piercing coldness to it. This coldness would help to weaken the blessing technique. You seem to have been struck by the barbarian summoning technique? You experienced 3 trials and became the young barbarian priest? The voice of the strange eyeball came from the surface of the lake. Yes. Ning Fan answered. It seems like old man Enmo has suppressed your last 6 trials. Brat, hold on. In the valley, the strange eyeball muttered incantations. Grey runes flew out continuously and went into the lake. Shadows of ancient barbarian statues began to appear in the dusky sky. Barbarian chants could be heard continuously. As time passed, the shadows of the three largest barbarian statues appeared between heaven and earth. The three statues were blurry and their appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The eyeball monster looked at the three statues solemnly and began a long prayer. 2 hours later, the eyeball monster suddenly looked at the statue on the far left with a complicated expression on its face. It then murmured to itself. "That's right. Good corpse mourning death, appear." Following the shout, the giant statue on the far left finally showed some changes. To be continued, good corpse mourning death, appear. As soon as the strange eyeball's voice faded away, the huge statue on the leftmost side had stone chips falling off continuously. Its appearance was no longer blurry and gradually became clearer. If Miao Yan was here, she would certainly be shocked again because the appearance of this huge statue was exactly the same as the ancestral emperor of the Northern Heaven in the top-secret dossier of the Four Fish sect. It was the statue of a middle-aged man. There was a totem of a black moon on the right side of his face. It was the emblem of the Mourning Death clan. Both of his hands were entwined with countless puppet strings. His eyes were filled with benevolence. Within that benevolence, there was a sense of sorrow that could not be dispelled. That sorrow was extremely contagious. Soon, it spread across the entire valley. Ning Fan, who was at the bottom of the lake, was also affected by the sorrow, evoking the saddest memories in his heart. He thought of his mother. Her pale face. She sacrificed all of her demon blood and turned into a stone statue just to save her child's life. He thought of his father. Under the scheme of immortal Emperor Fate, his father screamed in despair and lost the memory of his true love bit by bit. He thought of the old devil. That year in 7 Apricot City, the old devil's cultivation base was destroyed by his unfilial disciple, Moksha Sovereign. It was the first time the old devil showed a sorrowful expression like an old man in his twilight years. Suddenly, Ning Fan was shocked. Unknowingly, he had already shed tears. He was assimilated by the sorrow of the ancient statue of the mourning death. This sorrow had a kind of ability that could make people feel the same way. Who is this statue? It actually has such a strong sorrow that I can't extricate myself from it. Ning Fan's spirit sense rushed out of the lake. When he saw the statue of the mourning death that was constantly emitting sorrow, his eyes were filled with emotion. Hee. This is the statue of the mourning death great emperor. Kid, you should admire the elegance of the Northern Heaven ancestral emperor. In order to break the blessing technique, I can't do without his power. The strange eyeball chuckled and answered. However, it was muttering inwardly. Mourning death, oh mourning death. We used to have a good relationship. You won't mind if I borrow your power today, right? Sigh. You're already dead. Why would you mind? Even your daughter is dead. Nowadays, there are only a few old acquaintances in this world. It's really lonely. He continued activating his ability while muttering some incantations. The mournful death statue's pressure grew stronger and stronger, until the entire valley was enveloped by its pressure. That pressure seemed to have turned into an invisible hand that suddenly reached out towards the direction of the lake. Ning Fan, who was at the bottom of the lake, immediately felt a sharp pain as if his body was being torn apart. It was as if at this moment, his Tao had been torn apart by an invisible hand. Blood immediately seeped out from the right side of his body, dyeing his white clothes red and dissolving into the lake water. Following that, even his flesh dissolved in the lake water bit by bit, leaving only the eerie white bones beneath his skin. After losing his flesh and blood, the right half of Ning Fan's body suddenly became shriveled. His clothes stuck to his white bones, giving him a feeling of emptiness. As half of his body dissolved, the power of blessing that imprisoned Ning Fan's primordial spirit was weakened by 1,000. At this moment, an enormous amount of undying qi flowed into the right half of Ning Fan's body crazily. The power of immortality seemed to be incompatible with the power of his yin-yang devil vein. It was as if they were born to be two opposing powers that could not coexist. Even so, the undying power was still nourishing his severely damaged physical body. As a result, a strange scene appeared at the bottom of the lake. The right half of Ning Fan's body was only left with white bones and no flesh or blood could be seen. The left half of his body was still as good as before under the nourishment of the undying qi. Gradually, the undying power wrapped around Ning Fan's skeleton, causing the scene of flesh and blood to reconstruct on the empty white bones. In just a few breaths' time, the right half of Ning Fan's body was reconstructed at the bottom of the lake. It was no different from his previous body. Not enough. Evil corpse Nemo, appear. The strange eyeball's eyes fell on the second statue and snorted. Nemo, you are my body and I am your eyes. You and I are originally one. It's not too much for me to use your power, right? The eyeball monster muttered something, and the second colossus gradually became clearer. It was the statue of an old man with a bare upper body. His lower body was wrapped in an animal skin skirt and his hair was tied into countless braids. His appearance was obviously the same as the old man in the 9th floor of the Heavenly Imperial Court. This was the statue of old ancestor Nemo. Ning Fan's eyes moved slightly. First, it was the statue of mourning death. Now, it's the statue of Nemo. Is there any connection between the two? The ancient statue of mourning death was filled with sorrow that could not be dispelled. The ancient statue of Nemo, on the other hand, was filled with killing intent that was close to madness. A violent killing intent that was as strong as a storm suddenly gushed out from the statue of Nemo, pressing down on the entire valley. This killing intent was not much weaker than the mourning death Great Emperor's sorrow. It also enveloped Ning Fan within it. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Violent killing intent began to grow. It was a kind of killing intent that would not recognize even his own kin. He would kill any living being that appeared in front of him. Kill. Kill. This killing intent is very similar to the feeling of being corroded by the tribulation sense. Now that my tribulation blood has reached minor accomplishment, this bit of killing intent won't be able to disturb my mind. The tribulation sense around Ning Fan's body flashed with red light, forcefully dispersing the killing intent. He could allow himself to be moved by sorrow, but he would not allow his mind to be corroded by the killing intent. As the killing intent of the second ancient statue descended, the tearing force on Ning Fan's body was immediately strengthened by more than 2 times. This time, even the left half of Ning Fan's body began to melt. With the support of the undying qi, the melted part of his body was quickly reconstructed. It's still not enough. Don't tell me I have to use the power of my corpse. Sigh. Use it, use it. Big brother undying, I want to borrow your power. Please forgive me if I have offended you. The strange eyeball glanced at the third giant statue with a cautious expression, as if it was very afraid of the third statue. Undying body, appear. Asterisk rumble asterisk. As soon as the strange eyeball's voice fell, countless black tribulation clouds appeared above the valley. Those tribulation clouds were all formed by the undying qi. Black lightning bolts fell from the sky. Amidst the rumbling thunder, the appearance of the third giant statue gradually became clearer. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black Taoist robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were so bright that no one dared to look at him directly. It was indescribable. It was as if his eyes contained the entire starry sky. There was also a kind of unforgettable longing in his eyes. It was the longing for the starry sky of his homeland. This longing was silent, but it enveloped Ning Fan in an instant, evoking his homesickness. Ning Fan seemed to have resonated with the third ancient statue. It was as if he could feel the emotions of the ancient statue's owner from countless years ago. I miss home. I really miss home, but my home is no longer there. Those were the emotions of the ancient statue's owner, not Ning Fan's. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down from the third ancient statue's eyes. His home was no longer there. It was no longer there. This is the statue of the undying Great Emperor. Brat, take a good look. This person is the #1 Great Emperor under immortal sovereign Zido. Even a desolate saint would have to be polite to him. The strange eyeball's expression was filled with reverence. At the next moment, a terrifying aura that Ning Fan had never seen in his life suddenly pressed down from the undying ancient statue. That aura was a few times stronger than Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. That was the aura of the #1 immortal emperor under immortal sovereign Zido. At this moment, an ancient voice resounded between heaven and earth. It was the echo that was buried in the heavenly Tao reincarnation. It was the unresigned roar of the undying Great Emperor many years ago. I, Zido Immortal Cultivator, was born by defying the tribulation. I have no regrets. My life and death are all for Zido Immortal. If the world exists, I will exist. If the world perishes, I will perish. I hereby swear that I will kill all the foreign cultivators in this lifetime and return to my homeland. I have killed the evil corpse, but it betrayed Zido Immortal domain and joined the Tribulation Lord, becoming the 9th barbarian god. This is the hatred of my life, the good corpse will bear the sorrow of my life. Stay in the illusionary world. This is the last home of Zido Immortal Cultivator. I will leave the undying void for you to protect yourself, the good corpse, wait for me to kill all the foreign cultivators, then I will come here and bring you home, the voice resounded in the sky above the valley. It was the echo left by the undying great emperor in the heavenly Tao reincarnation. It had been passed down from ancient times until now. When the strange eyeball heard the voice again, its eyes suddenly became moist and tears flowed down. But he quickly stopped crying and focused on controlling the formation. He must help Ning Fan break the blessing technique. Then, he would kill Mo, because this was the hatred of the undying great emperor's life. He must help the undying great emperor take revenge. The art of undying, the Tao of controlling fate. All heavenly fate, listen to my command. Undying star, appear. The eyeball suddenly activated its divine ability. Drops of blood mist flew into the sky from the lake. In an instant, the sky above the valley turned into night. In the endless night, there was a dazzling star that slowly descended. It was formed by the blood mist. It was a purple star that contained extremely terrifying undying chi. Its name was the Undying Star. There were 9 stars in the right eye of the undying great emperor. This undying star was one of the 9 stars. However, this purple star was covered with cracks for some unknown reason. The undying great emperor once fought against the foreign cultivators and was besieged by 12 saints. The 4th devil star in his right eye was shattered by someone. The shattered star turned into a drop of black blood. That drop of black blood contained half of the undying great emperor's memory and longing. There was also a trace of inheritance in it. This inheritance can only be obtained by cultivators with the undying physique. No one else could obtain it. It's a pity that apart from the undying great emperor, there hasn't been a second cultivator with the undying physique since the ancient times. I'm afraid that no one will be able to obtain the inheritance of the undying physique. The eyeball monster did not know that there was already a second undying physique in this world. Her name was Si Ming. She was killed by Ning Fan before she could grow. In order to help this brat break the blessing technique, I have even used up my inheritance blood. This old man has put in a lot of effort this time. I hope this kid won't let me down, he must kill Inma. The eyeball suddenly shouted. The purple star in the sky above the valley immediately turned into a ray of purple light and shot towards the lake. At the bottom of the lake, Ning Fan's expression changed. He could only watch the ray of purple light shooting towards his body. He wanted to dodge, but the eyeball monster's voice rang out at that moment, causing him to give up on the idea of dodging. This is the Undying Star, the 4th of the 9 divine stars in the right eye of the undying great emperor. It's the key to break the blessing technique. Accept it. Next, your physical body will collapse and reform 1,000 times. Without its power, you will surely die in the process. The eyeball suddenly reminded. As soon as the reminder sounded, Ning Fan's physical body began to collapse for the first time. This time, it wasn't just his flesh and blood, even his bones began to collapse. It started from his right hand, followed by the right half of his body and then his whole body. In just an instant, Ning Fan's robe was torn to shreds. His entire body turned into a mist of blood, leaving only his primordial spirit at the bottom of the lake. Even though his physical body had collapsed, his primordial spirit still had an extremely strong blessing power, which prevented it from flying more than 10 zhang away from where his physical body was collapsing. At this moment, the purple starlight flew into Ning Fan's primordial spirit. The small face of Ning Fan's primordial spirit hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it didn't resist the power. He chose to trust the eyeball for once. After all, he would die if he didn't trust the eyeball. He had no other choice. As soon as the purple starlight entered, Ning Fan's primordial spirit was immediately enveloped in a faint purple light. His physical body that had collapsed into a mist of blood was reconstructed in an instant. Then, his physical body collapsed once again. Reconstruct, collapse, reconstruct, collapse. The cycle of collapse and reconstruct was a torment on the willpower level. It was as if there was a tiny blade that was cutting off his flesh inch by inch. It was as if there was an iron chisel that was piercing through his bones. It was as if there was an iron clamp that was pulling out his fingernails and crushing his finger bones. Then, there was a new numbing sensation, followed by another round of excruciating pain. Under the reinforcement of the formation, the excruciating pain was magnified countless times. Ning Fan, however, remained indifferent. His willpower had been tempered too many times. He had tasted such pain too many times and was already numb to it. However, each time his physical body collapsed, his primordial spirit would suffer serious injuries. He couldn't ignore such injuries. After the 10th collapse, the small face of Ning Fan's primordial spirit was as pale as a piece of paper. After the 20th collapse, his primordial spirit became a little illusory. 30, 40. Finally, Ning Fan's primordial spirit was on the verge of dispersing and his consciousness was gradually lost. Once his primordial spirit disperses, he would die just like many people who died on the path of cultivation. Was he willing to die? Was he willing to die in a nameless way? Was he willing to die because of old ancestor Inmo's scheme? No, he wasn't willing. I can't disperse. The expression of Ning Fan's primordial spirit suddenly became as stubborn as a devil. If he wasn't willing to disperse, then even the heavens wouldn't be able to make him disperse. His lost consciousness was forcibly awakened by him, his primordial spirit that was on the verge of dispersing was forcefully stabilized by his Tao persistence, his stubbornness seemed to have resonated with the purple starlight. The purple starlight began to emit traces of warmth, causing his primordial spirit to become more solid and his consciousness to become clearer. His spirit was unprecedentedly focused. There seemed to be a voice suddenly resounding in Ning Fan's mind. He didn't know where the voice came from and it was hard to locate. Homesick. Very. Very homesick. This drop of blood contains half of my life's memories and the longing for my hometown. Who is it? Who is talking? A strong force hit him. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and his consciousness fell into layers of hallucinations. No, those weren't hallucinations. They were pieces of broken and messy memories. In those memories, there was a young man of the barbarian race who was wrapped in animal skin, frantically running for his life on the grassland. He was just an ordinary barbarian without any cultivation base. Behind him, there were a few vein-opening cultivators riding on their flying swords, chasing after him and teasing him. Escape, I must escape. In the distant tribe, blood had already soared to the sky. His father and mother were dead. His homeland was invaded by Ziwei Immortal Domain. His relatives were all killed by those high and mighty Ziwei Immortal Domain. His home was gone. Enough playing, don't chase anymore. Kill this brat, we can go back and report. A vein-opening young man was tired of playing. He raised his flying sword and shot the barbarian youth who was desperately running in front of him. The barbarian youth only felt a wave of pain. His vision became darker and darker as he fell to the ground. Is he dead? Is this death? If I die, will I be able to see my father and mother? If I die, will I be able to go home? Before his death, the barbarian youth revealed a warm smile. Compared to living, death might be better. The barbarian youth's corpse fell to the ground. The few vein-opening cultivators landed on the ground, ready to cut off the barbarian youth's head and go back to report for merit. At this moment, the sky of the grassland suddenly turned into a large patch of purple. There was also a man shrouded in purple light walking towards the corpse of the young berserker with a slight frown. The man was wearing a purple robe and had a peerless elegance. There wasn't a trace of cultivation aura leaking out from his body, but it gave people a feeling of invincibility. The few vein-opening cultivators were stunned. How could they not know the man in front of them? He was an old monster who was famous in Ziwei and Northern Dipper Immortal Domains. It's him. The arrogant cultivator who calls himself Zido. A few months ago, this person killed 3,000 immortal emperors of Ziwei with his own strength. In that battle, a total of 16 saints died in his hands. The entire Ziwei Immortal Domain is now searching for this person. Rumor has it that after this person left, he met immortal emperors of Northern Dipper and escaped unscathed after the battle. This person hasn't reached the 4th step, but he already has the strength to fight against a fourth-step cultivator. If he enters the fourth step, who among the immortal emperors of the heavens can compete with him? Will we die? Rumor has it that this person kills people like flies and is extremely evil. How can we survive if we meet him? The few vein-opening cultivators couldn't stop trembling and their faces were pale. The purple-robed youth didn't even look at them. He just flicked his finger and these juniors immediately exploded into a mist of blood, screaming and dying. So what if they bullied the weak? Each of these vein-opening cultivators had killed many barbarians and had a lot of karma on their hands. If they dared to kill, they must be prepared to be killed. Ziwei Immortal Domain and Northern Dipper Immortal Domain have completely surrendered to the Great Firmament Mortal World. Immortal emperors actually listened to the command of the mortal world and besieged the ancient barbarian world. Has Ziwei Immortal Domain and Northern Dipper Immortal Domain fallen to such an extent? The ancient barbarian domain, Ziwei Immortal Domain and Northern Dipper Immortal Domain have joined forces with the experts of the mortal world. I'm afraid that the ancient barbarian world will soon be breached. The purple-robed youth closed his eyes slightly. In this great era, it was difficult for him to protect himself and he was powerless to change the current situation. Those who hadn't reached the fourth step were still ants. He was only one step away from the fourth step, but it was still very far away. He hadn't seen his own path yet. What is my path? The purple-robed youth looked at the ancient barbarian world that was blazing with flames and suddenly felt a little irritated. He hated the cultivation world that was filled with the flames of war. Every day, countless mortals and weaklings died in the turmoil. Just like the barbarian youth in front of him who was used as a tool by the cultivators. After that, he was brutally killed. He didn't die? The purple-robed youth suddenly exclaimed. It was the barbarian youth who was lying in a pool of blood. He was groaning in pain and crawling up from the ground. This youth was indeed a mortal without any cultivation base. This youth's heart had been minced by the flying sword, but he was still alive. Could it be that this youth had some kind of special physique? There had never been such a physique in the cultivation world. How could this be? Why didn't I die? The barbarian youth suddenly burst into tears. His father and mother were both dead. He was the only one who was still alive. What was this? Why do the weak have to be bullied and killed by the strong? Why? Who set this rule? The barbarian youth didn't notice that there was a purple-robed youth standing beside him. He only cared about himself and wailed. The purple-robed youth seemed to have been enlightened by the barbarian youth's words. The question that had puzzled him for many years had finally been solved. Rules. Yes, this is the only thing that's missing in the path to the fourth step. I haven't set my own rules yet. The purple-robed youth looked at the barbarian youth deeply and asked. What's your name? The barbarian youth was shocked when he realized that there was someone else beside him. When he saw who it was, he was so frightened that he forgot to cry. The purple-robed youth's wanted order had already been sent to every major immortal domain. Even among the mortals, there were many who recognized him and regarded him as a devil who would kill without batting an eye. I mean M.O. The barbarian youth answered weakly. Ning Fan was slightly shocked and temporarily woke up from his memories. He actually saw the memories of the undying emperor. However, why was their old ancestor Enmo and immortal sovereign Zido in the memories of the undying emperor? Undying, Enmo, and mourning death. These three people seemed to have some kind of inexplicable connection. What surprised Ning Fan the most was that he actually saw the scene of immortal King Zido reaching the fourth step of the Tao-seeking realm. In the memories, Zido had obviously not stepped into the fourth step and become an immortal sovereign. However, he was already very close to the fourth step and he was asking questions. What exactly is my path? Rules. Yes, this is the only thing that's missing in the path to the fourth step. I haven't set my own rules yet. Ning Fan, a mere second-step true immortal, actually heard immortal sovereign Zido's comprehension of the fourth step with his own ears. Even though it was just 2 simple sentences, it was enough to astonish him. Does this mean that I've seen the path to the fourth step ahead of others? Many sages spent their entire lives trying to find out how to break through to the fourth step. However, he just saw it in such a simple manner. In the memories of the undying emperor. Being able to see the path to the fourth step in the undying emperor's memories was definitely a great opportunity. Such an opportunity would not improve Ning Fan's cultivation base, but it would plant a seed in his heart, a seed that would lead him to the fourth step. If Ning Fan reaches the peak of the third step in the future, he might have a chance to step into the fourth step because of what he saw today. In this world, there were very few people who could step into the third step Saint realm. There were even fewer people who could see the path to the fourth step. Dao, 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 Dao. Only by having one's own path and rules can one step into the fourth step. Ning Fan held his breath and closed his eyes, wanting to see more from the Undying Emperor's memories. Gradually, the Undying Emperor's voice rang in his ears again. I miss home, a lot, good corpse. If I kill all the foreign cultivators, I will return to the illusionary world and bring you home. Broken memories appeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes once again. These memories were the memories of the Undying Emperor, however, these memories were too fragmented. There were no coherent fragments like before, and they could not be pieced together. Ning Fan carefully searched through those memories, trying to find some complete memories. Suddenly, he found some of the more complete memories. In the memories, the Undying Emperor was wearing a black Taoist robe and sitting in the middle of the galaxy. His right eye was bleeding black blood. The fourth devil star in his right eye had already shattered. Before that, he was besieged by 12 saints from the outer realm. In this battle, he managed to force the 12 incipient saints to retreat, but he was also heavily injured. It's not enough. It's still not enough. Even though I'm already the strongest immortal emperor under the immortal sovereign, I have yet to step into the third step. It's too strenuous for me to fight against a third step saint realm expert with my second step body. My Tao is immortality. It's an endless life. My Tao is immortality. There's no death. This Tao is missing half of it. It's too difficult to step into the saint realm with an incomplete Tao. I don't have much time left. The battle in the outer realm is getting more and more intense. The Undying Emperor sighed softly. There's no strongest Tao in this world. Every Tao has its weaknesses and flaws. The Tao of immortality was too heaven-defying. Although he was an immortal emperor, not even a desolate saint could kill him. The Undying Tao's flaws were also extremely great. It was extremely difficult for cultivators who cultivated this Tao to become saints, because the Tao wasn't complete enough. Third step saints cultivated the power of samsara, and samsara meant perfection. Only by cutting off all the flaws in oneself and abandoning all the flaws could one be qualified to become a flawless saint. Since ancient times, there had been 3 ways to become a sage: proving the Tao with strength, severing the 3 corpses, and becoming a sage through virtue. Becoming a sage through merit was the easiest way to become a sage. Most sages became sages this way. The severing of the 3 corpses was rather difficult. Out of 100 sages, only 5 or 6 would choose this method to become a sage. It was even more difficult to prove one's Tao through strength. Since ancient times, only a few people had succeeded, and the sages who had succeeded had all cultivated all the way to the 4th step without exception. Those who dared to prove their Tao with force were at least immortal emperors. The Undying Emperor sighed even more heavily. Although he was the number 1 celestial emperor under Zido, he knew his own limitations. He knew that he did not have the qualifications to become a celestial emperor. It was already difficult for him to become a celestial emperor. It was almost impossible for him to prove his Tao through strength. The method of becoming a sage through merit was the most likely to succeed. However, even if he reached the 3rd step, he would still be a weakling at the 3rd step. I'll just sever the 3 corpses. Even if the chances of becoming a sage are slim, I still have to give it a try. I've killed many people in my life and I've committed heinous crimes. Today, I'll sever all the killings in my life and become the evil corpse. The Undying Emperor raised his hand and grabbed forward. Boundless starlight immediately turned into a sword. He held it in his hand and slashed at himself. This slash did not injure the Undying Emperor at all. However, a towering blood-red light shot out from his body. The blood-red light gradually condensed. After a long time, a youth wrapped in a beast-skin dress walked out of the blood-red light. His eyes were cold and emotionless. That was the Undying Emperor's appearance when he was young. It was exactly the same as when he was escaping from the barbarian race. Enmo. The Undying Emperor looked at the evil corpse and murmured his own name. Memories flooded his mind. He recalled that many years ago, when his country had fallen and he had escaped from his tribe in a panic. It was such a miserable scene. Later on, he met immortal Emperor Zido. Later on, immortal Emperor Zido pacified Zido immortal domain and gave him a home. Today, he was respectfully called the Undying Emperor by the people of the world. The name Inemo had long been abandoned. It was better to give this name to the evil corpse. Evil corpse Inemo, I've severed you today. From now on, you must protect Zido immortal domain with me. Do you understand? The Undying Emperor said solemnly to the evil corpse. His eyes were filled with expectation. Yes. The evil corpse Mo cupped his fists and bowed to the Undying Emperor with an extremely respectful expression. Very good. The Undying Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Today, he had used up a lot of energy to sever the evil corpse. It seemed like he needed to rest for a few days before he could sever the good corpse. When the three corpses become one, even if he cultivated the Tao of immortality, he would still have a chance to become a Sage Realm expert. I must become a Sage Realm expert. Only then will I have the strength to protect Zido immortal domain. This is my home. In this part of his memories, Ning Fan saw the scene where the Undying Emperor severed the three corpses. Proving the Tao with strength, severing the three corpses and achieving the Tao with virtue. These were the three methods to become a Sage Realm expert in ancient times. They had long been lost in history. Very few people in the current world knew about them. Before this, Ning Fan did not know much about becoming a Sage Realm expert, let alone the specific method to do so. Today, he learned about the three methods from the Undying Emperor's memories. He even saw the scene where the Undying Emperor severed the three corpses with his own eyes. It was another opportunity. First, he saw Zido advancing to the third step of the Tao-seeking realm. Then, he saw the Undying corpse severing technique advancing to the third step. Today, he really obtained a lot of opportunities. To Ning Fan, the fourth step might still be very far away, but the third step was not that far away. Currently, Ning Fan was already at the crossing truth realm. One day, he would break through the void renunciation and thought fragmentation realms and cultivate step by step to the immortal Emperor realm. At that time, he would also face the bottleneck of becoming a Sage Realm expert. At that time, the scene he saw today would certainly give him a lot of experience to become a Sage Realm expert. Proving the Tao with strength, severing the three corpses and achieving the Saint Realm with virtue. What the Undying Emperor chose was the three corpse severing technique. His evil corpse was called Inemo. The Undying Emperor bestowed his own name to the evil corpse. Ning Fan's eyes slightly moved. He remembered that the three ancient statues summoned by the strange eyeball were the evil corpse Inemo, the good corpse Dao Wang and the self corpse Undying. Previously, when he heard about the evil corpse, good corpse and self corpse, he did not understand the profound meaning behind them. Now, he understood everything and thought to himself. In the past, in order to become a Sage Realm expert, the Undying Emperor had severed his baleful qi and condensed it into the evil corpse. He was then given the name Inemo. After that, he must have severed the good corpse. Perhaps the name of the good corpse was Dao Wang. As for his self corpse, it was the Undying body. Perhaps, this was the relationship between Inemo, Dao Wang and the Undying body. While feeling anxious, Ning Fan recalled the words of the Undying Emperor that reverberated in the heavenly Tao reincarnation. I have severed the evil corpse, but it betrayed the Zido immortal region and joined the Tribulation Lord, becoming the ninth barbarian god. This is the hatred of my life. It seemed like even though the Undying Emperor had severed the evil corpse, it had betrayed him in the end. The evil corpse Inemo had become the ninth barbarian god. He was the old man with the ancient statue on the ninth floor of the heavenly imperial court. The strange eyeball seemed to have a deep relationship with Dao Wang, Inemo, and the Undying Emperor. Perhaps, it was related to Inmo's betrayal that he had to kill him. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he was able to deduce some of the reasons from the Undying Emperor's words. In fact, these deductions were very close to the truth. The remaining memories were too fragmented. Ning Fan could no longer see any coherent fragments from them. Gradually, the messy memories faded away. Waves of pain from the collapse of his physical body pulled Ning Fan back to reality. Unknowingly, his physical body had experienced more than 170 collapses. Each time it collapsed, Ning Fan's primordial spirit would be injured. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was nourished by the undying star. Those injuries were quickly healed. This undying power was different from the starlight healing technique. Its healing effect was much stronger than any other star techniques. As the number of collapses of his physical body gradually increased, the blessing power in Ning Fan's body finally showed signs of loosening. After his physical body was reconstructed for the 186th time, Ning Fan's primordial spirit rushed out and almost broke out of his physical body. Hee hee. It's almost over. The blessing technique is about to be broken. Brat, you must hold on. Previously, you were hit by Yin Mo's blessing technique. There should be 9 young barbarian calamities, but only 3 of them came. Once the blessing technique is broken, the next 6 calamities will descend at the same time. You must be mentally prepared. Of course, the movements at the bottom of the lake could not be hidden from this strange eyeball. Seeing that Ning Fan's blessing technique was successfully broken, it could not help but remind him. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously touched his storage pouch. The purple python bone in his storage pouch contained a large amount of life force. He had obtained it from the snake-haired demon cultivator. Next, 6 calamities would descend at the same time. I wonder if the life force in the python bone is enough. Bang bang. Ning Fan's physical body exploded and reconstructed again and again. The undying star that was shot into his body had been protecting him, preventing his primordial spirit from suffering any damage. In this way, no matter how many times Ning Fan's physical body collapsed, the damage would not be too great. 200 times, 300 times, 400 times. 1,000 times. After a day and a night, Ning Fan's physical body finally collapsed for 1,000 times. At this moment, there was no longer a trace of blessing power left in his body. The blessing technique that was planted in his body had already disappeared along with the collapse of his physical body. Old ancestor Yin Mo's plan had failed. With a thought, Ning Fan's primordial spirit immediately rushed out of his physical body and moved freely. After returning to his physical body, there was no longer any abnormality. Hee hee. There's no need to try anymore. Your primordial spirit has already returned to normal. Quickly hold your breath and get ready to deal with the calamities. On the shore of the lake, the strange eyeball reminded Ning Fan while panting. Controlling a corner of the saint's formation marks was really not easy. After a day and a night of exhaustion, the strange eyeball was already exhausted. However, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. He had already helped Ning Fan break the blessing technique. Now, the success rate of killing Yin Mo was already 40%, that's 40%. It's not low. If he can help Ning Fan merge the 4 types of power into one, the success rate will increase to 50%. Big brother immortal, this time, little brother will definitely avenge you. The power of the saint's formation marks in the valley was finally exhausted. The 100 Dao crystal towers turned into crystal ashes and scattered on the ground. The formation light collapsed with a loud bang, turning into countless rays of light and fading away. The countless barbarian statues in the sky disappeared one after another. In the end, there was not a single one left. The ceremony to break the blessing technique had ended. However, Ning Fan's calamities had arrived as scheduled. A shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. It was the shadow of the young barbarian statue that Ning Fan had created when he became the young barbarian priest. At the moment when the shadow appeared, millions of red clouds appeared in the sky above the valley, covering the entire sky, making it look as red as fire. At this moment, Ning Fan's 4th young barbarian calamity had arrived. The calamity came without a sound. The moment the red clouds appeared, Ning Fan's skin and flesh shriveled. His life force was being devoured by the barbarian marks in his body at a crazy rate. The number of barbarian marks kept increasing after devouring the life force. Ning Fan's chi became weaker and weaker. In just a breath's time, 1/10 of the life force in his body had been drained. The 4th calamity was much fiercer than the previous 3. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan took out the purple python bone and began to crazily absorb the life force within it. The life force in the python bone was extremely huge. The 3rd calamity only consumed 1/10 of the python bone's life force. There was still 90% of the life force left in the bone. It was enough to pass the 4th calamity. Ning Fan's body emitted a red light that soared into the sky. The lake water that was as black as ink was dyed with a layer of demonic red. The life force in the python bone flowed into Ning Fan's body at a crazy rate. His shriveled body immediately recovered to its original state. When there was only 60% of the life force left in the python bone, Ning Fan had already passed half of the fourth calamity. The 9 barbarian calamity has a total of 9 calamities. From the third calamity onwards, a certain amount of ancestral barbarian blood will be produced after each successful calamity. In the history of the ancient barbarian world, there are very few young barbarians who could pass the 9 calamities with their own strength. Even those young barbarians who were born in ancient barbarian clans would mostly stop at the 6th calamity. The power of the 6th calamity is enough to kill an immortal king. As for the 7th calamity, it's even more powerful. For those who can't pass the calamity, they can only set up a heaven-deceiving formation to avoid it. As for those who use tricks to avoid the calamity, they won't be able to cultivate ancestral blood. This kid is almost passing the 4th calamity. It won't be difficult for him to pass the 5th calamity. The chance of him passing the 6th calamity isn't high. If this kid can't withstand the power of the calamity, I will help him set up a heaven-deceiving formation to avoid the calamity and save him. His eyeballs stared at the surface of the lake with full vigilance. If Ning Fan couldn't withstand the calamity, he would save him. Speaking of which, the reason why old ancestor Nmo held back the last 6 calamities when he schemed against Ning Fan was because he was afraid that the calamity would be dangerous. That person still had ulterior motives towards Ning Fan. Naturally, he did not want Ning Fan to die in the calamity. Thus, he suppressed Ning Fan's calamity on his own accord. From the 4th calamity onwards, the calamity would become more and more dangerous. However, the benefits of passing the calamity were not small. Every time one passes a calamity, they would be able to cultivate a certain amount of ancestral blood of the barbarian clan. Ancestral blood was difficult to cultivate. Even an ancient immortal venerable would find it difficult to cultivate a drop of it without millions of years of bitter cultivation. In the ancient barbarian world, it was rather difficult for ordinary barbarian cultivators to cultivate barbarian blood. Only the young barbarian clan had the heaven-defying qualification to cultivate ancestral blood. The young barbarian clan was the inheritor of the barbarian clan. They were the successors of the next barbarian ancestor. It was very difficult for them to be born. Every clan had to pay a huge price to produce one. Once they are born, the young barbarian clan could use the 9 calamities to cultivate ancestral blood and build a good foundation to inherit the position of barbarian ancestor in the future. If the 5 ancestors of the Fan clan did not pay with their lives, Ning Fan would not have been affected by the barbarian summoning technique. If he did not possess the power of the calamity blood, Ning Fan would not have been able to become the 8th generation young barbarian summoning technique. A series of opportunities led Ning Fan to trigger the 9 barbarian realm barbarian tribulation. This tribulation was a great fortune that was enough for him to cultivate ancestral blood. Ning Fan passed the 4th calamity bit by bit. Another drop of ancestral barbarian blood was born in his body. It was the 2nd drop of ancestral blood that Ning Fan cultivated with his own strength. Unfortunately, as soon as this ancestral blood was born, it was targeted by the tyrannical calamity blood. The ancestral barbarian blood in his body was being devoured by the calamity blood bit by bit. The red light of the calamity sense on Ning Fan's body became stronger and stronger. A few hours later, this drop of ancestral blood was completely devoured by the calamity blood. As for Ning Fan's calamity blood, the grade of his calamity blood also increased step by step from the 1-star true blood. It was not far from breaking through to the 2-star true blood. The higher the level of the calamity blood, the harder it was to cultivate. Now that he had devoured a drop of ancestral blood, he was actually unable to break through to the 2-star true blood. However, after inspecting his body, Ning Fan's eyes shone brightly. He was satisfied. He could feel that after devouring this drop of ancestral blood of the barbarian race, his strength had significantly increased. The Taitsong calamity spirit with 1-star true blood could defeat all cultivators below the thought fragmentation realm. It could even fight against an early thought fragmentation realm expert. Of course, it could only fight against an early thought fragmentation realm expert. It was still a situation where he would lose more than he would win. Now that Ning Fan's calamity blood had improved greatly, he could feel his power surging out of his body. There were already 1,700 thunderbolts of tribulation sense that were circling around his body. The current him could fight against a mid-thought fragmentation realm expert with just the strength of his calamity blood. Moreover, he would win more than he would lose. His strength had improved tremendously after just passing through the fourth calamity. If he passes through more calamities and obtains more ancestral blood of the barbarian race, to what extent could the grade of his calamity blood grow? Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. This calamity was a calamity, but it was also a great fortune. How could he miss it? At this moment, the number of red clouds in the sky above the valley doubled. The fifth calamity had arrived. To be continued. The power of the fifth damage tribulation far surpassed that of the fourth. There were many barbarians in the ancient barbarian world. The young priests of each tribe were elites selected from billions of people. However, even these elites of the berserkers had to give it their all when they went through the fifth stage of the trial. Only then would they have a small chance of getting through it. Out of 100 young priest barbarians, it would be good if 20 of them could survive the fifth trial. The sky above the valley was filled with red clouds. The pressure coming from the red clouds was getting stronger and stronger, and there were even sounds of ancient barbarians chanting scriptures coming from the red clouds. In the past, the god of berserkers cultivated during the endless tribulations. The gods came out to offer sacrifices to him, thus he obtained great merit. The chanting gradually gathered together, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire valley. Ning Fan sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake. At the moment when the fifth trial descended, his physical body immediately shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Fan's expression turned grim as the life force in his body was draining away at a crazy rate. The speed at which his life force was draining away was more than twice as fast as when he was in the fourth trial. In the midst of his seriousness, there was also some anticipation. If he could get through the fifth trial and cultivate another drop of barbarian tribe ancestral blood, he wondered if his Jia blood would be able to break through the realm of 2 stars true blood. There was still more than half of the remaining life force in the purple python bone. Ning Fan crazily absorbed it and refined it into his body, gradually restoring his shriveled body to its original state. However, this recovery was only temporary. The amount of life force required by the fifth sundering realm was simply too vast. As time passed, the life force within the python bone began to dwindle. An hour later, the python bone's vitality was exhausted, and with a crack, it broke into two. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. At this moment, he had only gone through less than half of the fifth stage. However, the life force within the python's bones had already been used up. The amount of life force required for the fifth stage was simply too great. Just a python bone that had been used many times was not enough to get through the fifth stage. Without the python bone to replenish his life force, his physical body withered and aged again. In just 10 breaths of time, his skin was so dry and wrinkled that he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Regret gradually appeared in his eyes. Regret that he didn't have enough life force to pass the fifth test. If he was able to pass the fifth stage and cultivate another drop of ancestral blood, the benefits would be obvious. Unfortunately, the life force of the purple python bone was limited. It was not enough to support Ning Fan to get through the fifth stage. He had comprehended the ultimate divine art of the Fuli race, the finger of returning ruin, which allowed him to devour the life force of others. This place was the space of the tower. There were no animals or animals. Naturally, there were no humans or cultivators. Other than Ning Fan, there was only the eyeball monster and Meow Meow immortal. If he used the ultimate void finger to seize the vitality of some eyeballs and wise words immortal venerable, would he be able to pass the fifth form? In the profounding world, there were tens of thousands of women. If he could open the profounding world, would he be able to take away the vitality of these women? Ning Fan of these swords. A fan of kings of, he wasn't a good person. For the sake of transcending the tribulation, he would do things that would rob others of their life force. However, he wasn't willing to attack the eyeball monster and Miao Yin, and it was even more impossible for him to attack those human cauldrons. The fifth strain required an enormous amount of life force. To a cultivator, losing a small amount of life force wouldn't cause them any harm. But if they lost too much life force, their cultivation base would be damaged, and their life would be in danger. The eyeball monster had the cultivation of an immortal emperor, so the life force in his body was naturally boundless. As an ancient immortal venerable, the life force in his body was naturally not small. However, even if the life force of the two of them were added together, it might not necessarily be more than the life force of the python bone. In order to overcome the fifth suffering, he would need to seize at least half of the life force in their bodies. Not to mention whether he could do it with his current strength. Even if he could, he was unwilling to do so. The cultivation level of the 10,000 human cauldrons was not high. The life force in their bodies was even lesser. Perhaps it would not be enough for Ning Fan to get through the fifth stage even if he sucked everyone's life force dry. Sucking their life force dry would mean death. He would never kill his own cauldrons. This was the principle he had set since the beginning of his cultivation. In the past, when he was killed by old ancestor poisonous dragon with 7 arrows, only Miao Yan helped him. Even though he did not help her a lot, he still remembered Miao Yan's kindness. That was why he helped Miao Yan time and time again during the great calamity of the savage wilderness. He would not attack his friends. The origin of the eyeball was unknown and its motive for getting close to Ning Fan was not pure. It was either using him or scheming against him. However, no matter what, Ning Fan managed to break the blessing technique with the help of the eyeball. Thus, he owed it a favor. Before the eyeball attacks him, Ning Fan would not take the initiative to harm it. This was also his principle. So, I have no choice but to give up on the fifth stage. Ning Fan sighed softly. The fifth stage of the tribulation was dangerous. It was a gamble of life and death. If he could get through it, the benefits would be great. If he could not get through it, his life force would be exhausted and he would die in the tribulation. Seeing that he could not get through the fifth stage of the tribulation, Ning Fan felt regretful. However, he did not panic. Instead, he remained calm. He had been cultivating the Tao for many years. Naturally, his mind was not weak. That eyeball monster still needed his power to plot against Yinma. It would certainly not watch him die in the tribulation. The eyeball monster looked very calm. It must have a way to help him get through the fifth stage of the tribulation and save his life. However, there must be a reason why the eyeball monster did not attack him immediately. The reason why it did not attack him might be due to some kind of kindness or some other scheme. Ning Fan frowned. He did not like the feeling of being dependent on others. He could face death at any time during the tribulation. Why should he rely on others to save him? However, without the replenishment of life force, it would be difficult for him to protect himself in the tribulation with his own strength. Is there any way for me to protect myself? Ning Fan pondered in silence. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. He felt a slight tremble coming from his primordial spirit in his dantian. Ning Fan's primordial spirit was wearing a jade locket on its neck. It was the yin-yang locket. A ray of sword light was coiling around his body. It was the memory-severing Dao sword. He was holding a walnut-sized fruit in his arms, slowly absorbing the vast power of the fruit. It was the dark time fruit that he had forcefully obtained from the dark race. The tiny body of his primordial spirit contained an illusionary pill that was as ethereal as a dream. It was the life illusion pill. During the Sun Luo War against Eastern Heaven, Ning Fan killed Great Emperor Mo Luo's crystal slave, the Thousand Leaves Devil Luo, by chance and obtained a grain of illusion devil dust. He then used it to concoct an life illusion pill and kept it in his body without using it. The grade of the life illusion pill was not high. It was just a fourth revolution pill. However, it had a heaven-defying medicinal effect. Once this pill is activated, the dantian of the person who consumes the pill will produce 3 traces of illusory flames. After that, every time the person who consumes the pill dies, one of the illusory flames will be extinguished, allowing the cultivator to be reborn from the ashes. If the illusory flames are not used up, the person who consumes the pill will not die. If the illusory flames are exhausted, the person who consumes the pill will not be able to be reborn from the ashes after his death. This pill had a strong illusory power. The person who consumes the pill can be reborn with the power of the illusory flames after his death. However, outsiders would not be able to tell that the person who consumes the pill is not dead yet. Even the heavenly Tao would be deceived by this pill. In short, this was a miraculous pill that could bring one back to life after death. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Ever since he concocted the life illusion pill in the past, he had always kept it as a life-saving pill. He had never used it before. Today, however, he could use it. He did not know if this pill was as heaven-defying as the rumors said. Perhaps it could save his life from the tribulation. Perhaps it could not. If there is no other way to resist the tribulation, I can give it a try. As his life force flowed away rapidly, Ning Fan's appearance became older and older. He secretly activated the medicinal power of the life illusion pill. Just as he was about to transcend the tribulation with the help of this pill, he suddenly heard the gloating voice of the strange eyeball. Hee. I thought you would be able to get through the 5th trial. However, it seems like you won't be able to. The descendant of the Lai origin sect can't possibly only have this little ability, right? The Lai origin sect was the sect of the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor. Ning Fan was the disciple of the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor. Thus, he was naturally considered as the descendant of the Lai origin sect. Ning Fan's brows slightly furrowed after hearing what the eyeball said. He did not like the fact that the strange eyeball looked down on the Lai origin sect and the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor. However, the truth was that he really could not get through the 5th trial. He seemed to have embarrassed the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor. Brat, are you a pig? You are already the young minister of Barbarian Realm. If your life force is not enough, why don't you use the Mountain and Sea Curse? Even though the first 5 trials require a large amount of life force, as a barbarian cultivator, as long as you comprehend the Mountain and Sea Curse, to a certain degree, you will still be able to get through the 5th trial. It's not the 6th trial. Could it be that this brat doesn't know the Mountain and Sea Curse? The strange eyeball suddenly realized something. After a moment of silence, it asked with a strange look. Brat, could it be that you don't know the Mountain and Sea Curse? What is the Mountain and Sea Curse? Ning Fan was slightly puzzled. You don't even know the Mountain and Sea Curse? The barbarian cultivator who helped you to summon the barbarian didn't teach you this technique? The strange eyeball was surprised. No. That barbarian cultivator is really irresponsible. Since he helped you to summon the barbarian, he is your master. He has the responsibility to teach you the Mountain and Sea Curse. Without this technique, you will be courting death when you pass the 3rd trial of the young minister of Barbarian Realm. Does he want to kill you? The strange eyeball said with dissatisfaction. He really wants to kill me. Ning Fan shook his head indifferently. His barbarian summoning technique was planted by the 5th ancestor. At that time, the 5th ancestor was forced into a corner by Ning Fan. Wasn't it because he wanted to plant a barbarian summoning technique on Ning Fan to kill him? Unfortunately, the 5th ancestor did not expect that Ning Fan would use the barbarian summoning technique to become the 8th generation young minister of the Fan clan. It was a great opportunity for him. As for the Mountain and Sea Curse, the 5th ancestor really did not teach it to Ning Fan. What is the Mountain and Sea Curse? Is it very helpful for me to pass the 3rd trial? Ning Fan asked. It's more than helpful. This is the basic ability of the young minister of Barbarian Realm. I really want to know how you became the young minister of Barbarian Realm. You don't even know the Mountain and Sea Curse. Forget it. I will teach you the mnemonic chant of the Mountain and Sea Curse, now. You just need to pass the 5th trial. As for the 6th trial, you definitely won't be able to pass it. Later, I will help you lay down a heaven-deceiving formation and help you pass the 6th trial. However, if I take action, you won't be able to cultivate the ancestral blood even if you pass the 3rd trial. It turned out that once the strange eyeball takes action, he would not be able to obtain any benefits from the 3rd trial. This was the reason why the strange eyeball did not take action until now. Ning Fan was enlightened. While the strange eyeball was muttering to itself, it shot out a ray of gray light that went straight to the bottom of the lake. That ray of gray light went into Ning Fan's head. All of a sudden, lines of ancient barbarian mantras appeared in his mind. The barbarians are the ancestors of nature, the sex of all realms. The barbarian is born in the mountains and seas, attaining the Tao in nature, returning to the mountains and seas after death. The 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, the reincarnation of heaven and earth is opened in the palm. The barbarian incantation was somewhat similar to the ancient savage wilderness region's barbarian ancestral sutra. However, that was only the first sentence. The content after that was completely different. The eyeball did not know that Ning Fan had the illusion pill to protect himself. After he taught Ning Fan the mountain and sea incantation, he immediately began to set up a heaven-deceiving formation at the shore of the lake. Once Ning Fan's damage tribulation fails, he would activate the formation to protect him. Ning Fan silently recited the mnemonic chant of the mountain and sea incantation. Gradually, his body formed a close connection with heaven and earth. His heart became calmer and calmer, and he seemed to hear the sound of the lake. It was not the sound of flowing water, but the sound of a heartbeat, like a human heartbeat. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong, the lake had life, and only berserkers could sense its life, because the barbarian cultivators were the ancestors of nature, and they cultivated the Tao of nature. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong, Ning Fan could hear the heartbeat in the valley. This mountain also had life, and its form of life was something that the cultivators of other races could not understand. Only the barbarians could understand it. You might think that humans are alive while the mountains and rivers are dead, but in the eyes of the barbarians, the mountains and rivers are the same as humans. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong, more heartbeats entered Ning Fan's ears. They were the heartbeats of countless barbarians under the silent ground. After the barbarians died, they would not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Their cycle of reincarnation was different from Zido immortal region. After they died, their souls would disperse into the mountains and seas, blending into the grass, trees, and rocks. They did not reincarnate, but their souls were attached to the mountains and seas, watching over their descendants forever. The piece of land that was refined into the space of the copper pagoda was a piece of land from the ancient barbarian world. It was obtained by the Dao Wang Great Emperor and refined into the pagoda. This piece of land used to give birth to countless barbarians. The heroic spirits of those dead barbarians still resided here. That kind of existence was not something that Ning Fan could understand. However, he did hear the heartbeats of those ancient barbarians, and they would forever remain in this piece of land. At this moment, Ning Fan could even see an inexhaustible amount of life force in the mountains, rivers, heaven and earth. Humans had life force, so they were alive. However, the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas did not necessarily have no life force. If there is no life force, it would be a barren mountain or a dead sea. The Tao that Ning Fan cultivated in the past allowed him to see the life force of humans, beasts, and plants. However, he could not see the life force of the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Ning Fan felt like he was getting to know this world again. It turned out that different Taoists led to different views of the world. The life force of the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas was naturally much greater than that of humans. In the past, Ning Fan could not see this. Now that he could see it, he naturally understood the reason why the eyeball monster gave him the mountain and sea incantation. Being able to see the life force of the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas meant that he could plunder and devour it for his own use. Compared to the life force of the mountains and seas here, the life force contained in the purple python bone was too little. With these mountains and rivers in hand, there was no need to worry about not having enough vitality. There was no need to worry about being unable to cross the fifth trial. At this moment, Ning Fan could only be considered as a true barbarian cultivator after learning the mountain and sea incantation. At this moment, as long as he willed it, he would be able to extract a large amount of life force from the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas for his own cultivation. Ning Fan waved his hand. Immediately, a black and red vortex appeared in front of him, emitting a boundless suction force. The endless life force hidden deep under the ground was immediately attracted by the vortex and flowed into Ning Fan's body at a crazy rate. Ning Fan's old body immediately recovered its youth. Time passed bit by bit. The fifth trial was coming to an end. 2 bloodlines gradually appeared in Ning Fan's body. More and more bloodlines gathered and gradually turned into 2 drops of blood. The aura force of the blood droplets became heavier and heavier. At the moment when Ning Fan completely passed the 5th trial, the 2 drops of blood completely turned into 2 drops of ancestral-level barbarian blood. After passing the 5th trial, I can actually cultivate 2 drops of ancestral-level barbarian blood. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. However, at the next moment, the domineering tribulation blood began to devour the 2 drops of ancestral-level barbarian blood. As the devouring continued, the great of Ning Fan's tribulation blood finally broke through the two stars' true blood realm and took a small step towards the third star realm. It was just a small step. In order to cultivate to the third star true blood realm, he would need to cultivate more ancestral-level barbarian blood. However, the improvement of his strength was still considerable. After completely breaking through to the two stars' true blood realm, Ning Fan could fight against late thought-shattering realm cultivators with just the power of his tribulation blood. Alright. The 5th trial is finally over. The 6th trial is coming soon. Young man, I will activate the heaven-deceiving formation and help you pass the 6th trial. The eyeball was about to activate the heaven-deceiving formation but was stopped by Ning Fan. Senior, please wait. Can you let me try and see if I can pass the 6th trial with my own strength? This? Alright. It's not a bad idea to let you try. However, once you fail the trial, I will immediately activate the formation. You must not die before I kill Inma. Even though the eyeball agreed to Ning Fan's request, it was still very nervous. The next trial was the 6th trial. In the ancient barbarian world, only 3 or 4 out of 100 young priest barbarians could pass it. There were also many young priest barbarians who thought that they were strong and wanted to pass the trial with their own strength. However, they died with hatred and were burnt to ashes in the 6th trial, the fire of misfortune beast. This young man has many tricks up his sleeves. He might be able to hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The eyeball thought to itself. The 5th casualty was over. Moments later, the red clouds above the valley suddenly burst into flames. At the center of the red clouds, the shadow of a 6-legged strange beast slowly appeared. It was as huge as the sky. It had 2 heads and no horns. Its whole body was fiery red and it looked down at the valley coldly. The moment the shadow of the strange beast appeared, Ning Fan's life force began to burn like flames. His expression changed instantly. The 6th trial had arrived. However, the form of this trial was different from the previous 5. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's great 5-elemental physique which could restrain the damage of fire, he would certainly be severely injured by the fire of life force. It was a kind of black and red flame. It was filled with densely packed flame runes, giving it a bewitching beauty. Ning Fan tried to suppress the burning flame in his body but he realized that the power of the flame was too strong. It was not like the flames that he usually saw. When the flame burned, it emitted the sound of wind and thunder, giving off an imposing aura that soared to the sky. Roar the shadow of the giant beast above the valley suddenly let out a bestial roar. In the midst of the roar, the life force of the mountains and seas turned into the nourishment of the flame, setting it ablaze. As the giant beast activated its ability, countless black and red flames surged towards the bottom of the lake where Ning Fan was. At this moment, the entire valley was submerged in a sea of fire. Even the Tao law of the Great Tao became distorted in the evaporation of the flames. The mountains and rivers were melting while the lake water was evaporating. Heaven and earth were burning red. Venerated Miao Yen, who was far away, was shocked. She opened her beautiful eyes and stared at the direction of the valley in bewilderment. At this moment, the sea of fire in the valley was monstrous. The intensity of the fire was so great that even an immortal King Realm expert would not dare to enter the valley without permission. She did not know what Ning Fan was doing in the valley. She only knew that the sea of fire in the valley was monstrous. The power of the flames was so overbearing that she had never seen anything like it in her life. She did not know if Ning Fan was safe in the valley. He should be fine. After all, Ning Fan is so strong. Devour. The life force in his body was madly burned away. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed the endless life force of the mountains and rivers into his stomach to replenish the life force that he had lost. However, the speed of the life force burning was too fast. In just the first breath, the life force of the entire valley within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, had been used up by Ning Fan. All the mountains had turned into barren hills and the rivers had lost their former color. In the second breath, Ning Fan had used up all the life force of the mountains and rivers within the area of 10,000 li * 500 m per li. The third breath, the fourth breath, the fifth breath, even though the life force of the mountains and rivers was abundant, it was not inexhaustible. According to the rate of consumption, even if Ning Fan used up all the life force of the mountains and rivers in the space of the copper pagoda, it would still be difficult for him to pass through 1/10 of the sixth trial. It was no wonder that there were very few people who could pass through the sixth trial since ancient times. This trial was indeed extremely difficult to pass. As for the 7th, 8th, and 9th stages, how terrifying would they be? If I'm just an ordinary barbarian cultivator, I would probably stop at the 6th trial. However, I'm not. What I have isn't barbarian blood but the calamity blood. Besides, I still have the life illusion pill. It can allow me to die 3 times and be reborn from the ashes. Perhaps I can seek help from the strange eyeball and give up on the 6th trial. But I'm not willing to give up just like this. He was not willing to admit defeat without a fight. Since he had the life illusion pill to save his life, he wanted to try and pass the 6th trial no matter what. The mountains had life force, the sea had life force, the plants had life force and the beasts had life force. Everything in this world had life force. The life force of the mountains and rivers would eventually be exhausted. However, the sea of fire in front of him was boundless. I want to extract the life force from the sea of fire to replenish the life force that I've lost. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and he made a bold decision. He opened his mouth and swallowed more flames into his body, forcibly refining them. The strange eyeball was stunned for a moment. But in the next second, it let out a strange laugh. This brat has comprehended the essence of the mountain and sea incantation. Everything in this world has life force. This fire naturally has life force as well. However, the fire of Disaster Beast is unparalleled in this world. It's pure wishful thinking for you to devour the life force in the fire. It's difficult. It's really difficult. Forget it. I'll wait a little longer. When this kid really can't hold on any longer, I'll save him. After devouring the fire of Disaster Beast by force, he will beg me to save him in at most 10 breaths. Hee hee. The thought of seeing the expressionless Ning Fan begging for mercy made the strange eyeball's heart feel like it was about to fly away. Torturing the expressionless face is really a happy thing. To be continued. Usually, Ning Fan relied on the power of his great 5 elements physique to devour immortal flames to recover his magic power without suffering any damage. Today, however, he was not going to devour an ordinary immortal flame but the flame of the Adversity Beast. Ning Fan did not know that the Adversity Beast was one of the 4 great sacred beasts of the ancient barbarian world. Its Tao of Fire was invincible. Even the Vermilion Bird clan of the Purple Do Immortal Domain had once lost to the Adversity Beast in terms of the Tao of Fire. The Adversity Beast's flame was unparalleled in the world. This saying was passed down by word of mouth in the ancient barbarian world. The Vermilion Bird, Golden Crow, Tai Ho, Li Long, 9 animals, Sun Spirit, many ancient clans that established their Tao of Fire were defeated by the Adversity Beast in terms of the Tao of Fire. Many ancient great emperors who controlled the Tao of Fire had tasted defeat in the hands of the Adversity Beast. The Adversity Beast might not be the strongest beings in the world, but in the domain of fire cultivators, it was undoubtedly the king. The Adversity Beast's flame was unparalleled in the world. Today, Ning Fan was going to fight against this unparalleled flame. The Adversity Beast's flame that was devoured by Ning Fan contained an enormous amount of life force. However, it also carried a fatal destructive power. The Adversity Beast's flame was too domineering. As soon as it entered Ning Fan's body, it immediately divided into 9 rays of fire light. They ran wildly along Ning Fan's meridians, trying to incinerate everything in front of them. The life force in his body burned even faster. Even his magic power was being dried up bit by bit. What was worse was that with the strength of Ning Fan's great 5 elements physique, he should be able to ignore the damage of a true immortal realm flame. However, under the burning of the Adversity Beast's flame, injuries kept appearing on his body. The flame had already exceeded Ning Fan's defense, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. After just 4 breaths, Ning Fan seemed to have reached his limit. The meridians in his body were being incinerated by the Adversity Beast's flame. They were like withered wheat stalks that would break at the slightest touch. The temperature of his body became terrifyingly high. His blood boiled like a thick soup while his skin and flesh began to burn. What was worse was that one of the 9 rays of fire light directly attacked Ning Fan's primordial spirit. What an arrogant flame! It actually wanted to incinerate Ning Fan's primordial spirit and kill him. The small hand of Ning Fan's primordial spirit held the memory-severing Dao sword to resist the attack of the flames. However, it was still burned quite a bit. Gradually, his injuries became more and more severe. 5 breaths, 6 breaths, 7 breaths. On the 10th breath, Ning Fan's face was as pale as a piece of paper. Just like what the strange eyeball had predicted, he wouldn't be able to last until the 11th breath without some special means. 10 breaths was his limit, 11 breaths. It would probably be difficult for him to hold on. 10 breaths have passed. It's about time for this brat to beg me to take action. The golden-eyed monster was secretly pleased with himself, looking forward to the scene of Ning Fan begging bitterly. If he asks me to help, I'll immediately activate the heaven-deceiving formation and help him avoid the 6th tribulation. Sigh, this old man is really too kind, always willing to help others. 11 breaths of time, why hasn't this kid opened his mouth to beg me? He can still hold on, but it's about time. He won't be able to last more than 12 breaths. Oh my, it's already been 13 breaths. This kid can still hold on. Not bad. Alright, I'll bet that you can hold on for another 2 breaths, but you definitely won't be able to last until the 16th breath. It's been 17 breaths. Don't tell me this kid has been burned to death at the bottom of the lake. But his breath is still there. He's not dead yet. 19 breaths, 22 breaths, 29 breaths, 44 breaths, 936 breaths, wait for me to take a nap, then continue counting, 3,650 breaths, 7,922 breaths, wait for me to take a nap, then continue counting, 11,472 breaths, 20,000 breaths, 30,000 breaths. 96,756 breaths. F*CK, it's been 3 days and 3 nights. How can this brat still hold on? Is he a monster? The fire of adversity beast here can even burn an immortal king to death, but he can actually hold on for 3 days and 3 nights in the sea of fire. 3 days later, the eyeball monster let out a roar, beating its chest and stamping its feet even though it didn't have a chest and feet. It had waited for 3 days, but Ning Fan didn't beg for help. It was really disappointing. It also surprised the eyeball monster a little. This descendant of the Liuyuan sect seemed to have more backbone than what it had imagined. The eyeball monster muttered to itself. It spread out its spirit sense to explore the bottom of the lake. Every time it did so, it would see Ning Fan burning like a man on fire. At this moment, Ning Fan was sitting in the middle of the sea of fire. His entire body was burning. He had been in this state for 3 days and 3 nights. 10 breaths was his limit in the sea of fire. Even if he had cultivated the great 5 elements physique to the perfection realm, he still couldn't stay in the sea of fire for long because the fire of adversity beast was too strong. He originally couldn't hold on for more than 11 breaths, but the steel of sun and moon in the profounding world automatically protected its master at this moment. The steel of sun and moon had the ability to devour flames. The reason why Ning Fan could hold on for 3 days and 3 nights in the sea of fire was all because of the power of the steel of sun and moon. When Ning Fan just started cultivating, he had suppressed the flames of his enemies and defeated them all with the power of the steel of sun and moon. Later on, his cultivation base gradually improved and he even cultivated the minor 5 elements physique and the major 5 elements physique. Therefore, the enemies he encountered were rarely fire cultivators. Even if there were, he could deal with them calmly. Gradually, the steel of sun and moon was no longer used. Later on, when the yin-yang locket merged into one, another star steel appeared in the profounding world. Together with the steel of sun and moon, the 2 steels guarded the world. After the 2 steels guarded the world, Ning Fan could not take them out from the profounding world with his current cultivation base. Thus, he could not use the 2 innate magic treasures that he had. Hence, the steel of sun and moon and the star steel were sealed in the profounding world. This time, however, the steel of sun and moon was destined to show off its might once again. It was because the fire of adversity beast this time was too strong. Even with Ning Fan's cultivation base and the great 5 elements physique, he still could not win against it. This time, he had no choice but to rely on the power of the steel of sun and moon again. Even if he could not take it out from the profounding world, he could still use its power to slightly suppress the fire of Adversity Beast. In terms of fire power, the fire of Adversity Beast was unparalleled in the world. However, it did not mean that it had no natural enemies. The steel of sun and moon specialized in suppressing the 5 elements of the world. No matter how strong your fire of Adversity Beast is, I will still suppress it. Of course, if the power of the fire of Adversity Beast in front of him is too much stronger than the steel of sun and moon, the steel of sun and moon would not be able to do anything. The steel of sun and moon was an innate magic treasure. It had once killed countless people in the hands of ancient chaos and made it famous. However, it still had its limits. The steel of sun and moon could not suppress a flame that was close to the power of a saint. The scale of the sea of fire in front of him was only enough to threaten the life of an immortal king realm expert. It was far from the power of a saint. Thus, the steel of sun and moon could still suppress it. Rays of fiery light separated from the sea of fire and were absorbed into Ning Fan's body. They were refined into the profounding world and then absorbed into the steel of sun and moon. After all, he was using the steel of sun and moon in the profounding world. Thus, the speed at which the steel of sun and moon devoured the flames was not fast. Even so, Ning Fan's body would gain a large amount of life force every time he devoured some flames. Fire also had life force. It also had life and death. Everything in the world had their own life and death. It was not the life and death that was given to them by the people of the world. Instead, it was the life that they originally possessed. In the eyes of barbarians, the world was alive. Ning Fan sat there for 3 days and 3 nights. While devouring a large amount of fire life force to forcefully pass the 6th suffering, he was also thinking about these questions. This was the unique worldview of barbarians. It was completely different from the worldview of the cultivators in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. After 3 days, Ning Fan had already passed more than half of the 6th suffering. The duration of the 6th suffering was slightly longer than what Ning Fan had imagined. The sea of fire around him was getting lesser and lesser. It meant that he was close to passing the 6th suffering. Gradually, 3 bloodlines appeared in his body. Little by little, each of them condensed into a drop of blood. If he passes the 6th suffering, they would become 3 drops of ancestral-level barbarian blood. The grade of Ning Fan's devil flame was also increasing rapidly without him noticing. Ever since he started cultivating, it was his first time devouring such a powerful flame. In the past, his devil flame had just reached the level of the first adoration true flame. The power of the first adoration true flame was comparable to a first nirvana post-celestial magic treasure. Normally, only early true crossing realm cultivators could cultivate it. Today, however, the grade of his devil flame continued to break through. 2nd adoration, 3rd adoration, 4th adoration. In just 3 days, the grade of Ning Fan's devil flame had broken through to the 11th adoration level. Even late thought fragmentation realm fire cultivators would find it difficult to cultivate the 11th adoration true flame. Only a small number of peak thought fragmentation realm cultivators could cultivate it. Moreover, some immortal venerable realm fire cultivators could not even cultivate the 12th adoration level flame. Their flame remained at the 11th adoration level. The 11th adoration true flame, a magic treasure with power comparable to the 11th nirvana post-celestial magic treasure, was successfully cultivated by Ning Fan in just 3 days. At this moment, Ning Fan's devil flame already had a demonic black-red color. Gradually, it even had a trace of the characteristics of the fire of Disaster Beast. The flame began to be filled with densely packed flame runes. When the flame burned, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. It was just like a replica of the fire of Disaster Beast. Even the flow of the Tao of fire was extremely similar. Ning Fan's devil flame had inherited the domineering power of the fire of Disaster Beast. It was probably much stronger than the ordinary 11th adoration true flame. It was a great harvest. Of course, there was also an even greater harvest, which was the ancestral blood. On the 4th day, Ning Fan had completely refined the surrounding sea of flames. The gigantic shadow of the Disaster Beast above the valley let out a reluctant roar and finally dispersed. The entire valley had turned into ruins. Only a pool of black lake water remained. He had completely passed the 6th suffering. Among 100 young barbarians, only 3 or 4 of them could pass the 6th suffering, and Ning Fan was one of them. After overcoming the sixth suffering, Ning Fan produced 3 droplets of the barbarian race's ancestral blood which were devoured by the Jia blood in a domineering manner. Jieshua's grade, from a 2-star, was slowly inching towards a 3-star grade, roughly a quarter of a 3-star grade. It was actually so difficult to break through to the 3-star realm. Ning Fan's eyes were even more moved. Even though Ning Fan did not break through to the 3rd-star true blood realm, his tribulation blood realm cultivation base had improved tremendously. The current Ning Fan could already be considered as an expert among the late thought fragmenting realm experts just by relying on the strength of his Jia blood. Among the late thought fragmenting realm experts, there were very few who could defeat him. Next, the 7th trial. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. Since he was able to pass the 6th form, he would also like to try the 7th form. He was not willing to give up just like that. The 7th trial is about to descend. The fact that you were able to pass the 6th trial has truly surprised this old man. But the 7th trial isn't something you can pass with your current strength. Let this old man open the heaven-deceiving formation for you, advised the eyeball monster in a solemn tone. Out of 100 Xiaoxi barbarians, at least 3 or 4 would survive the 6th trial. But the 7th trial was something that not even 1 in 1,000 Xiaoxi barbarians could pass. The eyeball monster did not think that Ning Fan would be the 1 in 1,000 Xiaoxi barbarians. In this world, as long as it hasn't happened yet, there's no way to determine the outcome. I still have to give it a try. Senior, don't be in a hurry to activate the formation. If things don't work out, this junior will ask Senior for help. I won't joke around with my life. Ning Fan's eyes were resolute. This tribulation was a great opportunity. If he missed it, it would be hard for him to find another opportunity to improve his cultivation base. Others would need hundreds or even tens of millions of years to cultivate a drop of ancestral blood. As for him, he only needed to endure the 1st trial and he would be able to cultivate a few drops of ancestral blood. This was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. How could he miss it? Fine. You can try if you want. Not to mention the 7th trial, I will even give you the chance to go through the 8th and 9th trial as long as you are willing to. You're a young man after all. If you don't bump into a wall, you won't turn back. It's good to bump into it a few more times. Hee hee. You will naturally come to this old man for help when your head is bleeding. The eyeball monster thought in a good mood. Asterisk rumble asterisk suddenly, the sound of galloping horses and troops could be heard from the sky. Among the red clouds that covered the sky, the shadows of ancient chariots kept appearing. These chariots were pulled by giant dragons. Countless shadows of barbarian cultivators were flying around the chariots. The number of chariots was like the clouds in the sky. The number of cultivators was endless. Behind the countless barbarian cultivators and chariots stood a giant that was taller than the sky. There were 7 giant skulls hanging on his neck. His bronze-colored muscles were filled with the power to destroy heaven and earth. The 7th tribulation had arrived. I need to resist the fire of disaster beast for the 6th trial. Could it be that I have to resist the thousands of chariots and barbarian cultivators for the 7th trial? Ning Fan pondered in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. He saw the giant lifting his right hand casually. It was obviously an extremely casual movement, but the trajectory of his fist bones easily cut through heaven and earth, causing heaven and earth to fall into complete darkness at this moment, as if everything was going to be annihilated in this darkness. Without any warning, the life force in Ning Fan's body began to be annihilated in this endless darkness. Then, even his physical body and primordial spirit showed signs of being annihilated. I am the 7th barbarian god Ta Gu, the shadow of the mountains and seas left behind by the ancient times. The giant said with a blank expression. With my bones as the mountain, with my blood as the sea, with my palm as the Tao, with my Tao as the flow, the giant chanted the ancient words with a blank expression. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Then, he casually grabbed at the lake below him. The grab seemed to be very casual and silent. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire heaven and earth turned into a black river. Everything in front of him disappeared. Ning Fan could not see the eyeball monster, the ruins of the valley, the lake, the thousands of chariots and barbarian cultivators. He could only see himself standing on the long black river and the ancient giant standing proudly in the night sky. His body kept sinking into the long river. His Tao seemed like it was going to be completely melted in this long river. Not only the life force in his body, even his cultivation base, his Tao, and his will were sinking into this long river. There was no way to resist this long black river, he could only sink and fall. Even an immortal king would die and an immortal emperor would not be able to resist it. This young man is really lucky. He actually encountered the shadow of the mountains and seas of the seventh barbarian god in his seventh trial. It's rare for an ordinary young priest to encounter the barbarian god's palm tribulation. I really don't know if he's lucky or unlucky. His seventh trial is even harder to overcome than ordinary people. 3 breaths. If he speaks within 3 breaths, I will definitely save him, the eyeball monster said with a solemn expression. Barbarian god was the title given to the highest ruler of the ancient barbarian world. There would only be one barbarian god in each generation. The barbarian god might not necessarily be the strongest of the barbarian race, but his authority was monstrous. Of course, this did not mean that the barbarian god was not powerful. At least, the seventh barbarian god Tagu was not a weakling. Although he was not a saint when he was alive, he was almost invincible among the second step. Tagu's most powerful divine ability was called Tao as the flow of oblivion. When he was at his peak, he used this ability to kill many immortal emperors. Immortal emperors were difficult to kill because their primordial spirits were protected by their emperor chi. However, this technique was powerful enough to kill immortal emperors. What Ning Fan needed to face now was that Tao as the flow of oblivion technique. Sinking. He kept sinking. After just 1 breath, Ning Fan felt that he had sunk more than 1,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, into the Black River. After he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he was already able to control his embryonic breath. However, this was the first time he felt like he was suffocating when he sank into this river. His life force was dissolving rapidly in this river. By the second breath, he had already lost more than half of his life force. By the third breath, the life force in his body was almost depleted. He was not far from death. His body was unprecedentedly weak. It was as if all of his magic power had melted into this river and he could not exert any strength at all. Gradually, he stopped sinking. Instead, he found a foothold in the river. The place where he was standing was a stone bridge. It was the true bridge of Tao execution that he had personally created. That true bridge was crumbling bit by bit in this river. If the true bridge collapses, his Tao will be destroyed and he will die. Memories of the past kept appearing in front of his eyes. There was the snow in 7 Apricot City, the rain in Yu Country, the blood of the cultivators in the endless sea. All of his memories showed signs of dissipating at this moment. They became more and more blurry, as if they were going to be buried in this river. This technique was called Tao as the flow of oblivion. This technique could erase one's cultivation, erase one's life, and even more so erase one's memories, erase everything the enemy left in this world. It could make everything that couldn't be destroyed disappear like the flow of oblivion and be buried in the river forever. Ning Fan's memories became more and more blurry. His memory seemed to be emptied by some kind of force. Gradually, he forgot his parents' voice and appearance. He forgot the chrysanthemum-like smile of the old monster. He forgot the snow in 7 Apricot City. Gradually, he couldn't even remember the appearance of Jiha. Who is Jiha? Where is 7 Apricot City? Who am I? It's been 3 breaths. If I don't act now, this kid will really be trapped in the flow of oblivion technique to death. How could this kid break this technique that could even trap an immortal emperor? What cultivation base does he have? It's a pity. It seems like he can't make any sound to ask for my help anymore. I can only take the initiative to save him. It's a loss. How could it not be a loss when he lost a chance to make the paralyzed face beg for mercy? The eyeball muttered discontentedly. Just as he was about to activate the heaven-deceiving formation, his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. A trace of light suddenly appeared in the darkness that shrouded heaven and earth. It was like a bright crack that was forcefully torn apart from the darkness. That light only appeared for a moment and was quickly devoured by the darkness. However, the eyeball still couldn't conceal the shock on his face. Gradually, more and more light began to tear apart the darkness, but it was quickly devoured by the darkness. This kid actually didn't completely lose his consciousness in the flow of oblivion technique. He can still resist this technique. The eyeball hesitated. He was hesitating whether he should activate the heaven-deceiving formation immediately or give Ningfan a chance to break the seventh variation. At this moment, Ningfan's voice suddenly resounded in the endless darkness. It carried a sense of determination. I don't care who you are. But please don't disturb me. This river has taken away my memory. Now, I want to take it back. Ningfan actually stopped the eyeball monster from activating the formation. At this moment, he was deep in the long river, standing on the true bridge that was on the verge of collapse. Without his memory, he forgot that he was going through the seventh variation. His expression was as cold as ice that would not melt for 3 winters. The ghost face had already automatically retracted, revealing a young face. That face was reflected in the pitch-black river, looking at himself blankly. Then, the water rippled and the reflection disappeared. I've lost part of my memory. However, I remember that this is my true bridge. Broken scenes appeared in front of his eyes. In those scenes, countless female cultivators were humiliating him. There was only a silly girl who ran to him and gave him a bun and a jade locket. That woman looks familiar. I think I know her. However, I'm unable to recall who she is. More scenes appeared in front of his eyes. Ningfan's expression became colder and colder. He couldn't remember that he was going through the seventh variation. However, he would not allow the water of this long river to take away his memory. He wanted to take it back. No one was allowed to take away his memory, no matter who it was. On the 4th breath, the true bridge beneath Ningfan's feet kept emitting cracking sounds. His true bridge was on the verge of collapsing. The eyeball hesitated like never before. It was already the 4th breath. Something bad was really going to happen to Ningfan in the 7th variation. He must save Ningfan. Ningfan must not die. If he dies, who will help him kill Nemo? However, Ningfan also said not to disturb him. Ningfan had already lost his memory and his mind was not clear. He was probably talking nonsense. Who cares about the consequences? Let's save that stinking brat first. Just as he was about to activate the heaven-deceiving formation, the darkness of the night began to collapse. Asterisk dong dong asterisk asterisk dong dong asterisk Ningfan acted as if he did not see the true bridge beneath his feet collapsing. He had forgotten many things, but he still remembered the mountain and sea incantation. He had forgotten that this was his 7th variation. However, he could feel the life force in his body fading rapidly. He raised his hand and grabbed at the river. Large amounts of the river's life force were forcibly absorbed into his body. Resistance is useless. Above the long river, Tagu's shadow silently watched everything that was happening below. He knew that Ningfan was resisting his oblivion current technique. However, he did not think that Ningfan could resist it. Since ancient times, many immortal emperors had died under this technique. However, what surprised Tagu was that Ningfan's true bridge had actually lasted for 4 breaths in the river without collapsing, even though he was just at the crossing truth realm. If he is an ordinary crossing truth realm cultivator, he would probably be turned into ashes as soon as he enters this river. This young man's true bridge seems to be somewhat extraordinary. Oh, so what this young man cultivates is Tao persistence. So what if he is a Tao steward? It's not like this river has never killed a Tao steward before. Even though Tao persistence cultivators are persistent and can survive in this river for a longer period of time, that's all. This young man won't be able to survive the 7th variation, the 5th breath. An undercurrent suddenly formed in the river. It rushed towards the true bridge beneath Ningfan's feet, trying to destroy it. Ningfan flicked his sleeve and the separation and reunion sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at the undercurrent in front of him, splitting it into 2. He managed to temporarily protect the true bridge. However, the moment the separation and reunion sword collided with the undercurrent, it seemed to have been melted by it. This sword was actually destroyed by the undercurrent in just a single blow. Ningfan did not feel any heartache after destroying the separation and reunion sword. What he felt heartache for was the tiny sword spirit in his sword pouch. It was such a good sword, but it was destroyed just like that. The few little girls were chattering among themselves as if they were talking about something. However, all of their words were drowned by the river water. Ning Fan could not hear them clearly. Ning Fan just glanced at the broken sword and his eyes became even colder. It doesn't matter if the sword is destroyed. However, I must take back my memories. Bang Ning Fan uttered a single word. He directly took out the broken separation and reunion sword and formed a hand seal. At the next moment, the dignified 12 Nirvana grade separation and reunion sword was directly detonated by Ning Fan mercilessly. The shockwave from the explosion of the magic treasure immediately blasted a hole in the bottom of the river. It's not enough. A mere 12 Nirvana grade magic treasure won't be able to break this technique. Tagu shook his head disapprovingly. At the next moment, his expression changed for the first time. At the bottom of the river, Ning Fan moved at lightning speed. He took out his magic treasures and detonated them mercilessly. The demon essence ruler, the 7-star lamp and the blue burning fan were detonated by Ning Fan without any hesitation. Ning Fan took out more magic treasures from his storage pouch and detonated them one by one. Many of the magic treasures were stained with blood. They were the treasures that Ning Fan obtained by killing others. The number of magic treasures was too large. They were the wealth that Ning Fan had accumulated by killing countless people along the way. Even Tagu's expression changed slightly. Even though the young man in front of him did not have a high cultivation base, the number of people he killed was quite shocking. However, it was still not enough. Tagu shook his head slightly. Ning Fan, on the other hand, revealed a satisfied look. Green light flashed in his eyes. His cultivation base might not be as good as the 7th barbarian god Tagu, but his heavenly being vision was definitely incomparable to Tagu when he was still alive. That was the vision of a second heavenly being realm expert. Even Tagu had not broken through to the second heavenly being realm. Therefore, in Ning Fan's eyes, there were 3 weak spots in the river. He could see it but Tagu could not. After he detonated countless magic treasures, the entire river began to become unstable. He could see it but Tagu could not as well. He did not hope to break this technique. All he wanted was for it to loosen up for a moment. My cultivation base is not as good as yours, but I will not allow you to take away my memories. No matter who you are, since you have taken away my memories, you must return them to me. Ning Fan suddenly leaped up from the true bridge. Once again, the broken scenes of the all-pleasure sect appeared in front of his eyes. He could not remember who that young lady was. All he knew was that he must take back his memories at this moment. On the 6th breath, when the river became unstable, Ning Fan dashed towards the top of the river like an arrow that left the bow. Previously, he could not even move a single step in the river. Now, however, he could move. Tagu was quite surprised. He could not imagine that a mere junior like Duzhen could actually cause a slight flaw in his technique. Just as he was about to make up for it, Ning Fan had already dashed out of the Black River. He turned into a ray of golden light and dashed towards Tagu's shadow above the Black River. Give me back my memories. At this moment, the memory-severing sword light pierced into Tagu's shadow. Memories immediately flooded into Ning Fan's mind like tidal waves. As for Tagu, his expression was unprecedentedly ugly. Along with Ning Fan's own memories, there were also other memories mixed together and flowed into Ning Fan's mind. He remembered it now. His lost memories were like a river that had dried up for a long time that was gradually filled with water. It was not the water of others but the water that he had lost. These were his memories. They were unique and irreplaceable. Jia's voice and face gradually became clearer. The scenes of his memories also became clearer. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. He actually forgot so many things while he was in the 7th trial. He even almost died there. The 7th trial was really scary. Moreover, he actually detonated most of his magical treasures when he lost his memories. It was really a waste. So be it. No matter what, he managed to get his memories back. What surprised Ning Fan was that not only did he manage to get his memories back, but there were also other people's memories mixed with them and flowed into his mind. I am Tagu. This is the 4th grade divine ability of the barbarian race, Great Flash Incantation, I am Tagu. This is the 5th grade divine ability of the barbarian race, Dark Dog Technique. 5th grade divine ability, Dutian Style. 6th grade divine ability, Cloud Light 3 Bodies Technique, when Ning Fan pierced Ta Gu's giant shadow with his sword, not only did he get his memories back, but he also took away part of Ta Gu's memories. It turned out that this giant shadow was the shadow of the seventh barbarian god Ta Gu. All of those memories were related to the barbarian race's divine abilities without exception. With just a single strike, Ning Fan's mind had 4 types of cultivation methods of the barbarian race's divine abilities. However, these 4 divine abilities did not seem to be profound and were not very useful. Nevertheless, his actions had really infuriated Ta Gu. Rage. What kind of rage was that? The dignified 7th barbarian god actually had some of his memories taken away by a barbarian junior who was going through the 7th trial. What kind of humiliation was that? You barbarian junior, how dare you kill a god and seize his memories? I have to say that you are very bold. Ta Gu's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Since ancient times, there had never been a barbarian junior who dared to attack the barbarian god when he was going through the 7th trial. Because they did not dare to. The barbarian god was the god of barbarian cultivators. Any barbarian cultivator who attacked the barbarian god would be hunted down by all the other barbarian cultivators in the world. Firstly, Ta Gu did not expect Ning Fan to be able to get out of the river. Secondly, he did not expect Ning Fan to have the guts to stab him with his sword. Due to his carelessness, Ning Fan succeeded in thrusting his sword into his chest. The god of barbarians was assassinated by a junior, Du Jin. How embarrassing! If today's events were to spread, this young man would no longer have a place in the ancient barbarian world. Even the barbarian tribe behind him would face the calamity of extinction. Stabbing the god of berserkers because of this was a heinous crime among the berserkers. Ta Gu only knew that Ning Fan was the barbarian prince of a tribe in the ancient barbarian world. However, he did not know that Ning Fan was not a barbarian at all. Ning Fan was not a barbarian. He did not know how serious of a crime it was to stab a barbarian god. All he knew was that the memory that he had lost was extremely important and he had to get it back no matter what. Even if he knew, he would still stab without hesitation. He was not a barbarian cultivator, nor was he in the ancient barbarian world. He was not afraid of being hunted down by countless cultivators in the ancient barbarian world. No matter how powerful those barbarian cultivators were, could they run all the way to the 4 heavens and 9 worlds to kill him. However, that oblivion current technique was indeed powerful. Once one is trapped in the river, even an immortal emperor would find it difficult to escape. Their Tao attainments and memories would all turn into the river water. In the end, they would not be able to escape death. Fortunately, Ning Fan had the eyesight of a 2nd-level heaven being realm expert. He was able to see through some of the weaknesses of Ta Gu's ability. After detonating countless magic treasures, the magic technique was finally unstable for a moment. Then, he seized the opportunity to escape from the bottom of the river and stabbed Ta Gu with his sword. If he falls into the river again, Ning Fan did not know if he would still be so lucky to be able to escape again. However, since he managed to escape, he had to collect some interest from this 7th god of barbarians. Ning Fan's eyes turned even colder. The Tao sword that was pierced into the body of Ta Gu's gigantic shadow suddenly slashed horizontally. It actually cut Ta Gu's gigantic shadow into 2. This gigantic shadow was extremely fragile. It was not as difficult to deal with as the oblivion current technique. After cutting Ta Gu's gigantic shadow with a single slash, Ning Fan's mind once again gained a lot of memories. 6th grade ability, Ghost Running Technique. 7th grade ability, 5 Directions 4 Earths Technique. 7th grade ability, Scorching Fire Curse. 8th grade ability, 4 Directions Destruction Curse. 9th grade ability, Oblivion Current Technique. More and more abilities kept surging into Ning Fan's mind. After counting them carefully, there were actually more than 100 of them. Among them was even the Oblivion Current Technique that Ta Gu was using. In the barbarian race, a 7th grade ability was equivalent to the Void Shedding Technique while an 8th grade ability was equivalent to the Thought Breaking Technique. The Oblivion Current Technique was a 9th grade ability. Moreover, it was not an ordinary 9th grade ability. In the 4 heavens and 9 worlds, it was definitely an immortal emperor's technique that was hard to come by. After obtaining the additional memories of the Oblivion Current Technique, Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned strange when he looked at the water of the river again. With this part of the memories, Ning Fan directly knew all the weaknesses of the Oblivion Current Technique. If he is trapped in the river again, he even has the confidence to break this technique head-on. I just got a huge chunk of memories for free, you've got some guts. However, it's useless. The gigantic shadow of Tagu that was cut into two fused back into one. His expression became even gloomier. He raised his giant hand and pressed it down on Ning Fan. He did not expect that Ning Fan would have the guts to commit the second crime after committing the first one by slashing himself with his sword. As he pressed down, heaven and earth immediately reversed. Ning Fan, who had already escaped from the river, swayed and fell to the bottom of the river once again, sinking bit by bit. I don't care how you escaped from this river just now. But this time, you won't have the chance to escape anymore. Tagu pointed his finger at the river. Immediately, countless runes appeared on the surface of the river. Like a layer of transparent glass, it completely sealed off the river surface. He believed that Ning Fan, who fell to the bottom of the river once again, would certainly not be able to break this layer of seal and escape. He actually dared to assassinate the barbarian god. Heh! What a courageous junior. However, it's useless. He will still die in this river in the end. Tagu gently closed his eyes, feeling that it was beneath him to continue watching. When he fell to the bottom of the river again, Ning Fan's eyes were extremely calm. He directly sat down cross-legged at the bottom of the river and performed a mysterious hand seal with both of his hands. This time, he was not in a hurry to escape. He had obtained the cultivation method of the Oblivion Current technique. Among them, there was a way to deal with the technique. The river water of the Oblivion Current technique possessed terrifying power. Even an immortal emperor would be wary of this technique. However, after Ning Fan performed tens of hand seals, the river water within 3 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, of him strangely retreated, forming a vacuum zone. Any river water that tried to get close to Ning Fan would be repelled by a gentle force. Gradually, some of the river water began to be controlled by Ning Fan. It listened to his orders and moved to the east or west with just a single thought from him. Before he obtained the cultivation method of the Oblivion Current technique, Ning Fan was still unable to see anything special about it. But now, when he looked at the Black River, he found it to be different. How was this a river water? It was clearly the black runes that were condensed from the power of the barbaric flash. They flowed with each other to form the river. What Ning Fan was gradually controlling was not the flowing water in the river but the black runes. It was these runes that formed the flowing water. As for those hand seals, they were the hand seals used to control the runes. The number of runes in the entire river exceeded hundreds of millions. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, he could not control too many of them. He could only control the runes that were within 3 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, of him. Even so, it was already enough for him to protect himself in the river and prevent the river water from getting close to him. This is the finger technique of the Oblivion Flow technique. Tagu's eyes darkened. He only knew that Ning Fan had taken away a lot of his memories. However, he did not know that the cultivation method of the Oblivion Current technique was also included among the memories that were taken away. In that case, it would not be easy to kill Ning Fan with the Oblivion Current technique. Fortunately, he had already set up a seal above the river. Even though this technique could not kill him, it was still very easy for it to trap him. However, how long could they trap Ning Fan for? Hatred burned in Tagu's heart. He was only the shadow of the mountain and sea left behind by the seventh god of berserkers. This shadow of the mountain and sea could only use one divine ability, the Oblivion Flow art. Since he could not use his other abilities, it was impossible for him to kill Ning Fan. He was a barbarian god, but he could not kill a junior like Du Zhen. This fact made him extremely sullen. Besides, the power of his mountain sea shadow was limited. It could only trap Ning Fan for 7 days at most. If Ning Fan was still alive after 7 days, the power of the shadow of the mountain and sea would be exhausted. At that time, the long river would disappear and Ning Fan would be considered to have passed the 7th stage. Since the ancient times, how many young priest barbarians had passed the 7th trial? There was not even 1 in 1,000 of them. Tagu was unwilling to let this junior who offended him pass the 7th trial. However, he could not stop him from passing the tribulation successfully. Therefore, he felt very sullen. Something that made him even angrier was gradually happening. Ning Fan calmly sat at the bottom of the long river and began to practice the Oblivion Flow art at a leisurely pace. This was simply looking down on his authority as the seventh god of berserkers. He, the dignified seventh god of berserkers, could not even kill a junior like Duzhen even if he wanted to. However, this junior actually dared to practice the divine ability that made him famous in front of him. How audacious of him, Tagu smiled coldly. This Oblivion Flow art was not that easy to practice. Speaking of which, this technique was not a divine ability of the barbarian race. Instead, it was a divine ability of the tribulation blood that he obtained from an expert of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit. The barbarian race was the servants of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit. When it was his turn to become the barbarian god, the ancient barbarian world had already fallen. As the barbarian god of this generation, his life was rather sullen. Normally, he would not dare to provoke the powerful Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit at all. Even if he encountered the weak Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit, he would still treat them politely and not dare to offend them. In the barbarian world, he was the god of tens of thousands of races with a high status. However, in front of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit, he was just a servant of a destroyed country. Fortunately, Tagu was a tactful person. He had befriended many of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirits and obtained some divine abilities of the Tribulation blood from them. The bloodline of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit shared some similarities with the bloodline of the barbarian race. However, for some unknown reason, the bloodline of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit was naturally superior to that of the barbarian race. The Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit could practice the divine abilities of the barbarian race, but the barbarians could not use the divine abilities of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit. If a barbarian tried to learn the divine abilities of the barbarian race by force, there would only be one outcome: chi deviation, and their bloodline would be ignited. That Oblivion Flow art was a genuine divine ability of the Tribulation blood. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Tagu to learn it. Fortunately, he had a lot of friends. Many of them even helped him plant a Tribulation Spirit blood talisman in his body. In this way, he could barely display the Oblivion Flow art. He even used this technique to look down on the entire ancient barbarian world. Unfortunately, he was not the real Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit after all. Even if he managed to display the Oblivion Flow art, there were still many flaws and he could not execute it perfectly. This was also the reason why Ning Fan was able to get out of the long river by luck. If it was the real Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit who displayed this technique, it would be hard to say whether Ning Fan could escape or not. At this moment, Tagu was secretly sneering. He was sneering because Ning Fan was courting his own death by cultivating the Tribulation blood divine ability with the identity of a barbarian. What he did not know was that Ning Fan was not a barbarian at all. What he possessed was exactly the bloodline of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit. In Tagu's memories, there are a total of 132 types of divine abilities. The Oblivion Flow art is the only divine ability of the Tribulation blood. Moreover, this technique is the only one that has reached the 9th grade. Ning Fan was not interested in any of the other divine abilities. Only this Oblivion Flow art was of great use to him. Currently, Ning Fan possessed 4 types of divine, demon, devil, and tribulation power at the same time. Among them, the power of the Tribulation blood was the strongest. Unfortunately, Ning Fan still did not know any of the divine abilities that only belonged to the Tribulation Spirit race. Ning Fan could also use the power of the Tribulation blood to display the divine abilities of other races. However, by doing so, the destructive power of the divine abilities would be greatly reduced. Without a suitable divine ability, the Tribulation blood would not be able to display 100% of its combat power. Ning Fan had actually obtained the cultivation method of the Oblivion Flow art from Tagu's memories. If he can learn this technique, his combat power would increase significantly when he fights as a Tribulation Spirit in the future. The threshold to cultivate the Oblivion Flow art was not high. Even a Life Immortal Realm expert could cultivate it. However, in order to master this technique, one must have a cultivation base above the Immortal Emperor realm. The destructive power of this technique was related to the number of runes one could cultivate. Those runes were called annihilation runes. The more runes one had, the stronger this technique would be. The first rune was the most difficult to cultivate. After that, there would be a shortcut for him. Ning Fan was not in a hurry. Since he was trapped at the bottom of the long river once again, he would make that barbarian god Ta Gu, who was high and mighty, pay the price. Ta Gu predicted that Ning Fan would not be able to cultivate the Oblivion Current technique. However, Ning Fan was secretly plotting against Ta Gu. One day and one night passed. Ning Fan still had not passed through the 7th stage, but he did not die either. The eyeball monster outside was anxious, but most of it was shocked. That brat actually managed to last for so long in the 7th God of Berserkers Dower raid in Oblivion. Could it be that he really has a chance to get through the 7th test? It was hard to find 1 in 1,000 young barbarian priests who could overcome the 7th stage. This stinking brat is too heaven-defying. Legend has it that after passing through the 7th stage, apart from being able to cultivate the ancestral realm barbarian blood, one would also be rewarded by the barbarian god. It was the barbarian god Ta Gu who gave this brat the palm tribulation. If this brat passes through the 7th stage, I wonder what Ta Gu would reward him with. The strange eyeball muttered to itself. It actually had some confidence in Ning Fan passing through the 7th stage. Even though he had seen countless people, this was the first time he began to pay attention to Ning Fan. It was not Ning Fan's life-slaying sword technique but Ning Fan himself. A person who had a chance of crossing the 7th trial was worthy of his attention. Time passed bit by bit. The 2nd day passed quickly. Ning Fan sat cross-legged at the bottom of the long river. His hands formed hand seals and a black rune with a hint of scarlet appeared in front of him bit by bit. Seeing that Ning Fan was about to cultivate the first annihilation rune, Ta Gu was not angry. Instead, he laughed. From his point of view, Ning Fan was just seeking his own death. Cultivating the tribulation blood divine ability with the identity of a barbarian. He was just a mere shadow of a mountain and sea. It was impossible for him to kill Ning Fan. However, if he could witness Ning Fan's barbaric blood burning to death, it wouldn't be a bad idea. On the 3rd day, Ning Fan finally cultivated the first annihilation rune. Ta Gu's sneer became even colder. He was waiting for the scene of Ning Fan's barbaric blood burning to death. However, no matter how he waited, Ning Fan still did not die. There was only a hint of fatigue on his face. However, there was no other unusual expression on his face. How is this possible? As a barbarian who cultivates the tribulation spirit divine ability, he actually did not die from the burning of his blood. Ta Gu's eyes darkened. He felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Could it be that this young man is extremely lucky and also has a friend or even a senior of the Taitsong tribulation spirit who planted the tribulation spirit blood talisman in his body with the help of others? There was another point that Ta Gu could not figure out. The annihilation rune that Ning Fan cultivated seemed to be purer and more powerful than the rune that he cultivated himself. He condensed the rune using the power of the barbaric flash while Ning Fan did not seem to be using the power of the barbaric flash. Gradually, Ta Gu saw through some clues. Even though he was unwilling to believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. The reason why Ning Fan's rune was purer than his was because Ning Fan himself was a Taitsong tribulation spirit, therefore, Ning Fan was more suitable to cultivate the Oblivion Current technique than him. This young man is actually a Taitsong tribulation spirit. No wonder he dared to stab me with his sword. With the identity of a tribulation spirit, which barbarian cultivator would dare to hunt him down? Ta Gu sighed softly and revealed a bitter smile. Barbarians were the slaves of tribulation spirits. No matter how high their cultivation base was, they were still slaves. No matter how high Ning Fan's cultivation base was, as long as he had the identity of a tribulation spirit, Ta Gu would not dare to provoke him easily. Fortunately, Ta Gu was already dead. What was left behind was just the shadow of a mountain and sea. Since he had offended the Taitsong tribulation spirit, he was not afraid of revenge. Since he was already dead, why would he still be afraid of the Taitsong tribulation spirit? If he had the means to kill Ning Fan, he would still do so. Unfortunately, his shadow of a mountain and sea could not kill Ning Fan. It's really a pity. I didn't dare to attack the Taitsong tribulation spirit when I was alive. If I can kill a Taitsong tribulation spirit after I die, it would also be a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, I can't kill him. Ta Gu sighed coldly. He did not consider whether he would bring disaster to the ancient barbarian world after he kills the tribulation spirit. He did not have the moral integrity of a barbarian god. He was selfish by nature. Only such a person could continue to serve the ancient barbarian world as a slave after the ancient barbarian world had fallen. Those with true integrity would only die in battle for the sake of protecting their world. Why would they be willing to be someone's slave? After Ning Fan cultivated the first annihilation rune, he did not continue to cultivate the second rune. Instead, he stood up from the bottom of the river. A single annihilation rune did not have much power at all. Only when there were more than 10,000 of them would it have some power. However, it was just a little. In order to make the Oblivion Current technique reach the power of Du Zhen, he would need at least 100,000 runes. The power of Renounce Void would need 1 million runes. The power of Sense Fragment would need 10 million runes. The power of Eternal Ancient Realm would need up to 100 million runes or even more. Ning Fan could only cultivate 1 rune in 3 days. In a year, he could only cultivate 100 runes. In 10,000 years, he could only cultivate 1 million runes. In order to make the Oblivion Current technique possess the power of an ancient immortal venerable, he would need to cultivate this technique for at least 1 million years or even longer. Ordinary methods could not allow him to cultivate the annihilation runes quickly. However, there were also shortcuts that he could take. If he encounters an expert who also cultivates the Oblivion Current technique, he could use his own runes to devour his opponent's runes and quickly condense new runes. The long river that trapped Ning Fan was formed by hundreds of millions of runes. Previously, Tagu had used this long river to trap Ning Fan and kill him. Today, it was Ning Fan's turn to borrow Tagu's long river of annihilation to cultivate his runes. Devour. Ning Fan pointed his finger forward. The annihilation rune that he had just cultivated immediately flew forward and began to devour the countless runes in the long river. According to the introduction of the Oblivion Current technique, one would need to devour tens of runes in order to cultivate 1 rune that belonged to them. There were quite a number of runes in Tagu's long river. It was enough for Ning Fan to cultivate for a while. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan's 1 rune turned into 2. After the time it takes for another incense stick to burn, the 2 runes turned into 4. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 4 runes turned into 8. It was a geometric growth. The further he cultivated, the faster the speed of increase. Time passed by slowly. The number of runes in Ning Fan's body kept increasing. 1 hour later, the number of runes had already exceeded 4,000. Another hour later, the number of runes in his body had reached 11 million. At this moment, the entire long river had already disappeared. It was completely devoured by Ning Fan's runes. 11 million annihilation runes were enough to make the Oblivion Current technique achieve the power of the sense-breaking technique. Despicable brat. Tagu stared at the scene in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Ning Fan was really audacious. He actually easily devoured all the runes that he had cultivated for countless years. If he was still alive and if he appeared beside Ning Fan with his true body, it would be impossible for Ning Fan to easily devour the annihilation runes that he had cultivated for so many years. However, he was already dead after all. Moreover, the runes that he cultivated were not perfect. They were not as pure as Ning Fan's runes. He was powerless to stop Ning Fan from devouring his runes. All he could do was watch Ning Fan ruin his runes. How many years had he cultivated painstakingly when he was alive just to cultivate these billions of annihilation runes? He must have used tens of millions of years. This thief sure has guts. He actually used less than 2 hours to completely destroy the runes that he had cultivated for tens of millions of years. Despicable. Despicable. If it wasn't because I had been dead for so many years, I would certainly grind your bones into ashes to vent the hatred in my heart. Tagu roared at the sky, wishing that he could chop Ning Fan into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Just you wait. Just you wait. Even though I am dead, I still have many friends who have gone through life and death with me. As long as I show myself, they will certainly not let you go. They are also the Taitsong tribulation spirits. They are not afraid of your identity. No matter how Tagu roared, Ning Fan just stared at him coldly in the night sky. His expression was filled with indifference. So what if you are the former 7th barbarian god? Even though my cultivation base is not as good as yours, I can still make you pay the price for attacking me. As the river was destroyed, the surrounding darkness was completely destroyed, revealing the bright and beautiful sky outside. Ning Fan returned to the bottom of the lake in the ruins of the valley. No matter how unwilling Tagu's massive shadow was, it had to be destroyed because as long as the river is destroyed, Ning Fan would have passed the 7th trial. At this moment, 4 drops of ancestral blood were produced in his body. After devouring the 4 drops of ancestral blood, Jiashue's grade had taken a huge step towards the 3rd star realm. However, it had yet to break through to the 3rd star realm. It was still a little lacking, but it was not much. Perhaps, after passing the 8th trial, he would be able to advance to the 3rd star true blood realm. Do I still have to pass the 8th trial? Ning Fan hesitated. The 7th trial was already so difficult to pass. If it was someone else, even an immortal Emperor realm old monster would have a slim chance of survival if they were trapped in the river. How many hacks did Ning Fan use to pass the 7th trial? How terrifying would the 8th trial be? A moment of carelessness and he might really die. He did not forget the feeling of losing his memories in the 7th trial. It was the feeling of forgetting even Jiha. It was as if he wanted to be sad and shed tears, but he forgot why he was sad and for whom he was crying. Ning Fan did not want to experience that kind of feeling again. However, with the life illusion pill in his hands, no matter how dangerous the 8th trial is, he should be able to keep his life. Brat, not bad. You actually passed the 7th trial. Did that barbarian god Tagu give you any treasures? The voice of the strange eyeball echoed to the bottom of the lake. That Tagu couldn't wait to tear me into pieces. How could he possibly give me any treasures? Ning Fan shook his head and chuckled. Couldn't wait to tear you into pieces? It can't be. Even if the barbarian god Palm really kills you during the tribulation, it's just to test whether you can pass the tribulation or not. It won't involve personal grudges. You didn't kill his son or steal his wife. Why would that Tagu want to tear you into pieces? Could it be that you have really done such a thing? Hee hee. The strange eyeball smiled wretchedly like a curious baby. His life was filled with curiosity. Ning Fan was too lazy to discuss these boring questions with the strange eyeball. If there was no reward, then there was no reward. He had already obtained great benefits from Pagoda, so there was no need for other rewards. Now, he was more concerned about how difficult the 8th trial was. He asked the strange eyeball about it. The latter immediately became spirited and asked excitedly. Brat, are you really going to pass the 8th trial? I don't have much confidence in passing it, but I still want to give it a try. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. *****, The 8th trial is indeed very difficult. It's normal that you don't have confidence. Let alone you, even Enemo couldn't pass the 8th trial when he cultivated the barbarian Dao in the past. One should know that his cultivation base had already reached the immortal emperor realm when he passed the 8th trial. However, he still failed. Since ancient times, there were only 74 young barbarians who passed the 8th trial. Moreover, more than half of them were at the peak immortal emperor realm. With your current cultivation base, it's normal that you can't pass it. Don't be discouraged. However, you can try. It's said that there are benefits even if you can't pass the 8th trial. The strange eyeball said mysteriously. What benefits? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. The difficulty of the 8th trial was beyond his imagination. However, it did not surprise him as it was still within his expectations. What surprised him was that there were benefits even if he couldn't pass the 8th trial. I can feast my eyes. Does that count as a benefit? The content of the 7th trial is different for everyone. However, the content of the 8th trial is the same for everyone. It's the 4th barbarian god. She's the most beautiful woman in the history of the ancient barbarian world. She has big breasts and big buttocks. If I can just take a look at her, I can die in peace. Hee hee. Brat, you must pass this trial. If you don't, I won't be able to see the peerless beauty of the 4th barbarian god. I won't die in peace and I will. Ning Fan shook his head, feeling slightly disappointed. What's the benefit of feasting my eyes? This eyeball monster is really too mean. In order to take a look at a beautiful woman, it actually encouraged me to pass the 8th trial. The 8th trial is much more dangerous than the 6th and 7th trial. A slight mistake and I will die. When I was going through the 6th and 7th trial, the eyeball monster kept trying to persuade me not to go through the tribulation, telling me how dangerous it was. Now, suddenly, Ning Fan thought of something. He slowly walked out of the lake and gave the eyeball a meaningful smile. I won't go through the 8th trial. What? You actually gave up on going through the 8th trial? Are you a pig? You actually gave up the chance to see a beautiful woman. The 8th trial is dangerous, but can't you be a little braver and disregard your own life and death? Could it be that in your heart, your life is not as important as seeing a beautiful woman? The eyeball monster became anxious. So, in his heart, seeing a beautiful woman was more important than his life. Speaking of which, it's useless even if you don't want to go through the 8th trial. This time, I won't help you activate the heaven-deceiving formation. Hee hee. I want to see a beautiful woman. No matter how unwilling you are, the 8th trial will still descend. The eyeball thought for a while and gave a wretched smile. I have already memorized your heaven-deceiving formation. Even though the formation is mysterious, its level isn't too high. Now, I can also set it up. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. He had already memorized the heaven-deceiving formation at the lakeside. Even if the eyeball monster doesn't help him, he could also set up the formation himself and avoid the 8th trial. After hearing Ning Fan's words, the smile on the eyeball monster's face disappeared. Instead, it became anxious again. If Ning Fan sets up the formation himself and avoids the 8th trial, it really can't help him attract the 8th trial. In that case, it won't be able to see the beautiful woman. Are you really not going to help me fulfill this little wish of mine? Even if I die, I still want to see the 4th barbarian god once. The eyeball monster pretended to be pitiful with tears and snot running down his face. That's your wish, not mine. You stinking brat. Previously, in order to help you break the blessing technique, I had to pay 9 billion Dao crystals for you. I even used the souls of 43 experts and the devil star blood essence of the undying great emperor. He was threatening Ning Fan with his favor. That's because we both took what we needed. If you help me break the blessing technique, I will also help you kill Yinma. Inwardly, Ning Fan was somewhat grateful for the eyeball monster's help. However, he did not say it out loud. Instead, he just stared at the eyeball monster meaningfully. You ungrateful brat. You are ungrateful and stubborn brat. You are unworthy of being the successor of ancient chaos and the descendant of the Lie origin sect. You are the shame of the Purple Do immortal region. You are. The eyeball cursed angrily. He really did not know what to do with Ning Fan. Ning Fan waited until the eyeball monster was tired of cursing and said with a smile. You help me break the blessing technique and I will help you kill Yinma. It's the same thing. It's not impossible for you to ask me to take the risk to go through the 8th suffering technique if you want to see a beauty. However, you can't let me take the risk for nothing. As soon as Ning Fan said that, the eyeball monster understood what he meant. He stared at Ning Fan angrily. As it turned out, this brat wanted to ask for some benefits from him. It was not that he did not want to go through the 8th suffering technique at all. According to his personality, even if he could not go through it, he would at least give it a try. Damn it. This brat is eyeing my meager amount of wealth. The eyeball monster felt his heart aching. He knew that if he does not pay a price this time, Ning Fan would not let him look at the beauty in peace. Tell me, what benefits do you want so that you will help me fulfill my wish? The eyeball monster said angrily. My magic treasures have all been destroyed. Now, I'm lacking a suitable magic treasure. The separation and reunion sword and the rest of his magic treasures had all been destroyed. Ning Fan wanted to get some new magic treasures to use. The eyeball monster's wealth is really rich. He took out 9 billion Dao crystals just like that. There should be more than one innate magic treasure like the small iron cage. If I can get an innate magic treasure from him, it won't be bad. I risked my life to go through the 8th suffering technique just to let you see a beauty. How can it be justified if you don't give me some blood? The old devil taught Ning Fan everything about swindling and deceiving people. Even though Ning Fan rarely extorted people, this time, he had no choice but to hit the eyeball monster. There was no other reason. This eyeball monster was really asking for a beating. Alright. I will give you a 12 Nirvana magic treasure. That should be enough, right? Sigh. You have no idea how poor I will be after I help you break the blessing technique. There's no need to cry about being poor. Just give me an innate magic treasure and I will go through the 8th suffering technique for you. What? You actually want my innate magic treasure? Impossible. There's no room for negotiation. The eyeball monster stared at Ning Fan angrily. At this moment, large patches of red clouds appeared above the lake. The 8th suffering technique was about to arrive. Looking at Ning Fan's infuriated smile, the eyeball monster felt that Ning Fan was still expressionless for the first time. Fine. You win. You're the boss. I'm afraid of you now. After the 8th suffering technique, I will give you an innate magic treasure. Quickly prepare for the tribulation. As soon as the eyeball monster's voice fell, a faint scent of cosmetics had already filled the entire heaven and earth with the wind. The 8th suffering technique had arrived, 2 halves, he actually improved twice. How terrifying. To be continued. At first, it was the fragrance of cosmetics that permeated the heaven and earth. It was not heavy and it was as light as flowing water. However, it carried a hint of alluring sweetness. Then, it started raining flowers. Pink and white petals fell from the sky. No one knew what kind of flowers they were, but they carried a kind of poignant beauty. The strange eyeball's breathing suddenly became heavy. No one knew what organ he was using to breathe. The 4th barbarian god Xianxia, the most beautiful deity in the history of the ancient barbarian world. I didn't expect that I would really be able to see this legendary beauty. Good. Amidst the cheers of the weird-eyed chickens, the silhouette of an ancient city slowly appeared in the sky. It was an extremely dilapidated city. The city was engulfed in the flames of war and the long streets were filled with corpses. At the center of the city, there was an ancient royal palace that was collapsing bit by bit in the flames. In the sky above the royal palace, a large amount of divine light began to emerge. Within the divine light, the shadow of a lady wearing light pink veil slowly appeared. She landed outside the palace and stood under a cherry blossom tree. She looked at the palace that had collapsed in the flames of war in silence. Her beautiful curves were vaguely visible under the veil. She raised her wrist. Her slender hand was so fair that it did not match the flames of war in the surroundings. She gently stroked the hair on her temples. Her actions carried an indescribable charm but also an indescribable sorrow. Her appearance was very beautiful. It was like a painting that had aged quietly in the passage of time. However, her eyes that were like black gemstones carried a trace of indescribable sorrow. It was a sorrow that only a person who had lost their country could have. A broken sword that was stained with rust and blood was pierced into her chest. Blood kept flowing out from the wound. The blood stained her originally spotless body with filth. However, it added a sense of sorrowful beauty to her. She was the shadow of a mountain and sea that was left behind by the 4th barbarian god. Her true body had died a long time ago. The flames of war, the fallen royal palace, the broken sword and the blood were the scenes before her death. Ning Fan leaped into the bottom of the lake. The undying power in the lake immediately surged into his body to guard against the upcoming 8th trial. The strange phenomenon in the outside world did not escape his spirit sense. The 4th barbarian god was indeed very beautiful. However, it was not to the extent of making the world lose its color and the sun and moon lose their luster. However, the sorrow on her body were very touching. Voluptuous. Sure enough. She is indeed the beauty that I like the most. Ha ha ha. Even if I die now, it won't be in vain after I get to see her. He. Eyeball looked like a love-struck fool, staring at the sky foolishly, drooling. He had already begun to ignore everything that was happening in the outside world. He was completely captivated by the 4th god of Berserker's beauty. He was mesmerized by her beauty and lost himself in it, unable to free himself. Not only the strange eyeball, even Ning Fan who was in the lake gradually felt a sense of being unable to extricate himself. His eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. What made Ning Fan unable to extricate himself from it was not the beauty of the woman, but the enchanting power that made one's hair stand on end. The fourth barbarian Dao was actually and cultivated the Dao of the Dao. Her beauty might not be enough to move Ning Fan's Dao heart. However, the power of charm that she cultivates was enough to make most of the men in the world lose their minds. Even the laws of the heavenly Dao seemed to want to prostrate before her dress. Even the direction of their flow deviated. They circled around her back, forming a faintly discernible ring. Just like the beginning saint ring, the fourth god of berserkers was not an incipient saint, but the strength of her art of enchantment was enough to bewitch the great Dao, causing it to willingly go against its laws and create the incipient saint's ring for her. Even if she was not an incipient saint, in this world, there is actually someone who can cultivate the art of bewitchment to such a level. Even the great Dao can be bewitched. Ning Fan was secretly shocked. The yin-yang locket in his dantian was constantly emitting a cooling force, preventing him from sinking into the boundless charm of the fourth barbarian god. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the descendant of the ancient chaos and had the yin-yang locket with him, he would have been drooling and giggling at this woman like the eyeball monster. He would have been completely subdued in front of this woman like the great Tao of heaven. There were actually such charming cultivators in this world. It was truly terrifying. Since the destruction of the Nanman kingdom, very few people have been able to make it all the way to the 8th trial. The fourth god of berserkers' voice was very pleasant to the ears. There was a soft and sweet feeling to it, but there was a sadness in her tone that could not be wiped away. Her gaze moved away from the illusionary palace where the flames of war raged and swept across the lake below. At first glance, she saw silly Haha's eyeballs. She looked away with slight disdain. It's just another fallen person. In her life, she had seen too many men who fell under her dress. Some of them coveted her beauty while some of them fell under her bewitchment technique. There were too many of them. There were so many that she could only count with her fingers how many men could remain clear-headed in front of her. This eyeball monster was just one of the countless living beings who fell under her dress. It was not worth mentioning. Her eyes moved away from the strange eyeball and continued to look at the lake. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, but they seemed to be sharper than any flying sword. They easily pierced through the pitch-black lake water and saw Ning Fan, who was at the bottom of the lake. Her eyes were originally very clear, like the flowing water formed after the snow melted in early spring. However, when she noticed that Ning Fan's eyes were devoid of lust, there was a slight ripple in that clear gaze. Her lips also curved into a rare smile. "You surprised me. It's because you didn't fall in front of me like the other men. Are you the cultivator who is going to undergo the 8th trial? You are very good." For the first time in countless years, the fourth barbarian god praised someone. However, when she noticed the mixed bloodline in Ning Fan's body, her brows immediately knitted together and her expression became cold again. "You are not a barbarian. You are the Taizong tribulation spirit." The fourth barbarian god's eyes became colder and colder. Even the temperature of heaven and earth plummeted. Ning Fan's back felt cold for no reason. Under the gaze of this woman, he actually felt like he was naked. It was as if there were no secrets that he could hide from the woman in front of him. In the past, the eyeball monster could also see through everything about him. However, Tagu could not do that even though he was the 7th barbarian god. This woman was just like the eyeball monster. She could see through everything about him. She was much stronger than Tagu. "If you aren't the Taizong tribulation spirit, I might have shown you mercy. Now, I won't hold back anymore." Unlike Tagu, who treated the Taizong tribulation spirit with respect and servility, this weak woman did not hide her disgust towards the Taizong tribulation spirit at all. She was the 4th barbarian god. The ancient barbarian world had fallen in her hands. The shadow of the royal palace beneath her feet was the barbarian capital of the past. However, it had fallen in the flames of war. The broken sword in her chest was the sharp blade that took her life. It was the supreme treasure of the ancient emperor Taizong. However, it was destroyed by her. She was the last barbarian god in the history of the ancient barbarian world who died standing. After her, all the other barbarian gods became the slaves of the Taizong tribulation spirit, just like Tagu. However, she was not one of them. To her, the Taizong tribulation spirit was not her master. Instead, it was the enemy who destroyed her country and her clan. They were her mortal enemies. I, Shi Zihua, summoned the tombs of the ancient barbarian world to bury this man. The fourth barbarian god gently raised her hand and pointed at Ning Fan from afar. The entire world immediately changed at this moment. Shadows of ancient battlefields began to appear between the mountains and seas, engulfing the place where Ning Fan was standing. The illusory shadows replaced the real world, the lake disappeared. The ruins of the valley disappeared. The eyeball monster also disappeared. Ning Fan stood alone on an ancient battlefield. Behind him were tribes and cities that were filled with blood and fire. The grassland in front of him was filled with broken limbs and magical treasures. There were collapsed mountains, rivers that were cut off by a sword, and the sky that was torn apart. Where is this place? Ning Fan closed his eyes and got rid of the illusions in front of him. He could feel that his body was still at the bottom of the lake. The cold lake water flowed around him. But his soul, his consciousness, seemed to be mixed in this mysterious space. Is this the space formed by the fourth barbarian god's ability? Since you are the Taizong tribulation spirit, you will receive preferential treatment. Your eighth trial is different from the others. The fourth barbarian god's words were filled with hostility. Ning Fan's heart sank slightly. Just now, the eyeball monster said confidently that everyone's eighth trial was the same. Bullshit. I'm the only one who received special treatment. Other people's eighth trial would not be sucked into this battlefield. The eighth trial of an ordinary person was already as difficult as ascending the heavens. His eighth trial would probably be even more dangerous and difficult to pass. This fourth barbarian god seemed to have a deep hostility towards the bloodline of the Taizong tribulation spirit. The ancient barbarian tomb is the holy land of the barbarian race. The barbarian cities that were destroyed and the barbarians who died in battle are kept here. You are in the first level of the fourth tomb. Almost all the barbarian warriors who died in the hands of your Taizong tribe are kept here. If you want to pass the eighth trial, you must kill these warriors again. You can do it. The fourth barbarian god's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The moment his voice resounded, the corpses that were either complete or incomplete stood up with dazed looks in their eyes. 10, 100, 1,000. Countless corpses filled the entire battlefield. They stood up one after another. Among them were the corpses of first-step cultivators and second-step cultivators. However, the ones with the highest cultivation base were only at the life immortal realm. The corpses of those with higher cultivation bases were buried in the higher levels of the barbarian tomb. At this moment, they seemed to have regained life and glory. They saw Ning Fan. Sounds of gnashing teeth came from the mouths of these barbarians who had been dead for many years. Taizong tribulation spirit. More and more barbarian cultivators' eyes turned blood red and were drowned by hatred. The ones who were closest to Ning Fan were 7 divine transformation realm barbarian cultivators. They had died countless years ago on the path to protect the ancient barbarian world. Their corpses were kept by the ancient barbarian tomb. Their souls would forever remain in the mountains and seas of this place. They hated the Taizong tribulation spirit. Now, they wanted revenge. They wanted to take revenge against Ning Fan, the Taizong tribulation spirit. The 7 divine transformation realm barbarian cultivators did not have any rationality at all. As soon as they got close to Ning Fan, they immediately chose to self-detonate. They knew that their cultivation bases were weak. Thus, they only hoped that their self-detonation could slightly injure Ning Fan. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. The sound of self-detonation was deafening and filled the sky with blood mist. Then, the storm formed by the self-detonation of the 7 barbarian cultivators instantly drowned Ning Fan. What was Ning Fan's cultivation base? Putting aside Jiashua's cultivation base, his magic power alone was already at the mid-true enlightenment realm. How would a dignified true immortal be afraid of the self-detonation of 7 divine transformation realm barbarians? However, the killing intent of the 7 divine transformation realm barbarian cultivators influenced him and the thousands of barbarian cultivators behind them. Kill the Taizong tribulation spirit. Another tens of divine transformation realm and void refinement realm barbarian cultivators rushed towards Ning Fan and chose to self-detonate. There were even a few void fragmentation realm cultivators who leaped into the sky and turned into a few thousand zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang, large black-feathered gigantic birds. These void fragmentation realm cultivators did not choose to self-detonate. Instead, they were determined to fight against Ning Fan. Ning Fan's expression was solemn. He respected those experts who had faith and died for their faith. However, it did not mean that he would let others attack him without retaliating. He could tell that the barbarian cultivators here were all people who had died many years ago. They had long lost their lives. However, there was an extremely strange Dao law in this place that allowed the corpses to retain their will when they were alive and continue to fight. That strange Dao law was 70 to 80% similar to the Dao law of undying. However, it was also different. The people here were all dead people. Moreover, all of them had a deep-rooted hatred towards the Taizong tribulation spirit. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with a hint of apology. However, it was more determined. He drew out the memory-severing Dao sword towards the gigantic birds in the sky. Since he was already in this battlefield, the only thing he could do was to send them to their deaths. The memory-severing Dao sword turned into thousands of sword lights and easily killed the few gigantic birds. Their blood splattered across the sky. His actions enraged more barbarian cultivators. More and more barbarian cultivators rushed towards him like tidal waves. There were more than hundreds of millions of first-step cultivators. There were also hundreds of thousands of life immortal realm cultivators. The barbarian cultivators here are just a portion of the cultivators who sacrificed themselves for the world in the past. Most of them didn't even have a chance to restrain themselves. All of them died in the hands of your Taizong tribulation spirit clan. Countless clans of your clan have been annihilated. Have you ever seen the hatred in their hearts? I will wait for you in the 7th level of the ancient barbarian tomb. If you can come up, I will give you a chance to pass the 8th trial. If you can't, then you shall die here. Use your blood to avenge the hatred of my thousands of barbarian cultivators. The 4th barbarian god's voice drifted in the air like the wind. It was difficult to catch its trace. Hundreds of millions of barbarian cultivators rushed towards Ning Fan. Some of them self-destructed and some of them displayed their abilities. Some of them were even affected by their self-destruction and abilities. However, none of them retreated. Everyone's will was to kill Ning Fan because he was the Taizong tribulation spirit. He was their enemy and they must kill him. Incinerate. Facing the tide of thousands of cultivators, Ning Fan suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ray of black-red flame. There were densely packed runes flowing within the flame. It had a kind of demonic beauty. In the beginning, it was just a ray of flame. However, as soon as it soared into the sky, it immediately turned into a sea of fire that nearly drowned the entire world. When the flame burned, it let out the sound of wind and thunder. For a moment, the entire world was filled with thunder. This is the flame of Adversity Beast. You aren't a member of the Adversity Beast clan. Why do you have this flame? The 4th barbarian god's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. The flame of Adversity Beast was unparalleled under the heavens. Since ancient times, countless fire cultivators had coveted the flames of the Adversity Beast clan and tried to devour some of them. However, all of them failed. Even though the flame of Adversity Beast was unparalleled under the heavens, it also had another characteristic. It could not be used together with other flames. It was impossible for those fire cultivators to devour the flame of Adversity Beast to strengthen their own flames. However, this Taizong tribulation spirit managed to do it. What was going on? The 4th barbarian god was a little puzzled. Naturally, she did not know that Ning Fan was the successor of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. What he cultivated was the yin-yang transformation and the chaotic rings art. Among them, the yin-yang transformation was the foundation of the chaotic rings art. This cultivation method had the mysterious power to fuse the two different powers of yin and yang into one. Even the bloodlines of the divine, demon, devil, and tribulation races could be fused together under the power of the yin-yang transformation. Thus, the mere flame of Adversity Beast naturally could not escape from Ning Fan's devouring and utilization. Ning Fan's devil flame was already at the level of the 11 darkness true fire. Moreover, it possessed the domineering offensive power of the flame of Adversity Beast. As the flames burned the heavens and earth, countless first-step cultivators were burned to ashes by the devil flame. Even those life immortal realm experts with profound cultivation bases could only withstand the attack of the devil flame. They could not fight back at all. Tens of thousands of barbarian cultivators were burned to death under the devil flame. After witnessing this scene, the fourth barbarian god knew that the barbarian corpses in the first level of the ancient barbarian tomb were no match for Ning Fan. If they continued to fight, they would just be destroying the corpses in vain. Fine. You've passed the first level. Come to the second level. Don't destroy their corpses anymore. The fourth barbarian god sighed and compromised. Since the first level could not hurt Ning Fan, he could only look at the second level. As soon as the fourth barbarian god's voice fell, the barbarian cultivators who were originally in high spirits fell to the ground and turned back into corpses. In the sky, divine light burst out and a heavenly stairway that led to the second level appeared. There were also wooden boxes with ancient seals appearing in the sky one after another. To be continued, following the fourth barbarian god's order, hundreds of millions of barbarian cultivators fell to the ground and turned back into corpses. Ning Fan's eyes indifferently scanned across these corpses and withdrew his devil flames. He did not plan to burn these corpses to ashes. From the fourth barbarian god's words, Ning Fan understood his current situation. At that moment, he was in the first layer of the ancient berserker's tomb, and the fourth god of berserkers was in the seventh layer. Only by killing his way to the seventh level would he have the chance to pass the eighth trial stage. Otherwise, he would have to activate the heaven-deceiving array and give up on the eighth trial stage. Ning Fan closed his eyes and sensed the situation outside. His consciousness was trapped in the first layer of the ancient berserker tomb by the fourth god of berserkers. His physical body was still sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the lake outside, but it was as if he had lost his soul, unable to move at all. Ning Fan tried to return his consciousness to his body, but he realized that he was unable to do so. The eyeball monster continued to be infatuated with the fourth god of berserkers and drooled at the sky. It was immersed in the beauty of the fourth god of berserkers and had no intention of waking up. As expected, he was a pervert who only knew how to screw over his teammates. Ning Fan's original plan was to pass the eighth trial if he could. If he couldn't, he would activate the heaven-deceiving formation and give up on this trial. However, his consciousness could not return to his body, and he could not activate the heaven-deceiving formation in the outside world. He could only rely on the eyeball monster. Unfortunately, the eyeball monster was unreliable, and it was unknown when it would wake up. Before he regained consciousness, he naturally could not activate the heaven-deceiving formation to save Ning Fan's life. In other words, before the eyeball wakes up, I can't use the power of the formation to leave this place, unless I get through the eighth trial. Even if they encountered countless dangers in the eighth trial, they still couldn't leave. They could only brace themselves and continue on. What a strange pair of eyes. Ning Fan knitted his brows. In the end, he turned into a ray of golden light and flew towards the higher sky along the heaven stairway. At the end of the stairway, there was an altar covered in paper money. The altar was octagonal, but there were 9 stone pillars on it. The 9 stone pillars formed an ancient teleportation array that led straight to the second level of the ancient barbarian tomb. After the altar appeared, more and more wooden boxes appeared in the sky, floating aimlessly. The seal on the wooden chest was very mysterious. It could isolate a cultivator's spiritual sense from probing it. As soon as Ning Fan's spirit sense came into contact with those wooden chests, it was gently pushed away by a gentle force. He could not use his spirit sense to examine those wooden chests. I wonder what's in these wooden boxes. After his eyes were covered with the green light, he looked at the wooden boxes again. This time, his gaze could slightly penetrate through the restrictions on the wooden boxes. He saw that in each wooden box, there was a magic treasure sealed. Most of the magic treasures were low-grade and mid-grade immortal artifacts, and some of the better ones were only high-grade immortal artifacts. There wasn't even a single artificial immortal artifact. Moreover, these magic treasures were mostly covered in rust and didn't have much spirituality left. They'd existed for countless years and were already old to the point of being difficult to use. Low-grade and shabby. Ning Fan didn't covet these magical treasures at all. He flew straight to the altar, prepared to use the formation of the altar to enter the second level. However, as soon as he stepped onto the altar, the dignified voice of an old man rang out. According to the order of Daoman Mountain, those who passed the first test of the ancient man tomb can take a treasure from this place. If you don't take the treasure, it will be considered as giving up the reward and you won't be allowed to enter the second floor. Those who take more will be punished by Daoman Mountain's finger. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. This voice was left behind by a powerful cultivator in this place. It had existed for countless years. Originally, he didn't think much of the broken magical treasures here, but the voice demanded him to take a treasure from this place. Otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed to enter the second floor. Ning Fan gave it a try. Before he took the treasure, he really couldn't activate the teleportation formation to enter the second floor. There was a rule set by a powerful cultivator in this teleportation formation. One must take the treasure from this place before he could enter the teleportation formation. What a troublesome rule, forget it. Even though I don't think much of the broken magical treasures here, I'll just take one. Ning Fan wasn't picky. He randomly chose a wooden box that was closest to him and waved at it. The wooden box immediately moved closer to Ning Fan and opened on its own. The magical treasure that was sealed in the wooden box was a palm-sized shabby golden shield. It was just a mid-grade immortal artifact. Due to the fact that the shield was extremely shabby, the power it could exert might not even be comparable to a void fragmentation realm magical treasure. What a useless shield, this brat actually chose the shield. Does he know something? Otherwise, why would he choose the shield among the thousands of magical treasures? The fourth barbarian god's beautiful eyes revealed a serious expression for the first time. The ancient barbarian tomb was the holy land of the barbarian race. It was created by the first barbarian god Dao Man Shan with his own strength. Not only was it a place to store the corpses of barbarian cultivators, but it was also the place where the previous barbarian gods tested their disciples. Of course, the ancient barbarian tomb had a more important mission. A supreme treasure was buried here. There was a rule set by the first barbarian god Dao Man Shan in the ancient barbarian tomb. Any cultivator who passed the first floor would receive a reward. The fourth barbarian god couldn't interfere or stop this rule. Her original intention was to let Ning Fan die in the ancient barbarian tomb, but she couldn't stop Ning Fan from receiving the reward. You have chosen the 5-star mid-grade barbarian weapon, the golden shield. Now, you can enter the second floor. The old man's voice resounded again. The moment the voice resounded, all the wooden boxes disappeared. Ning Fan finally entered the second floor of the ancient barbarian tomb through the teleportation formation. Ning Fan had already put away the shabby shield and left it at the side. At this moment, he was cautiously looking at the corpses in the second floor. The number of corpses was obviously lesser than the first floor, but each of them was a corpse of Du Zhen. There were more than 10,000 of them scattered around. The moment Ning Fan entered the second floor, the corpses stood up unsteadily. Their eyes glinted with ferocious light as if they were alive. Kill the Taizong Jialing. Protect the glory of the ancient barbarian tribe. Kill. Roars filled the air. Each of them carried the hatred of the annihilation of their entire tribe. At this moment, nearly 10,000 cultivators of the Du Zhen barbarian tribe who had been dead for many years rushed towards Ning Fan and surrounded him. An early Du Zhen barbarian tribe middle-aged man was the fastest. He chose to self-detonate when he was only 1,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan, with the point of self-detonation as the center. The chaotic law of the great Tao gushed out like a flood. A destructive storm that could destroy a cultivation planet swept across the distance of 1,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, trying to engulf Ning Fan within it. The self-detonation of a cultivator of the Du Zhen barbarian tribe was extremely powerful. Even the thought-breaking old monster did not dare to stand still and let the enemy self-detonate. Ning Fan, of course, would not stand still like an idiot. He suddenly raised his hand and pressed his 5 fingers forward. The heaven and earth in front of him seemed to have frozen under his pressure. That destructive storm was also extinguished by him. Even the Shikong old monster could not withstand the self-detonation of the Du Zhen barbarian tribe so easily. However, Ning Fan did it without any effort. His body began to emit a monstrous red light. At this moment, he had used the power of the Jia Shui. His qi was violent and crazy. At this moment, his strength was almost comparable to an old monster at the peak of the thought-breaking realm. It was not difficult for him to self-detonate the Du Zhen barbarian tribe. His strength was incomparable to that of the Shikong old monster. Another 10 or so cultivators of the Du Zhen barbarian tribe sneakily attacked him from behind. This time, Ning Fan did not even turn his head. The red light on his body became even brighter. That red light even turned into countless tangible red lines that flew out. As soon as those red lines flew out, they immediately turned into red light of tribulation sense that was as thick as a thumb. They made an ear-piercing sound and attacked the barbarian cultivators who were close to Ning Fan. A mid-Duzhen barbarian tribe cultivator saw a red light in front of him before he could even attack Ning Fan. In the next moment, a red light of tribulation sense easily penetrated the top of his skull. It went into his sea of consciousness and left a bloody hole the size of a thumb on his forehead. As the tribulation sense red light wantonly destroyed his body, the cultivator died. Another burly man who refined his body tried to get close to Ning Fan and sneakily attack him with his fist. However, the moment he swung his fist, a red light penetrated his skull. 1, 2, 3. Ning Fan killed more and more barbarian cultivators of the Duzhen barbarian tribe. With the strength of his Jia Shui, killing Duzhen barbarian tribe cultivators was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. The fourth barbarian god knitted her brows. She knew that the corpses in the second floor still could not stop Ning Fan. However, this time, she did not stop the massacre. An hour later, Ning Fan stood on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood in the second floor. Even though he had killed all the barbarian cultivators of the Duzhen barbarian tribe, there were still many wounds on his body. This was the reason why the fourth barbarian god did not stop him. The corpses in the second floor were not sacrificed in vain. Their sacrifice could make Ning Fan pay for it. The heavenly stairway that led to the third floor slowly appeared. At the end of the stairway was an octagonal altar. There were 9 ancient stone pillars that formed a teleportation formation. As soon as the altar appeared, tens of thousands of stone chests made of blue stone appeared in the sky. Magical treasures were also sealed in these stone chests. The lowest among them was a first Nirvana-acquired immortal treasure, while the highest was a third Nirvana immortal treasure. Of course, all of the magical treasures were very shabby and some of them were even half destroyed. A third Nirvana immortal treasure, huh? It's still useless. Ning Fan did not look at these stone chests. Instead, he turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the altar. The moment he stepped on the altar, the voice of an old man resounded between heaven and earth. According to Dao Manshan's order, if you want to enter the third floor, you must exchange the treasure you obtained from the first floor for another treasure. You are only allowed to exchange for the same type of magical treasure. If you forcefully take the magical treasure from this place, you will be punished by Dao Manshan's finger. The voice reverberated between heaven and earth for a few times before disappearing. There were originally tens of thousands of stone chests in this place, but as soon as the voice resounded, countless stone statues immediately disappeared from the heaven and earth. In just a few breaths' time, there were only slightly more than 40 stone chests left for Ning Fan to choose from. Ning Fan was slightly startled. It seemed that if he wanted to enter the third floor, he must exchange the golden shield he obtained from the first floor for a magical treasure in the second floor. The remaining 40 stone chests all had shield-type magical treasures sealed inside. Ning Fan had chosen the shield in the first floor, so he could only exchange the shield in the second floor. Among the 40 stone chests, the shield with the highest grade was a second Nirvana-acquired silver shield. After pondering for a moment, Ning Fan chose this stone chest. When he made his choice, the golden shield in his hand along with the other stone chests disappeared in an instant. Only the silver shield that he chose flew out of the stone chest by itself and into his hand. You have chosen the middle grade 6-star barbarian treasure, Ling Xiao Shield. Now, you can enter the third floor. Holding the silver shield in his hand, Ning Fan slightly pondered. In the first floor, he obtained a middle-grade immortal treasure golden shield. In the second floor, he exchanged the golden shield for a second Nirvana-acquired silver shield. If I get to the third floor, will I be able to exchange for a shield of a higher grade? If I get to the fourth floor, fifth floor, perhaps this shabby small shield is not useless after all. After keeping the Ling Xiao shield temporarily, Ning Fan entered the third floor of the ancient barbaric tomb through the teleportation formation on the altar. There were fewer corpses in the third floor. There were only 1,000 of them, but each of them was a void-shedding corpse. Kill the Taitsong Jialing. Protect my barbaric mountain and sea. Kill. More than 1,000 void-shedding barbarian cultivators crawled up from the ground and roared furiously. Their aura force was earth-shattering. Ning Fan's eyes finally showed a serious expression. Without waiting for the void-shedding barbarian cultivators to attack, he waved his hand and released countless red lines, taking the initiative to attack. The red lines turned into red rays of tribulation intent and attacked each of the void-shedding barbarian cultivators. Only a few Shishi void primary stage cultivators were unable to block the red beam's attack. The red beam pierced through their skulls and destroyed their sea of consciousness, killing them. Although most of the barbarian cultivators were injured by the red light of tribulation sense, they did not die. Instead, they gained the strength to resist Ning Fan. After all, the group of cultivators had already reached the Renhuang Emptiness Realm. Within the four heavens, the Renhuang Emptiness Realm cultivators were all famous giants. How could they be instantly killed by a group of cultivators? One by one, the void-abandoning barbarian cultivators unleashed their divine arts, and countless images of Tao appeared in the world. There were images of wild apes striking the sky, lightning chariots crashing into the sun, and ancient barbarians creating humans. All of these were the prelude to these cultivators casting their great divine abilities. At the next moment, thousands of void-rending divine abilities attacked Ning Fan. The colorful rays of magic techniques were so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. "I can't," Ning Fan sighed softly. Even though his current strength had skyrocketed and he was almost comparable to a peak thought fragmentation realm expert, it was still impossible for him to take on the joint attack of more than 1,000 Shikong cultivators head-on. Not to mention him, even the true 10,000 ancient immortal venerables would not be able to withstand it. Even though he might not be able to withstand the joint attack of the group of cultivators, it did not mean that he could not avoid it. Ning Fan leaped and turned into a ray of golden light. In an instant, he ran out of the attacking range of the group of cultivators, causing their joint attack to miss its target. He hovered high in the sky, looking down at the group of cultivators below him. After pondering for a while, he decided to use the Oblivion Current technique that he had just learned. This technique was the secret technique that the seventh barbarian god Ta Gu was famous for. Among the divine abilities of the Immortal Emperor realm, it could be considered as a top-notch great divine ability. This technique could turn the Tao into a long river, making everything that could not be erased disappear and flow into oblivion. Ning Fan had already formed 11 million annihilation runes. The destructive power of this technique was already very impressive. "I use bones as a mountain." 11 million annihilation runes flew out from Ning Fan's body. All of a sudden, they covered the entire sky, making it look like the devil clouds of doomsday. Under the countless runes, the shadow of a black bone mountain slowly appeared. Gradually, the number of bone mountains in the sky increased. The second mountain, the third mountain, the fourth mountain. The number of bone mountains continued to increase until the ninth mountain stopped. At the moment when the 9 bone mountains appeared, the expressions of all the barbarian cultivators changed. They felt a tremendous force descending from the sky, making them breathless and unable to fly up into the sky. It was as if each of them was carrying 9 gigantic mountains on their shoulders and they were being suppressed by the power of the 9 mountains, under the suppression of this tremendous force, not to mention using their divine abilities to attack Ning Fan, even their breathing began to quicken. Their chi was obviously in a mess and it was difficult for them to bear the weight. There were even a few cultivators who were directly crushed by the tremendous force and fell to their knees on the ground. They could not bear the might of Ning Fan's 9 mountains. Blood as a sea. A black sea suddenly appeared under the 9 mountains. Very soon, the second sea and the third sea appeared one after another. The strange phenomenon only stopped when the 8th sea appeared. After the 8 seas appeared, heaven and earth immediately fell into darkness. Everything seemed to have disappeared. Heaven and earth had changed. A few barbarian cultivators who were shrouded in the darkness directly fell into confusion and began to fall. At this moment, Ning Fan raised his palm. The place where his finger passed through easily tore heaven and earth apart. Palm is the Tao. He raised his palm and pressed it towards the barbarian cultivators below him, just like what Ta Gu had done in the past. As soon as he pressed his palm, the 9 mountains disappeared and the 8 seas converged into one, turning into a long black river that flowed quietly. Ning Fan stood on the river while the barbarian cultivators sank into the water. Each of them wore a terrified expression. To their horror, they realized that as soon as they fell into the river, they could not break free even with their cultivation base, they could not break free and could not resist. All they could do was sink to the bottom of the river bit by bit. Moreover, their cultivation base, Tao sense, life force, memories, and everything else began to dissolve in this long black river. Bit by bit, everything turned into oblivion and disappeared without a trace, Tao as the oblivion current. Ning Fan put down his palm and formed hundreds of hand seals in one go. Immediately, the undercurrent in the entire river began to surge. This technique was called Tao as the oblivion current. It was the strongest ability that Ning Fan could display now. Unfortunately, he did not have as many annihilation runes as Ta Gu. Thus, this technique could not be as powerful as Ta Gu's. If Ta Gu uses this technique, all of them would probably die within a few breaths once they sink to the bottom of the river. None of them would be spared. When Ning Fan used this technique, he could not kill all the barbarians in a short period of time. Only a few of them died in the first few breaths. Most of the barbarians only died one after another after enduring this technique for more than 100 breaths. However, there were more than 20 peak Shifu Void Realm experts who joined hands with each other. Even after 1,000 breaths had passed, they did not die. Unfortunately, how long could they last? Ning Fan stood on the river of annihilation, trapping the 20 over peak Shifu Void Realm experts at the bottom of the river for 1 day and 1 night. After 1 day and 1 night, the 20 over peak Shifu Void Realm experts had to die no matter how unwilling they were. After killing all the barbarians, Ning Fan dispelled the oblivion current technique. Both his body and mind were exhausted. Even though the oblivion current technique was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy from his body. The stairway to the 4th level had already appeared, and tens of thousands of metal boxes had appeared in the sky. Ning Fan did not immediately ascend the sacrificial altar. Instead, he chose to sit cross-legged in meditation. After recovering his strength for a while, he ascended the sacrificial altar. According to the orders of Dao Barbarian Mountain, you have passed the test of the 3rd level and can exchange the shield in your hand for one of the shields of the 10 nations. After that, you can enter the 4th level. The old man's dignified voice rang out once more. The iron boxes in the air disappeared one after another, leaving only 10 iron boxes floating in front of Ning Fan. There was a shield sealed in each of the 10 metal boxes, and the name and grade of the shield were written on the outside of each metal box. Su Country's Mysterious Fire Shield, mid-grade 7 stars. Demon Kingdom Sea Illuminating Shield, 7 stars high grade. Sun Cloud Shield of the Ape Nation, upper grade 7 stars. Mirage Sea Country Haze Traversing Sky Shield, high grade 7 star. Thunder Shield of Leichen Kingdom, peak of 7 stars. Sugwa High Turtle Shield, medium grade 7 stars. Da Nation's Rainbow Wing Shield, top grade 7 stars. Chi Country's East Mountain Shield, peak 7 star. Gu Country's Heaven Battling Shield, peak 6 star. Lu Country's Wea Shield, low grade 7 stars. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the 10 iron boxes. What interested him more were the 2 shields that had reached the peak of 7 stars. They were the Thunder Shield of Leichen Kingdom and the Eastern Mountain Shield of Chi Country. According to Ning Fan's estimation, a 5-star barbarian weapon was equivalent to an immortal treasure. A 6-star barbarian weapon was equivalent to a 1st to 4th Nirvana post-celestial treasure. A 7-star barbarian weapon was equivalent to a 5th to 8th Nirvana post-celestial treasure. These 2 peak 7-star shields were already equivalent to an 8th Nirvana post-celestial treasure. They were not considered as weak treasures. If Ning Fan had to exchange the Divine Firmament Shield for one of the shields, he would probably exchange it for one of the 2. Which one should I exchange for? Ning Fan muttered to himself. While he was pondering, the 4th god of barbarians' delicate face showed a hint of nervousness for the first time. The 10 Nations Shield was a test that the 1st god of barbarian Dao, Man Shan, gave to his descendants. Only those who were fated to choose the Shield of Inheritance would have the chance to inherit the supreme treasure left behind by the 1st god of barbarian. The 4th god of barbarian didn't want the supreme treasure to fall into the hands of Ning Fan, the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit. That would be a blasphemy to the sacred relic of the barbarian race. If one didn't choose a shield-type magical treasure on the 1st floor, he wouldn't have the chance to get it. If one didn't choose the Shield of Inheritance on the 3rd floor, he wouldn't have the chance to get the sacred relic either. This young man chose the shield on the 1st floor. This might just be a coincidence. The secret of the ancient barbarian tomb's inheritance was only known by the first 4 barbarian gods. Even the fifth god of barbarian didn't know about it because the barbarian gods after the fifth generation were the slaves of Grand Firmament. They didn't have the right to know about this secret. This young man isn't a barbarian god. It's impossible for him to know the secret of the ancient country god exterminating shield. He won't choose the shield of inheritance. He definitely won't. Under the slightly nervous gaze of the fourth god of barbarian, Ningfan finally made a decision and raised his hand towards the thunder shield. Not only was the shield of the highest grade, but its body was also condensed with the Tao of lightning. Its power was extraordinary. If Ningfan had to choose one out of the 10 shields, he would rather choose this shield. He made the wrong choice. The fourth god of barbarian heaved a sigh of relief. She even started to look down on Ningfan. What she looked down on was that Ningfan was indeed very shallow. He could only see the power of the thunder shield but not the scariness of the shield of inheritance. It was no wonder. Even with her eyesight which was comparable to an incipient Saint Realm expert, it was still difficult for her to see how extraordinary the shield of inheritance was. What kind of ability did Ningfan have? It wouldn't be strange if he couldn't see through it. There's no need to look anymore. This young man made a wrong choice. He won't have the chance to get the ancient country god exterminating shield. The fourth god of barbarian closed her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she was disdainful to look at it anymore. However, at the next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her clear eyes were filled with nervousness again. It was because Ningfan had put his hand down again. His gaze moved away from the thunder shield of Leichen country and landed on the 9th metal box. It was the ancient country heaven battling shield. This shield was just a peak 6-star barbaric weapon which was equivalent to a 4th Nirvana post-celestial Nirvana realm magical treasure. Its power should not be comparable to the thunder shield. However, when Ningfan looked at the shield, he frowned for the first time. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary shield. Why did it give him a feeling of fear and trepidation? It seems strange. To be continued. That feeling of trepidation only lasted for a moment, but it was enough to attract Ningfan's attention. There was definitely something strange about this ancient kingdom battling heaven's shield. However, for some unknown reason, it looked very ordinary on the surface. There was nothing special about it. On the surface, the shield was covered in rust and its spiritual light was dim. There were even many cracks on it. Although it was a 4th Nirvana post-celestial treasure, it was too shabby and didn't have much power left. Its defensive power might not even be comparable to a 1st Nirvana magic treasure. Why would such a magical treasure give Ningfans a feeling of fear and trepidation? Why? Perhaps there was a great mystery behind this shield. Even Ningfan, who was at the 2nd level of the heavenly being realm, could not see through it. Or perhaps, that feeling of trepidation was just an illusion. Ningfan remained silent for a while and finally made up his mind. Be it the Thunderclap shield or the Eastern Mountain shield, they were merely 8th Nirvana post-celestial treasures that were dispensable. The only thing he could not see through was the ancient country warring shield. If that feeling of fear was not an illusion, then there must be something extraordinary about this shield. I want the shield. Ningfan's eyes flashed with determination. He exchanged the Lingxiao shield in his hand for the heaven-battling shield of the ancient country. The 4th barbarian god's pretty face was as cold as ice. She had never expected that Ningfan would actually see through the extraordinariness of the heaven-battling shield and choose it. Perhaps it could be explained as a coincidence that he had chosen a shield-type Dharma treasure at the beginning. But this time, it was definitely not a coincidence. This lad must have sensed the extraordinariness of the heaven-battling shield, which was why he chose it. This kid has such sharp eyesight. If it wasn't because of Ningfan's identity as the Taitsong tribulation spirit, the 4th barbarian god really wanted to praise him. This is troublesome. Once the boy chose this shield, he would be considered as the scion of the Tao of Berserkers. Even if he was a tribulation spirit of Grand Heaven, he would not be attacked by the Berserker corpses in this place. This is the rule set by the first god of Berserkers. Even I cannot go against it. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill this brat in the ancient barbarian tomb. Moreover, if I'm not careful, this brat might inherit the sacred treasure of the barbarian Tao. The 4th god of Berserkers sighed faintly, and there was a hint of unwillingness in his voice. She could already foresee the scene where Ningfan would arrive at the 7th floor without any obstructions. All of this was because Ning Fan had chosen the Shield of Inheritance in the 3rd level. The ancient nation Heaven-Warring Shield itself was a damaged enchanted treasure. Its defensive abilities were ordinary and not worth mentioning, but because it contained a legacy mark from the first god of berserkers, Man Shan, it had an extremely special meaning. Barbarian Dao Shan was the first god of berserkers in the ancient berserkers world and also the strongest god of berserkers. Even some sages were unable to see through the imprint he had planted. Ning Fan similarly could not see through it. At most, he could vaguely sense that this shield was extraordinary. It was already extremely rare. The person with this shield would be the inheritor of the Barbarian Dao Mountain and would have the chance to accept the test and obtain the inheritance of the Barbarian Dao Mountain. Regardless of the identity of the person holding the shield, they would be protected by the Barbarian Mountain and would not be attacked in the ancient Barbarian tomb. This was the rule set by the first god of berserkers, and even the 4th god of berserkers could not go against it. The ancient country Heavenly Warring Shield was just a palm-sized shield. When it touched his hand, it felt cold. Within that coldness, there seemed to be a remnant which was vague and indistinct, making it impossible to see it clearly. This shield is indeed strange. Ning Fan glanced at the heaven-battling shield of the ancient country a few times and no longer paid any attention to it. He kept the shield and slowly stepped into the teleportation formation at the center of the altar. In the next moment, the ancient and majestic voice slowly sounded. Among the 10 nations' shields, you chose the ancient nation heaven-battling shield. From now on, you are the successor of the Dao Barbarians and are qualified to participate in the Dao Barbarian trial. The 4th layer is the first stage of the Dao of Berserkers. If you can pass it, you can use the ancient nation Heaven-Warring Shield to exchange for one item from the many relics left behind. The moment the voice rang out, all the metal boxes in the world disappeared, and the relocation formation that led to the 4th layer gradually lit up. Ning Fan was slightly startled. He did not know that choosing the heaven-battling shield of the ancient country would make one the successor of the Dao Barbarian tribe. He did not know anything about the successor of the Dao Berserker, the trial of the Dao Berserker, or the first stage of the Dao Berserker. The only thing he knew was that this shield was indeed extraordinary. He was right. With the power of the teleportation formation, Ning Fan entered the 4th level of the ancient barbaric tomb. There were only slightly more than 100 barbarian corpses in the 4th level of the tomb. Each of them was a corpse of broken thoughts. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the 4th level, the barbarian corpses stood up unsteadily from the ground. Their eyes were bursting with monstrous killing intent. There were even roars that soared to the sky. Kill the Taitsong Jialing. Dao Protector Barbarian Immortal. Kill. Ning Fan was not afraid of a single strand of broken thoughts. However, when more than 100 strands of broken thoughts overlapped with each other, Ning Fan could not ignore them. When more than 100 strands of broken thoughts joined hands, even an ancient immortal venerable would not be able to defeat them. Being locked on by more than 100 strands of broken thoughts, Ning Fan naturally did not dare to be careless. His expression was as if he was facing a formidable enemy and he activated his tribulation power to the maximum. His white robe shone with dazzling red light. At this moment, Ning Fan was fearless even though he was facing the siege of hundreds of broken thoughts. The current him had the strength to deal with the situation in front of him. This would be a tough battle. However, he would not lose. He had the confidence to do so. On the ancient battlefield, smoke filled the air and killing intent surged. Finally, the barbarian cultivators of the broken thoughts launched their attacks at Ning Fan. Just as Ning Fan was about to take action, a ray of light flew out on its own and stood in front of him to protect him. That ray of light was the ancient kingdom heaven-battling shield. As soon as the heaven-battling shield appeared, the 100 or so barbarian cultivators who were surging with killing intent were all stunned and stopped in their tracks. No one dared to attack Ning Fan anymore. No one dared to roar at Ning Fan anymore. Suddenly, an ancient mark of a dark red mountain emerged on the heaven-battling shield which was originally ordinary. As soon as the mark appeared, an earth-shattering aura force swept across the entire 4th level. The strength of that aura force had already exceeded Ning Fan's understanding. It was the aura force of a true saint. There was no way to resist it. Fortunately, this aura force had no intention of harming anyone. It was just a flash, but it was enough to shake people's hearts. It made Ning Fan shudder once again. He finally understood why the ordinary-looking heaven-battling shield of the ancient kingdom could strike fear into his heart. It turned out that there was once a saint with an exceedingly high cultivation base who planted an imprint on this small shield. That aura force is too strong. Ning Fan secretly compared it in his mind. I'm afraid that even people at the same level as the Undying Realm and the Ancient Chaos Realm do not have such an aura force. The strength of this person is much, much stronger than the Undying Realm and the Ancient Chaos Realm. This young man has the Ancient Kingdom shield. He is the successor of the Dao barbarian lineage. Those who harm him will be punished by my finger. I will not tolerate it. At this moment, a voice slowly resounded between heaven and earth. This voice was clearly the same as the dignified and old voice from before. This voice was actually on Ning Fan's side, intending to protect him. Although the voice was not strict, none of the barbarian cultivators dared to disregard his order. It was because this voice was the voice of the first barbarian god, Manshan. No barbarian cultivator dared to go against his will. Each of the Broken Thoughts barbarian cultivators looked at Ning Fan reluctantly. With Manshan's order, they did not dare to attack Ning Fan. They could only turn back into corpses and fall to the ground. The fourth barbarian god on the 7th level smiled bitterly. She had already foreseen this scene. As long as this young man chooses the inheritance shield, no barbarian cultivator will dare to harm him. Even if this young man is the enemy of the ancient barbarian world. The Taizong Jialing, if this young man chooses the inheritance shield, he will be the successor of the Dao barbarian lineage. No one in the ancient barbarian tomb dares to harm him, but it does not mean that he will walk out of this place alive. The descendants of the Dao barbarian lineage have to go through 3 trials. Those trials are extremely dangerous. Even if I participate in it, I can only pass the first trial at most. I will definitely die in the second trial. This young man's cultivation base is not high. He probably won't even be able to pass the first trial. The 4th level might be his burial ground. On the 4th level, Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the corpses falling to the ground. He did not expect to be protected after choosing the ancient kingdom heaven battling shield. In this case, he should not be attacked by the barbarian corpses in the ancient barbarian tomb. Is this the benefit of choosing the heaven battling shield? * rumble * as loud noises reverberated in the air, a flight of stairs appeared in the sky. At the end of the stairs was the teleportation formation that led to the altar on the 5th level. There were also boxes made of red copper floating in the air. Each of the boxes was glowing with the light of treasures, indicating that the items inside the boxes were extraordinary. This time, even with Ning Fan's 2nd level heaven realm eyesight, he could not see what was inside the boxes. The level of the seals on these copper boxes was too high. He did not have the time to care about what was inside the boxes. At this moment, a shadow slowly appeared on the altar and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. That shadow was an elderly man in red robes. His appearance was very old and his back was hunched. His body was thin and dry, but his eyes were as bright as the starry sky. There was a dark red mark of a small mountain on the old man's forehead. He could vaguely feel a monstrous ferocious aura emanating from it. It actually made Ning Fan feel bloodthirsty. Behind the elderly man, there were 3 indistinct rings. They were kept into his body with a single thought. Those 3 rings were obviously the saint rings that only a true saint could possess. However, in Ning Fan's impression, even a primordial saint should only have 1 saint ring. This elderly man in red robes, however, had 3 saint rings. What is his cultivation base? I am Manshan of the first barbarian god Dao. After my death, I left behind the shadow of the mountains and seas, which will never be destroyed, so you are the one who chose the shield of inheritance. The elderly man in red robes said in a dignified voice. It was not a question but a confirmation. If that's the case, you are qualified to accept the trial of my Dao barbarian lineage. This is the first trial. No one will disturb you. If you pass the trial, you are qualified to exchange the heaven battling shield for one of the items that I left behind. If you fail, you will die. Now, the trial begins. As soon as the elderly man finished speaking, his body immediately turned into specks of broken shadows that drifted away. He did not give Ning Fan any chance to refuse at all. Before Ning Fan could digest the huge amount of information in the elderly man's words, a shocking change had already occurred in heaven and earth. The copper boxes disappeared in the blink of an eye. The heaven stairway disappeared. The altar disappeared. Everything in the sky disappeared. Instead, a dark red ancient mountain slowly appeared in the sky. The moment the mountain appeared, a massive will that was enough to crush all ancient immortal venerables suddenly descended on Ning Fan's body. The fourth barbarian god frowned and let out a faint sigh. She could not help but admit that Ning Fan was very outstanding. How could a person who could obtain the identity of the successor of the Dao barbarian lineage not be outstanding? However, no matter how outstanding he is, he would probably stop at the fourth level. The first trial of the Dao barbarian lineage was called the Trial of Will. Only those who could endure 17 breaths under the will of the first barbarian god would pass the trial. The cultivation base of the first barbarian god was too high. Those who could endure 17 breaths under his will would at least be peak immortal emperors. 17 breaths. This kid won't be able to endure it. His strength is close to the ancient immortal venerables, but he is not a true immortal venerables. I'm afraid the fourth breath is his limit. The fourth barbarian god thought to himself. The first breath. Under the suppression of that massive will, Ning Fan felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He took 3 steps back and stabilized his body on the 4th step. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with faint flames of anger. He did not care about the first trial or not. He did not like the feeling of being suppressed by someone else's will. His will had already experienced millions of years of tempering in the 3 illusions of truth. He was not afraid of anyone's will, even if the other party was Man Shan of the first barbarian god Dao, the second breath. In the sky, other than the dark red mountain, there was also a dark red sea. Under the appearance of the mountain and the sea, the will that descended on Ning Fan's body immediately became several times stronger. An invisible force pushed Ning Fan back continuously. Every time he took a step back, he would definitely cough out a mouthful of blood. When the third breath arrived, the sky had already transformed into a mountain and 2 seas. On the 4th breath, another mountain appeared in the sky. The power of the will of the barbarian Dao mountain had already exceeded the endurance of any ancient immortal venerables. Under the suppression of this will, Ning Fan's injuries became more and more severe. His consciousness began to blur. Finally, on the 5th breath, he could not bear it anymore. With a loud bang, his body exploded and he died. Being able to endure until the 5th breath is already beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, you still died in the end. It seems like my previous worries were unnecessary. Even if you choose the shield of inheritance, you still don't have the right to inherit the sacred object of my Dao barbarian lineage, the god-exterminating shield of the ancient country. The 4th barbarian god let out a faint sigh. He actually felt a hint of pity. Ning Fan was indeed very outstanding. Being able to go through the 8th trial meant that he was definitely a rare talent in the future. If he wasn't the Taizong tribulation spirit, it would also be a good thing for him to inherit the sacred object of the Dao barbarian lineage. If he wasn't the Taizong tribulation spirit, I would help him pass the 3 trials of the Dao barbarian lineage and obtain the sacred object's acknowledgement. Unfortunately, his identity can't be changed. I also won't help the cultivators of the enemy race. Since the fall of the first barbarian god, there were only 4 inheritors. Even with the help of the later barbarian gods, the first 3 could not make it to the 3rd trial. This young man is the 4th. What a pity. The 4th barbarian god thought that Ning Fan had already exploded and died. At this moment, the eyeball monster in the outside world seemed to have sensed something as well. It actually woke up from the enchantment. He's dead. That brat died in the 8th trial. This time, things have really gone too far. Without him, how am I going to kill Mo? It's all my fault. If I didn't force him to go through the 8th trial because I wanted to look at the beauty, he wouldn't have died. If I didn't lose myself in the beauty and was unable to extricate myself, I wouldn't have been in time to save him. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Big brother immortal, I've let you down. I can't help you take revenge. The eyeball monster's heart was filled with regret. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. Unfortunately, he did not have hands. Ning Fan was his greatest trump card to kill Mo. How could he die? How could he die? the eyeball monster thought that Ning Fan was already dead. The fourth barbarian god also thought that Ning Fan was already dead. Only Ning Fan knew that he was not dead at all. When he was about to die, he activated the power of the life illusion pill without any hesitation. The sixth breath, in the empty fourth level of the ancient barbarian tomb where Ning Fan's body exploded, a seemingly illusory flame suddenly appeared. The flame burned brighter and brighter. Gradually, it reached the height of a human. At the next moment, Ning Fan, who was dressed in white robes, walked out of the flame unscathed. He did not die. Not only did he not die, but he even lasted until the sixth breath. How is this possible? This young man is actually still alive? Be it the fourth barbarian god or the eyeball monster, all of them wore a shocked expression at this moment. They could not understand why Ning Fan, who had clearly died from his body exploding, could rise from the ashes and appear again. With their vast experience, they thought of several possibilities in just an instant. However, they could not verify it with Ning Fan. It was not that there were no methods to save one's life after death. However, all of them were things that even immortal emperors would find hard to obtain. This young man actually has such a method to protect himself. We have underestimated him, luckily. This brat is still alive. Haha. It's good that he's alive. It's good that he's alive. The eyeball monster was naturally overjoyed. The fourth barbarian god, on the other hand, knitted her brows. She sighed with mixed feelings again. She also felt that it was a pity that she did not manage to kill Ning Fan. At this moment, there were still two illusory flames burning in Ning Fan's dantian. After activating the medicinal power of the life illusion pill, 3 illusory flames would be born in his body. It could save his life for 3 times. However, he had just used one of them. Manshan of the first barbarian god Dao is really a terrifying expert. If it wasn't for the life illusion pill, I would have definitely died in the 5th breath. There are still 2 illusory flames left. Within 2 hours, I still have 2 chances to come back to life. The eyeball monster seems to have regained his consciousness. If things don't work out, I can leave this place at any time and give up on the 8th trial. In this way, I don't have to worry about my future. Since I've already used up the life illusion pill, I shouldn't waste it. Let's just get through the first trial of the Dao Barbarian. The 7th breath, the 8th breath, the 9th breath and the 10th breath, 5 mountains and 5 seas had already appeared in the sky. The willpower that they emitted was enough to severely injure any immortal king expert. Since the 6th breath of revival, Ning Fan's body was once again suppressed by the willpower and injuries kept appearing on his body. At the 10th breath, he was already close to the end of his lifespan. At the 11th breath, Ning Fan could no longer bear the burden and his body exploded. However, at the 12th breath, he walked out of the illusory flames and was reborn from the ashes. In just 12 breaths, he had died twice. Without the life illusion pill, he certainly would not be able to get through the first trial of the Dao Barbarian with his current cultivation base. I still have one last chance to be reborn. Ning Fan's eyes glowed with green light as he looked at the 6 mountains and 6 seas that were gradually appearing in the sky. With every breath, a mountain or a sea would appear in the sky. The barbarians had 9 mountains and 8 seas as their limit. In other words, the first trial of the Dao Barbarian would at most last until the 17th breath. He still had one last chance to be reborn, which was enough to get through the first trial of the Dao Barbarian. If he can get through the first trial of the Dao Barbarian, he would be able to exchange the heaven-battling shield of the ancient country for one of the relics of the first barbarian god, Dao Manshan. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. The life illusion pill was a supreme treasure. Since he had used it, he had to get it back. Dao Manshan was a saint, and he was not an ordinary saint. He had 3 saint rings. All of his relics were definitely good stuff. Any one of them was enough to compensate for the loss of the life illusion pill. The 13th breath. The 14th breath. The 15th breath. Ning Fan finally could no longer bear the burden and his body exploded and he died. At the 16th breath, he was reborn from the ashes. At this moment, the sky had already transformed into 8 mountains and 8 seas. The willpower of heaven and earth had already exceeded the endurance of an immortal emperor realm expert. Just as he was reborn from the ashes, Ning Fan bled from his 7 orifices again under the suppression of this level of willpower. The 3 chances of being reborn from the life illusion pill had already been used up. Next, he could only rely on his own strength to endure through the 17th breath. If he could endure it, he would be able to choose one of the relics of the saint and keep it for himself. If he could not endure it, he would have to give up on the 8th trial. Brat, I don't know what you are going through right now. If you need it, you just need to send a message and I will activate the heaven-deceiving formation for you to save your life. The voice of the strange eyeball resounded in Ning Fan's mind. Ning Fan did not give a reply. He just gritted his teeth and held on stubbornly under the willpower of heaven and earth. Just 1 breath more. Just the last breath more. There is no reason to use the life illusion pill in vain. I must take one of the relics of the saint, the 17th breath. At this moment, the 9 mountains and 8 seas in the sky all appeared. A pair of illusory eyes appeared in the sky and looked down at Ning Fan. Those were the eyes of Dao Manshan. They looked at Ning Fan without any emotions. At this moment, the willpower of heaven and earth had reached its peak. Even an ordinary saint would be injured under this level of willpower. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with a hint of madness. The scenes of him transforming into a barbaric bull, a barbaric fish and a barbaric butterfly appeared in his mind. His willpower had already been tempered thousands of times. He could be defeated or killed, but his willpower could not be destroyed by anyone. The red light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The bloodlines of the 4 clans were circulating in his body at the same time. The shadow of a long river appeared under his feet. There was a bridge on the river. It was his true bridge of Dao execution. At this moment, Ning Fan had already used all of his strength. No matter what, he had to endure through the 17th breath. It was clearly the last breath, but it gave Ning Fan the feeling that it was as long as a cycle of reincarnation. The 18th breath, the illusory shadows of the 9 mountains and 8 seas disappeared. The heavenly stairway, the sacrificial altar and the copper chest appeared again. On the sacrificial altar, the shadow of Dao Manshan's mountains and seas also appeared. For the first time, his expressionless face showed a satisfied expression. You. Very good. With my order, I, Dao Manshan, allow you to take away one of the treasures I left behind. This was a gift from a saint. He actually passed the first stage of the Dao barbarian race with a cultivation base that is not even at the immortal venerate realm. The 4th barbarian god gritted her teeth. Once one passes the first stage of the Dao barbarian race, he would have the right to take away one of the treasures left behind by Dao Manshan. Will this young man choose the sacred treasure of the Dao barbarian race? Please don't. She would rather die thousands of times than to see the sacred treasure of her race fall into the hands of the Taitsung Jialing. While the 4th barbarian god was struggling in her heart, Ning Fan kept inhaling cold breaths. He felt dizzy. The copper chests in the sky opened on their own, revealing the supreme treasures inside. The shadow of Dao Manshan's mountains and seas introduced them to Ning Fan one by one. As for Ning Fan, he had already climbed up the sacrificial altar and listened to Dao Manshan's introduction. When I pacified the 10 countries and established the ancient barbarian world, I once obtained the eye of a quasi-saint of the 10 countries and refined it into a treasure called the heaven-sweeping pearl. Even though this pearl is only at the innate grade, if the blood of a saint is used as a sacrifice, the power of this pearl will increase by 10 times. It can even slightly injure a saint. It's actually a magic treasure that can even injure a saint. Doesn't this mean that this treasure is invincible against anyone below the saint realm? When I was traveling around the immortal regions, I once obtained a heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma. It's useless for those above the saint realm to consume it. However, those below the saint realm can directly attain the cultivation base of a quasi-saint if they don't die after consuming it. It was actually a spiritual herb that could directly allow one to attain the cultivation base of a quasi-saint. This nameless ancient scroll was written by an immemorial immortal sovereign. I don't know the words in it, but it seems to be a record of some mysterious divine ability. It turned out to be a secret scroll of divine ability left behind by an immemorial immortal sovereign. I obtained this puppet by chance when I was traveling around the desolate regions. This puppet is almost at the 8th tribulation immortal emperor realm. It's not that powerful, but it can still be used to guard the cave abode. It turned out to be an Immortal Emperor realm puppet with the cultivation base of the 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor. Even though Ning Fan had gotten used to seeing good items, he still felt like his horizons had been broadened at this moment. Compared to the items left behind by Dao Man Shan, the heavenly treasures he had seen in his life were not worth mentioning at all. Any one of the items here was enough to cause the old monsters of the Four Heavens realms to go crazy over them. The better these items were, the more Ning Fan did not know how to choose. What should I choose? Inadvertently, Ning Fan's gaze fell upon a copper box. Inside the copper box, there was a fragment of a magic treasure lying all alone. It seemed to be a broken piece of some shield treasure. Its color was dark red and it looked like copper but not copper. Its spiritual light was dim and it was very inconspicuous. Ning Fan could not tell what kind of power it possessed. What is this? Ning Fan pointed at the broken piece of magic treasure and asked. I don't intend to tell you what this item is. If you like it, you can take it away directly. However, you can't take the other items. Dao Manshan answered with a meaningful tone. Before Ning Fan, there were 3 other inheritors who came to Dao Manshan. However, none of them chose this item. Will this young man choose this item? Dao Manshan shook his head slightly. No matter what Ning Fan chooses, he would not care about it. After all, he was already a dead man. All the responsibilities he had when he was alive had been fulfilled. The karma after his death had nothing to do with him. What should he choose? Ning Fan's eyes lingered on each of the bronze chests. It was difficult for him to make a decision. As for Dao Manshan, after introducing all the items, he stood quietly at one side with his eyes closed, not interfering with Ning Fan's choice. There were a total of 400 bronze chests and 400 items. Among them, there were 74 magic treasures. All of them were innate grade. There were 166 pills and spiritual medicines. All of them were 9 Revolution Emperor pills and innate spiritual medicines. There were also many jade slips and scrolls containing cultivation methods and abilities. Any one of them could become the trump card of an Immortal Emperor realm expert. There were also more than 10 spiritual puppets. Among them, the one with the highest grade was the 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor realm spiritual puppet. It would probably be difficult to find such a high-grade spiritual puppet within 4 days. Other than that, there were also many miscellaneous items such as the treasure map of a secret place of a sacred sect, the war chariot of a sage when he was still alive and the wine bottles that he used. What made Ning Fan especially speechless was that there was a dudu used by a female sage among the miscellaneous items. It was not because Dao Manshan was lecherous that he collected this item. In fact, even this inconspicuous dudu was an innate magic treasure called the 42 Worlds Chaotic Heavenly Silk. What Ning Fan was sure of was that any one of the sage's items here was a rare treasure. Of course, there was also the inconspicuous shield treasure fragment among the miscellaneous items. However, Ning Fan could not determine the value of this fragment. Dao Manshan did not introduce the fragment in detail. On the surface, it looked ordinary. However, if one stares at it for a long time, one's ears would start buzzing. If one continued to stare at it, the sound would gradually become clearer. It was an ancient roar. It sounded like a human but not a human, like a beast but not a beast. It gave one a chilling feeling. Although there were many powerful magic treasures in this place, only the fragment of the shield treasure could give Ning Fan the chills. That feeling of fear was somewhat similar to the heaven-warring shield of the ancient country, but it was hundreds of times scarier. What exactly is the secret of this fragment? I can't see through it. After a long time, Ning Fan withdrew his gaze from the fragment of the shield treasure and began to ponder. He could only take one of the sage's items here. Therefore, he had to be cautious in his choice. It would be best if he chose the most practical item. This shield fragment might be extraordinary, but it might not be practical. It wasn't a complete treasure and didn't have any defensive capabilities. What could he do with it? Speaking of which, the material of this fragment was quite extraordinary. It was a spirit ore that Ning Fan had never seen before. If he melted this fragment and added some other materials into it, he should be able to refine an extremely good shield. However, this was unnecessary. Ning Fan did not have the confidence to refine a Xianxia magical treasure with this small fragment. Was it that easy to refine a Xianxia magical treasure? He might be able to refine a shield, but its grade would most likely not be high. In that case, it would be better to just choose a Xianxia-level defensive magic treasure. Why would he need to forge his own shield? In that case, what was the point of choosing this shield treasure fragment? Shaking his head, Ning Fan shifted his gaze away to look at other things. Although Dao Manshan did not open his eyes, he knew everything that happened here like the back of his hand. This boy doesn't intend to choose this item. Dao Manshan sighed in his heart but did not say anything. No matter what choice Ning Fan made, he would not interfere. However, he had been waiting for many years for the inheritor. Thus, he felt a little regretful. What a pity. This boy is the fourth person who has the chance to obtain the Dao Barbarian's approval. Is he going to miss the chance to obtain the Dao Barbarian's sacred relic as well? Just like the previous three inheritors, he did not have the courage to choose the sacred relic fragment. The fourth barbarian god was originally very nervous. However, after realizing that Ning Fan did not pay too much attention to the sacred relic fragment, he immediately felt relieved. It seems like this boy doesn't really care about the sacred relic fragment. I've been worrying too much. The sacred relic of my Dao barbarian lineage won't fall into his hands. That's good. Ning Fan's eyes wandered through the many relics in this place. In the end, there were only 4 items that he desired to obtain. Among all the magic treasures, the one he wanted the most was not the most powerful one, the heaven-sweeping pearl, but the undergarment of the female saintess, the 42 worlds red heavenly silk. The reason why he chose this item was definitely not because he had a special hobby. Instead, it was because this treasure had a special use. This red heavenly silk was an innate grade magic treasure. Its defensive power was extremely strong. In terms of power alone, it was not the strongest among all the innate grade magic treasures in this place. However, according to Dao Manshan's introduction, this treasure could protect the host's mind and spirit during the immeasurable tribulation. It could increase the host's chance of becoming a Sage Realm expert by around 30%. According to Dao Manshan, the immeasurable tribulation was a great tribulation that one must go through to become a Sage Realm expert. It was extremely dangerous and it was extremely rare for it to appear. Only by attracting the immeasurable tribulation would a quasi-saint have the chance to attain the 3rd step. However, during the ancient times, only 1 or 2 quasi-saints could cultivate to the perfection realm and attract the immeasurable tribulation among 1,000 quasi-saints. Among those who successfully attracted the immeasurable tribulation, only 10% of them could pass the tribulation successfully. 90% of the quasi-saints would die during the immeasurable tribulation. It was enough to show how dangerous this tribulation was. Putting aside the innate grade of the red heavenly silk, the 30% chance of passing the immeasurable tribulation alone was enough to make Ning Fan's heart move. If he chooses the red heavenly silk, it would certainly be much easier for him to attain the Sage Realm in the future. Besides, this red heavenly silk itself was an extremely good innate grade magic treasure. Its defensive power was especially extraordinary. Since it could be used as a dudu by a female sage and be worn close to her body, how could its defensive power be low? Defense was just too important. Ning Fan had countless offensive methods but he did not have many defensive methods. The defensive ability of the 3 flowers converging prominence was already not enough for him to use for a long time. The physical defense of his ancient devil body was also not enough for him to use in battles above the void-shedding realm. The 7-star lamp, a 12th Nirvana grade defensive magic treasure that he obtained with great difficulty, was detonated by Ning Fan. The life illusion pill that he used to save his life was also used up. Currently, Ning Fan urgently needed to increase his defensive methods to protect himself. This red heavenly silk of the 42 worlds was indeed a good choice. If he has the red heavenly silk to protect himself, he was confident that he could withstand the attacks of an immortal venerables head-on without dying. Even if he faces the attacks of immortal kings or immortal emperors, he would still have a certain level of strength to protect himself. Compared to this item, the heaven-rippling pearl was much inferior. Among the many magic treasures here, the heaven-rippling pearl was undoubtedly the strongest. How could a magic treasure that could injure a sage realm not be strong? This treasure was absolutely invincible against anyone below the sage realm. It could even kill an immortal emperor realm cultivator like a dog. But there was a prerequisite. In order to unleash the strongest power of this pearl, he must use the blood of a saint to refine it. This was a little troublesome. Ning Fan knew that he could not get his hands on the blood of a saint. Where should he get it from? In this world, is there still a saint? Is there still a saint's blood left behind? Without the blood of a saint, this bead would only be able to unleash a tenth of its true might at most. It would only be slightly stronger than other connate treasures, so it wouldn't be too heaven-defying. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base and the heaven-sweeping pearl in his hand, he could at most fight against a high-level immortal venerable who was 1 or 2 levels higher than him. This was obviously of little value. How could an offensive magical treasure that couldn't kill the enemy in a single strike be more practical than a defensive magical treasure that could protect one's life? Other than the red heavenly sash, he was also very interested in the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma. In the end, magic treasures were just external objects. It was far less practical than directly raising one's cultivation. If it was not for the fact that it could increase the chances of becoming a sage, the red armillary sash was definitely not as practical as the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma. If one did not die after consuming this Ganoderma, they would have the cultivation of a demi-sage. If he has the cultivation base of a quasi-saint realm expert, why would he need to choose an innate magic treasure? Cultivation was fundamental. A Dujin cultivator with a primordial magic treasure would never be able to defeat an empty-handed quasi-sage. Should I choose this heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. However, Ning Fan did not choose the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma immediately. His expression was extremely cautious. This item could allow one to attain the cultivation base of a quasi-saint immediately. It was just too heaven-defying. However, the heavenly Tao was a cycle. Things would always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. There are gains and losses. The more heaven-defying an item was, the more flaws it would have. For example, the immortal body of the undying great emperor could not even kill a desolate saint. However, it was very difficult for him to become a saint. After consuming the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma, one could directly attain the cultivation base of a quasi-saint. However, there was a precondition: one must not die after consuming it. If a mortal did not explode and die after consuming an immortal pill, he would also have the chance to become an immortal in a single step. However, in this world, there were not many cultivators who could become an immortal in a single step. Almost all those who tried to become an immortal in a single step had died. Ning Fan's eyes glowed with green light. The more he looked at it, the deeper his frown became. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. When he looked at the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma again, his eyes were much colder than before. As expected, this heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma has a huge flaw. The medicinal power of this heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma was extremely domineering. However, due to the restriction of the rules, it could not be consumed separately. It had to be consumed whole. Otherwise, its medicinal power would be greatly reduced. If 10,000 people consumed the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma, I'm afraid there would be 9,999 of them who could not endure the medicinal power and would directly explode and die. In order to endure the medicinal power without dying, one must at least have the physical body of a sage realm expert. Isn't this a joke? Since ancient times, how many people in the second step possessed the physical body of a third step cultivator? How many second step cultivators are qualified to consume the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma without dying? This is another item that is very useless. When Ning Fan cultivates his physical body to the third step, he would be able to fight against a sage realm expert with just his physical body. At that time, would he still care about the magic power of a quasi-sage realm expert? At that time, would it be necessary for him to consume the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma? If he chooses the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma, he would certainly not be foolish enough to wait until his physical body reaches the third step before consuming it. He would divide the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma into tens of parts and consume them bit by bit. In this way, the medicinal power of the spirit Ganoderma would be less than 10%. It would not be enough for him to break through to the quasi-sage realm. It might not even be enough for him to advance from the crossing truth realm to the shedding void realm. This item could improve Ning Fan's cultivation base. However, the degree of improvement would not be too heaven-defying. Heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma. Ning Fan stared at the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma for a long time. Eventually, he moved his eyes away and looked at the eighth tribulation spiritual puppet. This item also made his heart beat faster. If he chooses the spiritual puppet, he would immediately have an immortal Emperor realm fighter who is loyal to him. To barbarian Dao Shan who had a high standard, the 8th tribulation spiritual puppet could at most be used to guard his abode. However, Ning Fan was different. The place he lived in was the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. It was a world where a quasi-sage realm expert and an immortal emperor realm expert could do whatever they want. On the surface, there were only 16 immortal emperors in the entire Eastern Heaven immortal world. A few of them died in the Sunluo War. Among them, there were only a few who had attained the 8th tribulation spiritual puppet. The cultivation base of an eternal 8th tribulation spiritual puppet could definitely be considered as the top combat power in the 4 heavens immortal world. If he chooses the spiritual puppet, there would be very few people who could kill him within 4 days. The spiritual puppet tempted Ning Fan. However, it also had a huge flaw. The flaw was that this spiritual puppet was just too old and outdated. In short, the durability of this spiritual puppet was already running low. It could be used a few more times at most and then it would completely break down. It was practical but not durable. The 4th item that tempted Ning Fan was a scroll with a blood lotus drawn on it. A red-robed child was sitting on top of the blood lotus. He was performing hand seals with both of his hands. His appearance was vivid and lifelike as if he could walk out from the painting. If one takes a closer look, the red-robed child in the painting looked somewhat similar to barbarian Dao Shan. This scroll contains the strongest cultivation method in my life, Blood Lotus Scripture. This is a body refinement cultivation method. It was passed down from an ancient immortal sovereign who had attained the Tao through his own body. Unfortunately, what I obtained is just an incomplete scroll. This cultivation method can be cultivated by immortal venerables. It can temper one's physical body step by step. If one can cultivate all the cultivation realms recorded in the incomplete scroll, one can even attain the 3rd step when they are at the 2nd step. Ning Fan did not lack high-grade cultivation methods. However, it was his first time encountering a body refinement cultivation method that could allow one to attain the 3rd step. Immortal Sovereign was a unique title for 4th step cultivators. This was a cultivation method that was left behind by a 4th step body refinement cultivator. It was definitely more profound than the yin-yang transformation and chaotic loop art. Unfortunately, it was just an incomplete scroll. Moreover, things like cultivation methods would not be put to use immediately. One would need to spend a lot of time to cultivate it in order to display its benefits. It was practical but it could not be put to use immediately. Moreover, it would take an unknown number of years to attain the 3rd step body with this cultivation method. Red Heavenly Silk, Heaven Opening Spirit Ganoderma, 8th Tribulation Puppet, Blood Lotus Scripture. Which one should I choose? While Ning Fan was pondering, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He had sensed something. At this moment, there was an unusual change in the lake outside. The lake water that was as dark as ink began to boil. Scorching hot bubbles rose and evaporated. No. To be more precise, it was not the lake water that was boiling. It was the blood that was dissolved in the lake water. That was the black blood that flowed from the undying Great Emperor's 4th Devil Star after it was destroyed. The previously deathly still black blood seemed to have sensed something at this moment, and there was an excited emotion. At the lakeside, the strange eyeball looked at the boiling lake water in confusion. He could not understand why the lake water would have such an unusual change. Strange. Why is the undying demon blood in the outside world suddenly boiling? This fragment. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly flashed and he looked at the fragment of the shield treasure. Not only the undying demon blood had an unusual change, but the fragment of the shield treasure also had an unusual change. The dark red fragment was giving off a blazing red light as if it had been calcined by a blazing flame. Moreover, there was an aura that was extremely similar to the undying Tao Law that was constantly spreading from the fragment. No. It was not similar. The power that the fragment contained was obviously the undying power, which was the same as the undying Great Emperor's power. This fragment, before Ning Fan could continue looking at it, the fragment of the shield treasure suddenly flew out on its own. It turned into a ray of blazing red light and flew towards Ning Fan. When it was 3 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan, the fragment suddenly slowed down and landed on Ning Fan's palm obediently. What's going on? I haven't chosen the relic of the saint yet. Why did this fragment fly towards me on its own? The moment the fragment flew into Ning Fan's hand, be it the heaven-battling shield of the ancient country or the other bronze boxes, all of them disappeared. Depressing. Does this mean that I can only choose this fragment of the shield treasure and cannot choose anything else? Has the choice already ended? I haven't even started. Ning Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. Isn't this too much of a scam? Can I choose again? Ning Fan shifted his gaze towards Dao Manshan and realized that the latter's expression was one of shock that he had never seen before. A dignified heaven-opening artifact actually took the initiative to recognize him as its master. Dao Manshan was greatly astonished. After a long while, he finally saw some clues and thought to himself. I see. This young man has a trace of the fourth fragment. No wonder, the fourth barbarian god was even more astonished. She could not figure out what was going on. She really could not understand it. Ning Fan obviously had no intention of choosing the fragment of the holy artifact. Why did the fragment fly towards Ning Fan on its own and fly into his hands? How could there be such a thing as a pie falling from the sky? That was the fragment of a heaven-opening artifact. Moreover, it was not an ordinary heaven-opening artifact. It was a supreme treasure that was ranked 19th among all the magic treasures in the world since the beginning of time. Even if this treasure was just a fragment, it should have its own pride. Even a saint would not be able to subdue this fragment without tens of thousands of years of refinement. However, such a supreme treasure that was so difficult to subdue had voluntarily given itself to Ning Fan during the first encounter. Can someone explain to me what is going on? Asterisk rumble asterisk between heaven and earth, black lightning began to appear unceasingly. Countless rays of light flew out from the fragment of the shield treasure in Ning Fan's hand, forming an incomparably huge shadow of a shield in the sky. Bit by bit, it appeared between heaven and earth. The shadow of the shield was immeasurably tall. Its height seemed to have exceeded the limits of heaven and earth. Its material seemed to be copper but not copper. It was dark red in color and there were densely packed undying Tao laws intertwining on it. There were countless shadows of giants floating on the surface of the shield. Upon closer inspection, each of the giants held a shield in their left hand and a sword in their right hand. Their bodies were clad in dark red armor. The strange thing was that each of the giants was illusory and there seemed to be cultivators inside their bodies. At the moment when the shadow of the giant shield appeared, all the innate magic treasures in the area trembled as if they were afraid of it. All of them extinguished their light and lost their luster. Innate magic treasures were actually afraid of it. I am the sixth fragment of the heaven-opening artifact of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect, the breath of the fourth fragment. Remembrance, there was no sound coming from it but Ning Fan seemed to have heard those voices from the gigantic shadow of the shield. It also felt like those voices were coming from the fragment in his hand. He didn't understand what the voice was saying. It was intermittent and he couldn't really understand it. The only thing he could feel was the aura of a magic treasure on the shadow of the shield which was beyond his understanding. In front of the shadow of the shield, he actually had an unprecedented feeling of insignificance. It was as if this ancient shadow of the shield was heaven and earth, the great Tao and all the rules of heaven and earth. It was as if there was nothing that could restrain this shield and there was no force that could break its defense. Even if the heavens fell and the earth split apart, time would not be able to destroy this shield. What, is this shield? Ning Fan stared at the shadow of the giant shield in the sky. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the ancient bell of Samsara above the sea of clouds when he was at the mortal severing realm. The bell of Samsara was a magic treasure that surpassed the power of the cultivators of the four heavens. No cultivator of the four heavens could subdue it. That magic treasure had already surpassed the innate realm. The shadow of the giant shield in front of him actually gave off a feeling that was extremely similar to the bell of Samsara. It was as if they were magic treasures of the same level, the sixth fragment of the heaven-opening artifact. Could this be the origin of the fragment of the shield treasure? Ning Fan did not know what the heaven-opening artifact was but he guessed that it was a magic treasure that was at a higher level than innate magic treasures. This fragment seemed to be even more extraordinary than what he had imagined. Perhaps it was not a bad choice to choose this fragment, the fourth fragment. Reminiscing. Meeting, with me, at this moment, another change took place. The undying devil blood in the lake outside suddenly began to rush into Ning Fan's body. On the surface, it looked as if Ning Fan was absorbing that power. Hiss. What's going on? This young man doesn't possess the undying devil body, but he could actually absorb the undying power in the undying Great Emperor's blood. The eyeball was shocked. This drop of blood contained a trace of the undying Great Emperor's inheritance. Only those who possess the undying physique could obtain this inheritance. How could Ning Fan obtain it? The eyeball was not the only one who was shocked. Even Ning Fan himself was shocked. Even though his consciousness was trapped in the ancient barbarian tomb, he could still sense the changes in the outside world. He could clearly feel the power of the undying Great Emperor's devil blood flowing into his body at a crazy rate. I miss home, very much, but my home is no longer here. This time, it was the undying Great Emperor's voice that resounded beside Ning Fan's ears. My first home is the Black Mountain tribe in the ancient barbarian world. However, the Black Mountain tribe was destroyed by the Ziwei immortal cultivator. I lost my first home. My second home is the Zido immortal domain. However, it was destroyed by the Tribulation Spirit's invasion, perhaps. I still have a home. Before I was born, it was once the fourth fragment of the God-exterminating shield of the ancient country. Due to an accident, it escaped from the ancient barbarian tomb and was reincarnated as a human. The undying power doesn't come from nowhere. It's the power that the God-exterminating shield of the ancient country deduced itself. The intermittent voice resounded beside Ning Fan's ears. The information was too fragmented and Ning Fan could not understand it clearly. However, he still vaguely heard some keywords such as the fourth fragment. The fragment of the shield flew into his hand on its own. At the same time, the undying devil blood in the outside world also changed. There seems to be some kind of connection between the undying Great Emperor and this fragment, the sixth fragment, the fourth fragment. The God-exterminating shield of the ancient country, you have the sixth fragment. With the power of the sixth fragment, it's enough to give birth to the undying power. The undying power can't come from nowhere. Only the God-exterminating shield of the ancient country can create it. This devil star is my fourth devil star. It contains a trace of the chi of the fourth fragment, impart to you, the Tao of Undying. With the Tao of Undying, you can control the fragment, pain. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain and a stream of black blood flowed out from his right eye. There was also a faint purple star that was faintly discernible in his right eye. That was the power that belonged to the fourth devil star in the right eye of the undying Great Emperor. However, it had now gone into Ning Fan's right eye. That power was too massive and it seemed to clash with Ning Fan's yin-yang devil veins. It was very difficult for Ning Fan to absorb it. However, it still managed to enter his body. After the appearance of this faint purple star, Ning Fan could clearly feel that there was a mysterious connection between him and the fragment of the shield treasure in his hand. It was a very mysterious connection. It was as if the shield treasure fragment in front of him was a part of his body. At the same time, it also felt like he was a part of that fragment. This is not a useless fragment. With this connection, Ning Fan could feel an immense power from the fragment. The faint purple star rotated in Ning Fan's right eye. The power of the shield treasure fragment in his hand was gradually stimulated by Ning Fan. The power of the fragment is still there and I can still use it. Since I was forced to choose this fragment, I might as well see how powerful it is. Ning Fan did not say a word. His mind sank into the fragment as if he was communicating with it. After a long time, the shadow of the giant shield disappeared. After a long time, the faint purple star in Ning Fan's right eye stopped rotating and disappeared as if it had never appeared before. However, the shield treasure fragment in Ning Fan's hand became redder and the light it gave off became stronger. It was like a precious pearl that had been covered in dust for many years was being polished at this moment. The light became brighter and brighter. In the end, it became as dazzling as the sun. No one could look at it directly. As for Ning Fan, the light in his eyes became brighter. He realized that this fragment was much stronger than he had imagined. This item is the fragment of a heaven creation magical treasure. That heaven creation magical treasure seems to be called the ancient country god exterminating shield. Even though there is only a fragment of this shield, the power contained within it still surpasses any innate magical treasure. This power can still be used. The way to use it seems like I have to protect it in my dantian. Ning Fan wiped away the black blood that flowed out from his right eye. Suddenly, he raised his hand and the shield treasure fragment turned into a ray of light and swallowed it. After communicating with the fragment for a long time, Ning Fan had already found the way to use it. The fragment of the God-exterminating shield flew into Ning Fan's dantian and hovered around his primordial spirit to protect it. As Ning Fan willed it, the magic power in his body immediately flowed towards the fragment of the God-exterminating shield. At this moment, the power of the fragment of the God-exterminating shield was completely activated by Ning Fan. At this moment, layers of dark red light appeared on Ning Fan's body. The light became more and more condensed. Eventually, it turned into the shadow of a giant that seemed illusory and wrapped his body within it. The shadow of the giant was only 100 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, tall. It was wearing a dark red armor that emitted a threatening divine light. Its body was like burning flames. It held a shield in its left hand and a sword in its right hand. The sword was extremely illusory, as if it could not be used. However, the shield seemed a little solid. Inside the giant's body, Ning Fan seemed to have the strongest defensive power in the world. At this moment, he had such a feeling. It was as if there was no attack that could penetrate the shadow of the giant and hurt him who was inside the giant's body. Even the attacks of some immortal emperors could not do it. Do you want to test the defensive power of the God-exterminating shield of the ancient country? Dao Manshan, who was not concerned about Ning Fan's choice, suddenly spoke with a smile. He did not give Ning Fan the chance to answer. Before Ning Fan could reply, he had already raised his hand and pressed a finger down on Ning Fan. Dao Manshan's finger was indescribably profound. As his finger swept across the sky immediately turned into a starry sky. Within the starry sky, 9 cultivation planets crashed towards Ning Fan. Each of the cultivation planets was an emperor-grade cultivation planet. Once they explode, even an immortal emperor would be injured. The self-destruction of an emperor-grade cultivation planet was enough to slightly injure an immortal emperor who had undergone the 6th tribulation of all eternity. When dozens of emperor stars explode at the same time, perhaps even a peak immortal emperor would have to retreat. The power of Dao Manshan's finger directly manifested 9 emperor-grade cultivation planets. The self-destruction of 9 emperor-grade cultivation planets should be comparable to a full-powered attack of an 8th tribulation immortal emperor. Dao Manshan thought to himself. He could also display a stronger attack, but that would exceed the current defensive power of the God-exterminating shield. After all, Ning Fan only had a fragment of the God-exterminating shield. The defensive power of the God-exterminating shield was still very limited. Bang! As Dao Manshan uttered the word, the 9 stars exploded at the same time. Ning Fan had seen the explosion of cultivation planets before, but it was his first time witnessing the explosion of an emperor-grade cultivation planet. It was not an exaggeration to say that the force of the explosion was enough to destroy heaven and earth. If it was him in the past, even if he had the strength comparable to an immortal venerate, he would certainly be severely injured by such an explosion or even die. It would be useless even if he hid in the profounding world. The explosive force of such a level was enough to penetrate through the medium-sized world and hurt the cultivators inside the world treasure. However, at this moment, Ning Fan activated the power of the fragment of the God-exterminating shield. With the giant's shadow protecting his body, he did not feel any sense of danger even when the 9 emperor stars exploded. The giant raised the shield in his hand. His expression was indifferent and emotionless, as if the explosion of the 9 stars was nothing. As soon as the divine light dispersed, the destructive explosive storm was blocked 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from the giant. The area within 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, was like a vacuum. No attack could penetrate it. Even the explosion of 9 emperor-grade cultivation planets could not break the defense of the giant's shadow, let alone injuring Ning Fan, who was inside the giant's body. This was the terrifying defensive power of the fragment of the God-exterminating shield. It was the God-exterminating shield of the ancient country, a heaven-opening grade magic treasure. Even if Ning Fan only had 1 fragment and his current strength was only comparable to an immortal venerate, he could withstand a full-powered attack from an 8th tribulation immortal emperor without suffering any damage. This fragment is the 6th fragment of the God-exterminating shield of the ancient country. On the ancient heaven-opening ranking, even the natal magic treasures of some immortal sovereigns might not be ranked in the top 100. However, this treasure is ranked 19th. When this treasure was intact, there were many immortal sovereigns who coveted this shield. However, none of them could defeat me and take it away. When I was at my peak, my cultivation base was at the desolate Saint realm. My strength was much weaker than a fourth-step immortal sovereign. However, I was not afraid of those immortal sovereigns because of the heaven-defying defensive power of this shield. Unfortunately, I was tricked by the immortal sovereign Huanggu. This shield was also broken into 6 fragments during that battle. The 6 fragments were scattered all over the world. Among them, the 4th fragment had the highest spiritual power and it had reincarnated into a human. The 1st and 2nd fragments were taken away by the ancient Huanggu. The 5th fragment was retrieved by the chaotic Kuan sacred sect but its whereabouts were unknown. As for the 3rd fragment, it was lost in the 6 paths of samsara and couldn't be found. The fragment in my hand is the 6th fragment. Because you could make this fragment recognize you as its master on its own, I am telling you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said much. I am already dead but I don't want the supreme treasure to be covered in dust. You are fated with this treasure. Since you can make it recognize you as its master on its own, don't let its reputation down. With this treasure protecting you, no one below the 9 tribulation immortal emperor can hurt you. Of course, if you can find the other fragments and fuse them with the 6th fragment, its defensive power will be even stronger. If you can gather all of the fragments, this treasure will become a true treasure that can open the heavens. Even a 4th-step immortal emperor will go crazy for it. You are very lucky to have the chi of the 4th fragment and gain the recognition of the 6th fragment. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. His heart was already filled with waves of shock. He did not expect that this god-vanquishing shield of the ancient country was actually a supreme treasure that even a 4th-step immortal emperor would covet. On the ancient heaven-opening ranking, this treasure was ranked 19th. Just a single fragment was enough to ignore the attacks of immortal emperors below the 9 tribulations realm. With this shield, Dao Manshan was not afraid of 4th-step immortal emperors with his desolate Saint realm cultivation base. If he chooses this item, he would immediately have a heaven-defying defensive power that would make him invulnerable to attacks below the 9 tribulations realm. Moreover, if he is lucky enough to find the other fragments, he could even make the god-vanquishing shield's power grow stronger. What surprised Ning Fan even more was that after the fragment of the god-vanquishing shield entered his dantian, even the yin-yang locket was afraid of it. Moreover, traces of undying power flowed out from the fragment and continuously fused into Ning Fan's bloodline, changing his devil bloodline, causing his blood to gradually gain the undying characteristic. He was actually developing the undying physique bit by bit. His body was slowly producing the devil blood of the undying devil veins. Since ancient times, the undying Great Emperor was the first person to possess the undying physique while Ming was the second. Would he, Ning Fan, be the third? It was definitely not a loss to choose this treasure. Since you have already obtained the 6th fragment, you are the true inheritor of my Dao barbarian lineage. With my order, no one is allowed to attack you in the ancient barbarian tomb. I, Dao Barbarian Mountain, will personally protect you during your 8th and even 9th stages. Let's go. I will accompany you to the 7th level to meet Shizihua. I don't believe that a mere 4th barbarian god dares to disobey the order of me, the 1st barbarian god. However, before that, you still have to go through the 2nd and 3rd stages of the Dao Barbarian tomb. I don't have the fragment anymore but I still have other things that I can give you. You can choose from them. Dao Barbarian Mountain flicked his sleeves and the entire world changed. At the next moment, he brought Ning Fan to the 5th level of the ancient barbarian tomb. The 2nd stage of the Dao Barbarian tomb begins. With the protection of the fragment of the god-vanquishing shield, it shouldn't be difficult for you to pass this stage. Dao Barbarian Mountain said confidently. To be continued. The 2nd stage of the Barbarian Dao stage begins. With the protection of the god-vanquishing shield, it shouldn't be difficult for you to pass this stage. As Barbarian Daoshan gave his order, all the scenery in the world disappeared as if a pair of invisible hands had wiped away everything in the world. Only endless darkness remained. In the darkness, Ning Fan floated alone in the air. His eyes narrowed slightly. Another divine ability that can change the heavens and earth. The first test tested one's willpower. I wonder what the second test will be. There was endless darkness all around, and the air was somewhat damp. There was also the intermittent sound of water dripping coming from the end of the darkness. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. This place was dead silent, only the sound of the water dripping was exceptionally clear. Even with Ning Fan's second-level heavenly being realm eyesight, he could not see through the darkness here. Ning Fan tried to use a few common illumination techniques in the cultivation world, but it could only illuminate a radius of 10 zhang. He still couldn't see anything beyond that. Was this the second stage of the barbarian Tao test? Barbarians are the ancestors of nature, the great sex of all realms. The barbarian was born in the mountains and seas, attaining the Tao in nature, returning to the mountains and seas after death. The 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, the reincarnation of heaven and earth is opened in the palm. Sounds of chanting scriptures that seemed to come from the ancient times suddenly resounded. At this moment, Ning Fan's body could no longer stay in the air. His body felt light and fell towards the darkness below. The forbidding force of this place is very strong. Ning Fan's heart shuddered slightly. As his body fell, he sensed several faint killing intents in his surroundings. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan immediately activated the fragment of the Divine Extermination Shield and summoned the shadow of the God Extermination Giant outside his body. In the next instant, several black shadows the size of small mountains crashed heavily into the God-destroying giant. The resulting shockwaves shook heaven and earth, boom, boom, boom. The surroundings were too dark, and he couldn't see what it was at all. Ning Fan's expression changed. The impact force of those shadows was definitely comparable to the attacks of immortal venerables of the past 10,000 years. They possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. If it wasn't for him being vigilant and summoning the God-destroying giant in time to protect himself, he would certainly be severely injured by those shadows. The second stage of the barbarian Tao was indeed filled with danger. He could not afford to be careless. When the dark shadows missed their attack, they roared furiously and continued to attack the God-destroying giant. However, none of their attacks could hurt Ning Fan, who was inside the giant's body. Ning Fan kept falling downwards while those dark shadows were also chasing after him. The deeper he fell, the denser the dark qi in the surroundings became. When the density of the dark qi in the surroundings reached a certain level, those dark shadows no longer dared to pursue Ning Fan. It was as if they were afraid of something and did not dare to get close to him. The surroundings gradually became quiet. Ning Fan was still falling. He did not know how long he had been falling. Finally, he landed on the ground and found a foothold. After he successfully landed, the forbidden space force disappeared, and the sound of water dripping became even clearer. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The ground beneath his feet was as cold and hard as a rock. Beside his ears, the sound of dripping water could be heard. Ning Fan used the illumination technique again, but he found that it was only enough to illuminate a radius of 10 meters. The darkness aura here was even stronger, not allowing any light to exist. He roughly sensed that there was only his aura in this dark land. There were no other living beings. The absence of other creatures did not mean that there was no danger. Ning Fan did not let his guard down. Instead, he waited at the same spot for a long time. Only when the magic power in his body was faintly insufficient to support the consumption of the God-exterminating shield, did he try to keep the giant God-exterminating shadow. After keeping the God-exterminating shadow, Ning Fan still did not receive any attacks. This place seemed to be very safe. There were no aggressive dark shadows around. The second stage of the barbarian Tao stage was very different from what he had imagined. Ning Fan had no idea how he should pass this stage. 17 days. If you can stay here for 17 days, you will pass. If you can walk out of this place, you will also pass. You have the protection of the God-exterminating shield. Even if you can't walk out of this place, it's still very easy for you to stay here for 17 days. However, if it's possible, I still hope to see the scene of you walking out of this place. The voice of the barbarian Tao Mountain resounded. So this is the way to pass the second stage. Ning Fan pondered for a while. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind and began to explore the dark land. After he landed, this place was no longer forbidden from flying. He could use the golden light to fly and explore this dark land. This land seemed to be extremely vast. Even with Ning Fan's speed, he had yet to reach the end of the land after spending a day and a night. Moreover, this place gave Ning Fan an extremely strange feeling. It was as if he would not reach the end even if he walked for 100 years or even 1,000 years. This feeling was really strange, on the first day, there was no danger in this place. However, on the second day, some strange changes began to happen. The ground, which was originally cold, suddenly became warm, just like the body temperature of a human body. Some ravines began to appear on the ground. Gradually, a mysterious power appeared in the world. After the appearance of this power, Ning Fan's body began to show signs of aging without any warning. It was not aging due to the loss of vitality. Instead, it was a kind of aging of Tao. Ning Fan's Tao persistence was aging and walking towards death step by step. This power is the power of samsara. Ning Fan's eyes widened. There was no mistake. This power was clearly the power of samsara. However, it was different from the samsara power that he had seen in the past. The power of samsara was a power that only cultivators at the third step could cultivate. Ning Fan had seen immortal sovereign Zido's samsara power before. It was a terrifying power that could erase all memories and eliminate all existences. However, not all samsara power had the ability to erase people's memories. Ning Fan had seen Sun Luo's samsara power. Even though he was not an immortal emperor, he could fight against the emperors of Eastern Heaven with the power of samsara. That kind of samsara power had very strong offensive power. It was suitable for battles. Ning Fan had seen the grey moon on the 9th floor of the heavenly imperial court. That grey moon also contained a trace of samsara power. That kind of samsara power seemed to be able to petrify everything. As his experience grew, Ning Fan gradually realized that not all samsara power was the same. The samsara power in this dark place could make his Tao disintegrate and collapse bit by bit, just like a human aging. This kind of aging had nothing to do with vitality. It could not be suppressed by replenishing vitality. Unless one possessed a power that was equal to the samsara power, he would not be able to resist this kind of aging. Even if there was still vitality in his body, once his Tao persistence is destroyed, he would also die of old age in this place. If I want to stay here for 17 days, I must resist this samsara power. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of enlightenment. While he was exploring this place, he also covered his entire body with the red light of the tribulation sense. The only thing that could resist the samsara power in this place was the tribulation blood power in his body. That was a power that was equal to samsara. With the protection of the tribulation sense, on the second day, the aging power in this place could no longer make Ning Fan grow older. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. With each passing day, the samsara power in this place would become much stronger. On the sixth day, Ning Fan finally could not resist the samsara power in this place anymore. His body showed signs of aging again. More and more ravines appeared on the ground. Unknowingly, those ravines began to give Ning Fan a feeling of fear and trepidation. The sixth day seems to be this young man's limit. If he doesn't have the protection of the God-destroying shield, he can at most last 6 days in the second stage. He won't be able to pass it. With the God-destroying shield, he can use its power to suppress this place. It won't be difficult for him to endure for 17 days. In the past, when I tried to challenge the second stage with my cultivation base at the quasi-saint realm, I could only endure for 14 days. I couldn't make it to the end. If it wasn't for the third barbarian god who saved me, this stage would certainly be my burial ground. Shi Zihua peaked at the second stage with complicated feelings. Ning Fan was the Taitsong tribulation spirit. Originally, she wished that Ning Fan would die. However, Ning Fan inherited the fragment of the God-destroying shield and became the inheritor of the Tao barbarian lineage. Moreover, he was acknowledged by the Tao barbarian mountain. The God-destroying shield was not only a heaven-opening treasure with immense power but also the symbol of the inheritor of the Tao barbarian lineage. The person who possesses this item has the right to kill and punish any barbarian. Even the barbarian god would be punished by the God-destroying shield if he or she makes a mistake. The person who possesses this item can once again suppress the luck of the barbarian race. This was also the most crucial point as it was related to the rise and fall of the barbarian race. The Tao barbarian mountain had yet to tell Ning Fan about these things. Instead, he was waiting for Ning Fan to discover the meaning of the God-destroying shield on his own. The samsara power in this place will become stronger as time passes. The 6th day is already the limit for me to stay here. If the samsara power gets stronger in a few more days, I'm afraid I will die here. Ning Fan sighed softly. With his current cultivation base, it was really a little difficult for him to pass the second stage. Fortunately, he had the protection of the god-destroying shield. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he could feel how strong the shield was. The fragment of the god-destroying shield was extremely intelligent. As soon as it sensed that Ning Fan could not withstand the samsara power in this place, it actually released a force on its own and easily blocked the samsara power in this place 10 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang away from him. Even without summoning the god-destroying giant, the shield was still so powerful. It really surprised Ning Fan. With this treasure, it was really not difficult for him to endure for 17 days in this place. As for him, he had spent 6 days but he still could not find the end of this dark land. He could not get out of this place. I'm afraid that I won't be able to get out of this place even if I search for 17 days. Ning Fan thought to himself. Anyway, with the protection of the god-destroying shield, it is not difficult for me to stay here for 17 days. It seems like there is no need for me to continue searching this dark land. As soon as this thought appeared in Ning Fan's mind, a voice resounded in his mind like a plea. My soul is in my hand. Find him. Find my soul. I am the 6th fragment. I have a soul. After I die, my soul will return to the mountains and seas. Find my soul. I am the real god-destroying shield. My soul is in my hand. The edge of my palm. That voice was actually produced by the god-destroying shield. It was not a voice that could be heard by the ears. Instead, it was a voice that came from the soul. Before Ning Fan comprehended the mountain and sea incantation, he could not hear such a soul voice. Now, however, he could hear it. With his Tao comprehension, he could communicate with the mountains, the seas, and all the inanimate objects in this world as long as the other party is willing to. Be it the mountains or the seas, as long as there is a soul, he could hear the other party's voice. This was the great Tao of nature of the barbarians. Of course, not every barbarian cultivator could achieve this. Those who could cultivate the mountain and sea incantation were the young barbarian cultivators. Only the young minister of barbarian tribes could communicate with nature, and there were only a few among the young minister of barbarians. Ning Fan, however, was able to do it. He could be considered as a heavenly genius. The soul voice of the god-destroying shield was begging Ning Fan to find his lost soul. It kept telling Ning Fan, the soul is in my hand. The edge of my palm, the soul is in my hand. The edge of my palm. What does it mean? Ning Fan frowned slightly. He did not mind helping the god-destroying shield to find his lost soul. However, he could not understand what the god-destroying shield was saying. The soul is here. This time, the god-destroying shield changed the way it said it. Ning Fan finally understood what it meant. The soul of the god-destroying shield was lost in this dark place. Since I have to stay here for 17 days, I might as well find the soul of the god-destroying shield here. However, I do not know where it is. The soul is in my hand. The edge of my palm, the soul is in my hand. The edge of my palm, the god-destroying shield did not have any spiritual intelligence. It could only instinctively send out the soul voice to remind Ning Fan. Ning Fan suddenly felt helpless. Communicating with the god-destroying shield was like talking to a babbling infant. It was extremely strenuous. Even though barbarians could communicate with the mountains and seas, the mountains and seas were not humans after all. Their intelligence was not on the same level. Ning Fan shook his head. It doesn't matter if I don't understand it. I'll just casually look for it in this place first. Ning Fan continued to search in this place. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. He had already flown in this dark place for 9 days. On the 9th day, Ning Fan still could not find the soul of the god-destroying shield. He also could not find the end of this dark place. Is this dark place really so vast? For the first time, doubt appeared in Ning Fan's eyes. He had continued flying for 9 days and 9 nights. However, he had a strange feeling. It was as if he had been going in circles on the same spot for the past 3 days. He did not move too far away at all. In the darkness, he saw a magic power imprint that was shining brightly. That made him even more convinced of his guess. While moving forward in this dark place, Ning Fan would leave some magic power imprints along the way from time to time. He kept moving forward in a straight line. However, after flying for 9 days, he saw the magic power imprint that he left on the first day ahead of him. Could it be that I am really going in circles in this dark place? Perhaps this place is not really vast. Instead, there is some kind of power that prevents people from walking out of this place. That's why people are unable to walk out of this place. After pondering for a while, Ning Fan changed his direction and flew in another direction. On the 11th day, he once again encountered the imprint that he left in the past. He changed his direction again. On the 13th day, he returned to the same spot. Is this young man unable to walk out of this place? Dao Manshan sighed softly. If he cannot walk out of this place, he would not be able to find the soul of the God-destroying shield. If he cannot find the soul of the God-destroying shield, he will not be able to restore the might of the shield to its peak even if he collects all of its fragments. If this young man cannot find the soul of the shield, I will have to help him personally. Dao Manshan thought to himself. This is samsara. No matter where I go, I will always return to the starting point. Because it is impossible to change. This is samsara. Shi Zihua let out a faint sigh. It was already the 13th day. It seemed like Ning Fan could not walk out of this place with his own strength. Without the God-destroying shield, he should not be able to pass the second stage with his own strength. With his current cultivation base, he could only stay in this place for 6 days. It was not enough for him to pass the second stage. Besides, he could not find a way to leave this place either. To this young man, the second stage seems to be a little too early. From the 13th day onwards, Ning Fan no longer blindly moved forward in this dark place. Instead, he stopped. Moving forward aimlessly would only make him go around in circles. There was no meaning to it. The soul is in my hand. The edge of my palm, the soul is in my hand. The edge of my palm. The God-destroying shield was still repeating those 2 sentences foolishly. It made Ning Fan feel helpless. He could not understand those 2 sentences at all. I will pass the second stage in another 4 days. It seems like I will also lose the chance to find the soul of the God-destroying shield. The reason why I got lost is because of the darkness in this place. What will happen if I sweep away the darkness in this place? The reason why this place is dark seems to be intentional. It doesn't want me to see some things in this place clearly. With my current cultivation base, it is not enough to sweep away the darkness in this place. However, if I pay some price, I should be able to do it in a short period of time. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. Finding the soul of the shield seemed to be a great opportunity. In order to obtain this opportunity, he did not mind paying some price. He suddenly hammered his chest with his fists. Enduring the intense pain, he coughed out 12 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. Instantly, his ji became much weaker. With the power of the 12 mouthfuls of blood essence, Ning Fan pointed his finger at the sky. The black and red flames of the evil beast immediately covered the entire heaven and earth. They burned fiercely and the light of the flames soared to the sky. There were even sounds of wind and thunder that pierced the ears. The flames of the evil beast were originally not enough to illuminate the darkness in this place. Ning Fan had tried this several times before. However, after absorbing the power of the blood essence, he was able to achieve this. The soaring flames gradually tore apart the darkness. With the help of the flames, Ning Fan finally saw the true appearance of this dark land. His heart was filled with shock. The place where he was standing was not a piece of land at all. It was obviously an incomparably huge palm which was as vast as the entire continent. The wrist of the gigantic palm seemed to have been cut off by some sharp weapon. Blood was still flowing out of the wound. After countless years, the blood had lost all of its spiritual nature. However, it was still flowing. The dripping sound that Ning Fan heard just now was the sound of blood dripping from the broken palm. The crisscrossing ravines were the palm lines on the broken palm. The samsara power that lingered in this place was flowing out from the palm lines. Ning Fan's speed was very fast. Even though the broken palm was extremely vast, theoretically, he would only need a few breaths to fly out of the range of the broken palm. However, no matter how far he flew, he would never be able to see the edge of the broken palm. The broken palm seemed to keep growing bigger as he flew. He could neither fly nor escape from it. It was as if he was just a fly and the palm that trapped him was the entire world. Whose broken palm is this? With just a broken palm, it was enough to imprison Ning Fan, whose cultivation base was close to the immortal venerate realm. This kind of strength was truly terrifying. Ning Fan carefully sensed it. Finally, he sensed a trace of Dao Man Shan's qi from the broken palm. Perhaps, this broken palm is Dao Man Shan's palm. Then, isn't the blood flowing in this place the blood of a saint? Unfortunately, the blood seemed to have lost all of its spiritual nature. It was useless now. The soul is in the palm. At the edge of the palm, the God-exterminating shield's silly voice rang again. This time, Ning Fan understood what it meant. The soul of the God-exterminating shield must be at the edge of this broken palm. As long as I can get out of this palm, I will certainly be able to find the soul of the God-exterminating shield. However, he was trapped in the palm. How was he going to break free? How was he going to get out of this place? The light of the fire of the adversity beast was gradually swallowed by the darkness, and the world once again fell into darkness. In the darkness, Ning Fan closed his eyes for the first time. Since his eyes were useless, why should he use them? There was no way to get out of this place as it was a saint's trap. If one wanted to get out, they would have to use all their strength, and only then would there be a slim chance of success. On the 14th day, Ning Fan stood still like a statue. On the 15th day, Ning Fan still did not move. On the 16th day, he still did nothing. He was secretly calculating something in his heart. He activated the secret of the word force to the extreme, causing the forces of heaven and earth to move according to him. It has already been 16 days. Has this young man still not given up yet? Shi Zihua shook her head gently. She no longer held any hope for Ning Fan to walk out of this place alive. On the 17th day, Ning Fan finally opened his eyes. His expression was resolute, as if he had made up his mind. Divide. As soon as Ning Fan uttered a word, a copy of himself who looked exactly the same as him walked out of his body. That Ning Fan's entire body was shrouded in black qi, which was filled with the power of an ancient devil. It had 6 wings on its back and a devil horn on its head. Its body was covered in scales. It was actually Ning Fan's clone that was formed from the devil Dao that he had cultivated throughout his life. Ning Fan rarely used cloning abilities. However, it did not mean that he did not know how to do it. On the contrary, when he was at the harmonious spirit realm, he was already able to create clones. He had once created 2 clones, by Fan and Mo Ning. The reason why he created an ancient devil clone at this moment was naturally to deal with the current situation. As soon as the ancient devil clone appeared, it did not say anything. It immediately turned into a ray of devil light and dashed towards the east, trying to get out of the range of the broken palm. Divide again. Ning Fan used another ability and created an ancient god clone from his body. The ancient god clone was enshrouded in the will of rain and emitted a threatening divine light. As soon as it appeared, it immediately flew towards the west. Ancient demon clone, appear. Another Ning Fan who wore black robes and had runes on his face walked out of his body. There was a hint of purple on his black robes. It was none other than Ning Fan's ancient demon clone. As soon as the ancient demon clone appeared, it directly turned into a Fuli demon butterfly and flew towards the north. The continuous creation of the ancient devil, ancient god, and ancient demon clones was extremely taxing on Ning Fan. However, it was not the end yet. Ning Fan took a deep breath. Then, he created another clone which was shrouded in red light from his body. This clone was his tribulation spirit clone. It was also the strongest clone among his 4 great clones. As soon as the tribulation spirit clone appeared, it immediately flew towards the south. There were clones flying in 4 different directions. After Ning Fan's true body created the 4 great clones, he seemed to have lost all of his cultivation base. He stood on the same spot like a mortal. However, he opened his eyes, which shone with green light, as if he was plotting something. Does this young man think that he can escape from my broken palm just by creating 4 clones? Dao Manshan shook his head in disappointment. If Ning Fan only has this little bit of ability, he would not be able to get out of this place. At first, he thought that Ning Fan had found a way to get out of this place after planning for a few days. Unexpectedly, after waiting for this young man for a few days, all he got was a clone technique. The 4 clones flew in different directions, but none of them could get out of the range of the broken palm. This broken palm was simply boundless, split. Ning Fan uttered another word. His 4 great clones actually split into 2 and then from 2 into 4. In an instant, there were millions of clones flying in countless directions. To low-level cultivators, transforming into 1 million clones was considered a peerless ability. However, it was not difficult for him to use it after his cultivation base had reached this level. Transforming into 1 million clones, huh? With just 1 million clones, I won't be able to get out of this place. Even if I transform into 10 billion clones, the result will still be the same. Dao Manshan shook his head and said. However, at the next moment, Dao Manshan's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Ning Fan's 1 million clones suddenly acted crazily. All of them raised their fingers and pressed down on the broken palm in all directions. Each of Ning Fan's clones was displaying the heaven sealing technique. The 1 million Ning Fan's clones attacked at the same time. Clearly, they wanted to use the heaven sealing technique to stop Dao Manshan's broken palm. It's actually the chaotic Kuan sacred sex reincarnation sealing technique. No. It's not the real reincarnation sealing technique. This technique just looks like it. It doesn't have the power to seal the reincarnation sealing technique. Dao Manshan's eyes narrowed. He realized that he had underestimated Ning Fan from the beginning until the end. Even though this technique was not the reincarnation sealing technique of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect, it was still very extraordinary. If Ning Fan's 1 million clones were to display this technique, it would probably be able to stop the broken palm for a moment. The 1 million clones that Ning Fan had created each took a direction and secretly coordinated with each other. When the heaven sealing technique was linked together, it was like a formation that greatly increased the power of the technique. If it wasn't for that, Ning Fan certainly would not be able to stop the palm of a saint with his current cultivation base, even if it was just a broken palm that had existed for countless years and had lost all of its spiritual nature. This young man's understanding of formations must also be extremely profound. Ordinary immortal venerables from the ancient times would definitely not be able to stop the broken palm, not even for a moment. Only this young man. Seal. As Ning Fan shouted, he activated the 1 million heaven sealing technique to its maximum. At this moment, Ning Fan forcefully performed the technique and stopped the broken palm for a moment. However, he also suffered a severe backlash. Each of his clones could not withstand the backlash and collapsed one after another. Their cultivation bases gradually returned to Ning Fan's body. However, those injuries were also brought back to Ning Fan's body, making him feel like his body was on the verge of collapsing. Unfortunately, the God-vanquishing shield had its own undying power. As soon as it noticed that Ning Fan was injured, it automatically protected his soul and physical body from being destroyed. If it wasn't for that, Ning Fan's action of forcefully stopping the broken palm of a saint would at least destroy half of his physical body. Ning Fan's 1 million clones collapsed and his cultivation base returned to him. He did not even have the time to wipe the blood from his mouth. Instead, he turned into a ray of golden light and flew towards a certain direction. At the moment before the broken palm regained its mobility, Ning Fan flew out of the prison of the broken palm. Then, he saw a trace of soul at the edge of the broken palm. It was the indistinct soul of the shield. It was illusory but extremely bright, like the brightest star in the sky. Even the darkness of this place could not devour its light. This was the soul of the God-vanquishing shield. Ning Fan had a premonition that once he obtains this soul, the God-vanquishing shield would undergo some kind of qualitative change. This young man actually managed to escape from the broken palm of the Dao barbarian with his cultivation base, which is not even at the immortal venerable realm. Shi Zihua was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Even though she had the cultivation base of a quasi-saint, she could not escape from the prison of the Dao barbarian's broken palm. However, Ning Fan did it. He stopped the broken palm for a moment even though he was severely injured. This young man's abilities are unimaginable. His ruthlessness and decisiveness are even more unexpected. What a terrifying junior. To be continued. The mountain had a soul. If the soul scattered, it would become a barren mountain, not even a blade of grass would grow. The sea had a soul. If the soul was scattered, it would become a dead sea. The fish and dragons would no longer exist. The God-exterminating shield also had a soul. However, that soul was dispersed when the shield was broken. The soul was in his hand, at the edge of his palm. At this moment, the soul of the shield was right in front of him. Soul, my soul, Mrs. Soul, return. Soul, return. The fragment of the God-exterminating shield in Ning Fan's body let out a soul voice of longing. Suddenly, it turned into a ray of light and flew out of Ning Fan's body, heading towards the soul of the shield. It was as if they were finally reunited after millions of years of separation. At the edge of the broken palm, in the boundless darkness, the two slowly fused together, becoming one again. The fusion process was calm and quiet, but Ning Fan could clearly feel that the sixth fragment of the shield soul was different from before. Even though the sixth fragment possessed unparalleled power, it gave off a feeling of lifelessness. But at this moment, the God-vanquishing shield had a soul. The divine radiance was no longer dim, and it gained some spirituality. After a long time, the soul fusion was complete. The sixth fragment no longer emitted any soul voice. Instead, it slowly flew back to Ning Fan's side and hovered around his body like a cheerful child. Although it didn't speak, Ning Fan could sense its gratitude from its behavior. The shield also had emotions. It was grateful to Ning Fan for helping it find its soul, allowing it to be complete bit by bit. Ning Fan smiled faintly. He opened his mouth and swallowed the sixth fragment back into his body, keeping it in his dantian. He liked creatures that knew gratitude, even if they were just a shield. Furthermore, he had a vague feeling that the sixth fragment of the shield soul had undergone some sort of qualitative change and gained some sort of ability, although he didn't know what it was exactly. Not bad, you did not disappoint this old man's expectations. You have indeed walked out of the broken palm seal. Very good. As Dao Manshan's voice resounded, the surrounding darkness disappeared. The scenery of the fifth level of the ancient barbaric tomb gradually appeared before Ning Fan's eyes. At the same time, the stairway to the sixth level appeared, as well as countless silver chests floating in the air. There weren't many silver chests, only 42 of them. They were all open, and the contents inside could be clearly seen. In the box, it was not the relics of the saints that had appeared on the fourth floor. Instead, it was filled with wooden tablets similar to life tablets. However, they were slightly different from life tablets. Among the 42 wooden tablets, 29 of them had been broken into halves. Only 13 of them were still intact. Are these wooden tokens the reward for clearing the second stage of the Barbarian Dao test? Logically speaking, the rewards for the second stage of the Barbarian Dao test should be more valuable than the rewards for the first stage. Could these wooden tablets be more valuable than the heaven-opening spirit Ganoderma? Come here, I will introduce you to these, Barbarian Soul Tokens. When Ning Fan heard what Dao Manshan said, he followed Dao Manshan to the altar. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and listened to Dao Manshan's introduction. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it, but after hearing it, he couldn't help but be shocked. The Dao Berserker Soul Order was a unique plate, and only the gods of Berserkers knew how to create it. Each soul order had the life soul of a powerful cultivator sealed in it, and there were special runes planted on it. As long as he had the corresponding soul order, he could easily control that person's life or death, and make that person submit to him as a slave. In short, the reward for clearing the second stage of the Barbarian Dao test was not an inanimate object but a living slave. When I was alive, I had once conquered the heavens and subdued 42 saints as my servants, planting soul tokens in them. It has been many years since my death. Among those saints, 29 of them have already died. There are still 13 of them alive in the ancient barbarian world, waiting for the true inheritors of the Barbarian Dao test to return. Their soul tokens are here. Since you passed the second stage of the Barbarian Dao test, I will give you a saint servant. Ning Fan could not help but feel shocked. Passing the second stage of the Barbarian Dao test would actually allow him to obtain a saint servant. Making a dignified third-step saint as his servant was really too generous. There was not a single saint in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. Be it ancient chaos or undying, none of them were able to step into the saint realm. As for Ning Fan, he had the chance to obtain a saint servant today. How could he not be shocked? It's too early for you to be happy. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be a cultivator from the mortal world or the defying earth realm, let alone a cultivator from the ancient sacred sect. Am I right? Dao Manshan's eyes turned slightly serious as if he could easily see through all of Ning Fan's secrets. Mortal world. Defying earth realm. Ancient sacred sect. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with a hint of confusion. He simply knew nothing about these terms. You don't know? Sure enough, I'm not mistaken. You're a cultivator from the illusory dream world. However, I don't know which immortal sovereign dreamt of you and which illusory dream world are you in. Dao Manshan sighed softly. In the era where he lived, immortal sovereign Zido had yet to attain the Dao. Thus, he was not familiar with the chi of immortal sovereign Zido's dream world and could not see through where Ning Fan was. What is the illusory dream world? Judging from Senior's tone, it seems like there are many places in the illusory dream world and not just one place? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He had heard the name of the illusory dream world from many old monsters. Those people often called the world he was in as the illusory dream world. Ning Fan had no idea what the illusory dream world was. However, it seemed like he could get an answer from Dao Manshan today. You're a cultivator from the illusory dream world. It's not strange that you don't know what the illusory dream world is. There are many worlds in this universe. Among them, only 3 great worlds are real. The first is the mortal world. It's the place where the grand firmament tribulation spirit reincarnates. The second is the defying earth realm. It's the place where the cultivators who defy the mortal world go to reincarnate. The third is the myriad heavens where the ancient sacred sect is located. Other than these 3 worlds, all the other worlds are fake. They are all worlds that are formed in the dreams of 4th step cultivators. The illusory dream world isn't a real world. It's fine if the cultivators who live in it are from the outside world. However, if they are the local cultivators, they are not real people. They are just illusions. They are the phantoms in the dreams of 4th step cultivators. An immortal sovereign can create countless illusory dream worlds in his or her lifetime. Other than the 3 great true worlds, there are countless illusory dream worlds. Illusory people will never be able to cultivate to the grand perfection realm. They will also never be able to break through to the 3rd step. Of course, there are also exceptions. As he spoke until here, Dao Manshan seemed to have thought of something in the past. His expression was filled with disappointment. As for Ning Fan, his heart was filled with waves of shock. Today, he had finally come into contact with the greatest secret of the 4 heavens and 9 heavens. The reason why the 4 heavens and 9 worlds was called the illusory dream world was because it was a world that was created by a 4th step cultivator in a dream. All of the local living beings in it were illusions. They were all phantoms in the dreams of 4th step immortal sovereigns. They did not really exist, phantoms. They are actually phantoms. All of us cultivators in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds are actually phantoms in someone else's dream. Is this real? This? How is this possible? This kind of ancient secret is really unbelievable. Ning Fan had never thought that he would be an illusion in the dream of some supreme 4th step cultivator. The path that he had walked, the Tao that he had cultivated and the people that he loved. Are all of them fake? Everything is just a dream. Ever since he stepped onto the path of Tao cultivation, his Tao heart rarely wavered. However, at this moment, his Tao heart trembled slightly. Any cultivator would be shocked when they suddenly heard that they were just an illusory existence. Ning Fan was not an exception either. Soon, however, Ning Fan steadied his Tao heart and regained his composure. He did not doubt the authenticity of Dao Manshan's words, but he would not believe it completely either. Moreover, so what if he is really an illusion in the illusory dream world? So what if the entire world is just a dream of a 4th step cultivator? Whether it is real or fake, he had been cultivating for many years. What he cultivated was the word truth. However, he could not see through the 2 words truth and illusion anymore. The more he saw it, the more he could not understand it and the more he felt lost. In this world, what exactly is real and what is fake? Is the dream fake? Or perhaps, the dreamer is the fake one? Who is the real one? Who is the real one? It's hard to say, who is whose reflection is on the water. It's hard to say, between life and death, which side is the real one living? It's hard to say, what is real and what is fake. It's hard to say. Ning Fan only knew that the feelings that he had experienced were real. The kindness that he had received was real. The warmth that he had felt before was real. If he felt that it was real, then it was real. Truth and illusion could be decided in a single thought. He was a cultivator and a person who had comprehended the truth. His heart would not be shaken forever just because of the words of others. Senior, are you saying that I came from the illusory dream world of a fourth-step immortal sovereign? That place is just a dream? And I don't really exist. Ning Fan took a deep breath and his tone returned to its original calmness. If all of this is real, then the fourth-step cultivator who created the 4 heavens and 9 worlds in his dream is most likely immortal sovereign Zido. If all of this is real, the reason why there is no saint in the 4 heavens is probably because all living beings are illusions. How can an illusory person cultivate to the great perfection realm? However, Dao Manshan said that there are exceptions. Will I never be able to cultivate to the great perfection realm in my life? Or perhaps, I will also be one of those exceptions. Ning Fan shook his head and suppressed this unrealistic thought. To him, becoming a saint was still very far away. The current him did not need to worry about these problems at all. Dao Manshan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Ning Fan meaningfully and said, "Your temperament isn't bad. Many cultivators of the illusory dream realm will have their Dao heart waver when they suddenly hear that they are an illusory existence. Some of them even go mad and give up on themselves. As for you, you don't seem to care about whether your body is real or fake. Actually, whether it's real or fake, is it really important to us cultivators? Hee. You don't have to belittle yourself. You come from the illusory dream realm. I won't be wrong about this. It's because you don't have the breath of the true world in your soul. You are a human created by the immortal sovereign in his dream. However, who says that a person created in a dream is not a human? Must a human be created by the intercourse of yin and yang? For us cultivators, as long as our cultivation base is high enough, we can give life even if we pick up a piece of soil. If we say it's a human, then it's a human. Whether it's real or fake isn't important. What's important is how you view it. Let's stop talking about the illusory dream realm. I don't care which illusory dream realm you come from. It's just that there's a problem that gives me a headache. My original intention of giving you the servant of a saint is to protect you. Unfortunately, all my servants are in the ancient barbarian world, which is located in the cold mountain region of the mortal world. As for the place where you are, it seems to be blocked by some kind of extremely powerful force which prevents it from connecting to the true world. If you stay in the illusory dream realm, you won't be able to use the soul order and you won't be able to summon the saint servant that I gave you unless you can walk out of this illusory dream realm and come to the true world. Dao Manshan looked at the countless boxes of silver pitifully. There were 13 barbarian soul orders that he left behind. Among these 13 soul orders, 9 of them were the primordial saint soul orders and 3 of them were the nirvana saint soul orders. The last one was the soul order of a half-step desolate saint realm expert. If Ning Fan could leave the illusory dream realm and enter the true world, he could easily summon a saint servant with the soul order that he gave him. Unfortunately, the illusory dream world that Ning Fan was in had a very strong barrier. He did not know which immortal sovereign had created the illusory dream world. Without the permission of the celestial emperor, even some fourth-step cultivators would not be able to force their way into this realm. Naturally, his saint servants would not be able to enter this realm. After his death, such a powerful immortal emperor actually appeared in the later generations. It's truly terrifying. He wanted to give Ning Fan a saint realm servant. Unfortunately, these soul medallions seemed to be useless unless Ning Fan could walk out of that illusory world. Forget it, I will introduce these soul order tokens to this child first. This soul order token seals the life soul of the Borer Zerg race's primordial saint, Saint Tai Bai. This soul order seals the life soul of the Nirvana saint of the Cold Sect, Sect Master Feng Tian. This soul command, the origins of the soul orders were told by Dao Banshan. Ning Fan's expression changed from the initial shock to a bitter smile. The reward of the second stage of the barbarian Dao was definitely generous. Was a saint-level servant not considered generous? If he could take one of them with him, he would be the supreme being in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. The 10 great secret clans would have to stand aside. Unfortunately, he was in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds and could not walk out of this realm. Even if he chooses one of these soul orders, he would not be able to summon those saints to be his servants. These soul orders were not practical at all unless Ning Fan could walk out of the 4 heavens and 9 worlds and arrive at the 3 great true worlds where the ancient barbarian world was located. If he could, Ning Fan would rather use these saint soul orders to exchange for the 8th tribulation puppet in the first stage. Even if its durability was not enough, he could still use it immediately. The last soul order token seals the life soul of a half-step desolate saint. His name is Lan Daofeng. He is the sect master of the 4 Saints sect. Ning Fan listened to Dao Banshan's introduction expressionlessly. The soul order token of a half-step desolate saint sounded very powerful. Unfortunately, it was useless if he could not walk out of the illusory world. Can I use the reward of the second stage to exchange for the items of the first stage? Ning Fan asked with a bitter smile. No. I'm not the real Dao Banshan. I'm just the shadow of the mountains and seas that Dao Banshan left behind after his death. Even though I've inherited part of his memories and emotions, I can't change the rules that he set before his death. You can only get 1 reward for each stage. I can't give you the other items nor can I change the fixed rewards. Dao Banshan shook his head and said. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll choose this half-step desolate saint soul order. Lan Daofeng, huh? I didn't expect that I would have a half-step desolate saint realm saint as my servant before attaining the 3rd step. I should be satisfied. In the end, Ning Fan chose Lan Daofeng's soul order and kept it casually. The soul order token was not a reward that satisfied him. Fortunately, he had found the soul of the god exterminating shield in the 2nd stage. Thus, he did not gain anything. Dao Banshan looked at Ning Fan with a strange expression. His thoughts seemed to be unable to keep up with the young man in front of him. 3rd step saints were transcendent beings. They would rarely rely on others. Even immortal sovereign Zido only had 400 saints as his subordinates. Moreover, these 400 saints had great freedom. They could listen to orders or not. If there was nothing important, they would not be seen at all. Dao Banshan's cultivation base was at the peak desolate saint realm when he was alive. He could even fight against a 4th step saint realm expert with the god exterminating shield. However, even he had only subdued 42 saint realm servants in his entire life. Obtaining a half-step desolate saint realm servant for no reason was enough to make any old monster in the true world below the 4th step green with envy. However, Ning Fan still wanted to use the soul order token to exchange for a mere 8th tribulation immortal emperor puppet. If Lan Daofeng knew that he was not even comparable to an 8th tribulation immortal emperor puppet in Ning Fan's eyes, he would probably vomit blood out of anger. The 2nd stage has ended. It's time to go to the 3rd stage. It won't waste too much time. To you, the 3rd stage is the easiest one. Of course, there's a precondition for all of this, and that is to find the shield soul. In the 2nd stage, you chose to walk out of the broken palm and find the shield soul. This decision is very wise. The 3rd stage is called the Divine Ascension stage, Dao Banshan said meaningfully and brought Ning Fan to the 6th level of the ancient barbaric tomb. As Dao Banshan pointed with his finger, the shadow of an ancient tall platform appeared between heaven and earth. It gradually became tangible. The tall platform meandered all the way up. On both sides of the path, ancient barbaric statues that were as large as small mountains were kneeling. At the end of the tall platform was a majestic altar. There was also an ancient tablet standing at the top of the altar. There were 9 names on the ancient tablet. All of them were written in the ancient barbaric script. Ning Fan had stayed in the ancient barbaric region for many years after all. Even though he was not proficient in the ancient barbaric script, he still knew some of it. The first name among the 9 names was obviously Dao Banshan, the 4th name was Shizi Hua, the 7th name was Ta Gu, the 9th name was Mo, the 10th name was still empty. This is the Divine Ascension stage of my Dao Barbarian tribe. Those who ascend to the Divine Ascension stage will become the barbarian god of my Dao Barbarian tribe. You can carve your name on the Dao Barbarian tablet. Those who ascend to the Divine Ascension stage would become the barbarian god. Becoming the barbarian god was the reward for completing the 3rd stage of the Dao Barbarian test. Of course, not every barbarian god had gone through the 3 stages of the Dao Barbarian test. The Divine Ascension stage would not only appear in the 3rd stage. Most of the other barbarian gods would need to go through hundreds and thousands of trials before they could ascend to the divine seat. Ning Fan was the only one who was different. He was the one who went all the way to the third stage of the Tao barbarian test. He had the chance to reach the heavens in a single bound and become the 10th barbarian god in the history of the ancient barbarian world. After ascending to the divine ascension stage, Ning Fan would be known as the supreme existence in the history of the barbarian race. If Ning Fan becomes the barbarian god, he would have the authority to command all the barbarian cultivators in the ancient barbarian world. Among those barbarian cultivators, there were even many saints. Ning Fan was not a barbarian cultivator who was born in the ancient barbarian world. Thus, he did not know how honorable the barbarian god was. However, he could imagine some of it. However, he was not willing to become the barbarian god of the barbarian race without knowing why. The identity of the barbarian god not only meant great authority but also the responsibility to revitalize the barbarian race. At the same time, it also involved a great amount of karma. The barbarian race seemed to have a deep karma with the Jialing clan. The higher Ning Fan's cultivation base was, the more he felt that karma was terrifying. He had received a little reward from Enmo, but he was already tainted with karma and was nearly killed by the blessing technique. If he becomes the barbarian god of the barbarian race, he did not know what kind of karma he would be tainted with and what kind of trouble he would attract. Ning Fan did not have the leisure to revitalize the barbarian race. He also did not want to be an irresponsible barbarian god without knowing why. Moreover, he did not want to get himself into a huge pile of karma for no reason. For a long, long time, Ning Fan stared at the divine ascension stage in front of him and did not take a step forward. In the end, he sighed softly and asked Dao Man Shan, "If I give up on the third stage, what will happen?" In other words, he was unwilling to become the barbarian god. Dao Man Shan looked at Ning Fan with great surprise as if he did not expect Ning Fan to ask such a question. In the few memories he had, it seemed like every barbarian cultivator was extremely eager to become the barbarian god and possess supreme power. With the position of the barbarian god, one could use the resources of the entire barbarian race for cultivation. He could also command all the barbarian cultivators to go on expeditions. Besides, he could also borrow the luck of the entire barbarian race to increase his chances of breaking through to the third step. No matter if it was someone who was passionate about power or someone who was passionate about cultivation, none of them would reject the position of the barbarian god. However, Ning Fan rejected it. After a brief moment of surprise, Dao Man Shan understood the reason why Ning Fan rejected the position of the barbarian god. His impression of Ning Fan became better. Even though this young man's cultivation base is not high, he could ignore the temptation of the position of the barbarian god. Part of it was his cautiousness of not wanting to be tainted with karma. However, there was also something more important. It was the importance he attached to responsibility. Compared to power and benefits, he seemed to be even more unwilling to bear responsibility easily. This showed that this young man is a responsible person. If he makes a promise, he will definitely fulfill it. If he receives a favor, he will definitely repay it. If this young man becomes the barbarian god, he will certainly not ignore the rise and fall of the barbarian race. Since the 4th generation, the barbarian gods of the barbarian race were getting weaker and weaker. Perhaps the 10th generation could start to revive the barbarian race. Due to Ning Fan's rejection, Dao Man Shan hoped that Ning Fan would succeed the position of the barbarian god even more. Even though the karma of the barbarian race's death had nothing to do with him, it was still a good thing to see the barbarian race that he built with his own hands prosper. Reincarnation is an ability that allows one to see the past and the future. Even though I am just the shadow of a mountain and sea, I can still see some of the past from you. You seem to want to help a barbarian from a certain place regain the right to reincarnation and cultivate. Dao Man Shan's eyes were extremely profound. He seemed to have seen a trace of memories related to Zhao Dai and the 1 million barbarians from Ning Fan. There is a seed in your body which contains a trace of the will of a 4th step cultivator in the mortal world. This seed should be able to help you achieve this. However, with your current strength, you are still far from being able to use this seed and control the will of a 4th step cultivator. I have a way to help you use this seed. However, the prerequisite is that you must obtain the identity of the 10th barbarian god and truly awaken the slaughter and punishment power of the god exterminating shield. If you are unwilling to become the barbarian god, I am also willing to form a good relationship with you and teach you another method. That is to use the seed. However, this method can only be used after you possess the strength of a saint. It is up to you whether you want to become the barbarian god or not. I will not force you. Besides, even if you give up on the third stage, there will not be any punishment. We, the Dao barbarian tribe, do not need an unwilling barbarian god. I hope that you will become the barbarian god, but I hope that you will do it willingly. Ascending to the divine platform and becoming the barbarian god would grant Zhao Dai and the others the right to reincarnate and cultivate. If I don't become the barbarian god, I must become a saint in order to help Zhao Dai. How long can Zhao Dai live? Living for a few hundred years is probably her limit. I won't be able to become a saint within a few hundred years. Ning Fan closed his eyes gently and the scenes of him interacting with Zhao Dai appeared in his mind. Uncle built a snowman for Dai. When Dai grows up, you must marry me and make me build a snowman every day. Uncle, why do you have so much free time when everyone has work to do? Mother said that this kind of behavior is called gluttony and laziness. When a girl grows up, she shouldn't marry a lazy man. Dai suddenly doesn't feel like marrying you. Uncle's gaze is very similar to mother's. You are very similar to mother. Uncle must be missing someone in your heart. When Dai grows up, can you accompany me home? Dai also wants to see how the barbarian city where it snows all year round looks like. He had watched Zhao Dai grow up little by little. The relationship between him and Zhao Dai was just a chance to comprehend the truth. It was just the concern of a senior towards a junior. It had nothing to do with any romantic feelings. However, that concern was like a fetter that he could not let go of. He regarded Zhao Dai as his nephew. He could not bear to watch her grow old and die. In his mind, the scene of millions of barbarians kneeling down and begging him appeared. Thousands of people kowtowed and their joss sticks were lit. Somehow, he could not get that scene out of his mind. Forget it. Becoming the barbarian god is obviously a great opportunity. Why is it that when it comes to me, I feel like I have suffered a great injustice and am so reluctant? After becoming the young minister of the Fan clan, undergoing the damage tribulation and obtaining the god-exterminating shield. Along the way, the karma between him and the barbarians seemed to have become inseparable. If that's the case, why should I be afraid of another karma? Today, I, Ning Fan, will step onto the divine ascension stage and become the supreme god of the ancient barbarian world. Why can't I? Ta Guandin Mo can sit on the seat of the barbarian god. Why can't I, Ning Fan, sit on it? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He took his first step towards the divine ascension stage. The moment he took that step, the entire heaven and earth trembled. At the next moment, an illusory, dark red shadow of a barbaric statue appeared in the sky above the 6th level of the ancient barbarian tomb. It held a shield in its left hand and a sword in its right. The shield looked like the god-exterminating shield. That sword pointed at the heavens furiously. It carried an indescribable rebellious intent. The face of the barbaric statue could not be seen clearly. However, it carried an indescribable aura force that was enough to make any cultivator who had yet to step into the third step tremble. Countless smaller barbaric statues appeared around the barbaric statue. They knelt down and worshipped the statue that held the sword. Fight! 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 Let the barbarian god wield his sword and fight against the heavens. Roars that seemed to come from ancient times resounded across heaven and earth. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were charging towards them. As soon as the strange phenomenon and the roars appeared, they began to project and spread to the outside world. Outside the ancient barbarian tomb was the space of the bronze pagoda. Inside the space of the bronze pagoda, the shadow of the barbaric statue that held the shield and pointed the sword at the heavens appeared along with countless figures that knelt down and begged for mercy. Miao Yan was so shocked by this strange phenomenon that she walked out of her cave. However, she did not understand what it meant. Even though she did not understand it, it did not mean that the eyeball monster did not understand it. It had been 17 days since the last time he communicated with Ning Fan using his spirit sense. The eyeball monster was originally very worried about Ning Fan's safety. He was worried that Ning Fan would not be able to get through the 8th suffering. However, when he saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, his face turned pale with fright. All of his worries were replaced by astonishment at this moment. If he was not mistaken, this strange phenomenon was the shadow of the barbarian god fighting against the heavens. Could it be that the 10th barbarian god of the barbarian race is going to be born after Enemo? Fight! 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 Let the barbarian god wield his sword and fight against the heavens. This strange phenomenon is definitely related to that brat Ning Fan. Could it be that the 10th barbarian god who is about to be born is actually that brat? The strange phenomenon continued to project to the outside world. In the space outside the Copper Pagoda, the strange phenomenon of the god of barbarians battling the heavens also appeared. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court outside the Palm Realm, a strange phenomenon of the god of barbarians fighting against the heavens also appeared. As a matter of fact, after Ning Fan destroyed the stone door of the 8th floor, the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court had undergone some strange changes. Following the shattering of the stone door, the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court's palace quickly lost all its pressure. Without the obstruction of the palace's aura, the cultivators who were unable to ascend to the higher floors began to gather on the 9th floor with an unstoppable momentum. The space restriction here had also weakened quite a bit. Even shedding space cultivators could barely fly, but they couldn't fly too fast. The ancient immortal sovereign corpses that were hibernating on the higher levels were nowhere to be found. They no longer stopped the passing cultivators, which made it even more difficult to reach the top. Haha. I can't believe that with my peak Rincon realm cultivation, I can actually ascend to the 9th level and fight for this ancient passage. A demon clan burly man excitedly rushed to the 8th floor. He turned into a wisp of grey smoke and sped toward the 9th floor. His divine ability was quite extraordinary. The ancient passage will definitely be obtained by our human race. We will certainly have a battle with the demon race on the 9th floor. Fellow Taoists, you must be careful. A human old monster with a sense-breaking realm cultivation base was followed by several shedding space cultivators. They had actually formed a small team and were advancing cautiously toward the 9th floor. Hee. I'm here to fish in troubled waters. I wonder if I can get some benefits after ascending to the 9th floor. Just now, I picked up a 5 million years old basil grass. Just like Mounz, there were also quite a number of cultivators who wanted to pick up some leftovers in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. All of them excitedly rushed to the 9th floor. Nearly 100 experts of the human race and demon race arrived at the 9th floor of the Heavens Imperial Court one after another. There were even more cultivators who were rushing toward this place. It was unknown why there was an additional barrier on the 9th floor. It isolated everyone outside the area of the first palace, preventing them from entering the palace on the higher floors. That barrier was very strong. Colorful rays of light floated on it, making it as beautiful as a rainbow. However, it carried a powerful force that could stop immortal kings from advancing. Fortunately, this colorful barrier would become a little more illusory after every 15 minutes. Its power would decrease by a lot. Presumably, this barrier would not be able to last for too long. It would eventually disappear. As long as they wait for the barrier to disappear, the group of cultivators would still be able to reach the peak of the 9th floor. The 6 combinations Immortal Venerables, Xian and the barbarian ancestors of the Fan clan were currently standing outside the barrier with their guards up. They could not enter the barrier and could only wait for it to disappear on its own. Among the barbarian ancestors of the Fan clan, the 7th ancestor was not outside the barrier. On the side of the human race, Miao Yan and Ning Fan were missing. On the side of the demon race, old ancestor Poisonous Dragon who had already died was missing. Humph. 6 combinations. Don't tell me you want to fight with me before the barrier disappears? Don't forget that I have the Brahma demon Jian with me. Last time, you were almost killed by this Jian. This time, do you want to suffer again? Xian held the Brahma demon Jian in his hand and sneered at the 6 combinations Immortal Venerables. At the same time, he looked at the barbarian ancestors of the Fan clan with fear. The demon race and these barbarian ancestors were originally allies. However, Xian had already noticed that these barbarian ancestors had other plans for the ancient passage. Their relationship as allies was not solid. Even though he was not afraid of 6 combinations, he did not want to fight with him before the barrier disappears. It would give these barbarian ancestors an opportunity to take advantage of him. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you have the Brahma demon Jian? Don't forget that we have fellow Daoist Zhao on our side. As soon as Ao Xian mentioned Ning Fan, the 6 combinations immortal venerables became much more confident. He sneered back at Ao Xian. As soon as they heard Zhao Jian's name, be it Ao Xian or the barbarian ancestors of the Fan clan, their expressions changed. Obviously, they still remembered the terrifying ability that Ning Fan used to kill countless ancient immortal venerables. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. It's comparable to the attack of a saint. He killed hundreds and thousands of immortal venerables with just a single sword strike. Even if Zhao Jian isn't a saint, he is probably not far from it. 6 combinations is not worth mentioning, but that Zhao Jian is definitely not someone they can afford to offend. I didn't expect that the human race would actually have such a powerful force to intervene in the battle for the ancient passage. Despicable. Really despicable. Could it be that they have forgotten that the ancient passage collapsed because an immortal Emperor realm-old monster intervened in advance? The more ancient a secret place is, the more vulnerable it is to an immortal Emperor realm-old monster. The human race, on the other hand, did not send an immortal Emperor realm expert this time. Instead, they directly sent someone with such terrifying combat power like Zhao Jian, who is even more ruthless than an immortal Emperor realm expert. If the passage collapses again this time, it will be a huge loss to both the human race and the demon race. Despicable humans. Don't you know that going too far is as bad as falling short? Ao Xian cursed in his heart. What made him feel strange was that Zhao Jian should have already brought Miao Yan to the 9th floor by now. Where did they go? Why aren't they here? Could it be that they have entered the barrier? Humph. The human race is actually one step ahead of the demon race. It seems like it won't be easy to seize the ancient passage from the human race this time. Also, where did the 7th ancestor go? Could it be that he has also entered the barrier? The other barbarian ancestors were also secretly guessing. Just as the experts were confronting each other, the strange phenomenon of the barbarian god fighting against the heavens suddenly appeared in the sky of the 9th floor. Fight! 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 Let the barbarian god wield his sword and fight against the heavens. The defying intent contained within those roars was too shocking, causing every single cultivator's heart to beat wildly. They were unable to suppress the shock in their hearts. Lu He, Ao Xian, and the other cultivators did not understand the meaning of this phenomenon. They were only shocked by the unusual aura. Only the barbaric ancestors of the Fan family understood the meaning of this phenomenon. They were shocked and their eyes burned with passion. Gradually, even their breathing began to quicken. It was actually the shadow of the god of berserkers fighting against the heavens. This was an anomaly that would only appear when the god of berserkers was born, the barbarian god. It was actually the barbarian god. Another god of berserkers was born in the ancient berserkers world. As long as one became a barbarian god, even if that person was just a vein-opening junior, he could still command the barbarian cultivators of the ancient barbarian realm and easily destroy any cultivation clan below the 3rd step. As long as he became the god of berserkers, he would be able to enjoy the cultivation resources of the entire ancient berserkers world. He would also be able to use the berserker's luck to cultivate. Even a 3rd step saint had to be wary of the great power behind the god of barbarians. Even 3rd step sages coveted the ancient barbarians' providence. Just who was the lucky one to inherit the title of god of berserkers? How enviable! Every barbarian cultivator had the dream of becoming a barbarian god, just like how every mortal had the dream of becoming an emperor. The expressions of the few barbarian ancestors of the Fan family were filled with envy and jealousy. They could not wait to find the person who became the barbarian god and replace him. Unfortunately, they did not know that the person who was going to become the barbarian god was Ning Fan. If they knew about this, it was unknown how interesting their expressions would be. At the highest point of the 9th floor, countless stone statues stood under the illumination of the grey moon. At this moment, the 7th ancestor was half kneeling in front of the throne of the Enink stone statue, begging for something. As for the Enink stone statue, it was looking at the 7th ancestor coldly as if it was looking at a lowly ant. Speak, 7th generation barbaric ancestor of the Fan family. Why did you sacrifice your 2nd primordial spirit to help me escape? What do you want? Speak, 7th ancestor of the Fan family. You are willing to give up your 2nd primordial spirit to help me escape. What is your goal? Ancestor Enmo's stone body was indifferent. In his eyes, the 7th ancestor of the Fan family was just an ant, not worth mentioning. Fan family? Haha, just a second-rate barbarian tribe of the ancient barbarian world. The seventh ancestor of the Fan family was just an insignificant person. Unlike the lowly Fan clan, Inemo was a dignified god of the barbarian race. There were very few people who were worthy of his attention. His every word and action had a superior pressure that came from his bloodline. It put a heavy pressure on the seventh ancestor. Facing the questioning of ancestor Inemo, the seventh ancestor did not dare to be disrespectful. He lowered his head even more and answered humbly, I have 3 requests. If you agree to all of them, I am willing to give up this body and become yours to help you escape. I will not regret it. 3 requests? You are just an ant. You want to talk terms with me? Inemo's voice was cold, and the temperature dropped. That's right. Even if you are an ant, if you are lucky, you will have the chance to look down on the heavens. Don't you think so, Supreme Divinity? The seventh ancestor raised his head boldly and narrowed his eyes. A dragon in shallow water would be toyed with by prawns. A tiger on flat land would be bullied by dogs. In terms of strength, the seventh ancestor was not as strong as Inemo. Even his true self, the immortal emperor, was not Inemo's match. In terms of status, the seventh ancestor was just a barbarian ancestor of a second-rate force. Inemo, on the other hand, was the high and mighty ninth god of barbarians. He had the power to punish the entire barbarian race and could suppress the seventh ancestor greatly. Ancestor Inemo was sealed in the 9 heavens imperial court. Otherwise, as a barbarian, the seventh ancestor would not have dared to speak to Inemo in such a tone. The air seemed to freeze. Invisible killing intent brewed around Inemo, but it soon subsided. State your request. Inemo's voice was emotionless. Seeing that Inemo did not flare up, the seventh ancestor did not dare to act rashly again. He resumed his respectful tone. My first request is to take the ancient passage from the 9 heavens imperial court. According to my deduction, there are already more than 100 immortal emperors from the illusory world involved in this matter. With my second primordial spirit body, it is too difficult to snatch food from the hands of these heroes. I need the power of a hierarch to do this. If you manage to escape, you must help me fight for the ancient passage. Ancient passage, huh? Continue, Inemo said noncommittally. My second request is related to the immortal force in your body. I was fortunate enough to witness the 6 paths of reincarnation with my own eyes. At this point, there was a hint of pride in the seventh ancestor's eyes. For the first time, Inemo took the seventh ancestor seriously. I cannot believe that you have entered the sacred sex dojo and seen the 6 paths of reincarnation. If that's the case, then I can't call you an ant anymore. You don't have to kneel. In front of this god, I allow you to answer while standing. Thank you, Supreme Divinity, for the reward. The seventh patriarch, who had been half kneeling on the ground, slowly stood up and continued to say. In this world, there are very few secrets that can be hidden from the reverse river beside the 6 paths of reincarnation. The water of inverse river could reflect all things and peep into the past and present. I paid a price in exchange for a secret from the reverse river, the secret of the Supreme Divinity's origin. People only know that the Supreme Divinity's name is Inemo and he is the 9th god of barbarians. However, very few people know where the Supreme Divinity came from. However, I know that the Supreme Divinity's true identity is the evil corpse that was cut by the undying Emperor of the Purple Immortal Domain. Moreover, you have the undying void that the undying Emperor created. If the Supreme Divinity manages to escape, you must lend me the undying void for 3,000 years. This is my second request. The undying void. Inemo's expression turned slightly gloomy as if he had thought of something bad. After a long time, he said, continue. He still did not express his opinion. My third request is to enter the ancient barbarian tomb once. You want to enter the ancient barbarian tomb? Why? Inemo was slightly surprised. The ancient barbarian tomb is the place where the previous god of barbarians opened their trials. It is also the place where the corpses of the barbarians who died in battle are kept. What is this person's purpose for entering the ancient barbarian tomb? This time, it was the seventh ancestor who remained silent. He had his own purpose for entering the ancient barbarian tomb and he would not tell Inemo about it. The ancient barbarian kingdom's god exterminating shield. The seventh ancestor recalled the secret that he had obtained from the reverse river and sneered in his heart. After the fourth god of barbarians, the ancient barbarian world submitted to the great Xianxia mortal world. The barbarian gods of the later generations did not know that there was a fragment of the god-exterminating shield hidden in the ancient barbarian tomb. However, the seventh ancestor had coincidentally found out about it. The seventh ancestor was determined to get this fragment. These three requests were not difficult for Inmo. In order to escape, Inmo would most likely agree to these requests, but an undetectable cold light flashed in the seventh ancestor's eyes. In fact, these three requests were just a trick to confuse Inmo. His real target was Inmo himself. As long as his plan was successful, his second primordial spirit could merge with Inmo. At that time, he would be Inmo and he would be able to achieve the three requests. How about it? Is the Supreme Divinity willing to agree to my request? The seventh ancestor asked calmly. If I don't agree, what are you going to do? Inmo suddenly said mockingly. Don't agree? Doesn't the Supreme Divinity want to escape from this place? The god of barbarian was sealed here by immortal Emperor Zido and lived a life worse than death. Doesn't the Supreme Divinity want to escape from this place and avenge Zido? The seventh ancestor frowned and said. Haha, I want to escape from this place even in my dreams. However, there are two things that you are wrong about. Inmo's playful voice echoed in the empty stone forest. Suddenly, a ray of starlight appeared in his left eye. In an instant, his left eye became bright as if it contained the entire starry sky. It gave people a profound feeling as if it could see through everything in front of it. His right eye became empty and dark without any spirit. Gradually, his right eyeball shattered and turned into stone chips that fell to the ground. Only the right eye socket was left. Not only that, a stream of black blood flowed out from his right eye socket and dripped on the ground in front of the throne. I have lost one eye and haven't recovered it yet. However, I can still see some clues. Do you think I can't see through your real scheme? You are wrong about this. At this moment, the Inmo stone statue only had its left eye. However, it could easily see through all the secrets on the seventh ancestor's body with this eye. The three requests you made are just a pretense. What you are really after is my life. These 7 chess pieces are your secret plan. Humph. The Inmo stone statue snorted and immediately, an invisible force enveloped the seventh ancestor. Without any warning whatsoever, the seventh patriarch coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Furthermore, 7 beams of golden light flew out of his body, beyond his control. If you looked closely, you would see that they were actually 7 golden ghost stones. As soon as they appeared, they began to emit the glow of countless swastikas, giving off a feeling of solemnity and dignity. So they are chess pieces condensed by the power of karma. Moreover, this feeling seems to have fused with the bones of Buddhist cultivators. Buddhist cultivators cultivate the power of karma. This thing is enough to cut off the power of karma of the barbarian god's blessing technique. If I really use the blessing technique to seize your body, I will most likely be plotted against by these 7 chess pieces. Inmo said expressionlessly. The seventh ancestor was shocked. He didn't expect that his real scheme would be seen through by Inmo so easily. He also didn't expect that Inmo could make him vomit blood and fly backwards with just a thought. The 7 golden chess pieces hidden in his body were forced out and revealed themselves. This power had nothing to do with cultivation. It was the suppression of the bloodline. There was no mistake. The thing that sent him flying was the barbarian god Inmo's power of slaughter and punishment. Rumor has it that the barbarian god Inmo's power of punishment can be ranked in the top 3 of the 9 generations of barbarian gods. He has 2 punishment mountains. With just the power of punishment, he can make barbarian cultivators at the immortal emperor realm yield. However, wasn't he sealed by Zido? He shouldn't be able to use 10% of his power of punishment. How could he send me flying with just 1 strike? The seventh ancestor was shocked. It was obvious that he had missed a lot of things during this trip to the heavenly imperial court. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, the shadows of 3 golden mountains appeared in the sky. As soon as the 3 golden mountains appeared, the seventh ancestor felt that he couldn't win against Inmo's stone statue. It's 3 punishment mountains. Not just 2. Ever since the first god of barbarian mountains, only the second god of barbarian has 3 punishment mountains. Moreover, the third punishment mountain is only half-formed. It's not complete. Inemo actually has 3 punishment mountains. He has surpassed the second god of barbarian. Among all the gods of barbarian in the past, he can be ranked second. It seemed that Inemo's cultivation had not decreased during the countless years he was sealed. Instead, it had increased. The 7th ancestor groaned in his heart. He barely managed to stabilize his falling body. He wiped the blood off his face and said anxiously, "Divine Lord, please calm down. I've made a lot of mistakes. I shouldn't have harbored evil intentions towards you. I'm willing to compensate you for this. I've collected some barbarian souls. Although there aren't many of them, only about 700,000 of them, they're all survivors who survived the disaster. Their luck is much stronger than that of normal barbarians. I've spent many years researching an art that returns luck to its origin. As long as I sacrifice these barbarian souls, I can quickly restore my strength to its peak after I escape." Humph. The 7th ancestor received another cold snort from Inemo's stone statue. In an instant, the 7th ancestor coughed up blood again and flew backwards. His aura continued to weaken. The 7th ancestor had a lot of methods to protect himself. However, under the attack of Inemo's punishment stone statue, he had no power to fight back. As the god of barbarians, he had the power to kill and punish. He could punish any barbarian. This kind of punishment was unavoidable. It was precisely because of the existence of the power of punishment that the god of barbarians could stand high above the masses and not allow any barbarian to disobey him. With great difficulty, the 7th patriarch steadied himself once more. This time, he was not even able to stand. He clutched his chest with one hand and used the other to prop himself up on the ground. He was half-kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood. He had actually been seriously injured by the power of punishment. The 7th patriarch cried out anxiously. Inemo had once again activated the power of punishment in an attempt to kill him. Cough. Divine Lord, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to find another body as perfect as me to perform the blessing technique. The 7th forefather looked up at Inemo and forced himself to calm down. He was only the 2nd primordial spirit of the Fate Master Celestial Emperor, so he would not suffer a great loss if he was killed. However, he was unwilling to die here without obtaining any benefits from Inemo. He had originally wanted to scheme against Inemo, but now that his plot had been exposed, he could only take a step back and abandon this body to help Inemo escape. He believed that Inemo would not bear to kill him. Inemo had been sealed in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court by immortal Emperor Zido for countless years. During this period of time, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had never appeared in the world, and no one had ever come here. This time, many cultivators had entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, but among these cultivators, there was almost no one who could become the body of Inemo's blessing technique. Immortal Emperor Zido was too powerful. With Inemo's cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to escape from his seal. The only chance of survival was to find a body and perform the strongest possession technique in the history of the barbarian race, the blessing technique of the barbarian god. This technique uses karma as a medium to carry out the possession technique. If it succeeds, even if this place is sealed by immortal Emperor Zido, the Divine Lord can still escape, abandon his sealed body, and be reborn. However, the prerequisite for the success of this technique is to find a perfect body with a high degree of compatibility. Before the Divine Lord became the barbarian god, he cultivated the cultivation of the barbarian race. After becoming the barbarian god, he received the blessing of Taitsong and possessed the bloodline of the Taitsong tribulation spirit. The Divine Lord cultivated the 2 powers of tribulation and barbarian at the same time. Therefore, the body that the Divine Lord is looking for to possess must at least have a certain degree of the 2 powers of tribulation and barbarian at the same time. Now, in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, there are only a few cultivators who have the barbarian blood. They are all the ancestors of the Fan clan. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation of the 2 powers of tribulation and barbarian is the best body for the Divine Lord to possess. Killing this lowly person is definitely not a wise move. Inemo looked at the 7th ancestor with disdain. After a long time, he said, "You think that I can't bear to kill you, so you have the guts to plot against me and take my life. You think that even if I see through your plot, I will let go of the past in order to escape. However, you are wrong. From the beginning, I never planned to use your second primordial spirit as a body to possess. I already have the most perfect body for you to possess. You're wrong about this again. Therefore, if you have nothing else to say, you can die now." Burn. As Inemo shouted this word, the barbarian blood in the seventh ancestor's body started burning without any warning. Not good. With the cultivation of this body, I can't resist Inemo's punishment power. I will die. The seventh ancestor's heart was filled with strong unwillingness, but more than that, he felt powerless. Just when he thought that his blood would burn to death, at the highest point of the ninth heaven's imperial court, in the sky above the stone forest, a shocking phenomenon of the barbarian god fighting against the heavens suddenly appeared. Fight! 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 Let the barbarian god wield his sword and fight against the heavens. A murderous punishment power descended from the sky and collided with Inemo's punishment power once again, letting out a muffled boom. In the sky above the stone forest, the three golden punishment mountain peaks of Inemo were continuously hit by the new punishment power and cracks began to appear. More and more cracks appeared. Finally, the three punishment mountain peaks collapsed at the same time with a bang. The reason why the three mountains collapsed was because they could not withstand the new murderous punishment power. It's the shadow of the barbarian god fighting against the heavens. Once this phenomenon appears, it means that a barbarian god is being born. In the nine heavens imperial court, there are 10 barbarian gods being born. How can this be? This person has yet to become a true barbarian god, but the punishment power he possesses is already enough to collapse my punishment mountain. Just how many punishment mountains does this person have? Who is this person? His punishment power is actually still increasing. The shock in Inemo's eyes increased. When the shadow of the barbarian god fighting against the heavens first appeared, the new barbarian god's punishment power was already twice of his. As time passed, the punishment power was still increasing. 3 times. 4 times. 6 times. 10 times. 12 times. 12 times of my punishment power. How could such a powerful barbarian god be born after the Tao Barbarian Mountain? Besides, why did this phenomenon appear in this place and why did it have to happen at this time? Inemo could not calm down. He no longer had the intention to kill the seventh ancestor. The seventh ancestor was also lucky enough to survive because of this sudden phenomenon. What exactly happened in the nine heavens imperial court and who was going to become the 10th barbarian god? Inemo did not know, and neither did the seventh ancestor. Other than the strange eyeball, who would have thought that the person who was going to become the 10th barbarian god would be Ning Fan? In the space of the copper tower, time was still. 10 years inside the tower was just a moment in the outside world. On the Divine Ascension platform, Ning Fan walked up step by step. The path he walked was the Divine Tao. Wherever he passed by, the barbarian statues that were kneeling on both sides of the Divine Tao stood up. These barbarian statues were very strange. All of them were golden in color. They controlled the golden barbaric flash power and turned them into golden bows and golden arrows. Thousands of arrows were shot at Ning Fan. All of the arrows were wrapped in golden flames. Each of the fire arrows had the destructive power of an immortal venerable. The combined attack of 10 arrows could injure an immortal king. The combined attack of 100 arrows could injure an immortal emperor. Even a quasi-saint would have to retreat when thousands of arrows rained down on Ning Fan. Tens of thousands of arrows were shot at the same time. Killing intent soared to the sky and the weather changed. However, Ning Fan remained calm and did not care about those attacks at all. It was because he had the God-vanquishing shield to protect him. Those who don't have the God-vanquishing shield can also become the barbarian god after ascending to the divine Tao. However, they won't have too much punishment power. You, on the other hand, are different. Even though you only have one of the fragments of the God-vanquishing shield, it is the one with the strongest spirituality. Moreover, you have found the soul of the shield. With the help of the God-vanquishing shield, you can devour these thousands of arrows and cultivate the punishment power of slaughter that is comparable to mine. Other than me, none of the other 8 barbarian gods possess more than 3 punishment mountains. I'm looking forward to seeing how many of them you can create. The voice of the barbarian mountain rang in Ning Fan's ears. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He did not need to do anything either. He just walked up the divine Tao step by step. The God-vanquishing shield in his dantian automatically formed the God-vanquishing giant's defense outside his body. Rays of golden arrow light landed on the God-vanquishing giant's body. All of them strangely fused into the giant's body without any exception. It was as if they were being devoured. Everything was silent. The incoming arrow light kept fusing into the giant's body, causing the color of the God-vanquishing giant to be dyed with a hint of gold from its initial dark red color. With the addition of this trace of gold, the God-vanquishing giant gave people an unprecedented sense of majesty. In the sky above, the gigantic shadow of a golden mountain slowly took shape. That was the power that only the barbarian gods could control, the punishment mountain formed by the punishment power of slaughter. After condensing the first punishment mountain, Ning Fan clearly felt that there was an additional power in his body. What kind of feeling is this? It feels like I can easily decide the life and death of a barbarian. To punish any barbarian, punishment of slaughter. Punishment of slaughter, this kind of power had nothing to do with cultivation base or Tao attainment. It was a kind of dominance that a superior could have over an inferior. The divine ascension platform was so tall that it reached the heavens. The 4 million steps of the divine Tao seemed to have no end. The higher he went, the more difficult it became for him to move. He could not move too fast. Ning Fan slowly climbed up, forgetting the passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Ning Fan actually walked on this long divine Tao for a total of 12 months before he reached the end. When he reached the end and ascended the divine platform, there were already a total of 36 punishment mountains in the sky. The God-vanquishing giant that was protecting his body had completely turned into a dark golden color. It was an ancient golden color like the setting sun in a desert. The originally dark red God-destroying shield had also turned dark gold. The God-vanquishing shield has really been revived, although it's only a fragment. Dao Manshan revealed a gratified expression and smiled. Next, you only need to carve your name on this heavenly Tao monument, and you will truly become the 10th god of berserkers. From now on, the rise and fall of the barbarians will all fall on your shoulders. Step by step, Ning Fan walked towards the center of the divine platform. When he reached the bottom of the heavenly Tao monument, he halted his footsteps and retracted his god-destroying giant shadow. A ray of golden light flew out from the heavenly Tao monument and turned into a golden carving knife that was a foot long. Slowly, it fell into Ning Fan's palm. Ning Fan stared at the heavenly Tao monument with a solemn expression. That small carving knife seemed to weigh 1,000 jin. He carved his name, and from then on, he became the 10th god of berserkers. From then on, he was a supreme existence. After carving his name, he would have to shoulder the responsibility and bear the karma. From today onwards, I, Ning Fan, am the god of the barbarian race. As long as I'm alive, all lives are alive. This was a promise. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He lifted the carving knife and carved his name on the heavenly Tao monument. After he carved his name, the heavenly Tao monument along with the entire divine ascension platform disappeared. It would only appear again when the next god of berserkers ascends the platform. No one knew who the new name on the heavenly Tao monument belonged to. However, at this moment, every barbarian in the world could feel that another god of berserkers had been born. So your name is Ning Fan. Hee hee. Let's go, little barbarian god Ning. Let's go to the 7th level of the barbarian tomb and meet the 4th generation ancestor. You have to be careful. She's just a shadow of a mountain and see now. When she was alive, she only had 2 Xing mountains. She won't be able to withstand the punishment power of your 36 mountains. You better not accidentally kill her. Dao Manshan warned Ning Fan solemnly. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought Ning Fan to the 7th level of the ancient barbarian tomb. Dao Manshan had died a long time ago. Only the shadow of the mountain and sea was left. The might of the punishment power was no longer there. However, Ning Fan was different. He entered the 7th level of the barbarian tomb without making a sound. However, the moment he stepped into this level, Shi Zihua's mountain and sea shadow could not help but tremble in her heart. She even had the urge to kneel down in front of Ning Fan. That heaven-shaking and earth-shattering bloodline power did not allow her to stand straight at all. Even if she was a barbarian god, she could not remain standing in front of Ning Fan, who had 36 mountains. Humiliation. Humiliation. She had never knelt before anyone, let alone to the Taitsong tribulation spirit. Even if she slightly approved of Ning Fan, she would never kneel to a Taitsong tribulation spirit. My body can be destroyed and my shadow can disappear. However, I will never kneel to this knee. Xianxia bit her lips unwillingly. She let the shadow of the mountain and sea disappear bit by bit, but she still refused to kneel. What's wrong with her? Ning Fan had just ascended to become a god. He was still unable to control the additional punishment power. Naturally, he did not know that the punishment power that he unintentionally released had almost driven Xianxia to death. Dao Man Shan. Xianxia. Little barbarian goddess Ning, are you pretending to be innocent and black-bellied? After all, Ning Fan was a person who had cultivated for many years. He instantly realized that Xianxia's abnormality was caused by himself. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and apologized to Xianxia. I'm sorry. This junior has just obtained the power of massacre and punishment. I haven't fully grasped it yet. I've caused senior to be startled. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, but it was rather polite. Now that they were both gods of the barbarian race, even if there were some misunderstandings between them in the past, Ning Fan was not willing to humiliate this lady here and now. Moreover, Xianxia would rather die than kneel before the Taitsong Jialing. Ning Fan was rather impressed by her integrity. That was why he addressed her respectfully as a senior. The fourth god of berserkers was the god of a destroyed kingdom, the god of death, the god of indomitable will. The broken sword stuck in her chest, the blood stains on her dress, the pride that said she would rather die than kneel, the poignant yet unyielding face, the beautiful figure that stood tall in the shattered royal city. All of these scenes were beautiful in a different way. The god of berserkers had died in battle to protect her people. No matter how ugly she was, she could still be considered beautiful. Besides, Xianxia was not an ugly woman to begin with. This woman was known as the most beautiful woman in the barbarian race, and she was indeed worthy of her name. Her beauty on the surface was only temporary. Only the beauty in her bones would not fade with time. These thoughts only flashed across Ning Fan's mind. He did not think too much about it. He tried to control the punishment power in his body and suppress the agitated punishment might. Gradually, the punishment might that filled the entire 7th level of the barbarian's grave began to disappear. The might of the punishment of the 36 mountains was not to be underestimated, and it almost directly suppressed Xianxia's image of the mountains and seas. When the pressure subsided, Xianxia finally felt relieved. Her face was still a little pale. She looked at Ning Fan with a complicated expression. After a long while, she said in an unnatural tone. Thank you. Who would have thought that there would be a day where she would have to thank a grand firmament tribulation spirit, 36 punishment mountains. What a terrifying junior. In the history of the barbarians, perhaps only the first generation could achieve such a number. Previously, she was Ning Fan's enemy. She even wanted to kill Ning Fan, the grand firmament tribulation spirit, in the ancient barbarian tomb. Today, Ning Fan had dramatically become the barbarian god. Xianxia didn't know how to face Ning Fan after the change of their identities. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Speaking of which, Ning Fan has yet to complete his 8th trial. Should I go easy on him? Let's reintroduce ourselves. This was the 4th god of berserkers, Xianxia. He was the 10th barbarian god, Ning Fan. Alright, let's stop chatting here. Ning Xiao barbarian god's 8th trial is not over yet. 4th generation king, hurry up and help him reduce his damage. There is one thing you must remember. No matter where little barbarian god Ning comes from, he is now the same as you, a god of our berserker tribe. You must not harbor any enmity towards him. This is an order from this old man, you must obey it. If you disobey my orders and harm him, then I won't mind using the power of my finger to personally wipe out your mountain and sea image. Dao Man Shan looked at Xianxia meaningfully and warned. Xianxia was Ning Fan's descendant. Due to the hatred he had for the Taitsong tribulation spirit, Ning Fan's 8th trial was obviously much more dangerous and difficult than the others. Even though Ning Fan had rushed all the way to the 7th level of the ancient barbaric tomb, the final calamity of the 8th trial had yet to descend. It was still in Shi Zihua's hands. If Shi Zihua interferes with Ning Fan and summons the strongest calamity at all costs, Ning Fan would have a high chance of dying in the calamity even if he had the protection of the God-exterminating shield and the might of the punishment of the 36 mountains. Since Dao Manshan had promised Ning Fan to protect him, he would certainly keep his promise. He would not allow Shi Zihua to recklessly summon the calamity and kill Ning Fan. He did not expect Shi Zihua to go easy on Ning Fan. All he wanted was for her to be fair and treat Ning Fan equally. If the 8th trial that Shi Zihua summons is at least at the level of an ordinary barbarian cultivator, he believed that Ning Fan would be able to get through it easily. I won't. I know what to do. He has already become a barbarian god. He is the hope of our tribe. I won't harm him anymore. Shi Zihua let out a faint sigh and agreed. Shi Zihua, still knew what to do. She had already seen through Ning Fan's character and innate talent. With Ning Fan around, the barbarian tribe might still have a chance to prosper. Even if Ning Fan is a Taitsong tribulation spirit, she would also try her best to discard her prejudice against him. 10th generation, come closer. Next, I will send you the final calamity of the 8th trial. Shi Zihua wanted to smile at Ning Fan, but she could not do so no matter what. She could try her best to suppress the prejudice in her heart, but she could not disguise herself and give Ning Fan a hypocritical smile. Her hatred towards the Taitsong tribulation spirit had melted into her bones. She could accept Ning Fan psychologically, but she could not smile physically. Senior's hostility towards me seems to be entirely because of my identity as a Taitsong tribulation spirit, right? Ning Fan was not in a hurry to get through the 8th trial. That's right. I do mind your identity as a tribulation spirit. However, since you have already become a barbarian god, I will try my best to discard those prejudices. You don't have to do that. There is one thing that Senior might have misunderstood. Even though I possess the tribulation blood, I am not the true Taitsong tribulation spirit. I am a purple dipper cultivator. From a certain point of view, I might be considered as the enemy of the tribulation spirit clan. Ning Fan said indifferently. Divine, demon, devil, and tribulation were just his powers. They did not determine his race. If he must put a label on himself, he would put the words Purple Dipper Cultivator on it. He did not know much about the history of the Purple Dipper immortal domain. However, he had already made many guesses along the way. The Purple Dipper immortal domain should have already been destroyed. The enemy that destroyed the Purple Dipper immortal domain was most likely the Tribulation Spirit clan. He was born in the Rain World. He was a cultivator in immortal sovereign Zido's dream. He was the successor of ancient chaos, and he had once regarded immortal sovereign Zido as his teacher. Without a doubt, Ning Fan was a Purple Dipper cultivator. The Tribulation Spirit clan that destroyed the Purple Dipper immortal domain would only be his enemy. What did you say? You are not the true Taitsong Tribulation Spirit? You are a Purple Dipper cultivator. Shi Zihua's eyes suddenly lit up. When she died, the ancient barbarian world had completely fallen. At that time, immortal sovereign Zido had yet to attain his Dao, and the Purple Dipper immortal domain had yet to be established. However, it did not mean that she did not know much about immortal sovereign Zido like Dao Manshan. On the contrary, she had always been paying attention to the rise and fall of the barbarian race. Even after countless years had passed since her death, she was still inquiring about the news of the 3 great true worlds. She knew that after her death, the barbarian race had completely become the slaves of the Taitsong tribulation spirit. All the barbarian gods in the future had become the servants of the tribulation spirit. She had heard that a very powerful immortal sovereign Zido had appeared in the future. He could even fight to a draw with the legendary strongest being in the mortal world, the Lord of Tribulation will. With his own strength, immortal sovereign Zido had killed the 2 immortal sovereigns Ziwei and Beidou and unified the Purple Dipper immortal domain. Then, he became the strongest being in the defying mortal world, one of the 3 great true worlds. However, some things happened later that caused the entire Purple Dipper immortal domain to be destroyed by the invasion of the Tribulation Spirit. The cultivators of the Purple Dipper immortal domain were the most courageous group of cultivators in the 3 great true worlds. When the Tribulation Spirit invaded, the entire domain would usually die in battle. It was rare for anyone to surrender. Even if there were cultivators who were lucky enough to survive, all of them would regard the Taitsong tribulation spirit as their mortal enemy. They would use all their strength to fight against the Taitsong tribulation spirit until the end. They would never compromise. Because of this, even though the Purple Dipper mortal domain had been destroyed, the Tribulation Spirit clan still regarded the cultivators of the Purple Dipper mortal domain as their number one enemy. This young man actually said that he was a cultivator of the Purple Dipper mortal domain. He was clearly the mortal enemy of the Tribulation Spirit clan, but he also possessed the bloodline of the Tribulation Spirit clan. Are you really not a cultivator of the Tribulation Spirit clan? No. Ning Fan shook his head and said. Is that so? Shi Zihua suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, she really did not have any prejudice against Ning Fan anymore. Not only that, but she also felt a little apologetic towards him. Previously, she thought that Ning Fan was a cultivator of the Tribulation Spirit clan. That was why she kept trying to kill him. Now, however, it was clear that Ning Fan was not a cultivator of the Tribulation Spirit clan at all. After going through so much trouble, she realized that she had killed the wrong person. Since she was wrong, she must make up for it. Shi Zihua, was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. She would never let anyone down. Since that was the case, she had already thought of how she was going to kill Ning Fan one last time. I, Shi Zihua, never turn my back on anyone. You seem to have cultivated a very impressive enchanting technique. Since you are a cultivator of enchanting techniques, I will give you a great fortune. Shi Zihua's words were clear and resonant. For some reason, her face was slightly flushed, but her expression was incomparably firm. She seemed to be implying something. Ning Fan did not know the deeper meaning behind Shi Zihua's words, but Dao Manshan did. His eyes flashed with a hint of shock and he scolded. Fourth generation. Are you sure you want to do this? If you do this, not only will you lose all your reputation, even this mountain and sea shadow will also collapse. I, Shi Zihua, never turn my back on anyone. Shi Zihua answered indifferently. Her eyes scanned the empty 7th level of the barbarian tomb. Suddenly, she waved her hand and a violent gust of wind blew across the entire 7th level. As soon as the gust of wind blew past, all the corpses of the barbarian cultivators who were in deep slumber in this place disappeared. No one knew where they had been kept by her. I don't want outsiders to witness this matter. Can you please move to the 6th level for the time being? Shi Zihua said to Dao Manshan. Since you have already made your decision, you have to bear all the consequences. Do you understand? Dao Manshan suddenly sighed. I won't regret it. Please move to the 6th level. Shi Zihua said firmly. Fine. Since you won't regret it, I won't say anything else. Dao Manshan looked at Ning Fan with a complicated expression. With a flash, he directly disappeared from the 7th level of the barbarian tomb. In the blink of an eye, only Ning Fan and Shi Zihua were left in the empty 7th level of the tomb. There was no one else. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. He did not know what kind of riddle Shi Zihua and Dao Manshan were talking about. However, he also realized that Shi Zihua had made an important decision. There's no one here to disturb us anymore. However, the scenery here isn't very good. There's no atmosphere here. Shi Zihua once again waved her hand, and the scenery around them changed. The desolate ground suddenly became filled with life. Lush green grass grew out of the ground, and the dried-up river was filled with flowing water. In the blink of an eye, the 7th level had become a world of birdsong and fragrant flowers. Next, it will be the last killing tribulation of your 8th trial. Take care. Shi Zihua raised the corner of her lips and suddenly gave Ning Fan an amorous smile. She used a supreme bewitching technique in that smile. Even with Ning Fan's resistance against bewitching techniques, he could still sense a life-threatening crisis from Shi Zihua's smile. I have cultivated the bewitching technique all my life, but I have never given myself to any man. It's because once I give myself to anyone, my power will be taken away by that person. Your bewitching technique is very strong. The person who created this technique must also be a peerless expert. Shi Zihua did not know that the bewitching technique Ning Fan cultivated was the yin-yang transformation created by ancient chaos. Her bewitching technique cultivation base was definitely not lower than Ancient Chaos. Unfortunately, when she was born, Ancient Chaos had not been born yet. Thus, the two generations of bewitching technique experts had never seen it before. The power of the bewitching technique originates from the control of desire. There are 5 types of desire, which are called the 5 skandhas. They are appearance, perception, thought, action and consciousness. Those who have the 5 skandhas are not afraid of the bewitching technique. However, those who can achieve this are rare even among saints. You can't achieve this. However, the jade locket in your body can give you the power to have the 5 skandhas completely empty. It's really a supreme treasure. With this treasure, it will be very difficult for me to bewitch you. Thus, I need to temporarily seal this treasure. All of a sudden, Xianxia made a strange hand seal. At this moment, the connection between Ning Fan and the yin-yang locket was forcefully cut off. The yin-yang locket could no longer protect Ning Fan's Dao heart and help him resist the bewitching technique. Next, Ning Fan had no choice but to use his own cultivation base to resist Xianxia's supreme bewitching technique. Inverse relic, appear. Xianxia suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a ray of pink light. It was actually a small piece of pink crystal. This item was somewhat similar to the relics of Buddha cultivators. However, most of the relics of Buddha cultivators were golden in color while the relic of Xianxia was pink. It was not a relic but a inverse relic. If the relic of Buddha cultivators is cultivated to a certain extent, it could allow those powerful Buddha cultivators to reach the 5 skandhas completely empty. As for the inverse relic, it was the exact opposite. It had the powerful power to make the enemy sink into their desires. At the moment when the inverse relic flew out, Ning Fan felt a buzzing sound in his mind. After that, he lost all consciousness. His eyes became dazed and within that daze, flames of lust were burning. Xianxia approached Ning Fan step by step. She tiptoed and hooked her arms around Ning Fan's neck. Then, she kissed him softly. That kiss was like a catalyst, causing the flames of lust in Ning Fan's eyes to burn even more fiercely. He suddenly pulled out the broken sword from Xianxia's chest and threw it to the ground. Then, his body involuntarily pulled Xianxia into his arms as if he wanted to crush her into pieces. What a good Ning Fan! First, he killed the 7th barbarian god Ta Gu with his sword. Then, he pulled the 4th barbarian god Xianxia into his arms. Xianxia's delicate body trembled slightly after being hugged so fiercely. She wanted to escape from his embrace but she did not do so in the end. Xianxia, would never let anyone down. Her mountain and sea shadow did not carry much of her true body's power. However, if she could pass it to Ning Fan, it would greatly improve his bewitching technique. No matter how Ning Fan's large hands wandered all over her body, she did not retreat in the end. Even when her clothes were peeled off piece by piece, she did not regret it. Ning Fan felt like he was having a long dream. In the dream, he was hugging a soft and fragrant body whose face could not be seen clearly. They were entangled with each other. Her moans were so alluring. Each of her moans seemed to have a special magical power, causing the flames of lust in Ning Fan's body to grow stronger and stronger. It was impossible for him to wake up from that state. What a terrifying bewitching technique. He had been cultivating bewitching techniques all his life. However, it was his first time being unable to extricate himself from the hands of another bewitching cultivator. In terms of attainments and bewitching techniques, Xianxia might be slightly stronger than Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. After all, Ancient Chaos was good at 2 cultivation techniques. The yin-yang transformation was just the foundation of the chaotic loop art. To Ancient Chaos, the bewitching technique was just a method to increase his cultivation base. It was not an offensive method. Xianxia, on the other hand, was different. All of her power originated from her bewitching technique. Her attainments in bewitching techniques were not something that Ning Fan could compare with. Immerse, 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 their tongues intertwined with each other again and again. Every time, he would knead the softness in front of Xianxia's chest, they would wander around that secluded path. However, Xianxia seemed to be deliberately teasing him. She did not allow Ning Fan to enter her body. After a long time, many things happened between the two of them except for the last step. The power of Xianxia's bewitching technique flowed continuously into Ning Fan's body. There's still one last step left, Xianxia panted. Her cheeks were burning hot. She was ready to guide Ning Fan into her body. As long as this step is completed, all of her remaining power would belong to Ning Fan. As for her, the mountain and sea shadow, she would completely disappear from this world. There was no need to regret or hesitate. Xianxia stared at Ning Fan, who was lying on top of her. This person was the 10th barbarian god. He was the person who had the hope of revitalizing the barbarian race. As for her, she was just the mountain and sea shadow that was left behind many years after her death. If her death could make up for her previous mistakes and allow Ning Fan's power to increase, allowing the barbarian race to rise earlier, she would not hesitate to destroy this mountain and sea shadow. Ning Fan, huh? The future of the barbarian race will be entrusted to you. Take your time to comprehend my inverse relic technique. She gently closed her eyes and guided Ning Fan into her body. However, at this moment, Ning Fan, who had been immersed in the bewitching technique, suddenly roared. His eyes forcefully regained their clarity. In the end, he did not enter her body. I see. So this is what you meant when you and Senior Dao Manshan talked about. Ning Fan, who had regained his consciousness, understood the deeper meaning behind Xianxia's words. He also guessed the consequences of her actions. Impossible. You can actually wake up from the bewitching technique with your own willpower? Xianxia was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She had sealed the yin-yang locket and even summoned the inverse relic to bewitch a cultivator by sacrificing her purity. Logically speaking, even if the other party was an incipient saint, as long as he had not attained the emptiness of 5 skandhas, he would be bewitched by her and would not be able to wake up. How did Ning Fan wake up? His cultivation base had not even reached the eternal immortal venerable realm yet. Similarly, he had not cultivated to the emptiness of 5 skandhas. Those who have achieved the emptiness of 5 skandhas would not feel joy or sorrow. Each of them was like an otherworldly guest who had cut off their ties with the mortal world. Ning Fan was obviously not that kind of person. Without a cultivation base that surpassed the incipient saint realm and without the emptiness of 5 skandhas, how did he wake up? How did he overcome the desires in his heart? However, she did not know that Ning Fan would never achieve the emptiness of 5 skandhas in his entire life. I can only achieve this because there are people who have given up all their desires. Ning Fan, on the other hand, refused to give up anything and could not abandon the mortal world. The reason why Ning Fan could wake up was not because he had overcome the desires in his heart. Instead, it was because he had accepted all those desires and controlled them with his heart. This was a realm that was different from the emptiness of 5 skandhas. This was called persistence. Nothing is impossible. Your bewitching technique is indeed powerful. However, if I let go of my heart and don't suppress it, it is still possible for me to regain some of my rationality. Ning Fan's breathing became heavier and heavier. The flames of lust in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, it grew stronger. He pinched Xianxia's pair of soft breasts. Immediately, Xianxia, who was below him, let out a soft moan in pain. However, there was a different kind of comfort that lingered in her heart. You are very beautiful. If I have intercourse with you, I believe it will be an extremely pleasant thing. Ning Fan's naked words made Xianxia's face turn even redder. Isn't this man too shameless? How could he say such a shameful word as intercourse? However, it's a pity. If I have you now, I believe this mountain and sea shadow of yours will immediately collapse. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. He actually relied on the power of the second level of the heaven realm to suppress the flames of lust that had been controlled in his eyes. If I have you, you will be my woman. As for me, I don't have the habit of letting my woman die in front of me. Therefore, I don't want you. I don't want you. Xianxia's heart was filled with anger. She was actually despised by Ning Fan. In the ancient barbarian world, there were countless people who wanted to get intimate with her. She had willingly delivered herself to Ning Fan, but he actually despised her and did not want her. Putting aside her beauty and her bewitching technique, the benefits that he could get from her should be enough to move people's hearts. Ning Fan should be able to see that if he has her, he will be able to obtain the rest of her power. Why did he reject her? Even if he is cold-blooded and heartless, he would not push her away for the sake of pursuing power, right? Ning Fan turned around and stood up. With a wave of his hand, he put on his robes again. At the moment when he completely regained his consciousness, he had already passed the 8th trial. Of course, even if he was not conscious, he would still be able to pass the 8th trial because Xianxia had obviously decided to go easy on him. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not expect that Ning Fan would be able to wake up from her bewitching technique with his own willpower. Are you still not going to put on your clothes? I have already passed the 8th trial. Senior Dao Manshan will be back soon. Do you want him to see you like this? Ning Fan's gaze swept across Xianxia. At this moment, her body was as limp as mud. She was lying on the grass. Her snow-white body was covered with green and purple kiss marks. Without a doubt, he was the one who did it. When he thought of this, the way Ning Fan looked at Xianxia actually became a little complicated. It didn't matter how the erotic affair started or how it ended. He and Xianxia still had an unclear relationship after all. This crazy woman. Why would she throw herself at me like this? If I didn't wake up in time, the image of the mountains and seas in Xianxia's painting would definitely disappear today. What is this? After rolling on the grass with this woman, there seems to be something extra in my body. Ning Fan inspected his body and realized that there was something extra in his dantian. After passing the 8th trial, there were 5 drops of ancestral realm barbarian blood in Ning Fan's body. They were being devoured by the calamity blood in his body. At this moment, the extra thing in his body was not just the ancestral blood. There was also a round and translucent pink crystal the size of an egg. Due to the addition of this item, his cultivation base in the art of bewitching seemed to have improved tremendously. Moreover, he also gained some abilities related to the art of bewitching. This is the inverse relic. Ning Fan's expression changed. This was the inverse relic that was exactly the same as Xianxia's. What a pity. I didn't manage to complete the final step. I can only impart the power to condense the inverse relic to you. If only I could impart all of my power to you. Xianxia was filled with regret. She glared at Ning Fan angrily. She had put aside her sense of shame and rolled on the grass with Ning Fan for half a day. She had done a lot of things on a large scale, but she still failed to achieve her initial goal. She had a feeling that her efforts were in vain. She felt like she had suffered a great loss. Of course, her heart was also filled with mixed feelings. She, a person who had died many years ago, actually rolled on the grass with a junior whom she met for the first time in her future life. I'm afraid she won't be able to forget this memory even if she wants to. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In the outside world, the eyeball monster was sneezing one after another. No one knew what organ he was using to sneeze. Aya, aya. That stinky brat has already passed the 8th trial for more than a year. Why isn't he out yet? Speaking of which, that brat is really lucky. He could stay together with the goddess of my heart for an entire year. I'm really envious of him. I'm so envious that I want to strangle him to death. If the eyeball monster knew that Ning Fan had already done a lot of shameful things with the goddess of his heart, he would probably be even more envious. They would probably go crazy with envy and tear Ning Fan's body into 1,000 pieces. To be continued. After a long time, Dao Manshan returned to the 7th floor with a heavy heart. He had already sensed that Ning Fan had passed through the 8th trial. This meant that the 4th barbarian god had already completed the task of inheriting the inheritance. He must have passed away, the 4th barbarian. She was a god of berserkers who cared about the berserkers. Her death made Dao Manshan feel somewhat sentimental. However, when Dao Manshan returned to the 7th level, he saw a scene that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. The image of the mountains and seas painted by Xianxia did not disperse. At this moment, her clothes were neat and tidy. She was teaching Ning Fan the transformation of the reverse relic. What was going on? You have already cultivated the inverse relic. The strength of the relic depends on the amount of charming aura it contains. When cultivating the inverse relic, there are a few points that you need to pay attention to. First, second, third. With the inverse relic, the more cauldrons you have, the greater the benefits. You don't have to pluck those cauldrons, you just need. Xianxia was like a teacher. She continuously taught Ning Fan the method to cultivate the inverse relic. Occasionally, she would even demonstrate. Ning Fan was like a student, quietly listening to Xianxia's explanation. Occasionally, he would raise one or two questions regarding the cultivation of bewitching techniques. The two of them had a serious look on their faces as if nothing romantic had happened between the two of them. But did nothing really happen? The meticulous Dao Manshan naturally noticed that there were some bruises on Shizihua's fair neck. It seemed that the 4th and 10th generations had done something. However, if they had done that, the mountain and sea shadow of the 4th generation would have disappeared without a doubt. Why didn't it disappear? He couldn't figure it out. Forget it, no matter what, it was a good thing that the 4th generation did not disperse. As for the specifics, there was no need to delve into it. Dao Manshan did not disturb them. Instead, he stood at the side, waiting for Shizihua to impart her cultivation experience to Ning Fan. A few hours later, Shizihua finally finished teaching Ning Fan. After listening to Shizihua's guidance, Ning Fan's understanding of the art of enchantment had improved significantly. With Shizihua's help, Ning Fan was lucky enough to cultivate the inverse relic. It was really a good item that had great uses. Unfortunately, he did not have a human cauldron with him at the moment. Thus, he could not test the various wonders of the inverse relic. As for its specific abilities, there was no need to go into details at this moment. You'll know soon enough. Many thanks to Senior for imparting the Tao to me. Ning Fan cupped his fists at Shizihua to express his gratitude. His eyes were filled with a hint of complicated emotions. After the erotic experience of rolling on the grass, she felt a little awkward calling him Senior. You don't have to thank me. Previously, I had the intention to kill you and gave you the Anai relic as compensation. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Would they really not owe each other anything? Shizihua also had mixed feelings. Even though she was just the shadow of a mountain and sea and her true body was already dead, she could not pretend that the things that happened between her and Ning Fan had never happened. She had cultivated the bewitching art all her life, but this was the first time she was so intimate with a man. Shizihua's face turned red as she recalled the scene of them rolling on the grass. Initially, he was prepared to die, which was why he dared to do those things. Who would have thought that the shadow of mountain and sea was still alive? Now that he had to face Ning Fan again, he felt somewhat embarrassed. I don't want you. I don't want you. I don't want you. Suddenly, Shizihua recalled Ning Fan's resolute refusal. She felt a little annoyed and glared at Ning Fan in annoyance. She was actually despised. In Dao Manshan's eyes, however, it was regarded as the flirting between a couple. As expected, something happened between the 10th and 4th generations. Dao Manshan chuckled. His chuckle made Shizihua's expression turn serious. She was so angry that she forgot that she had left the 1st generation alone for a few hours. How rude of me. Shizihua restrained her expression and said to Dao Manshan. The 10th generation's 8th trial has been successfully passed. I'll take my leave first. Ning Fan had already passed the 8th trial. What was the point of her staying here? After bidding farewell to Dao Manshan, Shizihua did not look at Ning Fan again. Her figure flashed and disappeared. She only left behind a voice transmission that resounded in Ning Fan's mind. Humph. We won't meet again. There was still a lot of resentment in her voice. We won't meet again, huh? Ning Fan looked at the place where Shizihua disappeared and shook his head helplessly. I have a feeling that we will meet again. If I have the chance to leave the 4 heavens and 9 worlds in the future and head to the 3 great true worlds, I will most likely pay a visit to the barbarian race. There should be a day where we can meet again, hee hee. The 4th generation has always been a qualified barbarian god. She holds a high position like an emperor and never shows her emotions. She may look weak on the outside but she is strong on the inside. I didn't expect that you could actually make her show such a girlish side. I'm really curious about what happened between you and the 4th generation. Dao Manshan shook his head with a smile. Then, he took out a dark red scroll and handed it to Ning Fan. This is... Ning Fan said with a hint of surprise. This is the method to use the seed. It is also the method to control the power of slaughter and punishment. Keep it first and look at it in the future. You have already passed the 8th trial and are about to leave this place. I have something to tell you. Senior, feel free to speak your mind. Ning Fan noticed that Dao Manshan's expression was very serious. Presumably, what he was going to say was very important. Thus, he listened attentively. You have the power of the divine race, demon race, and devil race. These three races belong to the defying earth world. However, you also have the power of the Jialing clan. The Jialing clan belongs to the mortal world. The cultivation method you cultivate is very special. It can actually allow the 4 different bloodlines to coexist harmoniously. This is the first time I've heard of such a cultivation method. Compared to those cultivators who fuse their bloodlines with the help of the ancient returned fruit, it is much stronger. Ning Fan initially thought that Dao Man Shan was probably going to tell him to protect the barbarian race. He did not expect that he was talking about his bloodline. Your cultivation method is extraordinary. I believe that you will truly fuse these 4 bloodlines one day. However, when that time comes, the 4 bloodlines will definitely need to have a master and a subordinate bloodline. I have a suggestion that I hope you will listen to. When you fuse your bloodlines, you must not use the Jialing clan as the main bloodline. The power of the Jialing clan is very strong, but it has a huge drawback. If you can make the divine race, demon race, and devil race suppress the Jialing clan, you will not have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. If you can't do this, you will never be able to escape from the hands of the Tribulation Lord. Once you enter the true world, you will be faced with a great disaster. Remember this. Remember this. Dao Manshan gave Ning Fan a deep look. Then, he gradually faded and disappeared along with the entire ancient barbarian tomb. His cultivation base was far beyond ancient chaos. Even if he called the Tribulation Lord's name directly, it would not be a problem. Until he completely disappeared, Dao Manshan did not make any request to Ning Fan to revitalize the barbarian race. From Dao Manshan's point of view, there were some words that did not need to be said. If Ning Fan had the heart, he would naturally revitalize the barbarian race. If he did not have the heart, he could not force it either. Dao Manshan's last words echoed in Ning Fan's ears for a long time, causing his expression to become unprecedentedly solemn. Can't I use the Jialing clan as the main bloodline to fuse with my bloodline? Even after his consciousness returned to his main body in the outside world, Ning Fan still remained silent. He slowly walked out of the lake and went to the shore. The power of the undying devil blood in the lake had already been depleted during the past year. Therefore, the lake water had become clear again. Oh my! Amazing! Brat, you actually passed the 8th trial. Amazing! Truly amazing! The garrulous voice of the eyeball awakened Ning Fan from his thoughts. How is it? Isn't the 4th barbarian god beautiful? Isn't it a feast for your eyes? Hee hee. It wasn't a loss to pass the 8th trial, right? I didn't lie to you, did I? What a pity. You can only enjoy it. The 4th barbarian god has never been intimate with any man. Don't even think about kissing her. Sigh. Young man, be more open-minded. Those noble women aren't people that lowly commoners like me can covet. The strange eyeball comforted him as if he was a kindred spirit. Ning Fan did not know what to say. Should he tell the strange eyeball that he did not only kiss Shi Zihua but also Shi Zihua was the one who threw herself at him? Oh right. Brat, was the strange phenomenon of the barbarian god fighting against the heavens related to you? The strange eyeball suddenly thought of something important and asked. Yes. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan felt that there was no need to hide this matter from the strange eyeball. Thus, he answered honestly. Why you? You actually became the 10th barbarian god of the ancient barbarian world. Really? Even though the strange eyeball had already expected it, he was still overjoyed when his guess was confirmed. If Ning Fan really becomes the 10th barbarian god, his chances of killing Nemo would undoubtedly increase by a lot. This was because as long as Ning Fan becomes the barbarian god, he would possess the power of slaughter and punishment. The only problem was that Nemo had too many punishment mountains. There were a total of 3 of them. As Mo's right eye, the strange eyeball knew that Nemo had already cultivated the 3rd punishment mountain during these years. In terms of the power of punishment, as long as the legendary barbarian god in the history of the barbarian race could surpass him, Brat, how many punishment mountains do you have now? 1 or 2? The strange eyeball thought to himself. In the history of the barbarian race, most of the barbarian gods only had one punishment mountain. In the past, only Xianxia and Inemo had two punishment mountains. The second generation had 2.5 punishment mountains. Of course, the current Inemo had 3 punishment mountains. The possibility of Ningfan surpassing Inemo was not high. It would be difficult for him to have 3 punishment mountains. The lowest he had was 1. It was also possible for him to have 2 punishment mountains, but the possibility was not high. It would be great if this brat could have 2 punishment mountains. In that case, his chances of killing Inemo could increase to at least 60%, 36. Ningfan thought for a while and answered the strange eyeball truthfully. He could faintly feel that the strange eyeball's question was related to killing Inemo. Thus, he naturally would not hide anything. What did you say? I don't think I heard it clearly. Say it again. Is it 3 or 6? The strange eyeball's face was filled with astonishment. Just now, he actually heard Ningfan say 36. I'm hallucinating. I must be hallucinating. 36. Ningfan answered again. This time, he directly summoned the 36 punishment mountains and released all of their punishment power. Suddenly, 36 gigantic golden mountains appeared in the sky. The formless punishment power spread across the entire space of the copper pagoda in just a moment. Miao Yan was not a barbarian. He could not feel the punishment power that originated from his bloodline. However, the strange eyeball was different. The true identity of the strange eyeball was the right eye of old ancestor Inemo. Due to some reasons, it was separated from Inemo's body. Inemo was a genuine barbarian cultivator. The strange eyeball could also be considered as a barbarian cultivator. As long as one was a barbarian cultivator, they would be able to feel the terrifying aura power of the 36 punishment mountains. Even though the strange eyeball had the cultivation base of a 7 tribulation immortal emperor, it still felt tiny in front of the 36 mountains. Ningfan, who was standing in front of it, gave it a feeling that it was impossible to defeat him. It was as if he could kill it on the spot with just a thought. Facing Ningfan, the strange eyeball began to tremble. It trembled so much that it could no longer maintain its flying posture and fell to the ground. 36 mountains. What a terrifying punishment power. I can't resist it and I can't defeat it. With this young man's cultivation base that is comparable to an immortal venerable, he can control the 36 mountains and kill the immortal emperors of the barbarian race who are below the 8 tribulation realm with just a thought. If his cultivation base is a little stronger, he can even kill a 9 tribulation barbarian emperor or a quasi-saint realm expert with just a thought. 90%. No, it's 95%. With the help of the 36 mountains, even if I don't plot against Inemo, I still have 95% chance of killing him if I fight him head-on. As for the remaining 5%, it depends on whether Inemo can be ruthless enough to do such a thing. However, even if the worst-case scenario happens, Inemo's strength will certainly be greatly reduced. Therefore, I still have a high chance of killing him. Great! This is really great. The strange eyeball that was lying on the ground did not feel humiliated at all. Instead, it was overjoyed. How could it not be happy when it had a 95% chance of killing Inemo? Joining hands with Ningfan was really the best thing it had done in its life. Brat, you're amazing. I didn't expect that even this strange eyeball couldn't resist the power of my punishment. Ningfan was also rather shocked. In the past, Ningfan could not see through the strange eyeball's background. Now that he had become the 10th barbarian god of the barbarian race, he could easily see through the power of the strange eyeball. It belonged to the barbaric flash category. Naturally, it would be affected by the power of the Xing Mountains. Even though Ningfan had suppressed Xianxia before, he was just a shadow of a mountain and a sea after all. He was not a living person. It was normal for him to be unable to withstand the power of his punishment. However, the strange eyeball was different. It was a living 7 tribulation barbarian emperor. Even so, it could not withstand the power of his punishment. The power of the 36 mountains was really not to be underestimated. As long as the 36 mountains existed, Ningfan would have a huge advantage against barbarian cultivators. Of course, the 36 mountains also had more benefits. Ning Fan took out the scroll given to him by the barbarian mountain and scanned it with his spirit sense. Then, he kept it temporarily without looking at it in detail. Even though he had passed the 8th trial, he still had to pass the 9th trial. He must not let his guard down. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed. The 36 mountains turned into 36 rays of golden light and went back into his body. The earth-shattering power of the punishment then dispersed. The strange eyeball flew up from the ground again. It could not hide its excitement and began to talk non-stop to Ning Fan. What it said was all nonsense. For example, "Brat, you're really amazing. You actually became the 10th barbarian god. Then, here comes the question. Can you lend me your 36 mountains to play with? Can I still borrow the mountains?" Ning Fan was speechless. Putting aside the fact that he could not lend the mountains, even if he could, he would not lend them to the strange eyeball. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about the strange eyeball. He sat cross-legged on the shore of the lake and circulated his tribulation blood to devour the 5 drops of ancestral realm barbarian blood in his body. There should still be some time before the arrival of the 9th trial. Strangely enough, all the barbarian blood in Ning Fan's body had been devoured by the tribulation blood. Even without any barbarian blood left, he could still become a barbarian god. Can I still become a barbarian god without barbarian blood? Ning Fan looked inside his body. He could vaguely feel that there was some kind of power between the tribulation blood and the barbarian blood. In the past, he could not feel the similarities between the two. However, after becoming a barbarian god, his senses towards the barbarian blood had become unprecedentedly sharp. Is this the reason why I can become a barbarian god? Time passed by slowly. A few hours later, the 5 drops of ancestral blood were all devoured by the tribulation blood. Ning Fan could feel that his tribulation blood cultivation base was only a few steps away from breaking through to the 3rd star true blood realm. If he passes the 9th trial, he would be able to break through to this realm. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk rumble asterisk rumble asterisk rumble asterisk rumble asterisk red clouds appeared above the lake. The 9th trial had arrived. Ning Fan did not think about whether he should go through the 9th trial or not. He slowly stood up from the ground and stared at the tribulation clouds with an expressionless face. He did not deliberately release his punishment or a force. However, the tribulation clouds still trembled when Ning Fan looked at them, as if they were afraid of him. Ning Fan had a feeling that the current him possessed the punishment aura force of the 36 mountains. Going through the 9th trial was as easy as flipping his palm. After all, there had never been a barbarian god who went through the 9th trial like Ning Fan. When the other barbarian gods went through the 9th trial, they had yet to become barbarian gods. Even if they had become barbarian gods, they would only have 1 or 2 Xing mountains. They would not be able to form such a deterrent force against the tribulation clouds. Ning Fan would be the first person to go through the 9th trial in the history of the ancient barbarian world. Ha ha ha. Stinking brat, we meet again. This time, you must die. A ferocious laughter suddenly resounded from the tribulation clouds. At the next moment, the scenery around Ning Fan changed drastically. He knew that someone had displayed a divine ability that could change the heavens and earth. That ferocious laughter sounded very familiar. If he was not mistaken, that person should be the 7th barbarian god, Ta Gu. During the 7th trial, Ning Fan slashed Ta Gu's sword and seized the power of Ta Gu's shaman flow technique. However, he did not expect that Ta Gu would actually return when he was going through the 9th trial, preparing to take revenge on Ning Fan. Ning Fan only felt his vision turning black. Very soon, he appeared in a world where mountains and seas were inverted. Ta Gu was floating in the sky not far away from Ning Fan. There were 2 other figures beside him. Ta Gu, is he the cultivator who destroyed your annihilation rune? He's very weak. His cultivation base hasn't even reached the immortal venerable realm. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to kill him if your annihilation technique isn't restrained. He's a lucky junior who actually managed to survive from your hands. One of the 2 old men who was tall and skinny said disdainfully. My technique won't be restrained by him. I just need a single thought to kill him. The other short old man said with certainty. I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to help me kill this brat. Ta Gu cupped his fists at the 2 old men with an extremely respectful expression. When he looked at Ning Fan, he was half gritting his teeth and half feeling pleased. Don't worry. You can't kill him, but it's as easy as flipping our palms for the two of us. Even though you and I aren't cultivators of the same generation, we are as close as brothers. Since this brat humiliated you, we naturally won't just stand by and watch. The tall and skinny old man said angrily. I heard that this brat is the Taitsong tribulation spirit. Hee hee. We were the servants of a tribulation spirit when we were alive. Now that we can kill a tribulation spirit after we die, it's really satisfying. The short old man smiled maliciously and licked his lips. Ning Fan expressionlessly looked at the three shadows of mountains and seas in front of him. Now that he had become the 10th barbarian god and the number of Xing mountains he had was far greater than ordinary barbarian gods, he could clearly feel that the three people in front of him also had a trace of punishment power in their bodies. Tagu was a barbarian god. Naturally, there would be a trace of punishment power in his body. Since the other two also had it, they must be barbarian gods as well. Do you want to kill me? Ning Fan suddenly asked. Humph. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Of course, I must kill you. The 9th trial will certainly be the place where you die. Tagu gnashed his teeth and said. Before you kill me, can you tell me your names? I want to know which generation of barbarian gods you are. Ning Fan's eyes shifted to the two old men beside Tagu. Oh? Brat, your eyesight isn't bad. You can actually see that the two of us are barbarian gods when we were alive. Fine. I'll let you die knowing the truth. We are. Just as the tall and skinny old man was about to answer, the short old man stopped him. 5th generation, don't waste your breath on this brat. He's probably trying to stall for time and prepare some kind of trump card to escape. Let's just kill him directly to avoid any trouble. The short old man said in a serious tone. No matter what, Ning Fan had tricked Tagu before. They had to be careful. Hee hee. Of course, I can see that he wants to stall for time. However, the three of us barbarian gods have joined forces and planted a restrictive formation here. With his cultivation base, it's impossible for him to escape. Stalling for time is useless. Killing him will be like slaughtering a dog. The tall and skinny old man said proudly. It turned out that the tall and skinny old man was the 5th generation barbarian god. As for the short old man, he was quite respectful towards the expert old man. He should be a barbarian god after the 5th generation. It's fine as long as he's not the 2nd or 3rd generation. In the history of the barbarian race, only the 1st to the 4th generation could be considered as the legitimate barbarian gods. The rest of the barbarian gods were the slaves of the Taitsong Jialing. They were the shame of the barbarian race. There's no harm in killing them. The reason why Ning Fan asked the question was because he was afraid that he might kill the wrong barbarian god. That was all. However, the other party misunderstood him as trying to stall for time. Stall for time? Is it necessary? Even Xianxia, who possessed 2 Xing mountains, would find it hard to fight against Ning Fan with just the mountain and sea shadow. In fact, he was almost forced to death by Ning Fan. The 3 barbarian gods in front of him seemed to only have 1 Xing mountain each. They were even weaker than Xianxia. It was still uncertain who would be the one to kill who, like slaughtering a dog. Attack! Barbarian Song's mountain and sea fall. The short old man waved his hand and a golden talisman brush appeared in his hand. Then, he drew at the sky. All of a sudden, more inverted mountains and seas appeared in the sky. They turned into a giant hand that was burning with flames and pressed down on Ning Fan. The invisible force was enough to easily kill any immortal king. Even an immortal emperor would find it hard to resist it. Evil barbarian ghost control technique. The tall and skinny old man waved his sleeve. Immediately, countless eerie ghosts flew out from his sleeve and turned into an evil killing formation diagram that shrouded every direction. Before his divine ability was displayed, there was already a terrifying baleful chi rushing towards him. Even an ordinary immortal emperor would be terrified by this killing chi. Tagu was the only one who did not make a move. His mountain and sea shadow could only use one type of divine ability, the oblivion flow technique. Ning Fan had already destroyed its runes. Thus, he could no longer use his divine ability on Ning Fan. All he could do was watch from the side. Even though he could not attack Ning Fan, he was convinced that Ning Fan would die for sure. In the face of absolute power, any tricks would be useless. Ning Fan might be lucky enough to trick him once, but could he trick the other two barbarian gods at the same time? Hee. He's going to die. He's going to die. How dare you slash me with your sword and destroy my divine ability? This is your ending. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. The divine abilities of the two barbarian gods hit Ning Fan without any deviation. All of a sudden, the entire heaven and earth was filled with destructive waves. Everywhere was filled with explosive flashes of light. It was impossible to tell whether Ning Fan was dead or alive. However, thinking about it, Ning Fan was definitely going to die. Tagu was not the only one who thought so. The other two barbarian gods also had the same thought. However, as the barbarian light that filled the sky faded away, Tagu and the other two barbarian gods held their breaths. Each of them looked at Ning Fan, who was at the center of the attacks, as if they had seen a ghost. He didn't die. Ning Fan actually didn't die. Not only did he not die, but there was not even a single wound on his body. Above Ning Fan, there were 36 golden mountains hanging high in the sky. The earth-shattering power of slaughter and punishment swept across the entire heaven and earth in just an instant. If the power of slaughter and punishment is strong to a certain extent, it could make the opponent's barbarian technique not dare to attack him. Ning Fan did not even use the god-exterminating shield to defend himself. Instead, he just activated the punishment might of the 10th barbarian god, and the other two barbarian gods' divine abilities dared not approach him. The difference in the power of punishment between them was just too huge. How could the might of one mountain be compared to the might of 36 mountains? Even if Tagu and the others were at their peak, they would also be suppressed by Ning Fan's punishment might, let alone 3 mountain and sea shadows. 36 mountains. Impossible. How is this possible? Tagu and the others fell into a state of shock. They did not expect Ning Fan to have Xing mountains, let alone a terrifying 36 mountains. They did not have time to think further. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them turned around and tried to flee. However, they could not escape. I, Ning Fan, give you 3 barbarian cultivators the slaughter and punishment calamity. From today onwards, the 3 of you will be removed from the barbarian god position. Incinerate. 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 Almost at the same time when Ning Fan gave the order, a golden flame directly burst out from the bodies of Tagu and the others. The flame could not be extinguished and it burned their bloodlines. The golden flame was the punishment that Ning Fan had given them. It was the punishment that the barbarian gods gave to the barbarian cultivators. If Tagu and the others were still alive, they might still be able to resist it. Now, however, they were powerless and could only die. In just an instant, the 3 barbarian gods who were arrogant just now were all burned into ashes by the punishment flame. At this moment, the mountain and sea shadows of the 3 of them completely disappeared from the world. The 9th suffering was also past. The surrounding scenery changed. Ning Fan returned to the outside world. All of this happened in less than 100 breaths' time. In just 100 breaths' time, he had passed the 9th suffering. How did this brat do it? The eyeball stared at Ning Fan in shock and was speechless. In the history of the barbarian race, the number of Xiaoxi barbarian cultivators who could pass the 9th suffering calamity could be counted with one's fingers. However, there was no one like Ning Fan who passed the 9th suffering calamity in less than 100 breaths' time. Of course, if the eyeball knew that Ning Fan's method of passing the 9th suffering calamity was to brutally kill 3 barbarian gods in a row, it would probably be even more shocked. I can kill Tagu and the others. Of course, I can also kill old ancestor Enmo. Ning Fan's confidence in killing Enmo was greatly boosted. After going through the 9th suffering calamity, his strength was definitely not the same as before. The eyeball monster recovered from the shock and began to chatter with Ning Fan. Most of the things it said were useless nonsense which was ignored by Ning Fan. He did not have the time to care about the eyeball. Instead, he focused on absorbing the new power of the ancestral blood in his body. After passing the 9th suffering calamity, Ning Fan's body had 6 more drops of ancestral level barbarian blood. This time, it was definitely enough for the tribulation blood to break through to the third star realm. As he continued to absorb the ancestral blood, the red light on Ning Fan's body became brighter and brighter. The aura force of his tribulation blood was actually comparable to that of a zero tribulation eternal immortal venerable. That aura force continued to rise. As the ancestral blood was completely absorbed, Ning Fan's tribulation blood finally broke through to the third star realm. At this moment, he could fight against the first tribulation eternal immortal venerable with just the power of his tribulation blood. A third star tribulation blood could fight against a first tribulation eternal immortal venerable, if it's a 4 or 5 star tribulation blood. How strong would it be? Unfortunately, the 9th suffering calamity had passed. In the future, it would probably be extremely difficult for him to cultivate ancestral-level barbarian blood and provide it for the tribulation blood to cultivate. The 4th star realm was probably still far away. Just the power of the 3rd star tribulation blood was already so strong that Ning Fan found it hard to control it. He needed to stabilize his cultivation base immediately. I need to stabilize my tribulation blood's cultivation base immediately. After bidding farewell to the eyeball, Ning Fan turned into a ray of red light and disappeared in the space of the copper pagoda. He was looking for a place to go into seclusion. Next, I just need to help this young man fuse the 4 types of blood together. Then, the chance of killing Enmo should increase to 99%. The eyeball's eyes were filled with hope. This time, it would definitely help the undying Great Emperor take revenge and kill the traitor Enmo. If it still fails with Ning Fan's help, it should really find a piece of tofu and knock itself to death. Within the space of the copper pagoda, Ning Fan found a place to enter seclusion to stabilize Jiashua's cultivation base. This seclusion lasted for 9 years. During these 9 years, Miao Yan often came to Ning Fan's place for seclusion to ask about his recent situation. She was very concerned about him who suddenly went into seclusion. 9 years' time was enough for Miao Yan to figure out some things, namely that Ning Fan was not an expert who could go against saints as she had imagined him to be. When he met Miao Yan again, Ning Fan had already put on the ghost mask again. Even so, Miao Yan could still see some clues from their daily interactions. During the 9 years that he spent stabilizing his Jiashue cultivation base, Ning Fan's qi fluctuated between high and low. When it was high, it was even comparable to the first tribulation immortal venerated. When it was low, it was just like a mid-true crossing realm junior. This was really strange. Miao Yan could not figure out Ning Fan's true cultivation base. However, she could tell that no matter how high Ning Fan's cultivation base was, it would not surpass the first eternal tribulation. At most, he would be a first tribulation immortal venerable. Could it be that fellow Taoist Zhao's true cultivation base is the same as mine? Both of us are only at the first immortal calamity. If that's the case, how did he kill thousands of immortal venerable corpses with a single sword strike? Did he use some kind of secret technique? In the cultivation world, is there such a secret technique that allows one to fight against 10,000? I can't figure it out. However, Miao Yan did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. Ning Fan had saved her several times and she would not purposely pry into his secrets. It had been 10 years since the two of them entered the copper pagoda with the eyeball monster. Coincidentally, the space of this copper pagoda could only last for 10 years. Not long after Ning Fan came out from his seclusion, the entire space of the copper pagoda showed signs of collapsing. Stinking brat, you've finally come out. Your aura seems to have improved a lot. Since that's the case, let's change to another copper pagoda. I'll help you complete the last step of bloodline fusion. With a flash of gray light, the strange eyeball appeared in front of Ning Fan. Its eyes scrutinized Ning Fan for a long time. In the end, it brought Ning Fan and Miao Yan away from the space of the copper tower and returned to the outside world. Not long after everyone exited the tower, a cracking sound could be heard. Countless cracks appeared on the copper pagoda as it had used up all of its power. The space within it was also completely destroyed, making it impossible to enter. Ning Fan thought to himself. If I use up all the time within the copper pagoda, it will be destroyed. After destroying one pagoda, there were still 20 unsealed copper pagodas left. This time, the eyeball monster brought Ning Fan and Miao Yan to the front of a 10-floored copper pagoda. Ning Fan glanced at it and saw a row of divine seal characters carved on the door of the copper pagoda. sealed within this pagoda for 100 years. The 9 levels of the pagoda were sealed for 10 years, and the 10 levels were sealed for 100 years. That handwriting still carried the domineering intent of looking down on the entire world. However, this time, Ning Fan had already become the barbarian god. When he looked at those words again, he was actually not afraid of the terrifying aura force contained within them at all. He was already the god of the barbarian tribe and possessed the might of the 36 punishment mountains. Now, he could easily suppress most of the second-step barbarian cultivators with the power of punishment. Even though the power of punishment could not harm any race other than those who were berserker cultivators, it had a strong resistance against the pressure from the outside world. Perhaps this line of words was really left behind by the great emperor of mourning death who looked down upon the entire world. However, as long as this aura force was still limited to the second step, Ning Fan would not be intimidated at all. The eyeball monster brought the two of them into the bronze pagoda. Miao Yan's injuries had yet to fully recover after staying in the bronze pagoda for 10 years. Thus, she had to find a place to go into seclusion to recuperate. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was different. He was brought to a desolate desert within the space of the bronze pagoda by the eyeball monster. Above the desert, smoke rose up to the clouds. There were also scattered pyramids scattered on the desert. Outside those pyramids, there were many ancient statues with the bodies of sphinxes and human faces. Ning Fan felt that this scene was very familiar. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. That's right. I've seen it before during the Great Calamity of Sun Luo. It was the scenery of the Quicksand Star region. Ning Fan still remembered that he had comprehended a trace of the great Tao of time in the Quicksand Star region. It was the power to control time. He was still there, refining a fragment of the Yin fusion pearl. He remembered that it was the 10th Yin fusion pearl, the strongest among the 10 Yin fusion pearls. What was different from the Quicksand Star region was that the pyramids here were all empty. They did not exist in temples. The power of time in this place is very strong. This place wasn't originally a desert. It's the power of the Tao law of time that changed the landscape of this place. Ning Fan muttered to himself. He gently closed his eyes. He could feel the breathing of the Tao law between the mountains and seas. The Tao law could also breathe. Everything was alive. This was the world in the eyes of barbarians. When Ning Fan closed his eyes, he seemed to be able to see the changes in the landscape of this place. Once, there were mountains and seas in this place. There was once a powerful cultivator who had comprehended the Tao law of time in this place. When he had a slight comprehension, the vast ocean turned into mulberry fields. The land turned into quicksand at his fingertips with just a thought. Who was that powerful cultivator? He had no way of knowing. Perhaps, he was the great Emperor Dao Wan that the eyeball monster mentioned. Alright. What's so interesting about a barren desert? Stop looking. Let's get down to business. Come out, small memorial archway. The eyeball monster shot out a ray of gray light. After the gray light faded, a 700 zhang * tall stone archway appeared in the desert out of nowhere. It had 4 pillars and 3 doors. It had the texture of white jade in the mortal world. It was round and smooth, but it did not look like an ordinary stone. It gave off a strong immortal qi. In the cultivation world, memorial archways were very common. Some large sects loved to build such archways outside their mountain gates to suppress the spiritual qi of the sect. Even in the mortal world, such buildings could often be seen outside many tombs and temples. However, the archway in front of them did not look like the archways of ordinary sections. Faintly, it gave off a trace of innate qi. A mere stone archway was actually an innate magic treasure. This eyeball monster's wealth was indeed very rich. Sure enough, the small iron cage was not the only innate magic treasure. However, this name is really unpleasant to the ears. Small iron cage and small memorial archway. What kind of lousy names are these? Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, Li, Dui. The eyeball monster chanted a divination incantation. Then, the stone archway lit up with rays of treasure light. The treasure light spread widely enough to envelop the entire space of the copper pagoda. As a result, all the spiritual qi in the space of the copper pagoda was forcibly gathered by the stone archway. Its effect was more domineering than any spirit gathering formation. This treasure can absorb spiritual chi from all directions for my use. If you establish a sect and set up this treasure in your sect, the effect of your disciples' cultivation will definitely increase by more than 10 times. Hee. This magical treasure is not bad, isn't it? The eyeball monster proudly showed off. It's indeed not bad, but it's not very useful. Ning Fan thought to himself. In the cultivation world, there were not many people who were willing to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. It was fine for low-grade cultivators, but if those high-grade cultivators only went into seclusion, they might not be able to advance a small realm even after thousands of years. Only by relying on external resources could they quickly improve their cultivation base. Of course, this did not mean that meditation was not important. Naturally, there would be great risks if one wanted to compete for opportunities in the cultivation world. There were plenty of powerful cultivators who were willing to spend 1,000,000 years in seclusion. If he has this treasure, he would only need 100,000 years to achieve the same result. This item was not completely useless. Of course, if Ning Fan establishes a certain force, this item would be even more useful. It could strengthen all the disciples of his sect and speed up their cultivation. If this item is placed in the profounding world and given to the human cauldrons, it should be able to make their cultivation base skyrocket. If it was in the past, the improvement of the cultivation base of the human cauldrons would not bring much benefit to Ning Fan. But now, Ning Fan looked at the inverse relic in his dantian and his eyes flashed with an undetectable light. Perhaps this stone archway will also be of great use, alright. I have already gathered the spiritual chi from all directions. It shouldn't be difficult for me to help you fuse the 4 types of bloodlines. The eyeball monster displayed its ability confidently. The entire desert was instantly shrouded by layers of gray light. No one could see what was happening inside. Time passed by slowly. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. The gray light on the desert gradually dispersed. It had only been a month, but the eyeball monster seemed to have exhausted a lot of its energy. Its expression was no longer as confident as before. Instead, it was filled with dejection. I can't fuse them. I can't fuse them at all. It's actually so difficult. This won't do. Your Jieshua is too domineering. Let me take a rest first. Then, we will try again. The eyeball monster rested for a few days before it recovered to its peak state. Then, it displayed its ability again, causing the gray light to envelop the entire land. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. I failed again. I don't believe it. Let's try one more time. 6 months had passed, I still can't fuse them. Let's try again. 3 years had passed, damn it. Ancient Chaos is a liar. Didn't he say that fusing the bloodlines is easy? Why is it so difficult? After failing countless times, the eyeball monster finally lost his temper and began to curse Ancient Chaos. The eyeball monster had seen Ancient Chaos before. He even heard about the past of Ancient Chaos, who had fused the bloodlines of the Ancient God, Ancient Demon and Ancient Devil. The process of Ancient Chaos's bloodline fusion was not difficult. Thus, the eyeball monster mistakenly thought that it would not be too difficult for Ning Fan to fuse 4 types of bloodlines. Unfortunately, he had completely underestimated the difficulty of Ning Fan fusing 4 types of bloodlines. If Ning Fan only had these 3 bloodlines, it would not be difficult for him to fuse them. After all, the power of these 3 bloodlines came from the same source. All of them were the power of the defying Earth realm. However, Ning Fan had the power of the Taitsong Jialing in his body. It was a power that belonged to the mortal world, which was incompatible with the power of the defying Earth realm. Damn it. Let's try again. The eyeball monster wanted to pull Ning Fan to fuse his bloodlines again. However, Ning Fan refused with a bitter smile. There's no need. I have already figured out the reason why I can't fuse my bloodlines. With the current condition of my bloodlines, I'm afraid the result will be the same even if I try 1,000 times or 10,000 times. I will still fail. Now is not the right time to fuse the 4 types of bloodlines. In the end, the eyeball monster left reluctantly. It went to find a place to rest in seclusion and replenish the primordial chi that it had consumed in the past few years. As for Ning Fan, he sat cross-legged on the desert. He looked at the 4 types of bloodlines in his body with a solemn expression. To the inheritor of ancient chaos, fusing bloodlines was extremely important. Different bloodlines would more or less repel and restrain each other. The 4 types of bloodlines were like 4 countries that had joined forces. They were united in name, but they were not united after all. Only when they were truly united could they unleash their greatest power. If Ning Fan could fuse the 4 types of bloodlines, he would no longer be a divine cultivator, a devil cultivator, a demon cultivator, or a tribulation cultivator. There would only be one type of cultivation base in his body, which included the bloodlines of the 4 races. His strength would be greatly improved. Unfortunately, even with the help of the eyeball monster, the fusion of the bloodlines still failed. There are 3 reasons why I can't fuse the 4 types of bloodlines. Firstly, there is a huge barrier between the power of the mortal world and the defying earth realm, which makes it difficult for them to coexist. In order to break this barrier, I need some external forces. The ancient returning fruit suddenly appeared in Ning Fan's mind. It was not the first time he heard that this fruit had the miraculous effect of fusing bloodlines. Even a cultivator who had never cultivated the yin-yang transformation could fuse many types of bloodlines with this fruit. If he could find some ancient returning fruits, he might be able to break the barrier between the bloodlines of the divine, demon, and devil race and the tribulation bloodline. Secondly, the divine, demon, and devil bloodlines are too weak, while the tribulation bloodline is too strong. I'm afraid that only when the 4 types of bloodlines achieve a balance in power can the fusion be completed. The tribulation bloodline was already very strong. Next, he needed to focus on cultivating the bloodlines of the divine, demon, and devil races. Thirdly, I have yet to see the essence of the 4 races' bloodlines clearly. The difference between the bloodlines of the 4 races is ultimately due to the difference in the Tao. The divine cultivates their heart, the demon cultivates their spirit, and the devil cultivates their blood. The heart, spirit, and blood are just the surface. The real difference is the difference in their views towards the Tao. Moreover, the understanding of the Tao of the tribulation spirit is completely different from the 3 races. From different perspectives, one would see the world differently. This was something Ning Fan understood after learning the mountain and sea incantation. There was still a long way to go before he could fuse the bloodlines of the 4 races. There was no need for him to be anxious. With Ning Fan's current abilities, he was quite confident in killing Yin Mo. Of course, it would be best if he could improve his cultivation base to the next level. Ning Fan had a large number of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures that could improve his cultivation base. However, he needed a lot of time to devour and refine them. He had cultivated the yin-yang rain and the yin-yang battle, but he had yet to complete the last step of the chaotic loop art, completely devouring and absorbing the power of the 2 great yin and yang to improve his cultivation base. Now that he had the sealed time tower, he had sufficient time to complete the cultivation that he could not complete in the past. Unfortunately, before Ning Fan could start his cultivation, Candlebao's incessant chatter resounded in his mind. "Master, let me out. I can't take it anymore. I want to take revenge on that eyeball monster. Master, my wise master. Your little Bao is being bullied. How can you remain indifferent? That eyeball monster is not bullying me. It is slapping your face. Slapping Master's face is the same as slapping little Bao's face. I can't take it anymore. I really can't. Little Bao is bold enough to challenge Master to battle. I must teach that damn eyeball monster a lesson and help Master vent his anger." "You just want to vent your anger for yourself, don't you?" Ning Fan shook his head. At first, he wanted to punish Candlebao properly and make it shut up. However, after thinking for a while, it did not seem like a bad idea to let Candlebao suffer some losses in front of the eyeball monster. This Candlebao indeed needed some fixing. "Are you sure you want to fight that eyeball monster?" Ning Fan bent his palm and took out Candlebao. He asked with a profound tone. "Yes. I'm very sure. It's just a broken eyeball. How dare it lock me in the smelting furnace and almost melt me? Humph. That damn eyeball. Wise and great master, please give little Bao a chance to take revenge." Candlebao said angrily. "Fine. If you want to go, then go. I won't stop you." Ning Fan loosened his grip. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Master, you are really good to me. You are even willing to agree to such an unreasonable request. Little Bao's heart was really clouded by lard and my eyes were blind to betray you in the past. Hee hee. Little Bao will go and find that eyeball monster to deal with. Master, please wait for my good news. Candle Bao was overjoyed. As Ning Fan loosened his grip, it directly turned into a ray of light and flew away ferociously. It was going to find trouble with the eyeball monster. This Candle Bao is really stupid. It doesn't know that the eyeball monster has a 7 tribulation immortal emperor realm cultivation base. With its strength, provoking it at its doorstep is simply courting death. It will probably be taught a terrible lesson. Maybe it will be more obedient after that. As Candle Bao left, the place returned to its usual tranquility. Ning Fan closed his eyes. His body was gradually covered with a layer of wet rain qi. Gradually, the entire desert was filled with dark clouds. Not long after that, a drizzle fell from the sky. The rain star on Ning Fan's glabella shone with a strange light. At this moment, it was unsealed on its own. Ever since Ning Fan cultivated the yin yang rain, his cultivation base would skyrocket once the seal was unsealed. Ancient Chaos had once said that if he had the strength of a late true crossing realm expert, he could completely absorb and refine the power of the yin yang rain, allowing his cultivation base to skyrocket to the peak of the true crossing realm. At that time, the yin yang rain would not need to be unsealed again and again. Instead, it would directly turn into Ning Fan's cultivation base. Even though the current Ning Fan was not a late true crossing realm cultivator, he was a tribulation spirit with 3 stars true blood. In terms of tribulation spirit's cultivation base alone, he was completely comparable to an immortal venerable who had experienced the first tribulation since the ancient times. It was not difficult for him to absorb the power of the yin yang rain. This 100-year-old copper tower can still stay for another 96 years. I wonder if it is enough for me to absorb all the power of the yin yang rain. Ning Fan's entire body became more and more blurry, as if he had merged with the curtain of rain. In the blink of an eye, 96 years had passed. When the 100-year-old copper tower was on the verge of collapse, Ning Fan walked out from the curtain of rain. His aura had obviously changed. He was clearly standing there. However, those whose cultivation base was lower than his could only sense a misty drizzle when they scanned this place with their spirit sense. They could not detect his presence at all. After 96 years of bitter cultivation, Ning Fan had only absorbed 1/3 of the power of the yin yang rain. Even so, with just 1/3 of the power of the yin yang rain, Ning Fan's ancient god realm rose from the mid-true crossing realm to the late true crossing realm. If he absorbs all the power of the yin yang rain, it should not be difficult for him to break through to the peak true crossing realm. 96 years is not enough. I need at least another 200 years to finish devouring the yin yang rain. It should be enough to enter 2 more 100-year-old towers. Master, save me. Master, my good master. Ah. You actually let your dog bite me. You despicable eyeball. Ah. Suddenly, Candle Bao's miserable cry for help was heard from afar. Ning Fan looked towards the direction of the voice and saw the scene of Candle Bao in his human form being chased by a group of giant silver wolves. If one takes a closer look, they would realize that those giant wolves were all puppet beasts. They were not living beings. When they were chasing after Candle Bao, they did not have much killing intent. Instead, they seemed to be toying with him. Hee hee. Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. The eyeball followed behind the group of wolves with a wretched smile. Speaking of which, when Candle Bao first came to pick a fight with Ning Fan, he was easily subdued by the eyeball monster. Since then, he had been locked in the cave and was tortured by the eyeball monster. This trial lasted for 96 years. 96 years. It was not easy for him to escape from the cave of the eyeball monster, but he was chased by a group of wolves again. Candle Bao wanted to cry but had no tears. He really regretted finding trouble with the eyeball monster in the past. This eyeball monster was too powerful. He could not afford to provoke it at all. Hee hee. I've caught you. What a torturous little demon. Unfortunately, you are a little lacking in training. Hee hee. Let this old man teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Don't worry. It won't hurt this time. Being surrounded by the wolves, the eyeball monster quickly grabbed Candle Bao. His laughter became even more wretched. No. No. Master, save me. His brain is not normal. He. Candle Bao desperately cried for help like a young girl who was being bullied. What have these two fellows been doing all these years? Ning Fan's forehead was full of black lines. I feel that Candle Bao has left a huge psychological shadow in my heart. Is it my illusion? Little brat, your cultivation base has improved again? Late true crossing ancient god realm? Not bad, not bad. After getting the Candle Bao back, the monster was already in a good mood. Now that Ning Fan had walked out of the rain and his cultivation base had improved, it was naturally in a better mood. The higher Ning Fan's cultivation base was, the more confident he would be in killing Mo. How could it not be happy? Master, save me. I will definitely listen to you in the future. Master, you don't know this, but there is something wrong with this eyeball monster's brain. Woo woo woo. My body and my heart have already. Woo woo woo. Candle Bao, who was in human form, was currently tied up by a golden rope. It was held in the mouth of a giant wolf puppet. As soon as it saw Ning Fan, it immediately started crying. What exactly happened between these two? Ning Fan's forehead was filled with more black lines. I don't want to ask. I don't want to ask at all. I feel that my view of life will be overturned if I ask. However, no matter what, this Candle Bao belonged to me. I can't let the monster bully it too much. Ning Fan frowned slightly. He would naturally protect his own belongings. Just as he was about to ask for the Candle Bao back, he heard the monster's words. Little brat, this innate Bao spirit of yours is not bad. How about lending it to me for a while? The monster smiled wretchedly. I have a way to make it advance into an innate Bao spirit. Master, don't agree to it. Don't ever. Wait. What did you say? You can help me advance into an innate Bao spirit? The Candle Bao instantly quieted down and stopped crying. You can help this Bao spirit advance into the innate Bao spirit? Ning Fan was also a little surprised. Innate treasure spirits were rare in the world. Does this monster really have a way to achieve this? Little brat, look at what this is. The monster smiled mysteriously and summoned a ray of gray light. After the gray light dispersed, a small green bottle appeared in front of it. The small bottle was extremely old and was covered in green copper. As it hovered in the air, it actually caused the sky to be filled with a strange phenomenon of green light. That small green bottle was vaguely an innate magic treasure. It had the power of an innate treasure. However, Ning Fan did not know its specific function. Speaking of which, this was already the third innate magic treasure. The monster's wealth is indeed rich. Ning Fan did not know about this small green bottle. Just as he was about to ask about the function of this treasure, the Candle Bao on the other side lost its composure before he could open his mouth. This is... Could it be? Candle Bao seemed to recognize this treasure. His breathing immediately became heavy and he was extremely excited. That's right, this is it. I bet you didn't expect that this old man would have such an item in his hands, the eyeball monster said proudly. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. If I knew that Big Brother Eyeball had such a good item, I wouldn't have run away no matter what. It's still not too late to return to this old man's side, you little demon who says one thing but means another. The strange eyeball smiled wretchedly. Yes, little brother will definitely return to your side. Well, master, you don't have to save me, you go about your business. Big Brother Eyeball, shall we find a place to talk? Ning Fan. This Candle Bao, it was asking me for help earlier. Now that there are benefits, it wants to chase me away. As expected, he needed to be taught a lesson. Forget it, since it's willing to stay by the eyeball monster's side, I'll let it be. It would not be a bad thing if he could successfully evolve into an innate level Bao spirit. Speaking of which, Ning Fan still had no idea what kind of magic treasure that small green bottle was. Eventually, the space of the 100-year-old bronze tower collapsed. Ning Fan followed the eyeball monster and entered another 100-year-old bronze tower. As soon as they entered the bronze tower, Candle Bao and the eyeball monster disappeared without a trace. No one knew what they went to do. Miao Yan's injuries had already healed. This time, she did not follow Ning Fan into the tower. Instead, she stayed outside the tower. To Ning Fan, obtaining 100 years of cultivation time was a great thing as it could allow his cultivation base to skyrocket. However, to Miao Yan, cultivating for 100 years was not very meaningful. Instead, it would cause the heavenly tribulations to descend 100 years earlier. It was really not worth it. That's right. Even if time stops in the time tower, the passage of time would still be recorded in the heavenly tribulations of the cultivators. Miao Yan was not ready for the heavenly tribulations yet. Naturally, she did not want to waste her time in the time tower to trigger the heavenly tribulations. Miao Yan floated in the air outside the tower forest, waiting for Ning Fan to return from his arduous cultivation. 100 years in the tower was just a moment outside the tower. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Fan followed the eyeball monster and Candle Bao out of the copper tower and entered the next one. Very quickly, another 100 years passed. Ning Fan walked out of the cave again. His ancient God realm cultivation base had completely broken through to the peak stage of the crossing truth realm. The cultivation of the yin-yang rain could be considered to have been completed. It turned into a bright star on Ning Fan's glabella. Next, it was time to absorb Zhang Yin-Yang's power. There were still 12 unsealed 10-year time pagodas and 5 100-year time pagodas. In addition, there were 606 sealed pagodas in the forest of pagodas that could not be entered. If I absorb the power of Zhang Yin-Yang, I wonder if my ancient god cultivation will break through to the abandoning void realm in one go. After leaving the savage desolate ancient region, it was almost time for him to accompany Ouyang Wan to the extreme Dan sacred region. If his cultivation exceeded the peak of the crossing truth realm, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to enter the extreme Dan sacred region. But Jiashua's cultivation seemed to have long surpassed the limits of the peak of the Duzhen realm, and was comparable to a first tribulation immortal venerable. How should I calculate that with his cultivation? It seemed like he had long been unable to enter the extreme Dan sacred region. Since things have come to this, I'll absorb Zhang Yin-Yang's power first. By then, I'll probably have to make a clone whose cultivation base is lower than abandoning void realm to accompany Wan Er. I have no other choice. Ning Fan made up his mind. He followed the eyeball monster and Candle Bao into the next copper tower. 100 years passed. Another 100 years passed. This time, Ning Fan spent 500 years to completely absorb Zhang Yin-Yang's power. It actually took him 200 years more than Yu Yin-Yang. During these 500 years, Ning Fan experienced his first minor heavenly tribulation since he started cultivating. The minor heavenly tribulation that was extremely terrifying to ordinary cultivators of the Duzhen realm was directly crushed by Ning Fan with just a raise of his hand. The more times one went through a heavenly tribulation, the more terrifying it would be. It was just a minor heavenly tribulation and it was just his first heavenly tribulation. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to pass it. 500 years later, Ning Fan had used up all the 100-year bronze pagodas. There were only 12 10-year bronze pagodas left. After 500 years of arduous cultivation, Ning Fan had absorbed all the power of Zhang Yin-Yang. The total amount of his magic power was almost comparable to a mid-abandoning void realm cultivator. However, he still could not easily enter the abandoning void realm. Abandoning void realm. The word abandonment was the key to the cultivation of this realm. In this realm, the cultivation of magic power was no doubt important, but what was more important was to get rid of the shackles in one's heart. In order to break through to the next realm, one must trigger the heart tribulation and pass it. Heart tribulation could only be encountered but not sought. One could only wait without knowing when it would come. Ning Fan still remembered the scene when Yao Qingyun triggered her heart tribulation in the past. Before Ning Fan appeared, Yao Qingyun was stuck at the bottleneck of the early abandoning void realm for 200,000 years. Later on, because of Ning Fan's appearance, Yao Qingyun triggered her heart tribulation. In the end, she broke through it and touched the bottleneck of the mid-abandoning void realm. After all these years, she should have already broken through to the mid-abandoning void realm. Recalling the past, Ning Fan could not help but smile. However, soon after, he felt a headache. Whether the heart tribulation of the sharing void realm could descend completely depended on luck. Could it be that he had to be like Yao Qingyun and be stuck at the bottleneck of the heart tribulation for 200,000 years before breaking through to the early abandoning void realm? He did not have that much time to waste. Speaking of which, the arrival of the heart tribulation was all about luck, and luck was usually related to luck. I wonder if increasing my luck can speed up the arrival of the heart tribulation. Ning Fan's face showed a thoughtful expression. The grade of his immortal luck was the 4th color. This grade was definitely not weak among the immortal venerables of the ancient times. However, compared to those immortal kings and immortal emperors, it was not considered outstanding. If there's a chance, it's time to increase my luck. In the next 120 years, Ning Fan used up the remaining 12 10-year-old sealed towers and only did 2 things. Firstly, he refined the fragments of old ancestor poisonous dragon's Dragon Ball. Secondly, he unsealed the 30 million traces of seals in the origin chi. The origin chi was a supreme treasure. If one refines and absorbs it, one's cultivation base could be greatly improved. However, even an ordinary immortal emperor would find it difficult to refine it. The current Ning Fan was even more incapable of doing so. To Ning Fan, the current use of the origin chi was only as a trump card. Once it explodes, even an immortal emperor would be severely injured. After unsealing the origin chi, Ning Fan could use it to attack his enemies without needing to ignite his blood. Without a doubt, his ability to protect himself would increase significantly. As for the act of refining the fragments of the Dragon Ball, Ning Fan's ancient demon cultivation base broke through continuously from the early mortal profound realm to the peak mortal profound realm. The Dragon Ball of the ancient immortal venerables was really a good item. It was comparable to a Dao fruit. The 620 years of bitter cultivation did not only change Ning Fan's cultivation base but also the strange relationship between the eyeball and candle bao. Big brother eyeball, after spending 620 years together, I finally know that you are a good person. In order to avenge my elder brother's humiliation, I actually endured humiliation until now and lived a lonely life. Big brother's righteousness is beyond my reach. Candle Bao said to the eyeball with tears in his eyes as if he was deeply touched. Little brother Zhu, I have misunderstood you. At first, I thought that you weren't good enough. That's why I tortured you for fun. However, I didn't expect that you actually followed the ancestral dragon Zhu Li in the past and fought everywhere. You once fought to protect the Zido immortal domain and died with only the body of an artifact spirit left. You are simply the role model of the Zido immortal domain. I promise that from today onwards, I will never bully you again. If I break this oath, I will punish me by not being able to see a beauty for the rest of my life. Big brother, you and I are kindred spirits. Why don't we become brothers of the opposite sex? All right. From today onwards, I will be your big brother eyeball. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me. Big brother. Second brother. Big brother. Second brother. What the hell is this? When he walked out of the copper tower again, Ning Fan was immediately shocked by the scene of the 2 fools burning yellow paper and becoming sworn brothers. He stared at the 2 clowns speechlessly. Weren't these 2 fools just a while ago? They kept calling me Little Demoness. How did they become sworn brothers again after 620 years? What exactly happened to these 2 fools during these 620 years? However, speaking of which, Candle Bao's chi had become much stronger. Even though it had not truly broken through the boundary of an innate artifact spirit, it was probably not far from it. It seems like this Candle Bao had obtained quite a lot of benefits from the eyeball. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about these 2 fools. His gaze shifted to the dense forest of towers in front of him. For the first time, he had the feeling of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. There were clearly many time towers in this place. However, because the seals had not been removed, he could not enter or use them. What a pity. He still had the dark time fruit that he had yet to refine. He would need a lot of time to complete this task. What kind of feeling is this? Ning Fan stared at the sealed towers and his eyes suddenly flashed with light. Hee. Brat, why are you looking at me like that? You still want to enter the time towers to cultivate? You've tasted the sweetness, haven't you? Unfortunately, the seals of the other time towers have yet to be broken. You can't enter them for the time being. The eyeball monster only noticed Ning Fan after it finished chatting with Candle Bao. Do you know that the seals of the towers here were personally placed by Great Emperor Mournful Death? They are extremely powerful. Even with my eternal 7 tribulations cultivation base, I've spent tens of thousands of years just to break 21 of the seals. With your current cultivation base, I'm afraid you still won't be able to break any of the seals even if you have tens of thousands of years. Speaking of which, it will be the time when Yin Mo's great tribulation of imperfection descends in 24 hours. It's the best time to kill him. We don't have much time left. ****** If there's a chance in the future, I'll help you break a few more seals of the towers for your cultivation. As for now, let's talk business. The eyeball monster's words were directly ignored by Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan's mind was completely focused on this forest of towers. He had a vague feeling. If he willed it, he could easily avoid all the seals of the towers in this place because he was the god of the barbarian race. I see. The seals of the towers here are all the restrictions of the barbarian race. That's why I have this strange feeling. Ning Fan walked towards one of the 10-years-old bronze towers and his eyes lit up with enlightenment. The person who placed the seals might be Mournful Death, but the restrictions used were the formations of the barbarian race. This was really a good coincidence. How could the formations of the barbarian race dare to stop the barbarian god? To Ning Fan, the seals here were useless. There was no need for him to break them. Brat, what are you trying to do? If the seal of this bronze tower is not broken, you won't be able to enter. The eyeball monster suddenly choked halfway through its words and could no longer speak. As soon as Ning Fan approached the 10-years-old bronze tower, the seals outside the tower began to creak. A few moments later, they parted on their own, forming a passage that allowed him to enter the tower. It was as if it was welcoming Ning Fan into the tower. After that, Ning Fan stepped into the 10-years-old bronze tower step by step without breaking the seal of the tower. Are you kidding me? He actually entered the bronze tower without breaking the seal. Could it be that the seal of this bronze tower had lost its effectiveness after so many years? The eyeball monster was shocked. It followed closely behind Ning Fan, wanting to enter the tower like Ning Fan. However, it was violently shaken by the power of the seal and was sent flying far away, cursing in pain. Damn it! The seal of the tower did not lose its effectiveness at all. How could this brat enter the tower? That's right. This brat is the barbarian god. He possesses the power of slaughter and punishment. No barbarian restriction under the heavens dares to stop him. To be able to make the formation give way on its own, this is the power of a god. Damn it, this power really makes this old man envious. Just as the eyeball monster cursed, Ning Fan walked out of the 10-years-old bronze tower and entered another bronze tower. Only a moment had passed in the outside world, but Ning Fan had already completed 10 years of bitter cultivation in the tower. 1, 2, 3. There were 407 bronze towers left in this place. In the end, Ning Fan entered all of them and destroyed them. 407 bronze towers, 4,070 years of bitter cultivation. That day at the riverside of the True Illusion River, Ning Fan only used 10 days to refine 1/10 of the dark time fruit with the help of the river demon. This time, Ning Fan did not have anyone to help him. After spending 4,070 years, he only managed to refine 1 dark time fruit. While refining the dark time fruit, Ning Fan also took out a 9 stars dark element cultivation technique, dark light scripture from the profounding world's hidden scripture to cultivate. Dark light scripture. Among the 10 great secret races, it was the highest cultivation technique of the Dark Clan. Only the elite cultivators of the clan were qualified to cultivate this technique. Such a precious cultivation technique was kept in the hidden scripture tower by ancient chaos and given to Ning Fan. Now was the time for him to cultivate it. With the help of the dark light scripture, Ning Fan slowly formed the third divine yin-yang star, the young dark star. The dark blood that was produced from his copulation with the little demoness was absorbed by the young star. Similarly, when he refined the dark time fruit, the speed of his cultivation also increased. Just a single dark time fruit had increased the speed of Ning Fan's cultivation by 30%. The medicinal power of the dark time fruit also increased Ning Fan's cultivation. A single dark time fruit could increase a cultivator's cultivation by 400,000 years. Ning Fan was a three orifices ancient god. Consuming the dark time fruit could offset 3,200,000 years of bitter cultivation. Since Ning Fan's ancient god realm cultivation base was obviously higher than that of the ancient demons and devils, the dark time fruit was the first to improve their cultivation bases. The ancient demon's cultivation soared from the peak of the human Xian realm to the late stage of the crossing truth realm. The ancient devil's cultivation also broke through to the third nirvana of the heavenly devil. There are 9 more dark time fruits. After the 10 years bronze pagodas were destroyed, Ning Fan began to enter the 100 years bronze pagodas for cultivation. There were a total of 133 years bronze pagodas in this place. After another 13,300 years of arduous cultivation, Ning Fan had refined another 3 dark time fruits. His ancient demon cultivation base had reached the peak of the crossing truth realm, but he still could not attain the shedding void realm. Ancient devil's cultivation had risen to the 5th nirvana of the sky devil. The quintuple nirvana heavenly devil corresponded to the early stage of shedding void, but it was much stronger than ordinary early stage shedding void cultivators. Ning Fan did not expect that it would be so difficult to break through the bottleneck of the renouncing void realm for both divine and demon cultivation bases. On the contrary, the ancient devil cultivation base did not have to face the bottleneck of the renouncing void realm. Ning Fan had also completely mastered the dark yin-yang and absorbed it into his body, turning it into his cultivation base. The 100-year-old copper pagodas here had been destroyed, leaving 78 11-story copper pagodas and 9 12-story copper pagodas. The 11th floor of the pagoda was sealed for 1,000 years, and the 12th floor was sealed for 10,000 years. Without any obstruction, he easily entered the pagoda. He entered a total of 26 pagoda before he managed to refine all the remaining dark time fruits. In total, Ning Fan had cultivated in the space of the copper pagoda for more than 40,000 years. To the outside world, 40,000 years of bitter cultivation was but a blink of an eye. After 40,000 years of arduous cultivation, his ancient god realm cultivation base was still stuck at the peak of the crossing truth realm. The samsara void tribulation had yet to befall him. However, in terms of the density of his magic power, it was already comparable to Shizong late stage. The ancient demon's cultivation was also stuck at the peak of Duzhen Peak, and the thickness of the demon's spiritual power was comparable to the Shedding Kong late stage demon cultivator. Ancient devil didn't encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation. Instead, he broke through to the 7th nirvana of the sky devil, the same level as the shedding void late stage. Ning Fan could casually use any one of the 3 powers of the divine, demon, and devil races, and he would be ranked among the top experts of the late shedding void realm. If he uses the power of the 3 races at the same time, Ning Fan was confident that he could defeat a peak stage demon cultivator. Of course, if he uses the power of his tribulation blood, Ning Fan would be an ancient immortal venerated. After consuming all the dark time fruits, the opportunity he had in the past was considered to have been used up. If he still wants to improve his cultivation base in the future, he would need to rely on other methods. I have already consumed all the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures I have. If I continue to cultivate in the time tower, it will just be a waste of time. It won't be of much use to me. Why don't I keep these time towers for the time being and use them in the future? Ning Fan made up his mind. He turned around and asked the strange eyeball. Can I take all of the towers here? Of course you can. If you help me kill Mo, I can give you all of the towers here. The strange eyeball was stunned for a moment and then said straightforwardly. That's good. I have completed all my cultivation. Next, let's talk about the important matter. You want to kill Mo. What's your plan? Ning Fan's 40,000 years of bitter cultivation was just a moment to the outside world. The strange phenomenon of the barbarian god fighting against the heavens had just dissipated. At the highest point of the 9 heavens imperial court, Mo's stone statue wore a gloomy expression. He did not expect that the 10th barbarian god would be born in the 9 heavens imperial court. Moreover, the power of this person's punishment was so strong that it was simply unheard of. The power of this person's punishment is 12 times stronger than mine. Who exactly is this person? Could it be that junior? Mo sensed for a while. Soon, he realized that the blessing technique that he planted in Ning Fan's body had been broken. Humph. It wasn't easy for me to find a perfect body. He actually broke free from my curse technique. Could it be that the person who became the 10th barbarian god is really this person? There are still 24 hours before my great tribulation of imperfection. The right I probably won't let go of such an opportunity. It will definitely come and plot against me. If it was in the past, I wouldn't be afraid of it. But now. Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. This time, the 10th barbarian god had intervened in the Nine Heavens imperial court. If these changes were related to the right eye, then he could not afford to be careless in his confrontation with the right eye this time. He must be more cautious, forget it. Seventh ancestor of the Fan clan, even though I don't fancy your body, it's not completely useless. I will accept this body without hesitation. From now on, until my next tribulation of imperfection arrives, all the cultivators on the 9th floor will be my life sacrifice. A gray shadow suddenly walked out from Mo's stone statue. The gray shadow was extremely illusory. Its cultivation base was only at the early crossing truth realm. Looking at its appearance, it was clearly the same as Mo. His left eye was still there while his right eye was empty as if it had been gouged out by someone. It was badly mutilated. This shadow was none other than a trace of Mo's primordial spirit that was separated from his sealed primordial spirit. It was clearly just an early crossing truth realm primordial spirit, but it made the 7th ancestor's expression change greatly. Impossible. You can actually ignore immortal sovereign Zido's seal and separate a trace of your primordial spirit from your body. How is this possible? Rumble *. What responded to the 7th ancestor was the sound of the sky collapsing. 6 bloody holes suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of the bloody holes sealed an ancient coffin that was dripping with blood. Among them, the 6th ancient coffin actually had a crack on it. Once, immortal sovereign Zido extracted Mo's primordial spirit, divided it into 6 parts, and sealed each of them. After countless years, a trace of Mo's primordial spirit finally escaped. However, it was still not enough. Mo didn't want a trace of primordial spirit to be reborn. He wanted 6 primordial spirits to return to 1. You can leave it for the last to eat. Eat the others first. Mo's body swayed and instantly disappeared from the center of the stone forest. At the same time, the entire 9th floor began to shake violently. The 7-colored seal that blocked the group of cultivators outside the first palace was cracking and cracking. Haha. The seal has been broken. The ancient passage is destined to belong to our demon race. Humph, it belongs to our human race. Charge. If we can seize the passage this time, we will definitely get a generous reward. The moment the seal was broken, hundreds of flowing lights burst out toward the top of the imperial court. Among them were Xian, Lu He, and other immortal venerables. However, at this moment, a gray shadow blocked the group of cultivators with an indifferent expression as if he was looking at ants. Mo, order the 9 Heavens imperial court to seal. To be continued. Mo, order the 9 Heavens imperial court to seal. Mo's avatar stood in front of the 100 cultivators. A blood-red seal word suddenly appeared in his left eye. An unimaginable power that forbade space swept across the entire 9th level with Mo as the center. A blood-red seal word appeared on the foreheads of the 100 cultivators. They fell from the sky and couldn't fly anymore. Their expressions changed drastically. Even Xian and Lu He, who were immortal venerables, were shocked. They looked at Mo in shock. Who is this person? He can form such a terrifying power that forbade space with just a flip of his hand. This kind of power is unheard of. Has Zido's immortal cultivation become so weak? He can't even stand in the air in front of my avatar. Mo shook his head slightly. He raised his withered hand and grabbed forward. The power of this grab seemed to be able to trap the souls of heaven and earth in his palm and crush them into pieces. In an instant, more than 10 sky renhuang and thought-fragmenting old monsters were turned into blood mist. Mo opened his mouth and swallowed all of them. Even their primordial spirits and demonic souls couldn't escape. After swallowing some cultivators, Mo's avatar's aura became much stronger. The flesh of cultivators from the illusionary world tastes terrible, Mo said indifferently. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts again. This person could easily kill more than 10 Sky Renhuang and thought fragmenting old monsters with just a lift of his hand. Even an immortal king couldn't do that so easily. Who is this person? Is he an immortal king? Why did he appear? Why did he kill people? Could it be that he's also here for the ancient passage? Ao Xian secretly used the connate power of the Brahma demon Jian. He was the first one to shatter the blood seal word and break the power that forbade space on him. Just as he was guessing Yin Mo's intention, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He raised his head and saw Yin Mo's cold and scrutinizing gaze. For some reason, Ao Xian saw a trace of hatred in Yin Mo's eyes. He didn't know this person at all. Why would he hate him? The next moment, Yin Mo directly raised his palm and pressed a 5-fingered palm print in his direction across the air. Ancestral dragon Zhu Li's descendant? Let me see how much tolerance his descendant has. In Ao Xian's eyes, the seemingly ordinary withered palm was like a 5-fingered mountain, and it gave him a feeling of invincibility. Ao Xian seemed to have seen an illusion. He seemed to have seen this palm, covering the sky, the Tao, the mountains and the seas, the sun, the moon, and the stars, overturning the past and present. It was as if he could see the souls of billions of experts buried beneath this withered palm. Many of them were countless times stronger than him. Impossible. Who was this person? To think that he had killed so many experts. He must have killed immortal emperors and quasi-saints. Countless souls must have perished in his hands. Ao Xian's body trembled uncontrollably. His Tao heart was already filled with fear before the battle. No, I can't be afraid. With a connate Dharma treasure in hand, I might not necessarily lose to this person. Ao Xian roared and his demonic body instantly grew as tall as the sky. He waved the Brahma demonic dual truncheons and struck out with all his might against the ink palm print. A single strike from this swordbreaker had the power to destroy worlds. He firmly believed that even if he was no match for Yin Mo, he wouldn't be defeated in one blow. However, the truth was far beyond his expectations. The palm print swept all the way down, and everywhere it passed, the sky strangely petrified. In the blink of an eye, the palm landed on the Brahma demon Jian. In the blink of an eye, the Brahma demon rapier turned grey as it turned to stone. After it turned to stone, it lost all of its power. With a loud boom, it shattered into countless rocks and fell from the sky. That palm continued to descend, pressing down on the top of Ao Xian's head. Ao Xian's body instantly turned to stone, then his body started to shatter from the top of his head, turning into countless boulders. Ao Xian, a dignified celestial venerable with a connate Dharma treasure, was actually unable to withstand the power of Yin Mo's palm. With just one strike, the treasure was destroyed and the person was dead. That was close. If not for my demon soul escaping at the last moment, I would have definitely died. As the dust settled, Ao Xian's demon soul appeared in front of everyone. His expression was one of extreme fear. Very few immortal emperors would be able to shatter Xiantian treasures. The toughness of Xiantian treasures was known throughout the world, yet it was shattered by Yin Mo with a single strike. This person was too strong, just like Zhao Jian. He was definitely not someone he could defeat, damn it. The ancient passageway was so close. Why did such a malevolent star appear and start a massacre here? That's right. A mere immortal venerable was actually able to preserve your life from me. You are qualified to stay alive and become my life sacrifice. Yin Mo's left eye shot out a ray of grey light that hit the center of Ao Xian's demon soul's brows. Ao Xian screamed and disappeared. No one knew where he was taken by Yin Mo. You are the 9th god of barbarians. The barbarian ancestors of the Fan clan finally recognized Yin Mo. Their expressions changed. Didn't the intelligence say that the 9th god of barbarians was suppressed at the top of the Heaven Imperial Court and couldn't escape? Why did he come out and start a massacre here? The few of you are also the barbarian ancestors of the Fan clan, right? If that's the case, stay. Without giving the barbarian ancestors a chance to speak, Yin Mo used Xianxia's power and took the 3 barbarian ancestors away. With Xianxia's power, the 3 barbarian ancestors couldn't resist at all. In just a few breaths' time, there was only 6 directions left among the immortal venerables. There were still 80 to 90 human and demon cultivators left. Yin Mo didn't plan to waste any more time. With a flash, he flew into the crowd and started a massacre. Most of the cultivators were killed by him and their flesh was devoured. There were also some that Inmo didn't kill for now. Instead, he took them away as if they still had some use for them. The more flesh and blood he devoured, the stronger the aura of Inmo's clone became. Six Directions felt that he was invincible. At this moment, Six Directions and the rest of the cultivators were not in the mood to fight for the ancient passageway anymore. They had to save their lives first. Leave this place quickly. Six Directions' immortal venerable spat out a mouthful of blood and forcefully broke the heart-blood character on his glabella. With a wave of his sleeve, he led a large group of human cultivators and fled towards the 8th level. The demon cultivators weren't so lucky. Without the protection of the immortal venerables, they instantly became Inmo's first targets. The descendants of ancestor dragon Zhu, the descendants of the ferocious demon Qitsong, the descendants of the great demon Xianxia. The more demon cultivators he killed, the colder Inmo's eyes became. When he betrayed the Purple Dipper immortal domain, he was chased by countless Purple Dipper immortal cultivators. Among them were many ancient great demons. Many of the demon cultivators who entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were the descendants of those great demons. All of them deserved to be killed, soon, apart from a few demon cultivators who were captured alive to be sacrificed. Most of them were devoured by him. At this moment, Six Directions' immortal venerables had already led the rest of the human cultivators into the 8th level. Inmo's eyes narrowed. With a flash, he disappeared from the 9th level and appeared in front of Six Directions and the others. The current Purple Dipper immortal cultivators don't even have the courage to fight to the death. My eyes are the mountains. A ray of gray light shot out from Inmo's right eye and formed the image of 9 mountains in the sky. They were all greystone mountains. My killing is the sea. Under the 9 mountains, there were 8 more layers of the Sea of Massacre. The stench of blood filled the sky. They were formed by Inmo's lifetime of killing. My soul is the tree. In the center of the Sea of Massacre, a 10,000 zhang tall stone vine tree suddenly grew out. On the stone vine tree, there was a gray eyeball. It was Inmo's left eye. Inside the eyeball, 12 crescent moons rotated strangely, emitting endless illusory power. All the human cultivators, including Six Directions, lost their consciousness at this moment. Their faces were blank as if they had fallen into an illusory spell. My illusions are the prison palace. The space in the entire 8th level kept shattering. Countless stone vines grew out from the cracks in the void and bound the human cultivators tightly. The vines seemed to have poisonous thorns on them. Once they bound a cultivator, they would immediately fall into a coma. Many vines wriggled strangely and devoured the flesh and blood of many cultivators, leaving only empty human skins behind. After a long time, the entire 8th level was in dead silence. Regardless of whether it was the people who had escaped to the 8th level or the cultivators who had not made it to the 9th level in time, they were all bound to the stone trees and turned into their nourishment. The current Purple Dipper immortal cultivators are really weak. Killing these people is too boring. A gray light flashed in Inmo's left eye. The 1,000 zhang tall stone tree disappeared and countless empty human skins fell from the sky. Of course, those cultivators who were not killed by the stone tree, such as Six Directions, were captured alive by Inmo and used for other purposes. Inmo sensed that all the cultivators in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court should have been killed by him. What was going to happen next was not something that the Purple Dipper immortal cultivators outside the desolate land could watch. Once he was free, he would go outside and kill all the immortal emperors of the illusion world. Those people should be able to bring him some joy of revenge. Inmo turned around and returned to the 9th level. Before he left, he suddenly turned around and let out a cold harumph as if his gaze could pierce through countless realms. With that harumph, the painted skin projection of the demon Yen in the outside world immediately shattered into pieces with a loud bang. At the same time, the giant monument that Meng Xuanzi had created also collapsed and was destroyed. That cold harumph even crossed the boundary of the ancient savage realm and reached the ears of every immortal emperor. It was like a thunderclap. That voice carried all the killing that Inmo had done in his life. Some of the immortal emperors with weaker cultivation were shocked by that voice and their seas of consciousness were immediately injured. Even the ancient emperor of sky-reaching ancient emperor and the true dragon clan head, who were at the level of quasi-sages, were shaken by Inmo's snort. Who is this person? In the 4 heavens and 9 realms, land of demon spirit, this person is almost invincible. How could such a strong cultivator appear in the 9 heavens imperial court? The immortal emperors of the 2 clans were shocked. There were more and more changes in the 9 heavens imperial court. They didn't expect such a malevolent star to appear at the last moment. With the strength of one person, he killed all the cultivators of the 2 clans who were fighting for the passage. With a voice that separated the realms, he directly injured more than 100 immortal emperors. Is this person here to fight for the ancient passage? This is troublesome. With this person here, it's going to be difficult to fight for the ancient passage. Yin Mo's figure flickered and returned to the stone forest at the top of the 9th level. The 7th ancestor was still standing in the stone forest and didn't run away. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but his body had been completely petrified by the light of the gray moon. He stood there like a stone statue and couldn't move. Yin Mo waved his hand and more stone statues appeared in the empty stone forest. Among them were the stone statues of Ao Xian, Lu He, the 1st generation of the Fan clan, the 2nd ancestor, and the 4th ancestor. There were also more than 10 other stone statues. Without exception, these stone statues were all people who were captured alive by Yin Mo. Their expressions were more or less filled with fear. There was still a bit of life aura inside their stone statues that hadn't dissipated. There are still 24 hours before the Inke tribulation arrives. Right eye, I'm looking forward to fusing with you again this time. Yin Mo's avatar walked towards his own stone statue step by step, allowing his avatar to fuse with the stone statue again. Time passed bit by bit. 6 hours later, the gray moon in the sky of the 9th level suddenly changed. That gray moon was originally a full moon, but as time passed, the scene of a heavenly dog eating the moon appeared. 12 hours later, the gray moon was only left with half a crescent moon. 18 hours later, the gray moon was only left with the outline of a halo. 24 hours later, the gray moon completely disappeared. Without the moonlight, the entire 9th level was dark. Only the stone gate at the center of the stone forest that had been standing for a long time gradually emitted a strange light. That stone gate was the ancient tunnel that the immortal emperors of the 2 clans had painstakingly schemed for. It connected the illusory world and the 3 great true worlds. The light on the stone gate became brighter and brighter. Gradually, lines of ancient words appeared on it. Very few cultivators of the 2nd step could see those words clearly. The brighter the light of the words became, the weaker the aura of the Yin Mo statue became. It was as if his cultivation base and everything he had were offered to the stone gate, becoming the source of power for the words on the stone gate to light up. Inke. Inke. The weakest moment had finally arrived. Time is up. This is the moment when I am at my weakest. Right eye, I know you are here. Come out. The Yin Mo statue suddenly let out an ancient roar. For some unknown reason, that roar was able to stir up the Tao law of undying, turning it into a divine ability. As it swept through the area, it immediately stirred up a violent gust of wind in the world. The space in this place was shaken by that roar. It turned into countless broken lines and separated from each other as if it was silk. A muffled groan was heard. With a monstrous hatred, the eyeball fell out of the crack in space and glared at the Yin Mo statue. You still have the face to use Big Brother Undying's divine ability? How shameless. Right eye, I didn't expect that after so many years, you still don't understand. I didn't betray Zido Immortal Region. It was Undying who betrayed the mortal world. We were originally cultivators of the mortal world and belonged to the Berserker tribe. It was the most suitable thing for me to return to the Berserker tribe and inherit the throne of the god of Berserkers. But he abandoned himself and served immortal Emperor Zido as his master. He worked hard for the cultivators of the mortal world and stopped us from unifying the true world. If he doesn't die, he will be the shame of the mortal world. The Yin Mo statue said. Humph. There is no point in arguing. Today, I will definitely kill you. The eyeball retreated slightly. A gray light flashed in its eyes. Instantly, millions of silver rays appeared in the 9th layer. They intertwined with each other and formed an extremely complicated formation. The formation surrounded the Yin Mo statue and the entire stone forest in the center. There was an altar in each of the 4 directions. On top of each altar, there was an innate magical treasure. Inmo. In order to kill you, I have spent countless years and used 4 innate magical treasures to create a killing formation. Today, you must die. Azure Dragon suppresses East. On the altar in the east, a Azure Dragon treasure seal turned into a 10,000 feet long dragon and soared into the sky. Azure Dragon treasure seal. After not seeing you for so many years, your refining skills have improved a lot. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still too weak, Inmo said indifferently. White tiger suppresses west. Vermilion bird suppresses south. Black tortoise suppresses north. On the altars in the west, south, and north, 3 treasure seals also turned into 10,000 feet long strange beasts and soared into the sky. Each of the 4 beasts guarded one direction. The whole world seemed to be confined. The formation is not bad. The 4 innate treasure seals are also not bad. This formation can cut off my connection with the world and keep me in my weakest state. But it's a pity that these methods are not enough to kill me. You have the confinement formation, but I have 100,000 protectors. You are only a 7th Tribulation Realm cultivator. How can you fight against 100,000 immortal venerables? You can't do it. As soon as Inmo's voice fell, ancient coffins appeared in the sky one after another. Ancient corpses that were comparable to ancient immortal venerables crawled out of the coffins and formed a formation above the stone forest. I, Zido Immortal Realm Cultivator, defy the tribulations to survive. I have no regrets, life and death, for Zido Immortal Realm Cultivator. The strange eyeball's eyes immediately turned red when it saw the 100,000 ancient corpses. Without exception, all the ancient corpses here had fought for Zido Immortal Realm when they were alive. However, because of Inmo's betrayal, they did not die in the battlefield. Instead, they died in Inmo's hands. If one cultivated the barbarian path and knew the mountain and sea mantra, one would be able to hear the grief and indignation of these dead cultivators. Kill Inmo. Kill Inmo. Kill Inmo. The soul voices of the 100,000 Immortal Realm cultivators were so uniform. Not only did Inmo kill his companions, but he also refined their corpses into puppets using the Undying Emperor's puppet technique. Today, he would pay the price for his actions. Brat, do it. As soon as the strange eyeball's voice fell, an ear-piercing sword chime resounded across heaven and earth. A ghost-faced silver-haired figure suddenly broke through the void and walked out from the other end of the void. As soon as this person appeared, the 100,000 immortal venerables began to tremble. They actually felt a fatal sense of danger from this person. If it's not Ning Fan, who else could it be? Inmo, who had always been arrogant, had a serious expression on his face for the first time. As expected, he's the one you're relying on. I can't confirm if this young man possesses the power of punishment. Could he be the 10th barbarian god? He was not afraid of the 7th ancestor of the Fan clan, the Right Eye, or the 100 great sovereigns of the 2 clans. It was only Ning Fan who gave him a sense of danger for the first time. The moment Ning Fan swung his sword, the sense of danger instantly rose to its peak. The undying chi of heaven and earth became chaotic because of Ning Fan alone, as if it had met its natural enemy. This child is actually the successor of ancient chaos. To be continued, Ning Fan held a 3 chi long sword and stepped out of the void, appearing in front of the 100,000 ancient corpses. The sword in his hand was fiery red. It was a 12 Nirvana immortal sword. He had obtained it from the eyeball in order to execute the human sword slaying technique. The 12 Nirvana immortal sword was not enough to make the 100,000 ancient corpses fearful. However, the moon-white sword light emitted by this immortal sword was enough to make any ancient corpse shudder. This was the ancient chaos absolute technique, life-slaying sword. It was used to slay undying beings in this world, the inheritor of ancient chaos. It's actually the inheritor of ancient chaos. So that's how it is. Inmo's expression became even more solemn, as if he had understood many things in an instant. No wonder so many ancient corpses died mysteriously in the past. It turned out that it was the inheritor of ancient chaos's doing. Inmo was an evil corpse created by the Undying Emperor. He possessed part of his undying memories. How could he not know how terrifying the life-slaying sword was? The Undying Emperor had never been defeated by an immortal emperor of the same level as him. With his undying physique, not even desolate saints could kill him. However, such a powerful figure was once defeated by the ancient Chaos Emperor. the more powerful an undying being was, the more they would fear the power of the life-slaying sword. The undying emperor was no exception. Even if there were 100,000 undying ancient corpses protecting him today, they would probably be killed by the life-slaying sword with just a single slash. Interesting. I didn't expect my right eye to gain the upper hand in the first confrontation of the great tribulation of surplus and deficiency. Hee. Having the help of ancient chaos's inheritor is enough to restrain the undying power in my body. Unfortunately, the undying power isn't my only power. Right eye, can you give me more surprises? After the initial shock, Mo's expression became indifferent again. He knew that the 100,000 ancient corpses would most likely die in Ning Fan's hands. However, he didn't care. Roar 100,000 ancient corpses roared at the same time. Even though they were afraid of Ning Fan's life-slaying sword, they still attacked him out of instinct. Those roars were as barbaric as beasts. They were obviously not human language, but somehow, they carried a kind of desolate emotion that could touch one's heart. They could hear it and even see it. Ning Fan closed his eyes. It was as if he could hear the sound of the souls of these ancient corpses that had been lingering in the mountains and seas for millions of years. The god-exterminating shield in his dantian emitted traces of undying power, causing Ning Fan to resonate with the heaven and earth in a strange way. At this moment, scenes from ancient times began to appear in his mind. One day, the undying emperor killed the evil corpse and gave it the name Inemo Evil Corpse. I want a promise from you. Promise me that you will accompany me to protect the Purple Dipper Galaxy for all eternity. On that day, Inemo knelt before the undying emperor and swore an oath. The Purple Dipper immortals are above me, and I cultivate Inc. Since I was born to slay evil, I should inherit the will of the venerable emperor. Although they were evil corpses, they would definitely be upright. They would not let down the heavens and earth, and they would not let down the Purple Dipper. From now on, he would live for Zido and die for Zido. If I break this oath, I will be killed by the heavens. Countless years passed, and Mo's cultivation grew higher and higher. He replaced the Undying and headed to the border of the Purple Do celestial domain, the defying Dust Sea. There was a protective formation that immortal Emperor Zido had spent countless years to set up. If the formation was still there, even some fourth-step cultivators would not be able to break into the Purple Do immortal domain. On that day, a red sun suddenly rose from the defying Dust Sea. A man holding a red horsetail whisk walked out from the red sun. No one could see the man's appearance clearly. It was as if no one in this world could see his appearance if he did not allow it. The man wore a fiery red feather cloak. He walked towards Inemo step by step. All the cities he passed by turned into ruins and disappeared in the dust. I need you to help me complete a task. After you complete this task, I will grant you the Taitsong bloodline and give you the chance to stand above the three realms. If someone else said this to Inemo, he would certainly not believe it. However, the red-robed man in front of him was a great figure that Inemo could only look up to. His promise was definitely not a lie. On that day, Inemo opened the protective formation of the defying Dust Sea. Countless cultivators of the mortal world led by the red-robed man invaded the Purple Do immortal domain. On that day, Inemo resolutely changed sides and killed the billions of Purple Do immortal cultivators under his command. When the flames of war spread across the Purple Do galaxy and the news of the battle reached the Undying Demon Palace, the Undying Emperor slammed the table and rushed towards the defying Dust Sea. He wanted to personally kill the traitor who went against his oath and invited the enemy into his domain. However, it was already too late. After Inemo defected, he fled into the mortal world and was sheltered under the wings of the Taitsong tribulation spirit. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill him. In a rage, the Undying Emperor crossed the defying Dust Sea and killed his way into the mortal world just to kill the traitor. However, he failed and was suppressed by the Taitsong tribulation spirit. His body was dismembered under the Ninely Mountain. After that, the Purple Do immortal domain fell into the flames of war. After that, Inemo became the ninth barbarian god of the barbarian race. He stepped on the corpses of his companions and obtained the recognition of the Taitsong tribulation spirit. However, he mysteriously disappeared after one of his seclusion. Only a few people knew that it was immortal Emperor Zido who used the last of his strength to capture the traitor and suppress him in the Nine Heavens imperial court. The scenes were fragmented, but they contained too many ancient secrets that remained in the mountains and seas. Ning Fan was not a saint. He did not have the ability to see through the past, the present and the future. However, he managed to do so by relying on his superb understanding of the mountains and seas mantra. Kill Mo, kill this traitor. If I don't kill this traitor, I won't be able to avenge the destruction of the Purple Do immortal domain. Kill. 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 The soul voices of the 100,000 ancient corpses lingered in the mountains and seas. All of them carried a monstrous hatred towards Mo. They desired to kill Mo to pay homage to the millions of Purple Do immortal cultivators. However, what was sad was that even their corpses had become Mo's puppets. The soul voices of the 100,000 ancient corpses were filled with sorrow like the fallen leaves at the end of autumn. They fell on Ning Fan's heart. After all, Ning Fan was not a true Purple Do immortal cultivator. It was difficult for him to understand the sorrow of these cultivators who had their countries destroyed. The only thing he could do was to send these martyrs off. 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays. More and more moon-white sword rays surrounded Ning Fan's body. In the end, the number had reached 10 million rays. Under the support of the 10 million rays of life-severing sword chi, the strength of Ning Fan's chi had completely surpassed the boundary of the second step and reached the third step. What kind of feeling is this? It's indescribable. Ning Fan's figure was unprecedentedly ethereal. His eyes carried the might of heaven and earth. They were so indifferent that there was not a single trace of emotion in them. That gaze was as if he was looking at everything in the world like a dog that could not arouse the slightest interest. His body began to feel excruciating pain as if he was on the verge of collapsing. Ning Fan believed that if it wasn't for the great increase in his cultivation base and the protection of the heaven-opening treasure, he certainly would not be able to withstand the power of the 10 million rays of sword light. If it's him in the past, he would definitely be killed by the boundless sword might. Asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. The 12 Nirvana immortal sword in his hand began to crack as if it could not withstand the sword light of this level. Ning Fan slowly waved the immortal sword. His movements were extremely slow. However, in the eyes of all the ancient corpses, there was an indescribable chill. Dangerous. It's very dangerous. What level of sword technique is this? It has definitely surpassed the scope of the second step. The ancient corpses that were rushing towards Ning Fan were stopped 1,000 zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang, away from him by the invisible sword might. The 100,000 ancient corpses surrounded Ning Fan. The area within a radius of 1,000 zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang had turned into a circle of vacuum. The sword was like a circle. The trajectory of the sword was flawless. It had achieved perfection. The Tao of sword that countless sword cultivators had painstakingly pursued for was casually executed by Ning Fan at this moment. Asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. The immortal sword was already on the verge of breaking. At this moment, Ning Fan swung out a sword attack that could not be replicated. As soon as the sword fell, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a circle. The moon-white sword light flowed like water in the circle, flowing past the ancient corpses. Wherever it passed, all of the ancient corpses that were comparable to immortal venerables turned into ashes without exception. In just an instant, they were all cut into ashes by the supreme sword intent. There was no way to resist it. There was no way to defeat it. After 13 breaths of time, the 100,000 ancient corpses had all turned into ashes. Ning Fan could no longer withstand the destructive power of the sword. Under the ghost mask, his face turned pale. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a heavy backlash. As for the immortal sword in his hand, it had already completely shattered into countless iron pieces with a cracking sound, scattering all over the ground. Brat, well done. Now that the 100,000 ancient corpses have been destroyed, Mo will definitely die today. The eyeball monster burst into laughter. Is that so? Do you really think that you can kill me without the protection of 100,000 ancient corpses? This brat's life-slaying sword technique has great destructive power against pure undying beings. However, I don't only have the power of undying. The life-slaying sword technique is ineffective against me. The Mo stone statue said indifferently. Hee hee. If this brat only has these techniques, he naturally can't kill you. However, he has another identity. Brat, there's no time for you to rest. Do it now. The eyeball monster shouted. Ning Fan nodded his head and wiped off the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. With the help of these traces of blood, he suddenly squatted down and slammed his palm on the ground. Immediately, circles of blood-red halos appeared on the ground. A blood-red altar was rising from the ground bit by bit. Using blood as a guide to summon the trump card hidden in the formation, The Xianxia stone statue frowned slightly. He did not expect that there would actually be a fifth altar in the grand formation laid by the eyeball monster. Each of the 4 altars was guarded by an innate treasure seal. As for the fifth altar, there was no innate treasure seal at all. There was only an ancient crossbow bed placed on top of it. This is the ancient country's god-slaying crossbow. No, the real god-slaying crossbow should have already been destroyed. Is this just a replica? Xianxia said disdainfully. Hee. You will have to pay the price for underestimating a replica. Brother Zhu, it's up to you now. For the sake of your old brother, you have to cooperate with your master. The eyeball monster laughed strangely. Don't worry, big brother. Your enemy is this little brother's enemy. Wherever the tip of your sword points, this little brother's arrow will land. Master, let's do it. My bowstring is already tired. Candlebow's voice suddenly resounded from the crossbow bed. He did not expect that the cowardly Candlebow would also draw his bow against a strong enemy for the sake of loyalty. Ning Fan was secretly amazed. His figure flashed and appeared on the fifth altar. He raised his hand and pressed on the mechanism of the crossbow bed. This crossbow bed was an imitation of the once supreme treasure of the ancient barbarian world, the god-slaying crossbow of the ancient country. Even though it was just an imitation magic treasure, it had more restrictions compared to the real god-slaying crossbow. Only the barbarian god could activate this crossbow. Faint golden light began to shine from Ning Fan's body. In the vast sky, golden punishment mountains kept appearing one after another. Under Ning Fan's control, the overwhelming might of the punishment mountains swept towards the Xianxia stone statue. The gray sky was illuminated by the golden light. At this moment, the might of Ning Fan's 36 punishment mountains was pressing down on Xianxia's body. Xianxia tried to summon his 3 punishment mountains to resist this kind of might. However, just as he summoned them, the 3 punishment mountains crumbled once again. Just like before, they could not appear in front of Ning Fan. As the 9th barbarian god, he could feel the heavenly might from Ning Fan's body. At the same time, he was also a barbarian god. However, his might was much weaker than Ning Fan's. Even with Xianxia's temperament, he still felt dissatisfied and snorted. As expected, you are the newly born 10th barbarian god. There are actually 36 punishment mountains. Unfortunately, I am also a barbarian god. If you only use your might, you won't be able to suppress me. Chi Chi. What responded to Xianxia was the sound of sharp arrows piercing through the air. In the blink of an eye, 36 golden arrows were shot out from the crossbow bed. Xianxia was different from Xizihua. He was not the shadow of the mountains and seas. Instead, he was a living barbarian god who had 3 punishment mountains. Ning Fan could not suppress Xianxia with just the might of the punishment mountains. Even if he used the punishment mountains, it might not have much effect. Thus, the eyeball monster came up with a plan. He decided to use the imitation god-slaying crossbow to gather the might of the punishment mountains and turn them into tangible arrows to attack Xianxia. Such golden arrows were almost harmless to cultivators who were not barbarian cultivators. However, they posed a fatal threat to Xianxia. Not a single one of the 36 golden arrows missed. They all shot into the shadowing stone statue. Everything happened in an instant. Xianxia's avatar's expression changed greatly, and he flew out of the stone statue. As he flew out, the 36 arrow lights followed closely behind him, chasing after him. Even though he managed to escape, his body was still pierced by a few bloody holes. Even with his cultivation base, he could not heal those wounds. Any one of the 36 golden arrows was enough to kill an immortal Emperor Realm barbarian cultivator. When the 36 arrows combined, it was enough to kill all barbarian cultivators who were below the Saint Realm. Even Xianxia did not dare to take it head-on. The only pity was that the imitation god-slaying crossbow seemed to be unable to withstand the might of the 36 arrows. With a loud bang, it exploded into pieces on the ground. It could no longer be used. What a pity, die. Even if you have the crow's feather bestowed by that person, don't even think about surviving these arrows. The eyeball monster's expression was unprecedentedly excited. Inmo's life or death depended on this attack. It would be great if he could kill Inmo in one shot. Even if he could not, it should be enough to destroy Inmo's life-saving treasure. Humph. Even though your attack is strong, it's not enough for me to use the tribulation feather bestowed by his lordship. I'm different from when I still had my right eye. I'll show you the new technique I've learned over the years. Bone sacrifice. Seeing that he could not escape the 36 arrows, Inmo stopped running. Instead, he broke off one of his fingers and turned it into a white bone club. There was the totem of Kuan-Pung overturning the seas on the bone club. Its aura was extremely strange. When it was weak, it seemed like an ordinary object. But when it was strong, it exuded an innate aura and gave people the feeling that it was a living thing. Inmo raised the bone club. It immediately split into 36 pieces, and each of them shot towards a golden arrow. Boom! 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 The powerful collision caused the space of the 9th level of the Heaven Imperial Court to become unstable. It began to collapse crazily, and then the entire 9 Heavens Imperial Court began to shake violently. Inmo's avatar kept coughing up blood. It was extremely difficult for him to use the bone club. Every second, his avatar would be seriously injured. However, the effect was also very obvious. Every time the arrow light hit the bone club, it would be strangely weakened. It was as if the bone club was swallowing their power. After more than 10 breaths, the 36 arrow light were all swallowed by the bone club. The collapse of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court finally stopped. The bone club did not suffer any damage. The only change was that after swallowing the golden arrow attack, the totem of the Kuan-Pung on the bone club became much more agile. Impossible. You didn't get the recognition of the sage sect. How could you refine this sage sect's artifact? The eyeball monster was shocked. He already knew that Inmo obtained this bone club, but he did not expect that Inmo could control the power of the bone club. It should be known that before he was suppressed in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Inmo had spent a lot of effort to refine this object. However, he was unable to refine and subdue it. Unexpectedly, he succeeded today. The origin of this bone club was not simple. Although it was not a heaven-opening artifact, there were not many innate experts who could defeat it. After all, this treasure was once used as a sage sect's artifact and was raised in the 6 paths of reincarnation for countless years. Its power was naturally not to be underestimated. However, there was one thing that the eyeball monster could not understand. The sage sect's artifact could only be used by cultivators who possessed the bloodline of the sage sect. Why could Inmo use the artifact of the sage sect? Inmo's avatar became much weaker. Using the bone club seemed to consume a lot of his energy. However, his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Although you are my right eye, there are many things that you don't know. When I betrayed the purple immortal domain and obtained the recognition of that lord, what he gave me was not only the life-saving tribulation feather. What a pity. It seems that you still can't kill me this time. That may not be true. After the eyeball monster was slightly disappointed, his eyes burst out with a stronger battle intent. He set up a four-sided grand formation to suppress Inmo's chi so that he could recover. He borrowed Inmo's strength to kill 100,000 ancient corpses and shoot out 36 punishment arrows. However, all of these were not his killing moves. This will be the last time. He had been separated from Inmo for many years. His cultivation base had always been stagnant while Inmo became stronger and stronger. He had already assassinated Inmo 12 times. The 12 surplus imperfection Great Tribulation. The barbarians took 12 as their reincarnation cycle. This time, it would be Inmo's last surplus imperfection Great Tribulation. If it wasn't for the fact that Inmo was currently extremely weak, his avatar would be able to block the 36 arrows even without using the bone club. Once the surplus imperfection Great Tribulation passes this time, Inmo would no longer be this weak. This was the last chance to kill Inmo. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to seize it. Little girl, I'm counting on you now. The sixth sacrificial altar, appear. The eyeball monster shot out a ray of gray light. Then, the sixth sacrificial altar appeared in the middle of the formation. There was a strange formation above the sacrificial altar. Faint black moonlight flowed on it. In front of the formation, there was an altar that was lit with incense and candles. In front of the altar stood a female cultivator who wore pink palace robes. She was none other than Miao Yin. This is the sacrificial extermination Dao formation. Yin Mo's expression suddenly turned cold. He did not expect that the right eye really wanted to fight him with its life this time. It even used such an extreme method. However, he did not know how much the undying Great Emperor's glory was worth for it to turn into the sacrificial extermination power of the Dao formation. The eyeball monster flew to the center of the formation and shot out a ray of gray light. That ray of gray light multiplied and turned into thousands of magical treasures. All of a sudden, they fell from the sky like raindrops and landed at the center of the formation. Miao Yan held the peachwood sword in her hand. At the moment the eyeball monster summoned its magical treasures, she began to cast a technique together with it. She did not know who they were going to deal with. However, this was considered as helping Ning Fan. Thus, she would not reject it. Every time a magical treasure exploded, there would be some black qi coming out from the eyeball. When the amount of black qi accumulated to a certain extent, it gradually turned into the totem of a black crescent moon. The first black crescent moon appeared in the eye of the eyeball monster and it rotated. As soon as the crescent moon appeared, the aura of the eyeball monster skyrocketed. Even though it had yet to reach the 8th tribulation realm, it was not far from it. It's still not enough. This time, I will kill you even if I have to use up all my resources. The eyeball monster shot out more rays of gray light. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures landed at the center of the formation and exploded one after another. There were rare and precious pills, spiritual herbs, various spiritual ores and immortal materials in them. After they exploded, the black qi in the eyeball monster's eye became thicker and thicker. The second black crescent moon was condensed. In the end, the eyeball monster even used up all of its Dao crystals. It who loved money as much as its life had really used up all of its resources. The third, fourth and fifth crescent moon were condensed one after another. When the fifth black crescent moon appeared, the aura of the eyeball monster skyrocketed to the 9th tribulation realm within a short period of time. However, it was still not enough. Small iron cage, appear. Small iron spine, appear. Small hammer, appear. Small rake, appear. Small slingshot, small yellow flag, small radish head, small underpants, small, magical treasures with low-grade names were summoned by the eyeball monster without any hesitation. There were a total of 12 magical treasures and all of them were innate magical treasures. Without any hesitation, the eyeball monster exploded 12 innate magical treasures in a row. The 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th crescent moon were condensed one after another. When the 9th black moon appeared, the eyeball monster's aura had reached the quasi-saint realm within a short period of time. Moreover, it was not an ordinary quasi-saint realm expert. 9 black moons, huh? If you can make 12 of them, you might really be able to fight against me. The current you is still not enough. Explode. A loud explosion was heard. This time, the eyeball monster actually blew itself up. Yin Mo's left eye instantly widened. Obviously, he did not expect the eyeball monster to self-destruct. However, he soon understood the true intention of the eyeball monster. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Fan's direction. What he saw was a black slit on Ning Fan's glabella where the divine star was shining. From the slit, an extremely wretched laughter could be heard. Brat, lend me your body for a while. I want to use your body to kill old geezer Yin Mo. The slit was where Ning Fan's third eye was located. Now, it was occupied by the eyeball monster and became Ning Fan's third eye. 12 black crescent moons were rotating in Ning Fan's third eye. Now our cultivation base is equal. Yin Mo, fight with this old man. To be continued, it had been many years since Ning Fan last used the ability of his third eye. That was when he was still in the rain world. With the help of the Pill Sovereign, Ning Fan managed to open his third eye. The initial use of this I was just to identify the authenticity of spiritual herbs. Later on, Ning Fan entered the place where Six Desires' immortal king passed away and refined his eyeball, the desire-releasing pearl. From there, his eyesight improved to the level of the acquired law eye. His third eye's ability to identify things had also improved a lot. Unfortunately, it was still not very useful. After so many years, the third eye finally came in handy. It became the place where the eyeball monster possessed after it self-destructed. After possessing Ning Fan's body, the eyeball monster directly took over Ning Fan's body and transferred all of its power into Ning Fan's body. 12 black crescent moons rotated in his third eye like jade hooks. Ning Fan's chi began to rise. His cultivation base was at the ancient god realm among the 4 cultivation bases. The eyeball monster clearly possessed the cultivation base of the barbarian race. However, when it was transferred to Ning Fan's body, it turned into pure ancient god power. All of this seemed to be caused by the Black Moon Magatama. This kind of increase in cultivation base was only temporary. Just like a secret technique, it could not be sustained for too long. After defeating Enmo, Ning Fan's cultivation base would return to its original level. Even so, to Ning Fan, this was also a rare opportunity for him to experience the power of a higher realm with his own body. The phenomenon of the 4 true bridges of Tao execution appeared under Ning Fan's feet one after another. At the same time, there was also a miniature version of the true illusion river. Ning Fan's ancient god realm cultivation base kept increasing as if he had used a secret technique. Every time he advanced to a higher realm, there would be an additional reflection of him in the river. Early void renunciation, mid-void renunciation, late void renunciation, peak void renunciation. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He looked at the reflection in the true illusion river. The reflection was a little blurry and he could not see it clearly. His Jieshue cultivation base was comparable to the ancient immortal venerables. Unfortunately, the cultivation principle of Jieshue was completely different from the cultivation base of the divine race, demon race, and devil race. True crossing cultivators cultivated the true bridge above the river while void renunciation cultivators cultivated the reflection under the river. Ning Fan suddenly had a feeling that his mind was blessed. He seemed to have grasped the key to attracting the heart tribulation and breaking through the void renunciation realm. Unfortunately, this was not the time to comprehend it. Thus, he could not think about it carefully. Early thought shattering, mid-thought shattering, late thought shattering, peak thought shattering. Ning Fan's cultivation base continued to rise. Finally, he could feel the power of the thought fragmentation realm. The reason why thought-shattering old monsters were stronger than shedding void cultivators was not only because of the difference in cultivation level, but also because thought-shattering old monsters possessed Tao intent. They could fuse Tao intent into their divine arts and form Tao intent arts. In the past, Ning Fan had created the West Wind technique when he was in the loneliness of falling leaves in the autumn. It was a technique of Tao sense. It shone brilliantly in the tune competition and made Ning Fan famous. Tao sense was the key for thought-shattering cultivators to increase their cultivation. Ning Fan's cultivation base continued to rise. His cultivation base began to break through to the eternal ancient realm, which was after the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, the eternal zero tribulation, the 1st tribulation, the 2nd tribulation, the 3rd tribulation, all the way until the 9th tribulation. As soon as his cultivation base entered the eternal ancient realm, the sovereign chi in his body began to fuse madly into his primordial spirit. After the fusion, his primordial spirit was dyed a faint golden color, and as his cultivation continued to rise, the golden color deepened. Eventually, Ning Fan's primordial spirit turned completely golden. Just like most of the immortal emperors, a golden primordial spirit could only be possessed by immortal emperors. It was widely known in the world for being difficult to kill. At this moment, Ning Fan's chi was as strong as a 9 tribulation immortal emperor. However, his chi was still rising. In the end, it surpassed the range of the 9 tribulation immortal emperors and became as strong as a quasi-saint. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? It seems like there are still cultivation levels within the quasi-saint realm. Ning Fan was not clear about how the quasi-saint realm was divided. If he really wants to divide them, he could divide the quasi-saint realm into 3 steps. The weaker quasi-saints like the old ancestor of the godly void pavilion, Xiang Bozi, and the quasi-saint of the purple clan who took away the Senluo skull should be above the 1st step. Nemo, on the other hand, was a quasi-saint who was at the peak of the third step. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at Nemo. The stronger his chi was, the more he could feel how terrifying Nemo was. If his true cultivation base is compared to a drop of water, Nemo's cultivation base would be like the rivers, lakes, and oceans which were vast and unfathomable. However, no matter how strong Nemo is, he has no reason to plot against me. Why would Ning Fan be afraid of fighting Nemo? The eyeball monster controlled Ning Fan's body and took a step forward. 12 black full moons suddenly appeared in the night sky. After the 12 full moons appeared, Ning Fan's chi also reached the third step of the quasi-saint realm. Nemo, fight me! The eyeball monster roared. A wave of power that was extremely similar to the power of morning surged inside Ning Fan's body. If Ning Fan did not sense wrongly, what the eyeball monster was using was the morning black moon ability of the ancestral emperor of the northern heaven. Ning Fan also knew a little of the black moon ability. He had learned it in the world tree world in the lower realm. Compared to Ning Fan's ability, the eyeball monster's ability was obviously more complete. It also had the same destructive power against people other than spiritual puppets. As Ning Fan raised his hand and pressed it down, black moonlight immediately fell from the sky like thousands of raindrops. Ancient morning finger like rain. While possessing Ning Fan's body, the eyeball monster could slightly use Ning Fan's ability. It actually turned the moonlight in the sky into a sudden night rain and swept towards Nemo. In the hands of the eyeball monster, this rain had terrifying power. A single drop of rain could kill a rogue immortal. 100 drops of profound ghost realm would die and 10,000 drops of Shikong void realm would die. The overwhelming rain was enough to severely injure all cultivators below the quasi-saint realm. It actually has a trace of the sovereign power of the Tao law of rain. Nemo's expression turned solemn. According to what he knew, the eyeball monster should only have one type of sovereign Tao law, and that was the Tao law of undying. After all, the undying void was still in the hands of the eyeball monster. If that's the case, the reason why the eyeball monster could use its power was because of Ning Fan. As the successor of ancient chaos, this young man's bone age was not high, but he had already cultivated a type of yin and yang. His aptitude was not bad. Unfortunately, this young man followed the wrong person. Following the right would only result in death. If the Morning King himself comes, I would still be a little afraid. Unfortunately, with you using the Black Moon technique, it's useless no matter how many raindrops you turn into. Fire, come. Nemo opened his mouth and breathed out a stream of grey chi. As soon as the grey chi appeared, it turned into a sea of fire that covered half of heaven and earth. Before the raindrops could reach them, they were directly evaporated by the sea of fire. The immense fire primordial power made Nemo flicker in the flames, making it hard to see him clearly. At this moment, Nemo seemed to have become the king of fire between heaven and earth. Wherever his gaze landed, everything could be incinerated with just a single thought from him. This is the sovereign power of the Tao of Fire. Miao Yan's beautiful face turned slightly pale. Just now, Nemo's gaze swept across her body from afar. All of a sudden, her primordial spirit actually felt a burning pain. Even her body felt like it was on fire. It was as if Nemo could burn her into ashes with just a single gaze. It was as if she was spared from death only because Nemo did not want to kill her. She was an immortal revered in the past 10,000 years. However, she did not even have the strength to withstand Nemo's gaze. How could this man be so strong? Zhu Gong was equally shocked. The strength that Nemo displayed was probably not much weaker than his first master. Zhu Li was one of the top 10 immortal emperors under Zido. If Nemo was in the ancient times, even if he could not be ranked among the top 10 immortal emperors, he would probably not be too far away from it. The sea of flames spread all the way. Very soon, it approached Miao Yan and Zhu Gong's location. In front of this sea of flames, the two of them actually did not have the strength to resist at all. They will die, this place is too dangerous. Send them out of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. I will help you kill Nemo. It's enough. Ning Fan said to the eyeball monster in his mind. The eyeball monster had the same plan. Miao Yan and Zhu Gong could no longer help him by staying here. Instead, there was a high possibility that they would be accidentally killed by the sea of flames. It was meaningless for them to stay here. It controlled Ning Fan's body and abruptly flicked its sleeve, sweeping towards Miao Yan and Zhu Gong. At the next moment, Miao Yan and Zhu Gong were directly thrown out of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court by the eyeball monster's great ability, returning to the broken wilderness. Your heart is the same as Dong Wang's. You are too weak. They are just a few ants. If they die, then so be it. Why do you want to save them? Only the weak will show mercy to others. Inamo scoffed disdainfully. Then, he clasped both of his palms together. Two gigantic gray flame palms instantly appeared in the sea of flames, closing towards Ning Fan. You Rujan. The eyeball controlled Ning Fan's body and pointed a finger at him. Countless black threads immediately twisted into a bundle and turned into a black halberd. With a horizontal slash, not only did it destroy the two flaming palms, but it also extinguished the entire sea of flames. At the same time, the entire sky of the 9th level of the Heaven Imperial Court was cut in half. Bang! 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 The ceiling of the 9th level of the Heavenly Imperial Court began to collapse. Countless rocks and spatial fragments fell from the sky. The shattered void storm held in this place. The scenery of the outside world was revealed to him, and the sky above him was, without a doubt, the sky of the shattered wildlands. This attack actually opened up a path between the sky and the outside world. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. This black halberd was extremely similar to the battle will divine ability of the art of God of War, the Battle King halberd. However, its power was thousands of times stronger. This black halberd was a divine ability that the eyeball borrowed from Ning Fan's yin-yang battle technique and condensed the moonlight of the black moon. Another sovereign Dao law, Yin Mo's expression became more serious. Dark moon. The eyeball did not give Yin Mo any chance to catch his breath. With a swipe of its huge hand, the entire world was plunged into darkness. It was the purest darkness. Yin Mo's eyes widened in shock. In this darkness, his 5 senses were actually deprived. He could not even sense his spirit sense. There was no way he could predict where the right eye would attack from. A battle of magic power between cultivators was ever-changing. A single moment of carelessness could result in death. An unprecedented sense of crisis appeared in Yin Mo's heart. He did not dare to be careless. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood at the cost of damaging himself. The blood turned into gray moonlight, dispersing all the darkness. However, he was still one step too late. Before his 5 senses had recovered, the attack of the eyeball had already reached him. The halberd of battle will that was powerful enough to split the sky into half struck his body. Yin Mo, who had always been arrogant, was severely injured by the halberd of battle will in just a moment. His clone was directly cut into 2 by the halberd of battle will. Bit by bit, it dissipated in the air. The remaining halberd light swept across the sky. The entire 9th level of the Heaven Imperial Court was cut in half again, exposing it to the outside world. Has Yin Mo been killed? The eyeball was extremely excited. Be careful. His chi is still here. He's not dead. Ning Fan reminded in his mind. Ning Fan had already completed the last step of the cultivation of the yin-yang rain technique. The rain of heaven and earth was his spirit sense. In terms of sensing ability, it was even better than the eyeball. Sure enough, as Ning Fan had expected, a stone statue of a sense fragmentation realm cultivator in the vast stone forest suddenly broke into 2 halves with a cracking sound. A gray shadow walked out from it. If it wasn't Yin Mo, who else could it be? What a strange ability. The eyeball's eyes widened in shock. He believed that his attack just now did not miss its target. By relying on Ning Fan's power of yin-yang to launch a sneak attack, he did not even give Yin Mo the time to activate the Feather of Tribulation to protect himself. That attack was definitely enough to kill Yin Mo. Why did it fail? There's actually a 3rd type of power at the Sovereign Realm. Moreover, it's the Tao of Darkness, which is rather difficult to deal with. I was too careless. If it wasn't because my lord gave me the stone substitution technique, even if I don't die this time, I'm afraid I would have been severely injured by you. Yin Mo said with a pale face. The broken stone statue belonged to a cultivator that he had captured alive earlier. If it wasn't because he had set up a trap in advance, that cultivator would have been severely injured by the eyeball's halberd. Stone substitution technique. He actually learned the secret technique without my knowledge. The eyeball's heart sank. The stone substitution technique was an extremely ancient secret technique. It could be used to avoid certain death. The higher the grade of the stone substitution technique, the greater the danger it could avoid. Most of the techniques circulated in the cultivation world were low-grade stone substitution techniques. They were useless to high-level cultivators. However, one thing was for sure. The technique that Nemo used was certainly not some low-grade stone substitution technique. How could it be a low-grade stone substitution technique if it could avoid the full-force attack of a third-level quasi-saint? There were a lot of stone statues in this stone forest. Among them, there were 23 stone statues that still had life chi. The eyeball calculated inwardly. A secret technique of the stone substitution technique must use a living person as a substitute. In other words, if I don't destroy the 23 stone statues of life here, even if I kill Nemo, he can still use the stone substitution technique 23 times to avoid death. In order to kill Nemo, I must first destroy all 23 stone statues in this place. The eyeball controlled Ning Fan's body. With a flash, he directly appeared in front of one of the stone statues of life. Then, he raised his hand and tried to break the stone statue. Nemo smiled coldly and let the eyeball do whatever it wanted. The eyeball's technique landed on the fragile stone statue, but it could not break it at all. A dignified third-level quasi-saint actually could not destroy a mere stone statue. This is a secret technique that my lord has given me. The conditions to use it are extremely harsh, but the effect is also excellent. With your cultivation base, you won't be able to destroy the stone statue without a heaven-opening treasure. I can still die 23 times. How many times can you die? Bone Sacrifice Realm. Nemo broke his own finger bone again and summoned the white bone cudgel. With a supreme treasure and 23 lives, how could he lose to a mere right eye? Today, the right eye must become one with him. As for Ning Fan, he must also become the body that I possess, perfect. This young man's physical body is too perfect. Not only does he possess the 4 types of power of divine, demon, devil, and tribulation, but he also has the identity of the 10th barbarian god. Once I possess this young man's body, I will be able to escape from this place and devour his 36 Xing mountains. Nemo licked his lips. He wanted to crush the right eye and Ning Fan with his absolute strength and make them feel despair. Without a heaven-opening treasure, I won't be able to break these stone statues. A heaven-opening treasure. Humph. That's a supreme treasure that even a saint would find hard to obtain. The right eye had only separated from me after I arrived at the Heaven Imperial Court. All these years, I have been staying in the Heaven Imperial Court. How can I obtain a heaven-opening treasure? Right now, the right eye should be in despair, right? You clearly have the chance to kill me. Unfortunately, I have so many stone statues that can substitute me. How are you going to kill me? Right eye, if you surrender now and serve me again, I can forgive your past sins and preserve a trace of your spiritual consciousness. Nemo said in a condescending tone. Bullsh *T. Do I need to surrender to you? Are you kidding me? Stinking brat, lend me your heaven-opening artifact. The eyeball scolded while controlling Ning Fan's body. The shadow of a god-destroying giant appeared outside his body. The golden giant enveloped Ning Fan within it as if he had the strongest defense in the world. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, the god-destroying shield was enough to defend against all attacks below the 9 tribulations realm. If the eyeball's cultivation base was at the 3rd level quasi-sage realm, its defense would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Humph. As long as I summon the god-destroying giant, the eyeball believes that unless Nemo uses his strongest trump card, he definitely won't be able to break this shield. Smash them. Smash them hard. Don't leave a single one alive. The eyeball gave an order in a deep voice. The golden giant that was protecting his body immediately threw a fiery punch at the stone forest below. Wherever the punch landed, golden flames would burn. As soon as the eyeball monster summoned the god-destroying giant, Nemo had a bad feeling. When he saw that the golden armored giant could actually trigger the might of heaven-opening treasure, Nemo's expression turned into complete astonishment. It's actually the power of a heaven-opening treasure. How is this possible? Wait. This item is. Where did you get it from? In the end, Inemo recognized the god-destroying shield of the ancient country and became even more astonished. As the ninth barbarian god, how could he not know about the god-destroying shield? This was a supreme treasure that could be ranked 19th on the heaven-opening ranking. It was enough to make any fourth-step immortal emperor drool. With this treasure in my right eye's hands, the stone statues in the stone forest would be in danger. You ask me. Who else would I ask? How would I know where that brat got this supreme treasure from? The eyeball was even more curious than Inemo, alright? He was famous for his curiosity. Only God knew how shocked he was when he told Ning Fan about the plan and found out that Ning Fan actually had the god-destroying shield with him. He was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. When I asked Ning Fan, he did not even tell me how he got the god-destroying shield. Instead, he even kept it a secret. Damn it, forget it. It's fine as long as it's useful. I'll get rid of Inemo first. I'll ask Ning Fan about the origin of the god-destroying shield in the future. The golden-armored giant swung his fist, directly enveloping the remaining stone statues. Seeing that all the stone statues were about to be destroyed, Ning Fan's voice rang in his mind at the right time. Wait. Leave a few stone statues. Don't smash them. End of chapter 939. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.